Chapter 1. Chatsworth Manor is nestled amidst the undulating hills of Derbyshire, England, with the River Derwent meandering gracefully through its heart. Not far from the manor's edge stand a solitary two-story cottage, its presence strikingly incongruous. The not particularly tall surrounding wall is adorned with verdant foliage, and within the yard, unnamed plants seem to flourish. Yet, it appears that no one questions why this quaint cottage was erected here. Rather, it is accepted as an inevitable fixture of a landscape. Occasional visitors to the manor often assume that this two-story building is perhaps an integral part of the estate. At this moment, on the second floor of the cottage, Virgil gazes intently at the flickering flames leaping from a metal basin before him, where an envelope embossed with a peculiar crest is slowly curling and burning away. Although he was not an ardent fan of Harry Potter in his previous life, Virgil had read the entirety of the novels and watched all the films, thus easily recognizing the significance of the four animal crests that represented Hogwarts. In truth, Virgil had long harbored suspicions. After all, not every parent carries a wand with them at all times. Moreover, there were occasions when his mother's lunches and dinners featured dishes that clearly could not be prepared by a single person in such a short span of time. Not to mention the iconic owls delivering messages. Watching yet another acceptance letter turn to ash, Virgil exhaled deeply. Though he was at a loss as to how to prevent these owls from delivering messages, he felt it wise to prolong the inevitable, ideally until Hogwarts commenced its term by feigning ignorance. Perhaps the school would eventually relent. The sole inconvenience of avoiding Hogwarts might be the risk of becoming a squib due to lack of education and guidance. However, given that both of his parents were wizards, Virgil believed they would find a way to navigate this predicament. As for becoming a wizard himself, that was a fanciful notion. Those novels and films were merely entertainment, and anyone genuinely desiring to be a wizard must surely be of unsound mind. With a flick of a wand, spells would fly in all directions. Transfiguration, animagus transformation, and even the allure of Felix Felicisol sounded quite impressive. Yet, upon deeper reflection, one would realize how grotesque the magical society truly is. Perhaps due to his past life in Huaxia, Virgil perceived the current magical society as a feudal system, with self-proclaimed noble families and pure-blood wizards at the top, followed by half-bloods, and then the so-called mudbloods, muggleborn wizards in at the very bottom. The squibs. He could scarcely believe that Hermione Granger would ever attain a position of leadership in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, akin to the next Minister of Magic, especially since prior to the Wizarding War between Harry Potter and Voldemort, such a role would never have been held by a Muggleborn. Moreover, wizards were not nearly as formidable as they fancied themselves. If magic were truly omnipotent, wizards would have long since unified the world, rather than existing in a secluded paradise, known only to a select few world leaders. If one were to consider the matter from a different perspective, Virgil genuinely believed that Grindelwald could be regarded as a visionary within the wizarding community, albeit his methods were somewhat extreme in contrast to Voldemort's actions, which seemed to not only fracture souls but also muddle minds. Grindelwald was, from the viewpoint of dark wizards, far more deserving of respect from purebloods. Furthermore, within the wizarding realm, a respected Hogwarts professor earned a mere 100-odd galleons per month, less than what Virgil had amassed from betting during the World Cup the previous year. With a modest fortune already at his disposal, he now sought to capitalize on the dissolution of the Soviet Union, eager to devise a plan for accumulating more capital and securing his retirement. As he calculated the timeline, Virgil realized he was in the same year as the illustrious Harry Potter. This thought sent a shiver down his spine. Perhaps it was best to keep a safe distance from this harbinger calamity, whose protagonist's aura seemed to transform peril into safety. Yet, the individual whose body he now occupied had not even been granted a name in the novels or films. Should he inadvertently fall victim to the trials of the boy who lived, he might not even comprehend the manner of his demise. When the flames in the basin finally extinguished, Virgil descended the stairs to find his parents had yet to return in a hurry. He took the metal basin outside, seeking a tree beneath which he buried the ashes of the letters, simultaneously producing two dead mice from seemingly nowhere and discreetly discarding them in the corner beyond the garden wall. Perhaps one of those owls will forget to deliver its message due to gluttony, he mused, fully aware that the likelihood of such an occurrence was nearly non-existent. "Hey, Virgil, are you up to your mischief again?" a voice called from nearby. Looking up, Virgil saw a neighbor who lived not far from his home. Not at all, Mrs. Sangi. I was merely feeling a bit cooped up at home, Virgil replied. Oh dear, another troublesome little rascal, Mrs. Sangi's voice echoed in Virgil's mind as he watched the elderly woman turn away, sighing. Upon receiving the letter from Hogwarts, Virgil could confirm that he was indeed a natural seer. Could it be that I possessed the bloodline of the Godstained family? Virgil shook his head. Never mind. I have no desire to become a wizard. This has nothing to do with me. Having completed his tasks, he returned to his room, carelessly placing the basin beneath the windowsill, and then retrieving a locked trunk from beneath his bed. Extracting the key from his pillowcase, he unlocked the trunk and sat cross-legged on the floor, meticulously counting the money within £20,000 and amount earned from one European Championship and one World Cup. As for why he earned only $20,000 despite knowing the ultimate champions of both tournaments, who could say what actions a group of desperate gamblers would take when faced with a child wielding a wad of cash? Thanks to Van Basten, the West Germany team, Maradona, and Baggio, without you, how would I have earned this £20,000? Virgil inhaled deeply, grasping the notes. Ah, he exclaimed, a tremor in his voice, the scent of money. The sound of a door opening downstairs jolted Virgil from his reverie. He hurriedly locked the trunk, kicked it beneath his bed, and hid the key before making his way downstairs. Hey, Virgil, his mother, Jennifer, greeted him. Did anything special happen at home today? Special? Not at all. Nothing happened, Virgil replied, casting a glance at his mother's waist before feigning ignorance. He was well aware of what Jennifer deemed special. That shouldn't be the case. It should be around this time, Jennifer murmured softly upon hearing Virgil's response. Do you need my help with something? He inquired. No, not at all. Jennifer hastily waved her hand. I'll wait for your father to return and ask him. Oh, all right with that. Virgil accepted the items from Jennifer and turned to head into the kitchen. At times like these, feigning ignorance was essential. Who knew what unconventional educational methods these two had employed, keeping from Virgil the fact that they were a wizarding family? Had this world's 10 or 11-year-old Virgil been in the same situation, he might have truly been misled by his parents. Yet, this situation now proved advantageous. As he tidied up, Virgil contemplated how to navigate this matter before school commenced. He had to consider the possibility that his parents might decide to write to Hogwarts. And if Hogwarts responded, affirming the dispatch of the acceptance letter, he would be at a loss for an explanation. Furthermore, could his parents accept the notion of a wizarding child choosing to live as a muggle? How could they explain such a decision? Would they declare themselves squibs? The probability of two pure-blood wizards producing a squib was anyone's guess. Careful planning was indeed required. In the evening, Virgil's father, Benel, returned home after dinner. Virgil sat in the living room watching television. One must admit that over the years, his parents had convincingly portrayed muggles, displaying an understanding of household appliances far beyond that of Arthur Weasley. As he watched television, Virgil strained to eavesdrop on the conversation in the kitchen. Why hasn't the letter arrived yet? Don't worry, after all. Virgil hasn't yet turned 11, perhaps in a couple of days. On his birthday, he will receive it. Will Anthony and the others be able to return by then? I've contacted them, but there are difficulties. He can't leave Romania, and your parents have reportedly diverted to Gringotts in the Soviet Union, where matters are quite complicated. They haven't been back to celebrate Virgil's birthday for 3 consecutive years now. Virgil will comprehend their intentions. By the way, Fudge inquired about you again, wondering if you have any desire to return to the Ministry of Magic, especially since Alastair is aging and Scrimgeour frequently complains to him about the lack of personnel. Perhaps not after so many years of tranquil living. I feel ill-equipped to endure such days again. Moreover, since the Dark Lord's disappearance, his minions have dwindled to a mere handful, lacking any significant influence. I understand Scrimgeour, his ambitions are solely to augment his power, and with Alastair's impending retirement, his sway among the Aurors is gradually waning behind the scenes. Scrimgeour must be quite pleased. You make a valid point. I have heard that Scrimgeour wishes to gradually entrust some authority to Delacour to assist him in managing the Aurors. Delacour? That imbecile could hardly manage the Aurors. 3 Delacours combined would still not rival Alastair. By the way, how is your job transfer situation progressing? Fudge has already signed off. I will become a training instructor for hit wizards, primarily responsible for teaching defensive spells, the Department of Accidents and Catastrophes, sought to transfer me to lead the Invisibility Task Force, but I declined. Stability is preferable, Jennifer remarked. Virgil is growing up, and I genuinely wish for our family to remain safe while we cannot intervene in our parents' affairs. I hope that both of us can peacefully witness Virgil graduate from Hogwarts, be it as a hit wizard or an Auror. Both paths are fraught with peril. I understand your sentiments. The voices gradually faded. Goodness, the conversation between his parents left Virgil in a cold sweat. What kind of family is this? A hit wizard father and a former Auror mother? How has such an individual remained obscure in the narratives of the past? What truly relieved Virgil was that he had not gambled on the notion that his parents were ordinary wizards and attempted to surreptitiously use legitimacy to uncover more. As for being a hit wizard, he could not be certain, but to assert that an Auror had never studied occlumency would undoubtedly provoke the ire of Death Eaters. It was terrifying. Virgil shook his head, turned off the television, and retreated to his room, anxiously awaiting his admission letter. Let there be no misunderstanding, what Virgil awaited was not the letter from Hogwarts, but rather the notification from Eton College. Although the admission age for Eton is 13, students must begin applying between the ages of 9 and 10 logically. Virgil had already surpassed the age requirement, however. When Benel and Jennifer chose to assimilate into Muggle society, they had recorded Virgil as a year younger. Thus, within Muggle society, his official age was merely 9, still compliant with the admission age for Eton. Virgil lay in bed, silently praying, for in 3 days he would celebrate his birthday. Should he fail to receive the Eton admission letter before then, he would be compelled to seek a different school. Perhaps it was time to confront his parents, and perhaps have Benel make a trip to Eton. With his father's capabilities, dealing with a secondary school teacher should not pose much of a challenge. Just as Virgil lay in bed, troubled by his thoughts, tap! A sound echoed from the window, as if something were knocking. Upon hearing this sound, Virgil despairingly covered his face and lamented. Not again? Outside the window, an owl was pecking at the glass, a letter resting quietly at its feet. Virgil promptly leaped from his bed, opened the window, retrieved the letter, and pointed towards a corner of the wall where he had disposed of a dead rat earlier that day. The owl affectionately nuzzled Virgil's arm before turning to fly towards the indicated spot. Virgil gazed at the envelope adorned with a distinctive shield emblem, sighed, and carelessly tossed it under his bed, intending to deal with it once his parents were out the following day. Early the next morning, before departing, Benel and Jennifer specifically instructed Kyle to inform them should any letters arrive. Virgil nodded in agreement. Once he saw Benel and Jennifer gradually walking away from the window, he hurriedly retrieved the envelope he had received the previous night and, as before, burned it in the iron basin. Virgil exhaled, internally murmuring, "Eton, grant me some favor, please expedite the process." Tap! A sound echoed once more beside the window. Surely not? Virgil rushed to the window. Another letter from Hogwarts awaited him. He quickly opened the window, seized the envelope, and, seizing the moment while the fire in the basin still blazed, tossed this letter into the flames as well. Tap! A sound echoed again, but this time before Virgil could react. Tap, tap, tap! A series of knocks erupted, prompting Virgil to turn his gaze outside. Countless envelopes were relentlessly battering against his room's window. Ultimately, under the weight of despair in Virgil's eyes, the window succumbed to the overwhelming flood of letters, bursting open as a deluge of envelopes surged into his room, covering the floor, bed, and windowsill. Virgil struggled to make his way to the door, opening it to provide an outlet for the avalanche of letters that had overwhelmed the entire room. However, when he glanced down the staircase, he discovered that the front door of his home had been flung wide open, and the floor was similarly strewn with envelopes. Meanwhile, an unceasing stream of letters continued to pour into the house through the chimney and fireplace. As Virgil beheld this chaotic scene, he collapsed onto the floor, cradling his head in his hands, and cried out in anguish. "Can't I just go? I won't burn anything anymore. Stop! Stop!" Enough! His words seemed to activate some hidden mechanism, and in an instant, no more letters surged into the room. Everything appeared to freeze in place, leaving only Virgil slumped amidst the scattered envelopes, troubled as he contemplated how to navigate his upcoming life at Hogwarts. By evening, Benil and Jennifer returned home. Initially, they were taken aback by the sight of their house with its open door and the envelopes that filled the small building, but their astonishment quickly transformed into delight upon noticing the distinctive crest emblazoned on the envelopes. "Son, I know this may be hard for you to accept, but your mother and I will explain everything shortly," Benil said, retrieving his wand and with a gentle flick, making the excess envelopes vanish in an instant, leaving only one in Virgil's hand. Jennifer also drew her wand to help tidy up the remnants of the chaos. Once everything was in order, the three of them gathered around the dining table. Benil placed his wand on the table and said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Ain't this moment? Virgil feigned ignorance, his face a picture of innocence as he asked, "You are wizards? Is this a wand?" "This is called a wand," Jennifer clarified. "You'll have your own wand too. When we go to Diagon Alley, we will help you pick one out." Diagon Alley, just think of it as a marketplace for wizards. "Then how do you both earn a living?" Virgil inquired. Well, Benil pondered for a moment before responding. "The wizarding world, much like the Muggle society, has organizations akin to a government called the Ministry of Magic. I am a regular employee there, and your mother worked there before you were born." "How very understated. You refer to hit wizards and aurors as mere employees." "What is a Muggle?" "A Muggle is an ordinary person who cannot perform magic. We call them Muggles." "So, am I also considered a Muggle now?" No. Benil shook his head. "Although your mother and I are not pure-blood wizards, the fact that you received this letter signifies that you are indeed a wizard." "What is a pure-blood wizard?" I will explain that to you later." "And what about this?" Virgil asked innocently, holding up the letter. "Hogwarts, did I pronounce it correctly? It is a school specifically for teaching young wizards." "And it is also where your mother and I graduated," Benil explained. "Your grandparents, both maternal and paternal, also graduated from Hogwarts," Jennifer added. "Are they wizards too?" "Indeed, your grandfather and grandmother are currently in Romania studying dragons, while your maternal grandparents are curse breakers for Gringotts." "Dragons? Gringotts?" "Yes, just like the dragons you read about, the ones with wings at 8S for Gringotts. It is a bank run by goblins. There are goblins too. When I take you to Diagon Alley tomorrow, I'll show you Gringotts. Tonight, just rest well. I will explain the rest on the way." The following morning, Virgil, "Rise and shine. We need to get ready to leave," Jennifer called, knocking on his door. "I'm up." "I'm up. I'll be down in a moment," Virgil responded, quickly dressing and making his way downstairs. By this time, his father Benil was already seated at the dining table, perusing the day's newspaper. "Are we really going to that Diagon Alley today?" Virgil inquired as he ate breakfast. "Yes, we are going today to gather everything you need before your birthday," Jennifer explained while tidying up. "We have quite a number of items to purchase that I remember when I was starting school. It took me a day and a half to gather everything, and I even spent the night at the Leaky Cauldron," Benil recalled. "All right, if you're finished eating, hurry up and change. We need to leave soon to catch the train to London at 8. Benil urged. "Virgil, make sure to bring the essential supplies list attached to yesterday's letter. And hurry up with your breakfast. Do wizards also take the train?" Virgil asked, "Can't there be a cooler way to travel?" "Wizards have other means of transportation, but you won't be able to handle them just yet. Maybe when you're a bit older." The family of three arrived at the station and purchased seats next to each other. As the train departed, Benil asked Virgil, "What does the essential supplies list say we need to prepare?" Virgil pulled the list from his bag and read aloud. "First-year students require 3 sets of black wizarding robes, a plain black pointed hat, a pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide or similar material, a winter cloak, also black, with silver fastenings." "Why all black clothes? Is this a gang?" Jennifer lightly tapped Virgil on the head. "Mind your words. What else does it say?" "Oh, it also lists the textbooks required for this term, along with a wand, a large cauldron, a set of potion bottles, a telescope, a brass scale, and a pet. Can I bring any pet?" Diagon Alley has shops specifically for pets. You can choose one there. But remember, no toads. People actually keep toads? You'll find out at school. There are all sorts of pet owners. After disembarking, they navigated through the bustling crowds until they arrived at the entrance of a small, dingy pub. The Leaky Cauldron, Virgil. "This is a famous place." Virgil examined it closely, and indeed it resembled the description in his memories. Had his parents not pointed it out, he might have overlooked it even while uttering its name. The throngs of passers-by gave him a distinct impression that the pub was nearly invisible to them. Sensing Virgil's bewilderment, Benil chuckled and explained, "The power of magic. It seems you still have much to adjust to." With that, he stepped inside the quaint establishment. The leaky cauldron was not large, yet it was quite busy. The nearly bald proprietor was engaged in conversation with patrons, but upon seeing the three of them enter, he made his way from behind the counter. "And oh need for formality, Tom. I'm just taking my son to gather his school supplies. He is turning 11 this year and will be attending Hogwarts," Benil said, appearing quite familiar with the pub's owner. After that, he led Virgil through the bar and into the courtyard surrounded by walls. After counting 3 bricks up and 2 across, Benil found the correct spot and pulled out his wand. This was Virgil's first close-up encounter with a true wand. Benil gently tapped the wall 3 times with it. The spot he tapped began to shift, ultimately revealing a wide archway. "Welcome to Diagon Alley. Or rather, welcome to the magical world." A winding street paved with cobblestones stretched out before them, seemingly endless. "First, we will go to Gringotts to withdraw some money, and then we will buy the items you need for school. Look, there's the nearest shop. You will need a large cauldron." Benil pointed toward a store nearby. Following his father's gesture, Virgil noticed a shop with a stack of cauldrons at the entrance. The sign read that it offered a variety of cauldrons in different sizes and materials, some even capable of stirring themselves. "Come on, Virgil. If I remember correctly, you need a tin-plated cauldron, size 2. We used that size back in our day." Jennifer gently nudged Virgil. "There are many shops in Diagon Alley, so don't linger too long in front of just one." That upon hearing Jennifer's words, Virgil regained his focus and hurried to catch up with his father's pace. "Are we heading to Gringotts to withdraw money first?" "Yes, we'll go there first. All our money is kept there." "Are we wealthy?" Virgil innocently asked. "Well, we are not as well off as those pure-blood families, but we do have a decent situation. My salary is 700 galleons. And your mother's previous salary at the ministry was even higher than mine, so we have some savings. However, my position is about to be adjusted, and the salary will be considerably lower than before." They arrived in front of a towering, snow-white building. This Gringotts. "Indeed, this is Gringotts. Your grandfather and grandmother worked for Gringotts. Oh, does that make us family members of the employees? Do we receive employee benefits? For instance, will the interest be slightly higher if we deposit galleons and sickles?" Virgil inquired. After all, having entered the wizarding world, the 20,000 he had previously earned could only be promptly converted into galleons. "Sickles and nuts." Benil slapped his forehead. "Son, you need to adjust your mindset quickly. You are no longer in the Muggle society. Some corporate systems in the Muggle world do not apply in the magical realm. Who told you both to never identify yourselves as wizards, insisting that I live and study among ordinary people?" Pushing open the bronze door, Virgil followed his parents into Gringotts. To the entrance, a goblin clad in a red and gold uniform bowed to them. Following, there was a second grand door, where 2 silver doors were inscribed with several lines of text. "Enter, stranger, but beware of the fate of the greedy. One who seeks to gain without effort will face the harshest of punishments. Thus, if you wish to take from our underground vaults a treasure that does not belong to you, thief, you have been warned. Beware, for what you summon may not be riches, but retribution. Remember this when you graduate and find yourself alone in the outside world. Do not harbor thoughts of Gringotts. Nor should you scheme against goblins, and strive to avoid conflict with them. Their magic differs greatly from wizarding magic. Should you provoke them, and leave traces behind in your dealings, subsequent troubles will be arduous to manage." Benil advised Virgil. "What are you talking about?" Jennifer nudged Benil. "Oh, you think Virgil will turn into a dark wizard or rob Gringotts? I'm a family member of the employees. Why would I plot against the company?" Virgil replied earnestly. Benil rolled his eyes, at a loss for words. The trio entered a grand marble hall, where over 100 goblins sat on high stools behind a long counter, some weighing coins on scales, while others inspected gemstones. The hall was adorned with countless doors leading to various destinations. "Good morning," Benil greeted one of the goblins. "We would like to withdraw some money from Benil Shawnier's vault." "Sir, please present your key," the goblin replied. Benil produced a golden key from his pocket and handed it to the goblin. The goblin scrutinized it carefully and said, "No problem, I will take you to the underground vault." "Please wait a moment." Just as the goblin was about to push open a door, Virgil called out to him that, "Oh, child, is there something you need?" The goblin turned, his eyes fixed on Virgil. ignoring Jennifer's tugging at his sleeve. Virgil grinned, removed the backpack that had piqued the curiosity of both Beniel and Jennifer since the morning. He unzipped the backpack and held it out to the goblin, saying, "Please help me exchange this money for galleons and sickles. Additionally, I have a business proposition to discuss with Gringotts in a small reception room of Gringotts." The three members of the Virgil family sat on one side, while a goblin sat opposite them. "Here are 4,000 galleons. Please count it." The goblin, Raphael, pointed at a large bag on the table. Virgil did not move, but said, "I trust in Gringotts' credibility." The goblin nodded appreciatively and continued, "I hear you have a business proposal for us at Gringotts. I wonder what it entails, a significant business opportunity, one that could make countless people wealthy overnight." Virgil replied slowly, though. Hearing about profit piqued the goblin Raphael's interest, and he leaned forward unconsciously. "The hotel that I cannot disclose it now. I need to meet with someone at Gringotts who has the authority to make decisions on significant matters. If I reveal my plan now, what if Gringotts dismisses my family? You know, who in the wizarding world would provoke Gringotts? We have nowhere to file a complaint." Upon hearing Virgil's words, Goblin Raphael appeared somewhat displeased, yet wary of the possibility that Virgil might indeed have a lucrative proposal. Thus, Raphael straightened up, his gaze fixed intently on Virgil, striving to detect any signs of deceit in this child. Virgil, undeterred, stared back defiantly. After a silence that felt like an eternity, Raphael slowly remarked, "Currently, there are indeed two high-ranking officials in Diagon Alley who can make decisions, the European supervisor and the British supervisor. Both stationed here recently. I will fetch them. However, young man, if your proposal does not offer sufficient benefits to Gringotts, or if it is merely a child's frivolity, then I must inform you that your family will lose the friendship of the goblins at Gringotts. I guarantee it on my grandfather's name. He is a curse breaker for Gringotts, and my father works at the Ministry of Magic, so I can assure you on his behalf as well." Hearing Virgil's words, Raphael scrutinized him intently, remaining silent as he exited the room. "Son, are you out of your mind?" Beniel grasped Virgil's arm and whispered. Jennifer, too, looked worried, wrapping her arm around Virgil's shoulder. "Now is not the time for that. Oh, you know why grandfather and grandmother went to the Soviet Union?" Jennifer bit her lip, contemplated for a moment, and eventually divulged to Virgil, "I heard that there's been some unrest in the Muggle society of the Soviet Union, which has even affected the magical realm there. Many wizards and curse breakers affiliated with Gringotts have been dispatched to the Soviet Union, supposedly to protect Gringotts there from potential threats posed by the leaders of the Soviet magical community." To protect Gringotts? Upon hearing this, Virgil squinted and murmured, "The British supervisor of Gringotts is here, and so is the European supervisor. Did they foresee the impending changes in the Soviet Union, or are they guarding the Philosopher's Stone?" "Dad, has the Ministry of Magic received any news regarding the Soviet Ministry of Magic recently?" "No, the entire magical community in Europe has remained quite tranquil lately. I haven't heard of any upheavals." Beniel responded to Virgil's inquiry that it seems we must wait for the Gringotts supervisors to arrive before discussing further. If they truly anticipated the forthcoming changes in the Soviet Union, then I might have to explore the possibility of securing a loan through my grandfather's connections with Gringotts. However, that would yield significantly less profit. Meanwhile, Jennifer and Beniel exchanged worried glances. Raphael did not keep the Virgil family waiting for long. Before long, he returned with another goblin. "This is Wagner, our European supervisor at Gringotts. Our British supervisor is still in the vault area and cannot leave at this moment." "Cannot leave?" Virgil latched onto a particular aspect of Raphael's statement. "Cannot leave the vault area? I recall that there are dragons in Gringotts vaults. In such a scenario, having two supervisors stationed here, with at least one required to remain inside, suggests they are likely guarding the Philosopher's Stone that I remember Quirrell infiltrated Gringotts this year to steal the Philosopher's Stone. But I am uncertain of the exact timing. It seems this incident has already occurred, Mr. Shaunier." The goblin Wagner slightly inclined his body, greeting Beniel and Jennifer, not exhibiting any airs despite being the European supervisor at Gringotts. Beniel and Jennifer quickly rose and bowed. It is said that the relationship between wizards and goblins is far from harmonious. Yet when facing the European supervisor of Gringotts, proper etiquette must be observed. Wagner turned to Jennifer, saying, I have met your parents, child, and I must admit, the Kareem couple are among the few exceptionally intelligent wizards I have encountered. They truly embody the excellence of Ravenclaw graduates. Thank you for your kind words. Jennifer replied. Raphael has already informed me of the situation, Wagner said, snapping his fingers, causing his body to float and settle onto the sofa. Meanwhile, Raphael could only stand respectfully beside the sofa, to be frank. This matter should be handled by the British supervisor rather than myself. My presence here is primarily due to your family name, Shaunier. Shaunier? Virgil turned his gaze toward his father. However, Benier merely shook his head, indicating that he too was unaware of any peculiar significance associated with that surname. What does this surname represent? Virgil, undeterred, directly inquired upon seeing his father's ignorance. The fairy Wagner refrained from providing an immediate answer. It is merely an old tale. Having stumbled upon some records, if you are interested, you may wish to investigate further. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Raphael informed me that a child intends to engage in a significant business deal with Gringotts, which I find somewhat hard to believe. However, considering the weight of your family name, if you now concede that this is merely a prank, I shall not hold you accountable for any repercussions. What do you think? Do you believe I would jest with the reputations of my grandfather and father? Virgil countered. Upon hearing Virgil's words, Wagner retracted his dismissive attitude. As a fairy capable of serving as the chief supervisor for Gringotts in Europe, it would be folly to overlook any opportunity for profit, even if it amounts to but a few nuts. So, let us discuss your plan. Virgil refrained from divulging his scheme outright, but instead posed a question. How can you assure me that after hearing this plan, Gringotts will not exclude me from the proceedings and act independently? It seems you are merely prepared to offer a plan to Gringotts while possessing no capital of your own, expecting to share in the profits at the end. Indeed, under such circumstances, would you still choose to collaborate with me? I can only state that if Gringotts falters, we may still ally with other organizations. Albeit the gains would be lesser, it would suffice for them to reap considerable rewards. Or do you believe the Ministry of Magic might express interest in this transaction? Wagner regarded Virgil, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he spoke. You have inherited the wisdom of your grandparents. Child, I must admit, I find your proposal somewhat intriguing that I hope the descendants of Shaunier can provide me with ample surprises. Regarding your concerns, I can have your parents cast an unbreakable vow. What do you say? I assure you that after hearing your plan, I will not exclude you or execute this plan behind your back. How does that sound? Virgil turned to his parents. He was well aware of the unbreakable vow. However, the potency of this spell and whether it would hold any sway over fairies remained entirely unclear to him. Only when he observed his parents nodding in unison did he agree. Thus, in the presence of Benier, Jennifer, and Raphael, Virgil encountered his first incantation since arriving in this world. A golden thread entwined around his and Wagner's arms. Virgil felt as though something new had been added to him, or perhaps something had been placed upon his shoulders, the unbreakable vow. Can you rest easy now? Wagner remarked. I have not engaged with this spell for 40 years. Raphael, please wait for me by the door. Raphael bowed to Wagner, then to Virgil's family, before exiting the room. Very well. There are no longer any unforeseen factors to contend with. Now, let's discuss your plan. Mr. Wagner. Virgil's expression turned serious. Are you aware of the current state of Muggle society? Can you specify which country society you are referring to, Mr. Shaunier? With so many nations, how could I possibly have comprehensive knowledge? Who? Virgil took a deep breath. I apologize, dear elder brother of my past life. To ensure the child's future is worry-free, I must take advantage of your resources. Are you familiar with the recent changes in the Soviet Union? The Soviet Union? Wagner expressed surprise. That superpower in the Muggle world? Indeed, that very one. What problems could such a superpower possibly face? If there were no issues, why would Gringotts continue to dispatch wizards and cursebreakers to the Soviet Union? Virgil retorted. The economic decline within Soviet Muggle society has begun to impact the economy of the wizarding community as well. We're sending wizards there out of concern that some desperate wizards might target Gringotts' wealth. Moreover, the series of policies implemented by Soviet leaders compel us to worry that the Muggle government might engage in conflict with the wizarding community to seize their resources. Have you? or perhaps Gringotts? Ever contemplated why the Soviet economy is experiencing such evident turmoil? What might the cause be? And has Gringotts considered what may transpire in the near future? The Soviet Union, after all, is a superpower. It is entirely normal for such a nation to experience fluctuations during its development that I do not anticipate any significant issues arising within the Soviet Union. Do you believe the Soviet economy is on the brink of a crisis? No. Virgil shook his head. It is not merely the Soviet economy that is at stake. The very state of the Soviet Union itself is poised for upheaval. Upon hearing Virgil's words, Wagner leapt from the sofa in alarm. Mr. Chenier, do you comprehend the gravity of your statements? Sigh. Virgil exhaled deeply. To be honest, my previous life's understanding of the reasons behind the disintegration of this superpower is rather limited. I merely relied on a curious search for some minor information online, while the remaining timelines were learned in history classes. Nevertheless, this scant knowledge is more than sufficient to bewilder those in the wizarding community. At least in Virgil's perspective, while those living in the wizarding world may be deemed wise, their understanding of politics is exceedingly limited. Most notably, the so-called politician Fudge has played a poor hand, and even the wizarding world's most revered sorcerer, Albus Dumbledore, was ousted from his own stronghold by Umbridge. Despite the assistance from that boy who lived, the outcome was nonetheless shocking. With this in mind, Virgil cleared his throat and began to enlighten the chief supervisor of Gringotts in Europe. Since you claim to be the chief supervisor for Europe, I surmise the Soviet Union falls within your jurisdiction. Even if it is not the entirety of the Soviet territory, it must certainly pertain to Soviet operations that I have heard that fairies generally possess a longer lifespan than wizards. Thus, I presume you have witnessed the reigns of Brezhnev, Andropov, and Chernenko. The latter two barely held office for a year before their demise. Let us not even discuss whether it is too frivolous for a major nation to endure the consecutive deaths of two leaders. But the subsequent measures taken by Gorbachev have already revealed the decline of the Soviet Union. Virgil lifted the cup before him, glanced at the unknown liquid within, hesitated for a moment, then downed it in one go. The taste was tolerable, sufficiently soothing for the throat. Virgil continued his lecture. In the mid-1980s, Gorbachev initiated his so-called reforms. However, the direction of these reforms was unclear, and the policies were inconsistent. One moment, he spoke of new thinking. And a few days later, he introduced democratization that I have even heard that he attempted to emulate his neighbors, resulting in a system that conflicted with his own country's power structure, leading to utter chaos with no coherent strategy for governance. The year before, in 1989, Gorbachev even began seeking assistance from Western nations, including West Germany, indicating that the Soviet Union could make concessions regarding the Berlin Wall in exchange for economic aid from that moment. Or rather, even prior to that, the Soviet finances had begun to spiral into deficit. As for the conflict between Gorbachev and Yeltsin, I need not elaborate. After all, the wizarding communities of various nations maintain some connection to their leaders. I suspect that they too are the first to witness an open opposition in Soviet history, not to mention last year's invasion of Kuwait by Iraq, which the Soviet Union failed to address. And this year, when the United States and coalition forces invaded Iraq, did they even acknowledge the Soviet Union? Who would have dared to imagine such a scenario in the past? Lithuania declared independence last year, and Georgia followed suit in April of this year. You may wish to contact the head of Gringotts in the Soviet Union. I believe the wizarding world, no matter how much it tries to conceal information, cannot possibly be entirely oblivious. You might inquire whether the ruble has begun to depreciate. Oh no, I should say it has already started to lose value. Upon hearing Virgil's words, Wagner inquired, are you suggesting that the Soviet Union is on the verge of a monumental financial crisis? That you and Gringotts intend to seize this opportunity to profit? No, this is not a mere financial crisis. Virgil slammed his hand against the table, leaning forward. What I mean to convey is that the Soviet Union is destined for disintegration, as early as this year's end, or at the latest, early next year. The room fell into a profound silence. Wagner extended his trembling arm to point at Virgil, yet his voice caught in his throat. Failing to produce any sound, Jennifer cradled her head, leaning back against the sofa, while Beniel kept his gaze lowered, gripping his wand tightly. Lost in thought, I've said enough. You should understand my intentions by now. Moreover, as the head of Gringotts European Division, I need not elaborate on how to profit during a nation's division. Simply find someone to secure a substantial loan in rubles, and then exchange it for dollars in advance. This is the simplest method. Wagner pointed at Virgil, fixating on him, and stammered, "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Are you aware of the catastrophic impact that the disintegration of a nation would have on its wizarding community? Yet your first thought is how to make a profit? And what else can I do?" Virgil retorted that I am broaching this subject with you solely due to the unbreakable vow we share, a commitment guaranteed by the reputations of my father and grandfather. If I were to stride through the doors of Gringotts and proclaim that the Soviet Union is about to fracture, who would take me seriously? Or do you believe that merely voicing this will halt the impending disintegration? Since I am powerless to intervene, why should I not seek to benefit myself and my family from the situation? Besides, you are a goblin. Is it not in your nature to prioritize profit? My demands are straightforward. Gringotts should capitalize on the information I provide today that I am unconcerned with your methods, whether purchasing rubles or investing in oil. I only require 10% of the final profit. How much? You demand what? Wagner was taken aback by Virgil's audacious proposal. 10%, that a hefty sum, but fair compensation. Virgil replied, "You jest. Do you realize how much Gringotts could potentially gain if we fully mobilize? The profits could be astronomical. That is of no concern to me. I will settle for 10%. You will retain 90% of the profits, which is substantial. Furthermore, without my information, it is uncertain whether you would even secure this profit. That is unacceptable. Setting aside the validity of your predictions regarding the Soviet Union's division, even if it were to occur, Gringotts would only be entitled to a mere 1%. 1%. Am I to be treated as a beggar? I propose 10%, and you offer 1. Then let this partnership end here. You claim not to collaborate with others that I could send my parents to the Soviet Union. With their skills, securing a loan in rubles from a Soviet bank and exchanging it for dollars would be trivial. You need not regard me with such disdain. I am aware that this action violates certain regulations within the wizarding community. However, if our family were pursued, that would be a matter for the Soviet Ministry of Magic to address. But once the Soviet Union fractures, do you believe the vast expanse of the Soviet wizarding community will remain intact? At that point, who will have the leisure to pursue us? Will they not be preoccupied with their own calamities? If my father secures a loan from a Soviet bank, which Ministry of Magic will be responsible for that? Moreover, my father is a civil servant of the British Ministry of Magic. What charge could they possibly level against him? Do not forget the unbreakable vow. Virgil raised his right hand, gesturing emphatically that if you truly refuse to collaborate with me, then upon exiting this room, you are bound to keep our conversation confidential. You ought to consider this positively. Once we begin our collaboration, you could assist Gringotts in arranging a safe retreat from the Soviet Union. This way, Gringotts would not only reap significant profits, but also avert a tremendous loss, effectively doubling your earnings. For these reasons alone, you should be willing to grant me 10%. 10% is out of the question. Wagner interrupted, visibly agitated. I could see that moment. The seasoned goblin was tempted to eliminate the audacious young man before him, regretting the unbreakable vow he had established. The limitations within Gringotts are extensive. Young man, if your assertions hold true, Gringotts can only activate resources within the UK, including those from England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, along with the goblins from the Scandinavian and Iberian peninsulas. It is not as you imagine, where we mobilize all goblin resources worldwide. You are utterly oblivious to the wealth held by Gringotts. If all goblins were to act in unison, it would precipitate an economic crisis worldwide. Do not forget, galleons and sickles are genuine gold and silver. Even with these goblins collaborating, we could still extract immeasurable wealth from the Soviet Union, and even 1% of that would be an amount you could not exhaust in a lifetime. In truth, I have no desire to grant you even 1%. The only way I would consider it is if you could prove that the Soviet Union will indeed fracture, for I must prepare and act in advance. If the Soviet Union does not disintegrate, Gringotts would have worked in vain, and the losses incurred would be beyond your capacity to compensate. Thanks to my dear history teacher and my past studies, I recall the timeline of the Soviet Union's dissolution. Virgil mused internally at Wagner's inquiries that I remember that Lithuania and Georgia have already declared independence, and last year, The Russian Federation asserted absolute sovereignty over its territory. Virgil strained to recollect the timeline of the Soviet Union's dissolution. How about this, Mr. Wagner? If what I am about to say occurs, you grant me 2% of the final profits. If it does not, I shall settle for 0.5%. Should none of my previous assertions materialize, my family will bear half of Gringotts' losses in this venture. What say you? Wagner squinted, weighing the potential gains and losses. Ultimately, the prospect of profiting immensely from the disintegration of a major power compelled Wagner to relent. He extended his hand toward Virgil, stating, "An unbreakable vow." Virgil grasped the hand of the goblin, whose age was indeterminate. Beniel sighed, but ultimately waved his wand. On the 12th of this month, Yeltsin will become the first president of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, with a support rate exceeding 50%, yet falling short of 60%. If this comes to pass, I expect 2%. Yeltsin, you say? Wagner squinted, muttering the name under his breath. Good heavens, wizards indeed lack the requisite political acumen. He mused, I ask this due to their confidence in their own abilities and pride in their uniqueness? And this is the head of Gringotts' European division? Anyone with even a slight awareness of the situation in the Soviet Union and the Russian Federation would know that Yeltsin's rise to power is a foregone conclusion. Aside from Rizkov, the remaining candidates are merely competing for second place. Rizkov had already lost to Yeltsin and Gorbachev, even suffering a heart attack as a result. Furthermore, on June 1st, the Democratic Russia movement held a campaign rally specifically for Yeltsin. Virgil contemplated. Very well. If Yeltsin does indeed ascend as president of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, you shall receive 2% of the profits. If not, you will only obtain 0.5%. Additionally, do not forget your promise. If the Soviet Union does not disintegrate, you will bear half of the losses incurred by these goblins. That IT is settled, but you must act swiftly. I believe that by August, other nations will declare their independence. After exiting Gringotts, it did not take long for Virgil to procure all the necessary textbooks, cauldrons, telescopes, and other items on the list for the semester. Notably, he did not purchase his robes from the memorable Madame Alkin's shop, but rather acquired them from the Muggle tailoring shop. Virgil could distinctly sense the distraction of his parents, particularly during the robe fitting at the Muggle tailoring shop. Virgil's unease was palpable. In previous years, while shopping for new clothes, Jennifer would exuberantly exclaim about how much her son had grown and how quickly. Now, however, she seemed noticeably dispirited. Holding a large ice cream cone, Virgil could no longer tolerate the sighs and moans emanating from behind him. He had finally adjusted his mindset to embrace the magical world. Yet now he found no joy in wandering through Diagon Alley. Virgil halted, turning to face his parents. Distracted, Jennifer nearly collided with the ice cream in his hand. What is it, Virgil? Beniel inquired, glancing down at his son. You're asking me? Just look at your current state. Dad, we need to return to the leaky cauldron. There are some matters I must discuss with you. Beniel and Jennifer exchanged a glance and nodded. As the three turned to retrace their steps, they made their way to the innermost room on the second floor of the leaky cauldron, where old Tom had prepared their accommodations. What is it? You seem so distracted even while shopping, Virgil remarked as he took a seat on the bed, idly toying with his father's trunk, which bore the spell for seamless expansion. Jennifer, observing her son's relaxed demeanor, replied with a hint of exasperation. Do you realize the financial repercussions if your assumptions are incorrect? Not only will our family's deposits at Gringotts be seized, including those of your grandparents, but that alone would barely amount to a drop in the bucket. How shall we manage the remaining debts? Beniel interjected. Son, you are being overly impulsive. Knowing I'm impulsive, yet still casting the unbreakable vow. Virgil retorted confidently. Fear not, this matter will not go awry. Allow me to demonstrate something. With that, he set down the trunk and stood to face Beniel and Jennifer. Mom, Dad, relax. If you are too guarded, my abilities may falter. He then locked his gaze onto Beniel's eyes, maintaining it for a moment before continuing. Father, you were once an Auror and recently signed a contract to become an instructor. By the way, what is an Auror? As he read the fragmented memories flickering in Beniel's mind, he maintained the guise of a magical novice. Turning his attention to Jennifer, he stated, Mother, you were an Auror as well, and upon your induction, you were mentored by one named Moody. After recounting Jennifer's memories, Virgil shrugged. Now do you understand? Beniel stared at his son. Astonished. You are legilimens? A natural-born legilimens? When did you discover this ability? Why did you not inform your mother and me sooner? What exactly is legilimency? He queried, feigning ignorance that I believe I realized this ability around the age of 6. However, how could I know you were wizards? If I told a muggle I could read minds, they would surely deem me insane. And what is legilimency? Anyway, legilimency is the capability to extract memories and emotions from another's mind. Yet, the Ministry of Magic maintains that its effects extend beyond mere recollection. Benil elucidated. So, you deduced that the Soviet Union would collapse based on the memories of a neighbor employed by the British government? Jennifer inquired. Are there even neighbors like that near us? Who said this is my only ability? Virgil responded, having devised the perfect excuse for this situation on the way to the leaky cauldron. He could claim prophetic abilities, gleaning insights from dreams, tea leaves, or tarot cards, much like Sybil Trelawney, whose abilities were often unreliable and easily masked. Considering the upcoming events in the wizarding world, Voldemort's return, Sirius Black's escape, the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore's demise, and Voldemort's ultimate defeat by Harry Potter. He could even weave in the revelation that Gilderoy Lockhart was a fraud to further cloud the issue. After all, who could guarantee that the Chanier family had not once had an ancestor with divinatory talent? Jennifer, astonished, nearly dropped her wand. But I cannot demonstrate this ability, Virgil insisted. What do you mean you cannot demonstrate it? Benil pressed. Virgil feigned deep thought. I believe I can sometimes see future events, but before he could finish, Benil stepped forward, covering Virgil's mouth, whispering urgently, Do not speak further. He gestured to Jennifer, who nodded in understanding. The two, in perfect synchrony, drew their wands and began to cast a silencing charm. Upon witnessing their seamless spellcasting, Virgil felt a pang of envy. The silence spell, and even wandless magic. Such skills were truly invaluable, not to mention practical for everyday life. Once their incantations concluded and the room was confirmed safe, Benil crouched before his son, his expression grave. Virgil Chanier, this is not a matter to be trifled with. I speak only the truth, but I genuinely cannot showcase this ability. Virgil protested. If you truly possess this power, why could you not foresee your own wizarding nature? Jennifer questioned, her brow furrowed. This ability is capricious, unlike legilimency, which I can wield. The IT has only manifested 4 times over the years. I did see a group of individuals in black robes attending a class. But I thought it was a film set that on another occasion, I glimpsed a newspaper detailing the Soviet Union's collapse. The most convincing vision came when I saw last year's World Cup champion was not the heavily favored Italy or Brazil, but West Germany, who triumphed over Argentina in the finals. That was how I came into possession of my 2,000 pounds. Benil gripped Virgil's shoulders tightly. Son, do you comprehend the implications of this ability? What implications? Virgil mumbled inwardly, fully aware that his forthcoming years at Hogwarts would inevitably involve divination classes. Do not disclose this ability to anyone. Not to your friends at Hogwarts, nor to any teachers you become close with. Do not tell your grandparents either. Your mother and I will find a suitable moment to inform them. Virgil nodded solemnly. Remember, once at Hogwarts, you must pay close attention in divination class. Do not skip it. Jennifer interjected. I heard that the current divination professor, Sybil, is a fraud. Even if she is a fraud, she is a skilled one. Dumbledore would not have hired her if she did not grasp at least the fundamental principles of divination. That is all Virgil needs to master, Benil explained to his wife. By the way, Virgil, you mentioned 4 instances of using this ability, but you only recounted 3. What was the last one? Jennifer asked, her curiosity piqued. Virgil scratched his head before responding. I saw a boy named Harry Potter. He seems to be in a place called Gryffindor, but he also appears to attract trouble, and many have died because of him. Benil suddenly stood up, eyes wide as he exchanged a glance with Jennifer. Harry Potter? Gryffindor? Virgil chuckled. The Owl Emporium and the Magical Menagerie were where I lingered the longest. Who could refuse an owl that delivers your letters? Yet ultimately, he chose not to adopt an owl, as Hogwarts would provide them for free. And after all, owls were not the most pet-friendly creatures. As Virgil exited the Magical Menagerie, he cradled a seemingly overnourished, pitch-black Kneasel in his arms. Behind him, Benil and Jennifer worked together to stuff cat food and various other supplies into the trunk. Now let us see. All that remains is the wand, Jennifer remarked, checking off items from Virgil's list. hoping that Ollivander's shop would not be too crowded. Ollivander, a renowned figure, though sadly he was captured and tortured by Death Eaters, Virgil recalled, reflecting on the events he was familiar with. Of course, the wand was the item he was most eager to acquire from the list. Standing before Ollivander's wand shop, Virgil's immediate impression was that it was no cleaner than the leaky cauldron. The sign above the door was nearly illegible, bearing the faint inscription, established in 382 B.C., renowned for exquisite wands. The shop was small, yet crammed with slender boxes containing wands. "Long time no see, Mr. and Mrs. Chenier," a voice suddenly resonated from behind Virgil, prompting his family to turn swiftly. An elderly gentleman stood before them. "It appears that your children have reached the age for schooling," Ollivander remarked as he approached Virgil. "You bear a striking resemblance to your mother." Circling around Virgil, Ollivander continued, "Yet your eyes are reminiscent of your father's. Your father wielded a wand crafted from ash wood, with a core of dragon heartstring to be suitable for wand making. Ashwood must be selected for its whiteness and distinct grain, resembling the appearance of ivory. This type of wood possesses remarkable capability for casting spells, and those wizards chosen by an ash wand are typically highly skilled or born duelists. The combination of ash wood with dragon heartstring results in a wand that is both powerful and adept for combat. The fact that your father ultimately became a chaser indicates that this wand found its rightful master. Your mother, however, is quite different," Ollivander said, extending his hand toward Jennifer, who promptly presented her wand to him. A wand of blackthorn combined with phoenix feather, measuring 13 inches, an exceptionally potent wand, perfectly suited for her career as an auror. "Thus, my child," Ollivander redirected his gaze to Virgil, "it is not the wizard who chooses his wand, but rather the wand that chooses the wizard. Now, Mr. Chenier, let me see which hand you are accustomed to using." Virgil raised his right hand. With a gentle flick, a silver measuring tape flew from the counter, beginning to measure Virgil's dimensions as Ollivander busily navigated the shelves, selecting several long boxes to cradle in his arms. "Let us start with this one, a combination of sycamore and unicorn hair, measuring 12 inches. Virgil took hold of it and waved it lightly, causing a gentle breeze that stirred the dust upon the floor. No, this will not do," Ollivander exclaimed, snatching the wand away. "Let us try this one instead. Dragon heartstring paired with cedar wood, 13 inches in length." The moment Virgil grasped it, Ollivander whisked it away before he could even attempt a flick. Thus the family, initially anticipating a mere hour for wand selection, found themselves ensnared in Ollivander's shop, repeatedly experimenting with various wands. "Ah, what a discerning customer you are," Ollivander sighed as he took yet another wand made of laurel wood from Virgil's grasp. "My boy, you truly are exceptional, but I've never witnessed." Mr. Ollivander returned to the shelves to select wands 5 times. Beniel remarked, "I am rather curious to see what extraordinary wand Virgil will ultimately receive." Jennifer mused, "Oh, how could I have forgotten?" A sudden exclamation arose from the densely packed shelves. Ollivander dashed toward the innermost shelves of the shop, retrieving several slightly squished boxes from the bottom tier. This time, he emerged with 2 of the boxes. This one, made from ebony and featuring a thunderbird tail feather, is an exceptionally powerful wand, even surpassing your father's in sheer might. It is well suited for dueling and transfiguration. Both your parents wield wands designed for combat. Perhaps this one will suit you. As he spoke, Ollivander lifted the final box, retrieved from the depths of the shelf. "Try this ebony wand first." He handed it to Virgil. Virgil grasped the wand, waving it gently, unleashing a bolt of lightning that shot forth from its tip, hurtling toward Beniel. Beniel quickly raised his wand, dispersing the surge of electricity. Yet, even as he witnessed this spectacle, Ollivander shook his head. "A formidable wand, indeed, but alas, still not suitable for you," he stated. "Now let us try this one." He opened the final box. Inside lay a wand of exquisite craftsmanship and unique design, resting quietly within its case. Though he had yet to hold it, Virgil felt an inexplicable thrill, as if this were indeed the wand meant for him. Ollivander regarded the wand in his hand, saying, "This wand was not crafted solely by me, but rather as a collaborative effort with another wand maker, Grigovich. The year he visited me in England to discuss wand-making techniques, I happened to acquire a particularly fine piece of silver lime wood. You must understand, for a considerable time, wands of this material were in high demand. often leading unscrupulous individuals to die inferior wood to imitate silver lime wood for sale. Thus, a quality piece of silver lime wood was exceedingly rare. Meanwhile, Grigovich possessed fresh material from a Hebridean black dragon, and together we fashioned this wand. Ollivander delicately withdrew the wand from the box, caressing it with nostalgia in his eyes. This is the most perfect segment of silver lime wood, straight, smooth, requiring little in the way of complicated processing. Its core is crafted from the heartstring of a black dragon, a material renowned for its formidable power, albeit notoriously difficult to tame. Additionally, he employed a unique alchemical process to incorporate a black dragon's eye and reverse scale, forming the grip of the wand and affixing a shrunken purple eyeball at the tip. Ollivander extended this singular wand to Virgil, adding, "Since my grandfather's time, we have observed that silver lime wood wands resonate exceptionally well with those possessing prophetic abilities, or adept in the arts of legilimency and other arcane practices." Once, a wand maker named Sephiropos claimed that the connection between silver lime wood and seers was merely a rumor spread by my grandfather to clear out his inventory. Unfortunately, he did not grasp that silver lime wood wands could never accumulate dust on the shelves. Wealthy wizards, even without the gift of prophecy or mystical arts, would still seek to acquire a silver lime wood wand. Indeed, some affluent pureblood family witches would even treat silver lime wood wands as mere adornments. As Virgil took hold of the wand, he immediately felt warmth radiate from his fingertips, as if a stream of water flowed from within him, coursing through his arm and into the wand. Despite this being his first encounter with it, he felt an uncanny familiarity, as though he had long since harmonized with it, guiding it as effortlessly as an extension of himself. He raised the wand and waved it gently, releasing a silver beam of light from its tip that surged forth with astonishing speed and power toward Benial. The silver light sliced through the air, distorting it visibly in its wake. Armored protection, the suddenness and velocity of the attack compelled even Benial, skilled in silent spells, to hastily wave his wand while uttering the incantation. Boom! The ironclad charm was supposed to create a barrier to deflect or dissipate the attacking spell. Yet this silver light crashed through the transparent barrier, forcing Benial to dodge as the luminous beam collided with the entrance of Ollivander's shop. The trio stood in stunned silence, gazing at the now shattered door. Yet Ollivander, unperturbed by the damage, clapped his hands in exhilaration. Remarkable! I have never witnessed a wand and its master generate such formidable power upon their very first alignment. It seems you are indeed its rightful owner. I foresee that you shall grow to be a powerful wizard, much like your parents. Remember to explore your mystical talents thoroughly once you arrive at school. Jennifer settled the payment for the wand with Ollivander, additionally offering to cover the cost of the door. As evening descended, the trio boarded the train home. What had initially been planned as an afternoon return unexpectedly turned into a lengthy ordeal due to the wand selection process. I had anticipated we would be home by now, Jennifer remarked. Yet, given that Virgil encountered such a perfectly suited wand, this time is hardly wasted. Many a time, it is the wand that serves as a wizard's most loyal companion. Seated by the window, Virgil remained silent, adjusting his position to cradle his half-breed cat Fox more comfortably, while his other hand clutched his new wand tightly. On the final day of August, Virgil, Benial, and Jennifer found themselves standing between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station. Platform 9 and 3/4, Virgil murmured, "I've endeavored to keep my distance from the main characters. Yet even the station is the same, despite knowing that they would soon rush toward the ticket barrier." Virgil felt a twinge of anxiety within. "Fear not," Jennifer seemed to sense his unease, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "Just charge straight ahead." "All right." Virgil swallowed hard, gripping the handle of the trolley tightly. Glancing around, he noticed that no one seemed to be paying attention to him at the moment, and he hurriedly pushed the cart towards the ticket gate. To his astonishment, a deep crimson steam locomotive appeared before him. The platform bustling with people, among whom were several individuals adorned in distinctly wizardly attire. The Hogwarts Express. Not far from Virgil, a youthful voice echoed, "Mom, when can I go to Hogwarts?" Turning his head, he was met with the sight of a little girl with flaming red hair, accompanied by a rather portly woman, Mrs. Weasley. Benier exchanged greetings with the woman nearby. Oh, Mr. Chanier. It's been a while. Mrs. Weasley approached with the little girl in tow. I heard from my husband, Arthur, that your role has transitioned to a training instructor for hit wizards? That sounds splendid. Much safer now to know. Is your child a school age as well? Yes, just turned 11 this year. Benier affectionately ruffled Virgil's hair. And my youngest son, Ron, is also starting school this year. I imagine he will be sorted into Gryffindor, which means all 4 of my children will be gathered in that house. If your child is sorted into Gryffindor as well, they can seek out my Percy in case of any issues. He has become a prefect, Molly Weasley said proudly. Suddenly recalling something, she flashed an apologetic smile to Benier and Jennifer before calling out towards a train. Fred, George, are you on the train? Coming, Mom, came the response from a train, followed by 2 identical boys, sporting the Weasley family's signature fiery hair, leaping down from the carriage. Jennifer gently nudged Virgil, urging him, you should board the train first, otherwise you might not find a seat. Seeing Mrs. Weasley admonishing the twins, Jennifer began to hasten Virgil as well. Virgil quickly grabbed his luggage and squeezed onto the train. Fortunate enough to find an empty compartment in the middle, he placed his belongings on the luggage rack and released his half-breed Kneazle from its cage. You've been cooped up for quite a while. I almost thought it would burst. This half-breed Kneazle, which Virgil found too lazy to name, was simply called Dahe. Excuse me, could you lend a hand? A voice called out. Virgil turned to see a handsome boy struggling with his luggage. Together, they exerted effort to hoist the suitcase onto the rack. Thank you very much. The boy expressed his gratitude. Is there anyone sitting across from you? Virgil shook his head. No, it's just me for now. Upon hearing this, the boy squeezed into the compartment and sat opposite Virgil. Hello, Cedric Diggory. The boy extended his hand. Hufflepuff, are you a new student this year? Virgil Chanier, Virgil replied, shaking Cedric's hand. Indeed, a new student. Well, I hope you get sorted into Hufflepuff as long as it's not Slytherin. I can accept any house, Virgil stated, pulling out his potions textbook to finish the remaining content he hadn't read. Meanwhile, he quietly muttered to himself, and please, not Gryffindor. Cedric playfully teased the Kneazle, but Dahe was too engrossed in grooming its fur to pay him any mind, leaving Cedric feeling somewhat disheartened. Your cat is quite robust. Cedric managed to articulate that IT has a bit of a temper. Best not to provoke it. Cedric turned back. Potions? Are you interested in that subject? Unfortunately, the potions professor is Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House. No matter how well you perform, he will never praise you. He only rewards his own house's students. Even Cedric, with his amiable disposition, couldn't help but vent his frustrations about Snape. Initially, Virgil had a greater interest in the defense against the dark arts course. But after perusing the textbook, he understood why Fred and George claimed that within the entire Ministry of Magic, few could proficiently use the shield charm. The practical content in the book barely amounted to 10 pages. Virgil thus abandoned the idea and turned to study potions and charms instead, as for defense against the dark arts. The thought of the upcoming years at Hogwarts instructors flashed through his mind. A possessed double-crosser, a con man, a werewolf, a Death Eater, a pink toad, and the head of Slytherin, with only Lupin and Snape being the ones from whom he could truly learn. Yet, with these two preoccupied with the Order of the Phoenix and Harry, how much could they really impart? Perhaps it was best to rely on his parents. With a hit wizard and an Auror as parents, he thought he could manage to defend himself well enough, if not become a champion duelist. However, recalling the days following his birthday, when Benier and Jennifer had him cooped up at home learning brain-blocking spells, Virgil shivered involuntarily, quickly shaking his head to clear those thoughts and focusing intently on his potions textbook. With an upperclassman present in the compartment, Virgil naturally seized the opportunity to engage in casual conversation, discussing the Hogwarts environment and the various instructors across subjects while perusing his book. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open with a clatter. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville S. Toad is missing. A girl with long brown hair barged in, her tone somewhat haughty. Her prominent overbite made Virgil feel somewhat uncomfortable. He shook his head in response, remaining silent, while Cedric also offered an apologetic remark, indicating he hadn't seen it either. Hermione Granger? Not particularly charming, Virgil thought, surprised to have encountered one of the 3 main characters so swiftly, albeit with a less than favorable first impression. Perhaps it was Cedric's appearance that inspired trust, or maybe it was the attraction that came with good looks. Hermione Granger implored Cedric to assist in the search for Neville S. Toad. Cedric, engaged in pleasant conversation, hesitated, clearly reluctant to help, yet his nature prevented him from uttering a refusal. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Virgil spoke up. "Use the summoning charm." "What?" Cedric asked, taken aback. "Find a higher year student. Or go directly to the prefect's compartment and ask them to use the summoning charm." Virgil continued to engross himself in his potion studies without lifting his gaze. "Right?" Cedric exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Sensing he might disturb Virgil, Cedric pulled Hermione out of the compartment and quietly explained the suggestion. After Hermione took Neville and departed, Cedric returned to the compartment. "You actually know the summoning charm. I think you might be sorted into Ravenclaw," he said, his expression earnest. Virgil pondered for a moment before replying. "Perhaps Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad." After purchasing a plethora of snacks, Virgil continued to extract information from Cedric. Ultimately, the train came to a halt at a narrow platform. "First-year students. First years over here," bellowed a towering man with a bushy beard, half-giant. Virgil muttered under his breath. Cedric, unable to hear clearly, asked, "What?" "Nothing, I'm heading over there now." "Still, I hope you get sorted into Hufflepuff," Cedric called after him as he turned to search for his classmates. "Each boat can hold no more than 4 people," Hagrid shouted. Virgil casually boarded an available boat. The other 3 passengers remained silent, each lost in contemplation of the majestic castle in the distance. Once the small boat reached the shore, Hagrid inspected the vessels before knocking on the castle's grand door. The door swung open, revealing a witch clad in a green robe. "First-year students, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid, I shall take them from here," McGonagall responded, leading the newcomers into the castle and into a classroom that was not particularly spacious. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall began her opening address. "Before the feast begins, we must determine your houses." Following this, she provided a brief introduction to the 4 houses. Virgil believed that even as first years, most of them had already acquired some understanding of the 4 houses. Given the rainy weather and the necessity of rowing boats, many first years had damp robes that were caked with mud, perhaps feeling somewhat embarrassed about entering the banquet hall in such a manner. Professor McGonagall instructed the new students to line up before she took out her wand to clean their robes one by one. Virgil glanced down at his own robe. During the train ride, he had cast the water-repelling charm on it in Cedric's astonished gaze, so it was merely dusted with a bit of dirt. Before Professor McGonagall reached him, Virgil discreetly drew his wand and murmured, "Clean and pristine," directing it towards his robe. After confirming that no dirt remained, he quietly tucked his wand back into his waistband. When Professor McGonagall stood before him, she regarded the boy with some surprise. His robe was utterly spotless. After giving Virgil a penetrating look, she turned to the next student, who happened to be the boy who had lost a toad on the train. Once she confirmed that all the new students were adequately cleaned, Professor McGonagall led the group into the banquet hall. As she pushed open the grand doors, the first sight to greet them was 4 long tables, already filled with students from other years. Towering walls rose to meet the ceiling, and candles floated in mid-air, the enchanted ceiling mirroring the sky outside. To the front of the hall stood the teacher's long table, with a large golden chair at its center, occupied by an elderly man with a beard and eyebrows that had long since turned white. Entering the banquet hall, Professor McGonagall instructed the new students to face the older students and placed a 4-legged stool in front of them. Upon it rested a tattered hat. Suddenly, the hat twitched, then split open like a mouth and began to sing. The unexpected transformation startled Neville Longbottom, who nearly dropped his toad. Virgil mused silently about how the sorting hat could discern the courage deep within Neville's heart, which had also earned him the recognition of Gryffindor sword. As the hat concluded its performance with the proclamation, "In my hands, you are absolutely safe, for I am a thinking magical hat." It bowed to each of the 4 house tables. Professor McGonagall held up a piece of parchment and declared, "When I call your name, you shall don the hat, sit on the stool, and await your house." Henna Abbott. Virgil watched quietly. Aside from a few key figures, he had little impression of the others. As long as the trio successfully entered Gryffindor, he hoped his presence wouldn't divert history from its rightful path. Fortunately, events unfolded as they should. Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley were both sorted into Gryffindor. while Malfoy ended up in Slytherin, reuniting with his two cronies. "Harry Potter!" Professor McGonagall called out. "Potter? Is it that Potter?" A murmur rippled through the dining hall. Much like in the books, Harry's sorting took a tad longer. But he ultimately found himself in Gryffindor. Virgil Chanier. At last, it was Virgil's turn. He stepped forward and placed the sorting hat upon his head, obscuring his vision. Just before donning it, he thought he saw Cedric wave at him. A faint voice whispered in his ear, "I never expected to encounter two such challenging students this year." "The other is Harry Potter?" Virgil pondered, attempting to engage in dialogue with the sorting hat. "Indeed, I had initially intended to place Potter in Slytherin, but he adamantly refused, even when I suggested that Slytherin would lead him to greatness. Let me take another look at you. Hard-working, undaunted. Those are Hufflepuff qualities. Ambitious, shrewd, and opportunistic? Ah, a perfect fit for Slytherin. Goodness, at such a young age, you already contemplate self-preservation. Yet there is courage and an eagerness to learn within you. My, all four houses suit you splendidly. This is quite the dilemma." The sorting hat mused. Virgil vaguely recalled reading that the sorting hat sorted students through the process of legitimacy. So he fervently activated his not-so-refined mental shielding, hoping to conceal the fact that his soul did not belong to this world. What a challenge, the sorting hat contemplated. Despite wearing the hat, it did not hinder Virgil from hearing the renewed discussions below. This time, the sorting hat's deliberation appeared to exceed even that of Harry Potter's sorting. This unusual circumstance piqued the interest of the professors. Professor McGonagall tilted her head slightly, fixating on the boy sitting on the stool, while the diminutive Professor Flitwick had already stood atop his stool. "Which house do you wish to join?" The sorting hat astonishingly asked the student. Where did he want to go? Virgil was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the sorting hat would inquire about the student's preference. "Yes, sometimes I do respect the opinions of students, just like Potter, who is exceptionally suited for Slytherin, a place that could lead him to greatness. Unfortunately, he does not wish to go, so I had no choice but to place him in Gryffindor. Your situation, however, is far more intricate. Which house do you lean towards?" Slytherin was a definite no, and Gryffindor was equally distant. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout was renowned for herbology, while Professor Flitwick taught charms. Perhaps Ravenclaw would be the better choice. Remembering that Professor Flitwick had once been a dueling champion in his youth, he surely would not hesitate to offer extra assistance to his own students. Resolving his thoughts, Virgil tentatively inquired, "Would it be acceptable for me to go to Ravenclaw?" "Very well. I respect your choice," the sorting hat replied, then proclaimed loudly, "Ravenclaw." The second long table on the left, adorned in blue, erupted with enthusiastic applause. As Virgil descended the steps, he shook hands with several upperclassmen before finding a vacant spot to sit. Yet, Virgil could still feel numerous eyes upon him, curious to know why this newcomer had rendered the sorting hat silent for such an extended period. By the Hufflepuff table, he spotted Cedric, who was also applauding, though his expression betrayed a hint of disappointment, as if lamenting that his house might have missed out on an exceptionally talented student. Virgil waved at Cedric, then turned to the faculty table, where Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, raised his goblet in acknowledgement of Virgil's gaze. Virgil inclined his head in response. At this moment, the sorting of the last new student concluded. Albus Dumbledore rose. This man could be considered the greatest wizard of his era. And he commenced yet another grand oration. "Fools, crybabies, rascals, thank you, everyone." He then tapped his goblet, and the four house tables were instantly laden with food. Gazing at the delectable spread before him, Virgil was grateful he hadn't overindulged on the train. After filling his plate with a bit of everything, he began to feast heartily. Nearby, many students began to converse, their discussions primarily revolving around their families and the new students inquiring about courses and school rules. However, Virgil had already gleaned this information from Cedric, so he refrained from participating in the chatter. Even though many wished to engage him regarding the sorting hat's unusual behavior, Virgil merely gestured at his plate piled high with food and buried his face in it. Continuing his endeavor, as the feast progressed, the ghosts made their appearance. Virgil cast a glance at Ravenclaw's ghost, the Grey Lady, and unexpectedly found his thoughts drifting not to Ravenclaw's diadem, but rather to a tale involving the Grey Lady and the blood-soaked Baron. Following the food came dessert, and Virgil mused that by the time he graduated from Hogwarts, his figure would hardly be described as standard. Once dessert concluded, Dumbledore stood again, and the banquet hall fell silent once more. Now that everyone is sufficiently fed and watered, I wish to address a few important points for the upcoming term of first-year students. Take note, the Forbidden Forest is off-limits to students. Some of our older students should also be aware of this. With that, Dumbledore cast a pointed glance towards the Gryffindor table. Furthermore, Mr. Filch would like to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The Quidditch team trials will take place in the second week. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, please welcome our defense against the dark arts teacher for this term, Professor Quirrell. Upon the teacher's dais, a figure swathed in a thick scarf, bearing a pallid visage, rose to make a brief gesture to the assembly. Ultimately, I must convey to everyone that those who wish to avoid an untimely and tragic demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Now, before we retire for the evening, let us join together in singing the school song, Dumbledore proclaimed with vigor. Upon hearing the call to sing the school song, Virgil noticed that many teachers wore expressions of considerable rigidity, while numerous upper-year students from Ravenclaw concealed their faces, as if the act of singing the school song were a source of great embarrassment to them. In stark contrast, the long table of Gryffindor radiated joy, particularly the Weasley twins, who sang with remarkable exuberance to the rhythm of a funeral march. The feast concluded with the final line of the school song, "We shall strive to learn until we turn to dust." Following this, the festivities came to an end. Very well, Ravenclaw first years, follow me. Do not stray. Penelope Clearwater, the head of Ravenclaw, stood at the front of the line to guide the newcomers. The Ravenclaw dormitory is situated in the tower, marked by a bronze eagle-shaped door knocker. Penelope grasped the knocker and rapped upon it. The eagle's beak opened, and a gentle voice inquired, "Where do the vanished things go?" "To become all things," Penelope replied. The door swung open. The entrance to the Ravenclaw dormitory lacks a fixed password. Rather, it consists entirely of questions. Should one fail to answer, they must await the arrival of another Ravenclaw student to respond. Penelope elucidated that it is advisable for first years to accompany upper-class students in and out. The Ravenclaw common room is an expansive circular chamber, adorned with silk drapes of blue and bronze, through which the breathtaking mountain scenery can be glimpsed. Ascend the staircase. Gentlemen, your dormitories have been assigned, and you may find your names upon the doors of Virgil's roommates were Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, and Terry Boot. Virgil held a vague impression of these three, as they seemed to be future members of Dumbledore's army. The organization formed by Harry Potter, it appeared that his roommates were quite amiable. Virgil mused silently. Upon noticing Virgil's entrance, the other three immediately gathered around him, for he was the first year who had rendered the Sorting Hat silent for an extended period. Perhaps it was due to my father being from Gryffindor and my mother a Ravenclaw that the Sorting Hat experienced such indecision. Virgil rationalized. That explains it, Boot remarked. Had it not been for Harry Potter preceding you, you might have emerged as the most captivating first year. Virgil chuckled as he nestled into his bed, feeling content to let the savior take the spotlight while he devised ways to quietly amass wealth in the shadows. Since tomorrow is the weekend, I plan to explore the castle. Would you care to join me? Virgil inquired. Certainly, the three responded eagerly. Very well then, good night. Virgil awoke to the sound of an owl tapping at the window. It must be said that the Ravenclaw common room is the most enchanting of all the house common rooms. The morning sunlight streamed through the peaks, illuminating the space, and paired with Ravenclaw's signature blue. The entire room appeared resplendent. After retrieving his letter from the owl, Virgil offered it a small portion of food and counted out a few nuts to place at its feet. As he watched the owl's silhouette fade into the distance. Virgil stretched languidly and settled by the window to open the envelope that it was a letter from Wagner. In his correspondence, Wagner indicated that the Soviet Wizarding Bank was fully prepared to confront the impending turmoil, aiming to minimize losses. By the end of August, the independence of nations such as Ukraine, Belarus, Azerbaijan, and Uzbekistan had irrevocably set the disintegration of this superpower in motion, and their plans were progressing methodically. He also inquired whether Virgil knew to what extent the ruble would depreciate. In closing, Wagner expressed gratitude for having relocated Virgil's grandparents to the British Wizarding Bank, thus shielding them from the current perilous situation in the Soviet Union. From the envelope, Virgil extracted a pure silver ring. Wagner conveyed that this ring was a token of appreciation from both the British and Soviet Wizarding Banks, which could be presented for assistance in times of need. Regrettably, the ring size was not quite suitable. Virgil rummaged through a suitcase and found a silver chain, threading the ring onto it before wearing it around his neck. He playfully patted the head of his large black cat, rousing it from its dreams, and chuckled at its disgruntled expression as he made his way to the common room to compose a letter in reply to Wagner. Inside the common room, several upper-year students were already engrossed in their reading. Finding an unoccupied spot, Virgil spread out his parchment, took up his quill, and began to draft his response to in the letter. He articulated that following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, nations led by Russia would undoubtedly issue a series of government initiatives aimed at salvaging their economic collapse. However, such measures would prove to be mere illusions, at best offering only a temporary reprieve. Ultimately, the ruble would continue to depreciate, and this would be a protracted process, urging Wagner and others to remain vigilant regarding fluctuations in the ruble's value, that if necessary, he suggested Wagner explore whether any relatives or friends within the wizarding community had experience in finance. Worst case, they could discreetly engage in a strategy of complete erasure. Virgil also advised that, if circumstances permitted, Wagner should seek to involve himself in the privatization of state-owned enterprises in the Soviet Union, as many of Russia's future oligarchs had risen to wealth through such avenues. Additionally, he enumerated possibilities for acquiring factory equipment, shares in oil companies, or even trading arms, striving to list every feasible option he could conceive. Ultimately, Virgil concluded that should the dissolution of the Soviet Union precipitate a similar economic collapse within the wizarding community, then Soviet wizards should consider ways to engage in trade, utilizing the concealment charm for boxes and pockets, alongside flue powder or port keys to navigate into the Muggle world to sell everyday goods, thus evading tariffs while capitalizing on the fluctuating prices of essential items in the wake of independence. Virgil vividly recalled the moment he saw Boris Yeltsin ascend to the presidency of Russia on television, with Benil exhaling in relief and Jennifer cheering. Subsequently, he shared with Benil the intricacies of trading everyday goods, prompting Benil to embark on his own ventures in the Soviet Union. The decision to send his father to the Soviet Union was further solidified when Virgil discovered a two-way mirror among Benil's belongings. According to Benil, this mirror was one of the pieces of equipment assigned to Aurors. Once Benil completed his transition to instructor by July, the ministry would reclaim the mirror. However, the transition was not yet finalized. Thus, Virgil decisively dispatched his father to the Soviet Union, reassured by the knowledge that, as an Auror, Benil's safety was a lesser concern for both him and Jennifer, with the two-way mirror as a communication device. Virgil could direct operations from home, while Benil executed the tasks. And once the first month's earnings were sent back home in July, Jennifer ceased her reminders about the ministry's regulations against using the concealment charm for personal purposes. Instead, she utilized the two-way mirror to guide Benil on how to better evade the scrutiny of the Soviet Ministry of Magic. For in this regard, Aurors held greater experience than hit wizards, as Virgil prepared to return to Hogwarts. Benil hurriedly made his way back from the Soviet Union, and according to Jennifer, once Virgil commenced his studies at Hogwarts, she and Benil would seize the opportunity to discreetly travel back to the Soviet Union before the mirror was returned. Concluding his letter, Virgil read through it for any errors before folding it and placing it in the envelope. Reflecting on his three roommates still soundly asleep, he shook his head in exasperation. After all, they were all 11-year-old children, newly arrived at Hogwarts, and it was only natural that excitement would keep them awake. The previous night, Virgil had listened to his roommates converse until past 2 in the morning. It seemed the exploration of the castle would have to be undertaken alone. Draping a robe over his pajamas, wand in hand and a small package under his arm, Virgil exited the Ravenclaw common room. Upon leaving the common area, he made his way directly to the castle's lowest level. Taking a deep breath, Virgil pondered whether the students of Hufflepuff and Slytherin felt a sense of claustrophobia living so deep within the castle's confines. As Virgil passed by the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room and the Slytherin dungeons, he finally found himself standing before the door of his intended destination, the potions classroom. What a grand classroom it was! Yet, how curious that the doors of the school's classrooms were neither locked nor warded with the countercharm to the Alohomora. With so many preserved specimens, was there not a risk of theft? Virgil crouched before a shelf, gazing at the large glass jars filled with specimens suspended in solution. Although it was indeed a potions classroom, several specimens possessed a certain aesthetic appeal. Surely, if he were to discreetly take a few back, Professor Snape would not react too harshly. After exploring the potions classroom, Virgil discovered the storage cabinet nestled in a corner. Upon opening the cabinet door, a foul odor reminiscent of decaying wood and some unknown fermenting substance wafted out, causing him to quickly cover his nose. With a swish of his wand, he cast a cleansing spell to dispel the stench. Otherwise, he doubted he could locate what he sought amid such an unpleasant aroma. A brass balance, stirring rod. Goodness, who was so skilled as to leave a cauldron in such a state? And what else? There were 2 textbooks here. From the depths of the cabinet, Virgil retrieved 2 copies of Advanced Potion Making, one newer and the other quite worn. Picking up the older volume, he glanced at the back cover. This book belonged to the Half-Blood Prince. Oh, it was indeed his. It appeared Virgil had wagered correctly. Harry's acquisition of this book had been purely serendipitous. He recalled that neither Harry nor Ron had any textbooks. Thus Ron had claimed the newer edition after Virgil unearthed both, not bothering to examine the contents closely, as he knew Snape's notes and annotations nearly filled every blank space, obscuring much of the original text. Virgil tossed the newer textbook back into the cabinet and exited the classroom with satisfaction. Upon relocating the Hufflepuff common room, he soon spotted the portrait of the fruit bowl nearby that he reached out to tickle the pair, and with a burst of laughter, the door to Hogwarts kitchens materialized. Inside, 4 long tables were set up, bustling with house elves preparing breakfast for the school. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" piped a high-pitched voice. Virgil looked down to find a house elf standing at his feet. Straining to gaze up at him, "I rose rather early this morning and was hoping to find some food," he replied, attempting to muster a friendly smile. "Then follow me, sir." The house elf grasped Virgil's hand and led him to a table, where he was presented with an array of pumpkin pasties, porridge, and beverages. Other house elves gathered around, observing the newcomer who had ventured into the kitchen on the very first day of term. Amidst the warmth and curiosity of their gazes, Virgil savored his breakfast. "Thank you all," he said, producing a small package he had prepared in advance and handing it to the house elf who had first greeted him. "I brought you some cut fabric and yarn. Perhaps you could fashion yourselves some new garments." Wow. The house elves erupted in cheers, with 2 of them eagerly vying for the small parcel. In the ensuing commotion, Virgil departed the kitchen, his robes now brimming with cakes and sweets courtesy of the house elves. His 3 roommates solved their breakfast dilemma with the cakes Virgil had brought back, and they were promptly ready to explore Hogwarts. Upon reaching the common room, they discovered that much of it had already been claimed by upperclassmen. Truly, Ravenclaw lived up to its reputation, as Virgil felt a nostalgic echo of his former life during morning readings. The subsequent exploration of the castle was, as Virgil expected, rather predictable. His 3 roommates quickly confirmed the locations of their classes and then headed straight for the library. On the very first day, it seemed the library was predominantly populated by Ravenclaw students. Upon arriving at the library, Virgil scanned the room, noting that most of the early weekend visitors were indeed Ravenclaws. With just a smattering of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin students frantically catching up on their holiday assignments, in the brief moment he turned around, his 3 roommates had already dashed to the shelves in search of books that piqued their interest. Was this what they had agreed upon for their shared exploration of Hogwarts? Virgil sighed at the sight of his roommates clutching hefty tomes, feeling a sense of resignation. How was he to navigate his 7 years in Ravenclaw? With such a scenario unfolding, Virgil decided to meander through the library himself. His objective was the disillusionment charm, for the entire Harry Potter series had demonstrated that the invisibility cloak was indeed a formidable artifact. Alas, as one of the Deathly Hallows, the invisibility cloak currently resided with Dumbledore, and Virgil had no hope of obtaining it from him. It was rumored that Mad-Eye Moody possessed 2 cloaks. Perhaps he could leverage his mother's connections to borrow one. Thus, the best course of action was to focus on the disillusionment charm, a spell that could render the caster or an object akin to a chameleon, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. However, Hogwarts' curriculum did not include instruction on this particular charm, leaving Virgil to hope he could locate the spell within the library and teach himself. Perhaps at Christmas, he could return home for some guidance from his former or her mother. After all, when masquerading in Diagon Alley, it had been noted that where Harry Potter was concerned, trouble was never far behind, and Benil and Jennifer would surely not wish for their child to meet an untimely END in the standard spell series textbooks. Virgil found no reference to the disillusionment charm, but he did encounter the summoning charm from the 4th level and the silencing charm from the 6th level, which piqued his interest. After noting down the incantation and precautions for the summoning charm, he finally discovered the disillusionment charm among other works, and oh wonder the school did not teach it. Gazing at the densely packed notes within the book, Virgil realized that with the student's capacity for learning in the wizarding world, mastering the disillusionment charm would likely require at least 2 terms of study. He could not fathom why Hogwarts seemed indifferent to its students' learning abilities, as exemplified by Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, who managed to scrape by with last-minute cramming and educated guesses during exams. Virgil had little hope for the academic prowess of most Hogwarts students, perhaps only in a high-pressure environment like Durmstrang, where dark magic was taught. Would students find the motivation to excel? That a prime example was the second task of the Triwizard Tournament, where Harry relied on Gillyweed, Cedric used the Bubblehead charm, and only Crumb dared to employ Transfiguration. Even if his attempt was not entirely successful, it was evident that Durmstrang students might possess certain competencies that surpassed those of their Hogwarts counterparts. Once more, Virgil retrieved the paper and pen he had brought from home and began transcribing the disillusionment charm. Wasn't this so much easier than a quill? After completing his notes, he tucked the ballpoint pen behind his ear. Glancing back at his roommates, who showed no signs of leaving, Virgil borrowed the 6th-level standard spellbook and made his way back to the dormitory. Upon answering the riddle at the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, he found it still occupied, leaving him no choice but to return to the dormitory. "Hey," Virgil Chenier called a senior Ravenclaw student. "Hello, I'm Roger Davies, a chaser for Ravenclaw." "Oh, hello," Virgil replied, shaking his hand, and inquired with curiosity, "I'm sorry, but if this concerns Quidditch, I can't be of any help. First years aren't allowed to join the team." "Chaser." Roger Davies appeared a bit embarrassed. "Professor Flitwick has summoned you to his office." He handed Virgil a note. "Professor Flitwick? Looking for me? It's only the first day of school." While their headmaster was known for his amicable nature, it would be wise to heed Roger's advice. "Very well, thank you, Roger." Virgil waved the note in acknowledgement, indicating he would comply, before turning back towards the dormitory. "If you have an interest in Quidditch, do consider signing up for the tryouts," Roger Davis called out from behind. In no wonder he could become the dance partner of the enchanting Farong. Roger Davis indeed possessed a striking appearance, contrasting sharply with Cedric's distinctive charm. After placing the borrowed book on the bed, he tucked the copied spells into a drawer and scooped up the large black cat that had approached him, meowing insistently for food, and rubbed its head affectionately. "Don't worry, I'll prepare some cat food for you shortly. But my friend, don't you think it's time for you to shed a few pounds?" Virgil chuckled, giving the hefty feline a gentle pat on its round face. The cat, seemingly understanding his words, let out a disgruntled meow, leaping off Virgil and returning to its cozy nook, not forgetting to scratch the nearby cabinet on its way out. "That I hope the school won't make me pay for that," Virgil murmured to himself as he observed the 3 scratch marks on the cabinet on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. Virgil arrived at the office of the Ravenclaw head, Professor Flitwick, just as he was about to adjust his robes. The office door swung open on its own. "Come in, Mr. Virgil Chenier." Professor Flitwick's somewhat sharp voice resonated within the room. "Good morning, Professor," Virgil replied, feeling a bit nervous. After all, being summoned to the office on the very first day of school left him wondering what might have transpired. "And please, just call me Virgil. There's no need to be anxious, Virgil," Professor Flitwick said, hopping off his chair to scrutinize him closely. "You bear a striking resemblance to your mother, yet your eyes are reminiscent of your father." "Mr. Ollivander mentioned the same, Professor. Do you remember my parents?" "Certainly. Your mother was a student of Ravenclaw. Your father belonged to Gryffindor. But like your mother, they both possessed exceptional talents and charms, particularly your mother, who mastered nearly all the spells required by Hogwarts by her 4th year. She inherited her magical prowess from her grandparents. Otherwise, she wouldn't have garnered such esteem from Alastor upon joining the Ministry of Magic. Did you also know my grandparents, Professor? Virgil inquired. We convened to exchange insights on charms. Your grandparents published numerous papers on the subject, which have greatly inspired and assisted me in my teaching endeavors. Interestingly, their research interests diverged. Your grandfather delved into complex yet powerful spells, even exploring ancient incantations, while your grandmother focused on advanced applications of simpler spells. Flitwick continued, I heard they're both working at Gringotts now? Yes, Professor, they currently serve as curse breakers at Gringotts, Virgil replied. The ministry has certainly lost some exceptional talents. Professor Flitwick praised. Now, back to the matter at hand, that I'm curious about something. I wonder why the Sorting Hat took so long to assign you to Ravenclaw. After all, who would have anticipated that someone would overshadow the Chosen One on the very first day of school? I did not overshadow anyone, Professor. It was simply that the Sorting Hat was unsure whether to place me in Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, or Hufflepuff. Virgil refrained from mentioning Slytherin, knowing well that the other heads of houses harbored little fondness for it, and he sought to distance himself from any association with Slytherin. In the end, the Sorting Hat asked for my preference, and I chose Ravenclaw. Professor Dutto, so you actively chose Ravenclaw? Indeed, Professor. That is splendid news, Flitwick exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. I hope you grow to love our Ravenclaw and find like-minded friends. Certainly, Professor. Subsequently, Professor Flitwick briefly discussed the spells to be learned in the first year and the essential guidelines of Hogwarts. Upon learning that Virgil had already studied some spell content with Jennifer, the professor expressed interest and requested Virgil to demonstrate the cutting charm and the healing charm, which he executed effortlessly, earning him Flitwick's commendation that I hope you excel in charms class and do not hesitate to contribute in other subjects. Our Ravenclaw hasn't won the House Cup in several years. I trust you will help us accumulate points. Before Virgil departed, Professor Flitwick imparted some earnest advice. Once he confirmed that Virgil had walked far enough away, Professor Flitwick closed the door and turned to a corner of the office, asking, did you sense any issues with him? Professor Dumbledore, I find Mr. Chaunier to appear quite normal. A phoenix-shaped flame flickered in the office, revealing Albus Dumbledore. I too have detected nothing amiss, Filius. However, it has been many years since Hogwarts has witnessed a hat stalker. The last was Peter Pettigrew, and before that, it was our Professor McGonagall that I recall nearly becoming a hat stalker myself. The Sorting Hat was deliberating whether to place me in Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. Sometimes I ponder what might have transpired had I been sorted into Gryffindor back then. Professor Flitwick chuckled. In that case, Ravenclaw would have lost a great head, Dumbledore replied. Thank you for your kind words, Headmaster, Flitwick said with a slight bow. Yet, I still do not comprehend why you place such importance on hat-stalkers. That girl named Granger from Gryffindor and the child from the Longbottoms also consumed a considerable amount of time during their sorting to hat-stalkers. Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore murmured softly, offering no response to Flitwick's inquiry. Though I should not dwell on such thoughts, Flitwick said, observing Dumbledore's prolonged silence, I fear for my studentess' safety regarding your use of legilimency. Of course not. Filius, you worry too much. I remain headmaster. After all, while you may not have noticed, I sense that Mr. Chaunier has already learned the shielding charm that it seems, as he claimed, our Jennifer has taught him quite a bit before the school year commenced. Fortunately, Ben and Jennifer prioritized teaching Virgil the shielding charm upon learning he was a Legolimens in Virgil's eyes. This was an incredibly useful tool within the confines of Hogwarts. T.O. suggests that Dumbledore could not perform legilimency was something Virgil would never believe, especially with a skilled double-agent adept in both legilimency and a shielding charm in the mix. Having left the office, Virgil had no intention of departing the 8th floor just yet. Since he was already there, how could he resist the allure of the Room of Requirement? After all, Harry Potter only began utilizing the room in his 5th year. Virgil had ample time to take advantage of it in the preceding years. Upon locating the tapestry depicting the troll being bested by the giant, Virgil mused, I need a space to practice magic and brew potions. He then walked past the wall 3 times, and a smooth door materialized. Virgil grasped the handle and pushed the door open, revealing a classroom lit by torches. The room was clearly divided into two sections. One side housed various instruments like mirrors and probing devices, with shelves adorned with books on charms and defense against the dark arts. In the center were props for practicing spells and dummies. The other side featured potion brewing stations and tools, reminiscent of a dungeon-style potions classroom. Virgil seated himself on a chair and pulled out the Half-Blood Prince's advanced potion-making book. Within its pages lay numerous intriguing potions, such as Felix Felici's and the Draught of Living Death. Regrettably, these were not what Virgil sought today, and he lacked the necessary ingredients to concoct them. "Found it!" he exclaimed, discovering the hanging bellflower and its countercharm. He folded the corner of the page and continued to browse. He came across various spells, such as Silencing Charm, Tongue-Tying Curse, and the Disarming Charm. Unfortunately, there was no countercharm for the Disarming Charm. Virgil had located all the spells he desired, as for the remaining Toenail Growth Charm and other minor incantations. He quickly flipped through the book again, realizing none would serve a significant purpose for now. Thus, he began practicing the spells he had just uncovered within the Room of Requirement. There was a reason Severus Snape aspired to teach defense against the dark arts. As Virgil practiced, he felt the power of these dark spells coursing through him. To truly excel in one's craft, one must possess a profound passion for it. Perhaps it is precisely Snape's fervor for the dark arts that has enabled him to attain such remarkable mastery in this domain, allowing him to also become a master in the field of defense against the dark arts. Had Voldemort not existed, it is conceivable that, following Dumbledore and McGonagall, Snape could have emerged as a competent and formidable headmaster. Virgil offered a candid assessment. He dedicated an entire afternoon to grasping the spells of Sonorous and Silencio, and he was gradually making progress with the Levi Corpus and its counter-curse, though he had yet to master the Disarming Charm. The Disarming Charm appeared to have evolved from the Cutting Curse, yet it was significantly more intricate. Having gathered his belongings, Virgil hastily made his way to the banquet hall. He had become so engrossed in his afternoon practice that he nearly missed dinner. "Where have you been?" Anthony Goldstein inquired as Virgil took a seat beside him. "Exploring Hogwarts," Virgil mumbled, his mouth full of steak and roast chicken. "That we agreed to explore the castle, yet the three of you vanished into the library, leaving me to wander alone. Apologies, the potions textbooks were simply too captivating," Michael Corner sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. "Hey, Virgil." Just as Virgil was focused on devouring his steak, Cedric Diggory sat down beside him, broomstick in hand, instantly capturing the attention of most of the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff girls present. "How does the first night at school feel?" "The Ravenclaw common room is quite pleasant," Virgil replied dismissively to tea that moment. He had no desire for extensive conversation with Cedric, who knew why this Hufflepuff student was so popular among the girls. The feeling of being scrutinized by so many was rather uncomfortable. Could it be that one could rely on good looks in the wizarding world as well? This thought inexplicably led Virgil to recall Gilderoy Lockhart, sending a shiver down his spine. Clearly, Cedric remained oblivious to Virgil's unease, continuing to engage him in conversation. Meanwhile, the other Ravenclaw girls were more than willing for this charming figure to linger at their table, even clearing a substantial area for him. Noticing Cedric's broomstick resting beside him, Virgil inquired, "Has Quidditch practice for Hufflepuff started this early in the term?" "There's no choice. Our house's Quidditch ranking has been rather low these past few years, so we began our training early this year. However, tonight's session is merely a basic flying practice to reacquaint ourselves with the broomsticks," Cedric explained with a resigned shrug. "Our captain always suspects we'll be slacking off during the holidays. By the way, I remember you mentioned on the train that you've never ridden a broomstick. How about joining me at the pitch later? After practice, you could try out my new broomstick." Cedric waved his new Nimbus 2000, mentioning that while it might not be as fast as a firebolt, its stability was superior. Initially, Virgil contemplated declining, but after considering the necessity of gradually acclimating to the various modes of transportation in the wizarding world, he accepted Cedric's invitation. After obtaining Cedric's agreement, Virgil also asked his three roommates if they wished to join, but unfortunately, perhaps due to their lack of interest in flying or the perceived awkwardness of not being very familiar with Cedric, they declined Virgil's proposal. "You and Cedric go ahead. We'll help you fetch some snack from the kitchen," Butte suggested. After finishing dinner, Virgil followed Cedric to the Quidditch pitch. The other members of the Hufflepuff team were somewhat surprised to see their seeker accompanied by a Ravenclaw student. Yet since tonight's session was merely a flying practice rather than tactical training, they did not voice their thoughts. As the Hufflepuff team practiced, Virgil sat at a distance in the stands, reviewing the spells from the Half-Blood Prince's notes. Both Silencio and Levi Corpus were unsuitable for practice in a dormitory or common room, especially in Ravenclaw's common room, which was filled with inquisitive minds. The first training session for the Hufflepuff team was not prolonged, as the players merely flew organized laps around the pitch, followed by some simple passing and catching drills with the quaffle, culminating in a hasty conclusion to their initial practice, upon seeing Cedric descend on his broomstick nearby. Virgil quickly waved his wand to dispel the charm on his pen, returning it to his pocket. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Virgil," Cedric said, looking apologetic. "No need to apologize, Cedric. I should be the one thanking you. Otherwise, my first flying experience would have to wait until our flying lesson next Friday." Cedric handed Virgil his Nimbus 2000, beginning to instruct him on how to ride a broomstick after more than 10 minutes. Cedric had relayed all the key points he could remember. "Now, let's give flying a try. Remember the tips I just shared? Grip the broom firmly, but don't tense up your muscles out of anxiety." As Virgil mounted the broomstick, Cedric adjusted his posture. "Don't be too nervous. Most Quidditch players have mastered the cushioning charm to prevent mishaps during practice. That I'll be right behind you," since he had lent Virgil a more stable broom. Cedric borrowed a Comet 260 from one of his teammates. Once they slowly lifted off the ground, Cedric suddenly noticed that Virgil was adapting remarkably well to the broomstick, showing none of the rigidity he had anticipated from a first-time flyer. Cedric had seen plenty of newcomers panic at the mere thought of leaving the ground. The two flew in tandem, circling the pitch twice before descending gradually. "For a beginner, you performed splendidly, Virgil," Cedric remarked. "Let us take a break. Take a moment to savor your first flying experience. Then recall the tips I provided. We'll fly again shortly." Virgil remembered his reckless attempts with a flying powder and the portkey prior to the start of term. That nauseating sensation of spinning upon arrival, and immediately found the broomstick to be a much more welcoming mode of transportation. "How does it feel? Shall we fly another couple of laps?" Cedric asked. Noticing the time was nearly up, Virgil nodded, remounting Cedric's Nimbus 2000 and pushing off the ground. Cedric hastily mounted his Comet 260 to follow. "This time, stay behind me. I'll keep the speed a bit slower," Cedric called out, then leaned forward to position his broom in front of Virgil. "We'll circle the goalposts. Remember, don't close your eyes," Cedric cautioned, glancing back. Virgil signaled that he understood and, mirroring Cedric's movement, followed closely behind. Cedric led Virgil in a sweeping flight around the pitch, even performing a simplified figure-8 maneuver around the goalposts. Although challenging, Virgil managed to keep up with Cedric. "You flew exceptionally well. It hardly seems like your first encounter with a broomstick," Cedric exclaimed as they landed. "If you could join the house team and train, you would undoubtedly make a fine Quidditch player. It's a pity you weren't sorted in a Hufflepuff." Virgil returned the Nimbus 2000 to Cedric and began removing his protective gear, responding, "I recall that first-year students are not eligible to join the house Quidditch team, and I haven't yet decided if I want to pursue Quidditch. Those considerations can wait until after second year. However, with your talent, the first-year flying lessons will pose no challenge for you," Cedric remarked with a smile. "Madame Hooch will surely be quite fond of you." Cedric accompanied Virgil to the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room before turning to leave. "I hope you can bring me some pastries," Virgil mused as he stepped into the common room. After deflecting a few inquiries from girls eager to know more about Cedric Diggory, Virgil finally squeezed into his dormitory, being too popular isn't all it's cracked up to be. Goldstein jested as he lay on his T.S. Cedric Diggory, who is popular. "Not me," Virgil retorted, accepting the cake Butte handed him and taking a large bite. "How was the flying experience?" Corner asked, clutching his potions textbook. "I can hardly believe that this is your first experience riding a flying broomstick. You're hardly a muggle wizard." Virgil, shedding his long robe, swiftly devoured the cake before responding to Kona's inquiry. "You wouldn't believe it if I told you, but I only discovered my identity as a wizard upon receiving my acceptance letter from Hogwarts." Upon hearing Virgil's words, the other three seemed to catch a whiff of canned cat food and immediately set aside their tasks to draw closer. "Your statement piques our curiosity," remarked Butte. "Have your parents never used magic at home?" "Perhaps they have, but not in my presence." Virgil shook his head. I even attended a Muggle school prior and received an acceptance letter from the finest secondary school in England. In an apparent attempt to lend credence to his words, Virgil retrieved his acceptance letter from Eton College from the very bottom of his trunk. Indeed, Virgil's application had been accepted, and he had received the letter a day before his birthday. Unfortunately, the oblivious Beniel and Jennifer, who were merely adjusting to their surroundings yet remained largely ignorant of Muggle society, did not grasp the significance of the Eton acceptance letter, a tea least in their eyes. 8 Eton letters piled together could not compare to a single Hogwarts letter. Kona took the letter from Virgil's hands, scrutinizing it repeatedly. I asked this what a Muggle school acceptance letter looks like. Why is it like this? The text isn't even handwritten. The 3 passed the Eton acceptance letter around, as if it were an exceedingly rare artifact. So you have not encountered magic before? Goldstein returned the letter to Virgil, inquired, No, the first exposure to magic was after purchasing my wand in Diagon Alley. Virgil placed the letter back in his trunk. Oh my, your childhood must have been rather dull. Devoid of Quidditch, gobstones, or wizard's chess, Butte sat nearby, counting with his fingers as if Virgil's upbringing had been utterly tragic. Virgil looked at Butte with a hint of embarrassment, unsure of how to explain that. Compared to Muggle children's lives, the entertainment options for wizard children were indeed sparse and monotonous. Much like Quidditch, what Virgil truly enjoyed was the sensation of flying, rather than the sport itself, the T.O. him. The World Cup and the European Championship were far more captivating events. Suddenly, the dormitory door creaked open, and a plump black cat squeezed its way in, skillfully using its hind leg to close the door behind it. Virgil scooped up his pet and playfully wrestled with it, saying, Did I not instruct you to stay put in the dormitory? Where have you been? The hefty black cat rolled its eyes in a rather human manner, wriggled free from Virgil's grasp, and nimbly jumped to the floor, lifting its head towards its food bowl. Am I raising a pet or summoning an ancestor? Virgil muttered under his breath. You should have bought an owl. Look at us 3. We all brought owls. The school has designated accommodations for owls, and house elves come to tidy up regularly. How convenient, Kona remarked. Amid the laughter of Butte and the others, Virgil began preparing dinner for the hefty black cat while cleaning the litter box. Wait, Virgil exclaimed, using a small scoop to rummage through the cat's litter box, then said, You only eat and never relieve yourself? Why is this litter box so clean? Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the common room below. Heart-wrenching and agonizing. Whose pet is this? It has defecated in the drawer of the common room table. Hey, did you hear? Goldstein quietly shared with his roommate. The old bat made things difficult for Harry Potter in the first class. Who is the old bat? Kona inquired. Why, our dear potions professor, Goldstein replied with a mischievous grin that I think the nickname Virgil has given Professor Snape is quite fitting. Virgil looked exasperated. Anthony, I merely uttered that nickname in passing during our conversation. But please do not spread it around. If any Slytherin students hear and report it to Professor Snape, I assure you he will deduct 50 points from me that I believe I do not need my students to inform me of such matters. Mr. Chanier, a dark voice resonated from behind Virgil and his companions. I am indeed curious as to what characteristics of mine led you to bestow me with such a nickname. Thud. Kona's History of Magic textbook fell to the ground, and beads of sweat instantly began to form on Butte's forehead. Virgil and Goldstein turned to find their potions professor standing behind them, his gaze menacingly fixed upon them. Virgil quickly lowered his head, doing his utmost to avoid eye contact with Snape, for he knew that, given his current proficiency in the mental shield spell, it would be challenging to withstand Snape's legitimacy under direct gaze. I heard Mr. Goldstein appear to have uttered my nickname as well. I shall deduct 10 points from each of you for Ravenclaw, and I will pose questions to you during potions class. If you fail to respond, I wouldn't mind deducting further points that it is rare for a Ravenclaw student to be penalized for classroom inquiries. I hope you will conduct yourselves accordingly. With that, Snape swept away, leaving the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students watching him depart. They do not pay it any mind. Roger Davis appeared from nowhere, patting Virgil and Anthony on the shoulders. Snape always favors his own house's students. He routinely deducts points from others to ensure Slytherin wins the house. See you, Pete. So rest assured, no one will blame you. Anthony bore a tearful expression. Professor Binns just awarded me 10 points, and now I'm back to square one. Having lost it all, oh, not worry. You are not alone, Butte chimed in. Virgil was also deducted 10 points. If you cannot offer comfort, then abstain from trying. Not only did you fail to cheer him up, but you also hurt me, Virgil lamented, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Let us depart. After lunch, we have charms class, and I certainly do not wish to be seated in the last row for the first lesson. The distinction for students of Ravenclaw during class is that they typically opt for front row seats. After hastily finishing lunch, the four hurried back to their dormitory to gather their standard book of spells. Level 1, and made their way to the charms classroom. Kona complained, I can't believe that in the very first week of school, we already have to go early to secure seats. Truly a commendable tradition of Ravenclaw. Upon arriving at the charms classroom, Virgil noticed that several new Ravenclaw students had already taken the front row seats. The four from the dorm quickly occupied the second row on the left side of the classroom, while the right side was reserved for the Hufflepuff students attending the class. I wonder if the school intentionally scheduled Gryffindor and Slytherin to attend classes together, hoping to ease the tensions between the two houses. Bude expressed his opinion. Clearly, this has had little effect. I even question whether there might be altercations when the two houses share a class. Whether fights will break out, I cannot say, but I do know that Slytherin students undoubtedly favor potions class. Why can't Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout be as blatant as the old bat in awarding points to their own house's students? Do not utter that nickname again, Virgil cautioned, that if you wish to call me that. Do so only in the dormitory. Kona quickly silenced himself. Meanwhile, other students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff gradually arrived in the classroom. The charms professor, Professor Flitwick, who is also the head of Ravenclaw House, entered the classroom as the bell rang. Due to his fairy ancestry, Professor Flitwick is diminutive, and he stands on a thick stack of books while teaching. However, all students at Hogwarts, including those from Slytherin, hold this professor in high regard. I have heard that Professor Flitwick was a champion in a dueling competition during his youth. Goldstein whispered, sharing tales of their headmaster with his roommate. Ahem. It seems I have caught my house's students engaging in mischief below. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat as a reminder. Charms is a required subject for Hogwarts students from years 1 to 5. Professor Flitwick introduced the subject he teaches. When you reach your 5th year, you will sit for the O.W.L. examinations. Achieving outstanding or good results will allow you to partake in the advanced EWT courses thereafter. Not underestimate charms. I am aware that some of your parents may have claimed that charms is a course for the lazy. Professor Flitwick gently waved his wand, causing several textbooks resting on the podium to levitate momentarily before they arranged themselves neatly and began a circle around the lectern, ultimately performing a tap dance. Charms and transfiguration are distinct disciplines. The latter transforms an object into an entirely unrelated entity, while the former imbues an object or creature with specific properties. Amidst the applause of the students, the textbooks gracefully descended back onto the table. Professor Flitwick bowed, then instructed everyone to open their textbooks. After a brief introduction to the history of charms, he commenced teaching them their first spell at Hogwarts. Our first lesson involves the wand-lighting charm, a spell that was invented in the 18th century. Lumos, with a flick of his wand, the tip of his wand emitted a bright light. This is the wand-lighting charm, also referred to as the glowing charm. Now Nox. Professor Flitwick uttered another incantation, extinguishing the light from his wand. Nox, the counter-charm to the glowing charm, is specifically designed to extinguish the wand's illumination. However, for today's lesson, you need only focus on learning the wand-lighting charm. Please pay close attention to my instructions. While this spell is simple, it requires concentration. After the entire class repeated the incantation and wand movements under Professor Flitwick's guidance, he allowed the students from both houses to practice on their own. Lumos. Michael Connor pronounced the incantation loudly, vigorously waving his wand, nearly poking Bude in the eye. Hey, Bude exclaimed, somewhat irritated. Focus, focus. The professor means concentration, not force. Observing Connor's fencing-like gestures, Virgil mused that perhaps all of Connor's skill points had been allocated to potions, especially since he was among the few who would continue studying in potions later on, indicating that he had likely scored either an exceeds expectations or an outstanding on his potions exam. As he watched his two roommates poise for a duel with their wands in a medieval knightly fashion. Goldstein turned to inquire of Virgil, who was seated at the back. How's the practice going? Virgil waved his wand. Lumos. The tip of his silver lime wand instantly shone with a dazzling light. Whether it was due to the wand's growing affinity with Virgil or some other reason, he felt the illumination from this attempt was significantly brighter than during his practice at home. Look, Mr. Chaunier has successfully mastered the spell. Professor Flitwick beamed with delight as he witnessed his house's newcomer being the first to execute the wand-lighting charm. Ravenclaw earns 5 points. Mr. Chaunier, you may wish to read about the spell in your textbook before attempting its countercharm. How did you manage that? All 3 roommates gazed at Virgil with eager eyes, hoping to glean his secret. The wand movement is a small circular motion followed by a gentle tap. Connor, it's not about jabbing your wand forward. Focus your attention on the tip of your wand. Then utter the incantation. Your pronunciation is correct. However, your movements are too stiff. You look as if you're preparing to battle a troll, Goldstein quipped, which provoked Connor into actually poking him with his wand in irritation. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuff students were experiencing even greater difficulties that a Hufflepuff first year either mispronounced the spell or made some other error, igniting the robes of the students seated in front of him. Ultimately, amidst a flurry of panic, it was Professor Flitwick's wand waving that extinguished the flames. Just before the class concluded, Professor Flitwick stood atop his stack of books and remarked, "It seems some of our students are unable to master the wand-lighting charm during class. Therefore, your homework today is to practice the charm at home, and in our next lesson, we will learn its counter-dash charm at AS for those who have already grasped this spell," he said with a smile. Casting a glance at Virgil, you may visit the library to borrow a book on other charms and see how its interpretations differ from our textbook. Very well, class dismissed. Mr. Chaunier, please wait a moment. Upon hearing Professor Flitwick call his name, Virgil felt a twinge of confusion. Perhaps the professor wishes to teach you how to transform that small glow of the wand-lighting charm into a magnificent orb of light. Butte consoled. Virgil watched his 3 roommates gather their textbooks and exit the classroom. They waved goodbye before stepping out. Once the other students had vacated the classroom, Virgil approached the podium. Professor Flitwick smiled at him, saying, "You possess a remarkable talent for charms. Virgil, I suspect you have already practiced this spell in secret at home." Caught off guard by the revelation of his little secret, Virgil sheepishly scratched his head. However, the effect you achieved in class with the wand-lighting charm is not something one could accomplish with just 2 or 3 months of practice. I believe that once you learn the enhancement spell for the wand-lighting charm, its effects will be even more astonishing. Your mother will be proud of you. Thank you for your encouragement, Professor. Virgil regarded his head of house, sensing that Flitwick's intention in keeping him back was not merely for a few words of praise. Indeed, Professor Flitwick handed Virgil a small note. Toffee. The note simply read, "This is the password to enter the headmaster's office." Flitwick explained, "Professor Dumbledore hopes you can visit him at 7 o'clock tonight. He initially intended to write a more inviting message, but I informed him I could relay the message, so he merely wrote the password. I don't believe 7 o'clock will interfere with your dinner, Virgil. What does Professor Dumbledore want with you?" Butte inquired. "How would I know? Perhaps he wants to ensure I don't assign silly nicknames to the teachers." Virgil replied nonchalantly, "But I think you've set a new record for the school, being summoned by the headmaster on the first day of term and again in the first week." Anthony Goldstein chuckled. "Perhaps the illustrious savior won't even meet the headmaster in his first week. Professor Dumbledore, my idol, the greatest wizard of the century." Connor's eyes sparkled at the mention of Dumbledore. "Virgil, will you be so overwhelmed when you meet Professor Dumbledore that you won't be able to speak?" Virgil pondered for a moment. "I doubt it. I have a greater admiration for Nicholas Flamel. He invented the elixir of life and is a remarkable alchemist. I've heard that Dumbledore knows Flamel, but I don't understand why Hogwarts doesn't offer an alchemy course. I've heard it's because alchemy is even more costly than potions, as many of the ingredients for potions can be provided by the herbology greenhouses, while in Britain, many alchemical materials are not easily sourced." Goldstein remarked, "But our school's potions expertise doesn't seem particularly impressive. Hogwarts hasn't participated in the potions championship for many years." The 4 of them returned to their dormitory, with some time still remaining before dinner. Setting down his charms textbook, Virgil announced, "I'm heading to the library. Would you like to join me?" "No, we're planning to practice the wand-lighting charm in the dormitory," Connor replied with a hint of resignation. Once Virgil departed with the standard book of spells, Grade 1 and the Book of Charms, he drew out his wand and, feeling somewhat reluctant, waved it forcefully. Lumos, to his surprise, a thick plume of black smoke erupted from the tip of the wand. "Quick, open a window!" Goldstein screamed, as Butte hurriedly scrambled toward the window to open it on the other side. Virgil arrived at the library. 18th century charm selection here, having previously visited the library in search of charm-related books. Virgil quickly located it. Subsequently, he began to browse the adjacent shelves. Basic charms for the busy and frazzled, defensive and deterrent charms, hiss. After pulling out a few books, Virgil's hand paused on a volume titled Curses and Counter-Curses. "I don't think this book will be of much use. While the term curse is indeed intriguing, it primarily contains simple minor spells, unless one enjoys pranks," a voice echoed behind Virgil. Turning around, he saw an Asian girl standing behind him. Her uniform adorned with the Ravenclaw crest. "Qiu Zhang, second-year Ravenclaw." The girl introduced herself. "You must be Virgil Shaunier, the new student as famous as Harry Potter." Qiu Zhang, the future girlfriend of Cedric Diggory, Harry Potter, and his roommate Connor. At merely the second year, it is evident that she possesses the makings of a beauty, which explains why both the Savior and the dashing Cedric Diggory are utterly captivated by her. Virgil then withdrew the book on curses and counter-curses, stating, "I merely wish to glean some insights. Thank you for the reminder. I suggest you delve into the literature on defense against the dark arts. The curriculum at Hogwarts has long been a subject of jest, particularly this semester under Professor Quirrell. But never mind, you will understand once you attend class," remarked Qiu Zhang. Virgil nodded in acknowledgement, tidied his selected books, and departed the library, leaving only the silhouette of Qiu Zhang behind. Although this young lady is quite enchanting, the nature of her relationships, be it with Harry Potter, her friend Cedric Diggory, or her roommate, Kona, serves as a reminder for Virgil to maintain a prudent distance. Marietta Edgecombe, Qiu Zhang's friend, emerged from behind a nearby bookshelf and stood beside her, commenting, "It's the first time I've seen a boy seemingly uninterested in you. QIUDIT seems you may lose the title of the most charming girl in second-year Ravenclaw." Qiu Zhang furrowed her brow slightly. "Wasn't that title something you all just made up? When have I ever cared for such a designation?" she retorted before turning away. Marietta rolled her eyes and, seeing that Qiu Zhang was genuinely leaving, hurriedly followed after her. Virgil exited the library and made his way to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. With dinner still some time away, returning to the dormitory was out of the question. He certainly did not wish to risk having his robes accidentally singed by his roommate. He first opened the Book of Spells. Compared to the standard introductory spells, the content in this tome was far more extensive, encompassing various incantations such as Disarming Charm, Repelling Charm, and Hardening Charm, all of which could be employed in combat. After swiftly perusing the sections on the Lumos and Counterspell, Virgil resumed his spell training. As he had yet to fully master the Disarming Charm, by the time dinner approached, Virgil packed his belongings and quietly exited the room of requirement. "I really need to find a way to acquire the Marauder's map or a suitable alternative," he mused as he cautiously opened the door to the room of requirement, peering around to find the corridor empty before hastening his departure. Upon reaching the Great Hall, he discovered his roommates had already arrived, and notably, he observed that Goldstein's hair bore signs of having been singed. What an unfortunate incident for him. "Anthony, it appears you've been affected." Virgil chuckled as he took a seat opposite him, as he nearly set the dormitory ablaze. Goldstein growled in a hushed tone, drawing the attention of several at the Ravenclaw table, while Kona nearly buried his face in his plate. "And your cat, it sent sparks flying from my wand, pushing me right onto Michael's wand." "The actions of Big Black can be described as emergency evasion," Virgil replied with a grin as he stuffed a generous piece of steak into his mouth. As everyone indulged in their dinner, several owls swooped into the hall, and the last two dropped envelopes onto Virgil's plate. "You have 2 letters," Kona exclaimed, astonished by the envelopes before Virgil. "Since the start of term, my parents have sent me only 1 letter." Virgil glanced at the signatures on the 2 letters. One was from his grandparents, while the other was from Wagner. He picked up Wagner's letter, feeling a circular object within the envelope. It seemed Wagner had indeed obtained that item. Hastily concealing Wagner's letter within his robes, Virgil decided it prudent to keep both the contents and the nature of the correspondence a secret. The letter from his grandparents was succinct, advising Virgil to take good care of himself and to refrain from experimenting with unfamiliar spells and potions out of curiosity. They also informed him that the current care of magical creatures professor Sylvanus Kettleburn was a family friend and hoped Virgil could visit him during his free time. Lastly, they reminded him that his grandparents had a good relationship with Professor Flitwick, suggesting that if he encountered any insurmountable issues at school, he should approach Professor Flitwick directly. Having neatly folded the letters away, Virgil quickly filled his stomach and noted that it was nearly time to head out. He enlisted Goldstein and the others to assist in returning the borrowed books to the dormitory while he made his way to the headmaster's office. The headmaster's office at Hogwarts is situated within a solitary tower. Butterscotch, Virgil declared to the imposing stone guardian stationed at the entrance, which then rotated to reveal the path behind it. Behind the guardian lay a spiraling staircase, and upon ascending, he was greeted by a sparkling oak door adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Grasping the knocker, Virgil rapped upon the door. "Enter, Mr. Schoner," a voice resonated in his ear as the oak door slowly swung open. Just as I imagined, Virgil thought as he surveyed the office, adorned with portraits of former headmasters, ultimately resting his gaze upon the distinguished figure of Headmaster Dumbledore seated behind the desk. "Shh!" Dumbledore waved his hand, signaling the portraits to maintain silence to take a seat, Mr. Schoner. He gestured to the chair opposite him. Despite having lived 2 lives, Virgil felt a wave of nervousness wash over him at the presence of the greatest wizard of the age. His hands clasped together while his legs shifted anxiously. "Oh, not be alarmed, Mr. Schoner," Dumbledore said gently. "The reason for summoning you is not of great consequence. However, it has been many years since Hogwarts has had a hat stalker, which is why I wish to speak with you." "Wow. A hat stalker?" came a voice from the wall behind Virgil. "You must have been sorted into the Great Slytherin, correct? Could you remain quiet for a moment?" Dumbledore's voice carried a hint of exasperation. "You cannot deny me the right to speak, Albus," came the retort from the frame. Virgil turned to face the portrait, which bore the name Phineas Nigellus Black. Known as the least popular headmaster of Hogwarts, my apologies, Headmaster Black, Virgil said with a slight bow. "I am a student of Ravenclaw, a Ravenclaw bookworm." Phineas mumbled under his breath as he turned away and vanished from the frame. "Phineas has been rather irritable lately. Do not take offense," Dumbledore remarked. "Would you care for something to drink? Tea? Juice?" "No. Thank you, Headmaster. I just finished dinner." "Please, call me Professor Dumbledore," he replied, gently waving his hand to conjure a teacup on the table. "Then I shall indulge in it myself. As one ages, one tends to savor a good cup of tea." Taking a small sip, Dumbledore continued, "Do not be anxious, my child. The reason I wish to meet you is that it has been many years since Hogwarts has seen a hat stalker. I recall your mother was a graduate of Ravenclaw, and she excelled in charms, transfiguration, and potions that I appreciate the atmosphere of Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick is indeed a highly esteemed educator," Virgil replied respectfully. "Professor Flitwick's prowess in spellcasting is exceptional. As a student of Ravenclaw, do make sure to consult him whenever possible. Learning is not confined to the pages of a book. Practical experience is equally vital. Now, let us return to the subject of hat stalkers," Dumbledore said as he poured himself more tea. "Are you aware of who the previous hat stalkers at Hogwarts were?" Though Virgil knew the answer, he shook his head. "Currently, the head of Gryffindor, Professor Minerva McGonagall, was once a hat stalker. The Sorting Hat deliberated for quite some time before determining whether to place her in Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick faced a similar dilemma, ultimately being sorted into Ravenclaw." "Professor Flitwick was also a hat stalker?" Virgil inquired. "Not quite. He just barely missed the mark. Another hat stalker was Peter Pettigrew, who is rumored to have perished following the incident involving Harry Potter. And Orr apprehended another wizard at the scene, but found no trace of Pettigrew's body. Only a finger bone. You might consider asking your parents about him. They should be quite familiar with that name." "Are he and my parents friends?" "Friends? That might not be an accurate description." Dumbledore let out a soft chuckle. "Peter Pettigrew was a close friend of Harry Potter's father, and in their youthful days, their little group comprised 4 individuals as students. You know how it is. Young and reckless, coupled with their inherent brilliance and exceptional talents. They naturally attracted attention during their school years, which inevitably led to the emergence of certain so-called rivals, among whom was your mother, my mother. Jennifer was quite the prominent figure at Hogwarts at her time. Being 2 years senior to Potter's father, she inherited the magical prowess of your grandparents and excelled academically. And though she never held the position of head girl, Several female classmates steadfastly followed her lead. Dumbledore gazed upwards, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Your mother and Potter's father were evenly matched, I would say. Your mother had more friends, while Potter's side was smaller, but the strengths of the four of them balanced out, making them relatively equal in capability. It was only after your parents became involved that this equilibrium was disrupted. Your father was a year ahead of your mother and was recognized as a dueling master at school. Once they confirmed their relationship, Potter and his friends ceased their harassment of your mother. I never would have imagined my mother was once a leader. Virgil chuckled softly, murmuring to himself. After the incident involving Harry Potter, many regarded Peter Pettigrew as a hero. Thus, you see, one of Hogwarts' two Hatters became the head of Gryffindor. While the other was hailed as a hero in the eyes of the public, you'd think that when another Hatter emerges at the school, I would certainly pay close attention. Well, I recall that several individuals have been sorted into Gryffindor for quite some time, including Harry Potter himself. However, none of them could be classified as Hatters that I inquired with the Sorting Hat. And Miss Granger had to make a choice between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, while Mr. Longbottom wished to join Hufflepuff, but the Sorting Hat placed him in Gryffindor. Our Mr. Potter also found himself torn between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Only you, Mr. Virgil, the Sorting Hat informed me, would fit well in either Ravenclaw or Gryffindor, as well as Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Ultimately, you chose to join Ravenclaw. Indeed, Professor. Then, would you be willing to don the Sorting Hat once more? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. I'm uncertain of what Dumbledore has in mind, but since I've already worn it once during the sorting and it did not delve deeply into the secrets of my soul, I suppose I shall wear it again. Upon Dumbledore's nod of approval, Virgil approached a corner of the office, where the Sorting Hat sat alone atop a tall chair. He picked it up and placed it upon his head, then sat down on the tall chair. We meet again, child. What is it? Are you dissatisfied with life in Ravenclaw? Quite the opposite. Life in Ravenclaw is rather pleasant that you am. Good evening, Sorting Hat, sir, Virgil tentatively addressed. Just call me Sorting Hat. However, it is true that since my creation until now, I have never seriously contemplated whether my gender is male or female. My apologies. Sorting Hat. I am quite curious. Do you truly employ legitimacy to determine which house a student is best suited for? As many speculate. You are correct. The ability was granted to me by Salazar Slytherin among the four founders that IT allows me to assign each student to the house that suits them best. Then, if you believe you can assign them to the most suitable house, why do individuals like me, a Hatter, still exist? That is a question pertaining to the other three founders. The Sorting Hat responded to Virgil's inquiry. Initially, Gryffindor and Slytherin sought to create a tool devoid of emotion and thought. Gryffindor constructed my essence and bequeathed his legacy upon me, embedding an ancient spatial magic that enables the true heirs of Gryffindor to borrow from his legacy. In contrast, Slytherin endowed me with the ability to read memories and inner thoughts, known as legitimacy. Salazar Slytherin was a true master of legitimacy. Subsequently, Ravenclaw bestowed wisdom upon me, granting me the ability to think independently and engage in discourse. While Helga Hufflepuff imparted a sense of kindness and fairness, that IT is precisely the gifts from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff that give rise to individuals like you, the Hatters, or those who come close to being Hatters. I do not rigidly and unemotionally assign you to the most suitable house. Rather, I consider a multitude of factors and respect your own choices, just as you opted for Ravenclaw while Harry Potter declined Slytherin. Nevertheless, I still believe Slytherin could elevate Harry Potter to great heights. The Sorting Hat continued, lost in its own thoughts. And what about me? Which house did you deem most suitable for me at that time? Virgil inquired. I do not know. The Sorting Hat replied candidly. I have encountered many who are equally suited for 2 or even 3 houses, such as this year's Miss Hermione Granger, and previously, Minerva McGonagall and your head of house, Phileas Flitwick. However, I have never met anyone who is equally suited for both Slytherin and Hufflepuff. You're truly the first. Everyone believes that Gryffindor and Slytherin are sworn enemies, but from my perspective, that is not the case. It is the students of Slytherin and Hufflepuff who should be rivals, as evidenced by Salazar and Helga. If you're interested, you may wish to research this matter. I doubt Hogwarts would stoop so low as to destroy the records of the 4 founders. Initially, I intended to place you in Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, but I later found aspects suitable for Gryffindor and Slytherin in subsequent memories. It is quite peculiar. You give me the impression of possessing two distinct souls. Two souls. Virgil remained in Dumbledore's office until quite late. Engaging in conversation with the Sorting Hat made the passage of time feel extraordinarily swift. It is now past curfew, Mr. Shawneal, Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye, handing Virgil a note bearing his signature. But do not worry. Should you encounter Mr. Filch on your way back to the dormitory, simply show this to him. Thank you, Headmaster. I shall take my leave now. Virgil glanced at the so-called note of permission, seemingly discovering something, hurriedly tucking it into his pocket before hastily departing the headmaster's office. Albus Dumbledore, I do not believe you overlooked the expiration date intentionally. You have granted this child a legitimate talisman for nocturnal escapades. Perhaps I truly am becoming rather forgetful, Phineas murmured. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Virgil rummaged in the crevice beneath the statue of the giant beast, retrieving the letter Wagner had sent him and tucking it into his robe before returning to the dormitory. Alas, this night, Virgil did not encounter Filch and his Mrs. Norris on his way back. Perhaps our caretaker prefers to oversee the students of Gryffindor. Upon arriving at the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, Virgil discovered a girl curled up in the corner. Dozing off, he approached and gently shook her awake. It was Mandy Broff, a fellow freshman like Virgil. Her face bore traces of tears, clearly having cried recently. I cannot answer tonight's question, she lamented. And as she spoke, the young girl began to cry once more. Perhaps I should not have been sorted into Ravenclaw. Virgil reached for the door knocker and tapped it, prompting the ethereal voice to resound once more. The ship is damaged and requires new timber. When all the timber has been replaced, is it still the same ship? Virgil pondered for a moment before responding. That depends on how you define the ship. I believe that the definition of an object is not solely based on its composition, so I maintain that it remains the same ship. That is a valid point. The voice faded, and the door swung open. Virgil turned to Mandy Broff and said, It is not that you are foolish. Rather, it is that you are not yet familiar with the manner in which to pose your inquiries to this door. Many of these questions do not possess a definitive answer. Ravenclaw is more interested in your thought process and understanding of the questions. Two individuals may provide completely opposite answers to the same question. Yet as long as your answer is logical and well-founded, you will succeed. Upon finishing his words, Virgil stepped into the common room, with Mandy hurriedly clutching her book and following closely behind. The common room was devoid of any other occupants. Blore quietly expressed his gratitude to Virgil before hastily retreating to his dormitory. Virgil seated himself at a table by the window and retrieved the letter sent by Wagner. As he tore open the envelope, a golden time-turner, resembling a magnificent clock with an elongated chain, tumbled forth in Virgil's eyes. This was a powerful artifact, rivaling the legendary Deathly Hallows. It was one of the conditions he had proposed during the negotiations at Gringotts in Diagon Alley. Given Gringotts' influence and Wagner's status, acquiring an unregistered time-turner was hardly a formidable task. Initially, Virgil had not intended to procure such an item through external connections. However, upon further reflection, whether obtained via his father from the Ministry of Magic or through a formal request during his third year, the time-turner would inevitably fall under the Ministry's surveillance. If memory serves, Hermione had mentioned that all time-turners were ultimately destroyed, with only two remaining. One, nearly inoperative, in the possession of Harry Potter's son, and the other, intact, within the Malfoy family's collection. Due to the inherent instability of time-related magic and the catastrophic consequences of grossly violating temporal laws, the Ministry had enacted countless regulations to combat the misuse of time-turners. After pocketing the time-turner, Virgil turned to confirm that he was indeed alone in the common room before commencing his perusal of Wagner's letter and the correspondence. Wagner reassured him that Gringotts' operations were proceeding smoothly, alleviating any undue concern on Virgil's part. Moreover, thanks to Wagner's foresight and arrangements, the Soviet Gringotts had managed to mitigate the losses stemming from the dissolution of the Soviet Union. The latter portion of the letter consisted of Wagner's admonitions regarding the use of the time-turner, particularly emphasizing the critical warning that time should not be turned back by more than 5 hours. He cited the case of a wizard named Eloise Mintub, who in 1899 had exceeded the 5-hour limit and found herself trapped in the year 1402 for 5 days. Upon her return to the modern era, she had aged 5 centuries and, unable to recover, soon passed away in a magical hospital. Perhaps the Time Turner's effects directly impacted a wizard's lifespan, Virgil speculated, while others consumed 5 hours of life. The user of the Time Turner likely forfeited 10 after thoroughly rereading Wagner's letter to ensure he had not overlooked any crucial details. Virgil discarded the envelope into the fireplace. Upon returning to his dormitory, he discovered that his 3 roommates had already succumbed to slumber. Yet the dual shocks of the Sorting Hat's revelation of 2 souls and the unexpected acquisition of the Time Turner rendered Virgil wide awake. Gently stroking the slumbering fat cat, he took out 1,000 magical herbs and fungi and magical potions and elixirs, immersing himself in study, occasionally referencing the Half-Blood Prince's notes, and continued until the depths of night. The subsequent 2 days of classes were, on the whole, unremarkable. Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts lessons were indeed as chaotic as Cho Chang had indicated. The classroom reeked of garlic, which he claimed was to ward off vampires. Yet when questioned about how he had vanquished a ghoul, he stammered incoherently. Perhaps the Dark Lord's presence in the back of his mind weighed heavily upon him, as Quirrell, already prone to speech difficulties, could now genuinely be labeled a stutter. It was hard to fathom that he had emerged from Ravenclaw. It's infuriating, Goldstein remarked. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class was equally engaging, although the instructor was exceedingly stern. When she successfully transfigured the podium into a pig, the classroom erupted with excitement. Moreover, unlike Gryffindor and Slytherin, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were not burdened with a plethora of mischievous students. The first lesson in Transfiguration involved transforming a matchstick into a needle. And when McGonagall assessed the students' progress as class drew to a close, she could not help but commend Ravenclaw's scholars for their intelligence and aptitude, far surpassing that of her own house's students. In this class, Goldstein also regained the confidence he had lost during Charms. Perhaps my talents lie in Transfiguration and potions. The flying lessons, herbology, and astronomy on Wednesday evenings gradually helped Virgil acclimate to the rhythms of life in the magical world. The only source of discontent remained Professor Snape's potions class, clearly the domain of a bitter old bat. I recall 2 Ravenclaw students bestowed upon me a nickname. Snape glared at the chuckling students below. Stand up voluntarily, or shall I call roll? Under the scrutiny of their peers, Virgil and Goldstein rose. Excellent. I believe I mentioned I would pose questions to both of you. Now, Mr. Goldstein, what will result from adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? A highly potent sleeping potion, Sir, Goldstein replied. Very well, Mr. Chaunier. What preparation is this for? Professor McGonagall interjected. Your question is not part of our curriculum this term. It is not even mentioned in the textbook. Be silent. Mr. Connor, Ravenclaw loses a point that I did not ask for your input. Snape shot a glare at Connor. It is the draft of living death, Professor. A remarkably potent sedative, Virgil answered confidently, upon hearing the correct response. Snape appeared momentarily taken aback, swiftly approaching Virgil in an attempt to lock eyes with him, that a master of legilimency. Yet he feigns humility, Virgil thought, promptly averting his gaze downward, striving to avoid direct eye contact with Snape. Mr. Goldstein, if I require bezoar, where should I seek it? In the stomach of a goat. What distinguishes aconite from wolfbane? They're the same plant, Professor, collectively referred to as aconite. Goldstein's answers were verbatim from the text. And he sat down. Snape waved him off, signaling him to take a seat, yet his gaze remained fixated on Virgil. I have heard it was Mr. Chaunier who coined my nickname. Is that correct? What do you call me? Bat. Snape ground his teeth. So, Mr. Chaunier, what potion can be concocted using bat liver? The swelling solution, it appears, or Mr. Chaunier has not neglected his studies in potions. Snape replied with a hint of sarcasm. Now, if I were to be poisoned at this moment, what antidote should you brew for me, Mr. Chaunier? Connor quietly prompted from the side. A broad-spectrum antidote. Snape slammed his hand on the desk. Silence, Mr. Connor. It seems my previous reminder went unheard. Ravenclaw loses another point. Mr. Chaunier, I wish to hear your answer. It's not so complicated. Virgil seemed to recall something, responding with a smile. I would insert a dung bomb into your throat, Professor. However, I suspect that both dung bombs and broad-spectrum antidotes would hardly suffice against a poison that could incapacitate our esteemed potions professor. Perhaps I could cast a stunning spell instead, that might relieve you of your suffering. You may not be aware, but Professor Flitwick has praised my talents and charms. Laughter erupted from the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students, unable to contain themselves, as it became evident that Snape was not well liked. Ravenclaw loses 10 points. Snape's face contorted with rage at Virgil's words. Perhaps I should have a word with Filius. Ravenclaw's standards for student selection have evidently declined. Your conversation partner should be the Sorting Hat, Virgil added, eliciting another round of laughter. Sit down, Mr. Chenier. You have successfully garnered my attention that I hope you do not provide me with any incriminating evidence during my potions class. Snape warned Virgil, turning back to the podium. You are here to learn the precise sciences and meticulous craftsmanship of potion making, for there is no mindless waving of wands here, and many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not anticipate you will truly grasp the marvel of the cauldron simmering slowly, exuding fragrant aromas. You will not comprehend the enchanting power of the liquid coursing through people's veins, beguiling their hearts and clouding their wills, that I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. However, there must be one stipulation. You're not to be the sort of foolish imbeciles I frequently encounter. Today, we shall learn to concoct a potion for scabies that I trust you will not commit the same blunder as that certain fool from Gryffindor, who, before the first potions class had even concluded, found himself in the infirmary for treatment an hour later. As the class drew to a close, Virgil and his 3 companions hastily gathered their belongings and dashed out of the classroom, eager to depart without delay. He stood at the back, watching the 2 of you, hoping you would err, so he could exact some punishment upon you. Kona remarked to Virgil and Goldstein. Goldstein, with his hands behind his back, nervously wiped the sweat from his brow, fearing for his very life. Thankfully, he had made no significant mistakes. By the way, what was the situation with that Gryffindor student he mentioned? Neville Longbottom. I hear mistakenly added porcupine quills. I heard from some upperclassmen who visited the infirmary recently that he was covered in swollen patches of scabies. Late Thursday night, Virgil cautiously emerged from the room of requirement, glancing around to ensure the coast was clear before swiftly making his way downstairs. At such moments, Virgil couldn't help but grumble about why he couldn't directly return to the common room from the 8th floor, but instead had to descend to the 3rd floor and then ascend the Ravenclaw Tower. Rowena Ravenclaw must have been a person who adhered strictly to bedtime. Otherwise, how could she have designed such a convoluted route back to the dormitory? He muttered as he walked. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Virgil sensed something amiss. He drew his wand, murmuring "Lumos." As the wand illuminated, he called out towards a corner of the 3rd floor corridor. "Who's there?" Stepped forward. 4 figures emerged slowly from the shadows of the corner, and Virgil raised his wand higher to see clearly, discovering that it was none other than Harry Potter and the Hermione Granger he had encountered on the train. The red-headed lad beside them must be Ron Weasley, and the round-faced boy peeking from behind the wall, looking rather plump, was undoubtedly Neville Longbottom. Truly, Gryffindors are audacious, disregarding school rules and venturing out for a midnight escapade during their very first week. Virgil quipped, "Aren't you out for a stroll as well?" Ron Weasley retorted, perhaps displeased by Virgil's tone. Virgil pulled out the undated note from Dumbledore and waved it in his hand. "Apologies, but I have matters to attend to, and the professor has granted me permission." "You must be Ron Weasley. Am I correct? I heard from your mother that you have an older brother who is a prefect. I suggest you avoid causing him trouble." Through the glow of Virgil's illumination charm, Hermione seemed to recognize the figure with the wand across from her. "You were the one on the train, seated with Cedric in the same compartment. I believe your name is Virgil Chenier." Virgil nodded in acknowledgement. "Could you direct us to the trophy room?" Hermione inquired. Although he was aware of their intentions, Virgil chose not to intervene, for if he did, Harry Potter would miss the opportunity to meet with Louis. "Follow this corridor to the end. That will lead you to the trophy room. That I'm quite curious. What do you intend to do there?" "Polish the trophies for the school. We're going to duel," Harry Potter exclaimed suddenly. "With Draco Malfoy and Crabbe from Slytherin. Ron is my assistant." Dueling, even with the knowledge of their plans, Virgil couldn't help but chuckle. Harry, feeling offended, furrowed his brow and asked, "What is so amusing about that?" "A wizard's duel." Virgil thought back to the time Jennifer taught him some dueling techniques, during which she had utterly bested him. A wizard's duel is not merely a child's brawl, where one pins the other down and delivers a flurry of punches. It requires wands and spells that DOU4. Combined, even no more than 10 spells applicable to dueling. Surely, you won't be competing to see whose Lumos is brighter. Moreover, you seem rather uninformed about Slytherin students. The Sorting Hat sang during the ceremony, warning of the cunning and ruthless nature of those willing to achieve their goals by any means necessary. I doubt that Malfoy, as you mentioned, would venture out at this hour to duel with you, I can assure you. He has already reported you to our caretaker, Mr. Filch, who is likely on his way to the trophy room as we speak. Mr. Filch, Neville Longbottom, lurking at the back, trembled as he spoke. I don't want to duel. I just want to return to the dormitory, but I forgot the password. His voice quavered, tinged with the threat of tears. Good heavens, if it weren't for the knowledge that this fellow would eventually wield Gryffindor's sword and lead Dumbledore's army against Voldemort, one might think the Sorting Hat had been afflicted with a fit that night. Hermione interjected. I was trying to stop Harry and Ron, but when we exited the common room and found the fat lady missing, I had no choice but to follow them. I can escort you back to your dormitory. Even if you encounter Mr. Filch, I can help you evade him. I would rather not see the illustrious names of Harry Potter and the three of you on the expulsion notice tomorrow morning. Both Harry and Ron shook their heads in refusal, convinced that Malfoy would indeed meet them in the trophy room. Typical Gryffindor, determined to run headlong into danger. Virgil remarked, I'm going with you. I want to return to the dormitory. Neville hastily raised his hand. Neville, Ron glanced back at the chubby boy. You're a Gryffindor. You should stick with us. Neville quickly shook his head. No, if I get expelled. My grandmother will kill me. Virgil turned to Hermione. What about you, Granger? Hermione shook her head, saying no, I want to stick with Harry and Ron. I'm afraid they'll cause an even bigger mess. Very well. Virgil shrugged. I wish you victory in your duel. Come along, Mr. Longbottom. I shall accompany you back to the North Tower. With that, he turned to leave, and Neville hurriedly followed without looking back, while Harry and the others headed in the opposite direction. On their way, Virgil and Neville indeed encountered Mr. Filch, who was leading the fat lady towards the trophy room. Upon seeing Virgil and Neville in the corridor, Filch's expression was akin to that of a man who had just stumbled upon two glistening piles of galleons. Oh no, it's Filch and his cat, Neville muttered under his breath. Harry and the others. Virgil shot Neville a glare, prompting him to promptly shut his mouth. However, when Filch noticed the note in Virgil's hand, personally signed by Dumbledore, his initial excitement vanished, and his expression turned ashen, as if those two piles of galleons had suddenly vanished before his eyes. You two hurry back to your dormitory. Do not let me catch you out after hours. He growled at Virgil and Neville, before hobbling away with the fat lady towards the trophy room. Upon ascending to the North Tower, Virgil and Neville found that the fat lady had returned. Where have you two been? She inquired from within the portrait frame. Neither Virgil nor Neville responded. Pig snout, Neville uttered the password, and the fat lady, with a disdainful pout, reluctantly revealed the entrance to the common room. As they stepped into the common room, Neville suddenly turned back, asking Virgil, Do you think Harry and the others will be all right? Do not worry. They'll be fine. Hermione is with them, he reassured. After pondering for a moment, Neville seemed to have found some reason to convince himself, and he turned to climb into the common room. Here, as a suggestion, jot down the password for the common room door. UNT always be fortunate enough to find someone sneaking out at midnight. Watching Neville's figure fade away, Virgil pondered whether he had absorbed any of that advice. Virgil mused. Although he is a Gryffindor, might he not thrive better in Hufflepuff? Once the door to the Gryffindor common room closed, Virgil turned towards the direction of the Ravenclaw common room. Unlike Slytherin and Hufflepuff dormitories, which were situated underground, the Ravenclaw common room was not located in the same tower as Gryffindor-S, necessitating Virgil-S return to the castle before he could head back to Ravenclaw-S quarters. Bang! Crash! A sound loud enough to awaken the entire castle erupted from the third floor. Accompanied by the cries of the fat lady, Filch's furious shouts, and Peeves' laughter, it seemed Ron had once again collided with a suit of armor. Soon, he would be face to face with Louis, hoping they wouldn't be so frightened as to soil themselves. Virgil's lips curled into a mischievous smile. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved against returning to the dormitory and instead made his way directly to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. However, upon the door to the room of requirement revealing itself, Virgil did not rush inside. Instead, he leaned against the wall, quietly awaiting something that it was only when a resounding bark echoed through the castle that Virgil nodded in satisfaction and entered the room. Recalling the spell he had discovered within the tome of incantations, Virgil felt a surge of elation. With only a herbology class scheduled for the following day, he intended to devote the night to perfecting his disillusionment charm. This time, Virgil had specifically requested the room of requirement to provide a clock. To avoid exceeding his allotted time once more, he practiced diligently until nearly 5 in the morning, concluding his training with the charm. Exhaling deeply, he acknowledged the complexity of the spell. With one last attempt directed at the dummy before him, he hesitated to apply the charm on himself without fully mastering it, observing the feeble semblance of invisibility before him. Virgil couldn't help but smirk. It seemed his plans for a nocturnal escapade would have to be postponed. Quietly exiting the room of requirement, he lingered, repeating the incantation thrice. When the door reappeared, he surveyed the surroundings to confirm that the 8th floor was devoid of any presence before pushing the door open once more. Achoo! The scent within the room compelled Virgil to sneeze. Having finally acclimated to the pungent aroma of decaying items, he focused his gaze on what could now be aptly described as a refuse heap. Magnificent! It took Virgil a moment to conjure such a term to describe the scene before him. Piles of dilapidated items and refuse rose to the ceiling on either side, leaving only a narrow pathway wide enough for a single person down the center. Tattered textbooks, damaged specimens. These must be remnants of potion making. As he walked, Virgil examined the discarded items, hoping to uncover something of value. Although he was aware that treasures akin to Snape's textbooks were rare, he still held a glimmer of hope for a fortunate find that a peculiar leather pouch of unknown material felt intriguing to the touch. Yet alas, it was already torn, an antiquated pocket mirror, long since broken. Surprised him with its presence in the school that a somewhat dulled silver dagger bore the hallmark of elven craftsmanship. He could only hope it wasn't a mere imitation, as genuine elven-made items would be a significant boon. These were the fruits of Virgil's explorations, that he also stumbled upon a memory orb that appeared intact, only to discover it was non-functional upon testing. Additionally, there were some potion-making ingredients, regrettably rendered unusable due to poor preservation. In the corner of the room sat a box of Quidditch balls, the bludgers in a state of disrepair, the golden snitch lost to time, yet the 2 quaffles remained intact, tightly bound with a strap. With no other useful items in sight, he resolved to attend to his primary task. Virgil resumed his search within the room of requirement. There, he discovered the mirror of Ariste, finally locating his first target behind a colossal specimen. Inscribed upon the mirror was a line of small text, which Virgil knew required reading in reverse with proper punctuation, that I do not reveal your visage, but rather your desires. He pondered what he might see within the mirror. Would he behold 2 blonde, blue-eyed beauties? Or perhaps become a fabulously wealthy magnate within the magical realm? Or, clutching the resurrection stone in one hand and the elder wand in the other, draped in an invisibility cloak? Yet, as he gazed into the mirror, Virgil found himself transfixed. Father, mother, he murmured. The figures within the mirror were not Beniel and Jennifer, but rather his parents from before his crossing over. Virgil quietly observed the family of 3 reflected in the glass. Sighing deeply, despite having lived alongside Beniel and Jennifer for 11 years, he still felt a profound sense of dislocation. He wondered how his parents were faring, with a soul aged 30 and 11 years spent in this realm. Virgil's psychological age had undoubtedly crested into middle age, that he understood that this was no fantastical world. Even at the pinnacle of the magical realm, he could never hope to possess the means to return to his former life. Moreover, having arrived here posthumously, should he somehow return, he might find himself in the company of strangers. Taking a deep breath, Virgil admonished himself to not dwell in illusion, but to live fully in the present reality. Resolute, he cast one last glance at the mirror before repositioning the specimen back in front of it, embarking on the search for his next target. Indeed, perseverance bore fruit. Virgil ultimately discovered his final objective, the diadem of Ravenclaw. It had indeed been hidden away all along. Virgil was unable to see the diadem itself, for it had been transformed into a Horcrux. However, He could hear its whispers, beckoning him to draw closer. With a rough idea of its location now firmly in his mind, Virgil felt reassured. Even if he were to obtain the diadem, he currently lacked the means to handle it. At the very least, he would need to procure a basilisk fang following Harry Potter's demise of the creature next year to render it vulnerable. The sword of Gryffindor, too, had been imbued with basilisk venom to destroy Horcruxes. Glancing at the elven-style dagger he had found in the room of requirement, he hoped that it was indeed an authentic elven creation. If so, he could simply use it to absorb the venom, sparing him the need to procure a basilisk fang. Having nearly completed his task, Virgil estimated that dawn was fast approaching and hurriedly returned to the dormitory as a first-year student at Hogwarts. There were no classes scheduled for Friday afternoons. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff shared 2 herbology lessons on Friday mornings, taught by Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. What's the matter with you today? You look utterly exhausted. Kona inquired quietly of Virgil, who bore heavy dark circles beneath his eyes in the herbology greenhouse. That I didn't rest well last night. Virgil yawned, by the time he returned to the dormitory. The sun had already risen, and he had barely managed to nap for an hour before his roommate roused him. What have you been up to lately? You always come back so late. Are you hiding a girlfriend from us? Bude asked. Virgil refrained from divulging the activities he engaged in within the room of requirement, opting instead for a vague excuse to deflect the inquiry. After attending 2 back-to-back herbology classes, learning about the properties and handling of the ash tree, the first-year students concluded their inaugural week at Hogwarts. Any plans for the afternoon? Goldstein inquired of Virgil. I intend to pay a visit to the professor care of magical creatures. I've heard he was a close friend of my grandfather. What about you? I'd hoped you would join me for a game of gobstones, Goldstein replied. While you were away last night, I joined the school's gobstones club. This afternoon marks the first event of the semester. Michael and Terry are coming with me. Though they have little interest in gobstones, they're opting to play wizard's chess instead. Fortunately, for the first week, the professors had not assigned any lengthy homework. However, he had heard that starting next week, essays would be required for both Transfiguration and Potions classes, which might hinder their enjoyment of the upcoming weekend. With some time left before lunch, Virgil entrusted his herbology textbooks and notes to his roommate for safekeeping and proceeded directly from the greenhouse to the designated area for the care of magical creatures class at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It seemed that Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn had yet to conclude his lesson. Among the Gryffindor students attending the class, Virgil spotted a red-haired boy with glasses. There are so many children from the Weasley family. This must be Percy Weasley, Virgil recognized. As his gaze shifted, he became captivated by the magical creature being discussed in class. It was a creature reminiscent of a horse, yet devoid of flesh, its black hide clinging tightly to its skeletal frame. Each bone starkly visible. Its head bore resemblance to a dragon's, as depicted in the books, but its eyes were white and pupil-less, and from its shoulder blades sprouted large, dark wings, for reasons unknown, though this magical creature stood there. The students in class appeared as if they were attending without an actual object to observe, often requiring Professor Kettleburn to inform them of its location. The Care of Magical Creatures course was an elective, but due to being an outdoor class, it typically spanned 2 consecutive periods. Virgil could only find a patch of open ground nearby to sit down, casually picking up a few stones to continue practicing his disillusionment charm. It was not until nearly 11 o'clock that his class concluded. He hastily returned his wand and made his way towards Professor Kettleburn. The professor had long noticed this unexpected guest sitting quietly to the side. However, it was only upon Virgil's approach that he realized this was merely a first-year student. There's something you need, child. Are you lost? Good day, Professor. My grandfather, Anthony Shaunier, sent me to visit you, Virgil replied, observing the elderly gentleman before him, whom his grandfather had described as an exceedingly dangerous enthusiast of magical creatures. Just as his grandfather had warned, the old man had paid a grave price for his studies, left with but one hand and half a leg, relying entirely on magical prosthetics for mobility. You are the grandson of that scheming Anthony. Kettleburn scrutinized Virgil with keen interest. Though the professor referred to his grandfather as scheming, he used Anthony's name rather than Shaunier, indicating a closer relationship between them. Come with me, let's have a seat at my place. I have difficulty moving and reside right next to the Forbidden Forest. Kettleburn gestured to his robe, which lay nearby, as he spoke to Virgil. What about this great creature? Virgil pointed to the magical beast used in class. Shall we just leave it here? Upon hearing Virgil's question, Kitterburn abruptly turned, his swift motion causing his prosthetic leg to wobble, nearly throwing him off balance. You are quite remarkable, aren't you? You could see a thestral? Don't worry. Our caretaker will bring it back shortly. The school has several trained thestrals to assist with transport, and there's an entire thestral herd within the Forbidden Forest. Professor Kitterburn remarked as he led Virgil to a small cabin at the edge of the forest. It's a bit cluttered. I didn't have time to tidy up, he chuckled, but I can find what I need. And that's sufficient, isn't it? Virgil surveyed the disordered interior, which could rival a rubbish heap, that a few clear spaces held a bed, a makeshift table, and an oak chair. Find yourself a chair. There should be one beneath that pile of debris. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Anything is fine, sir, Virgil replied, struggling to pull a chair from the clutter. With a gentle flick of his wand, the dust vanished from the chair. Quite an impressive spell. Professor Kitterburn commented as he handed Virgil a cup of tea. It's not easy for a first year to master spells so adeptly within the first week of school. Virgil explained, I learned a few spells with my mother before the term began. So I appear more proficient, but there's no need for modesty, child. Hogwarts is not devoid of pure-blood wizarding families. Do you think their children don't learn simple spells before attending school? Their parents fear being surpassed by half-blood wizards and muggleborns. So they begin teaching basic spells at a very young age. However, after a week, I suppose you've noticed that not all pure-blood offspring excel in class, though I teach the Care of Magical Creatures course. I'm still a professor. Kitterburn winked at Virgil. I can sense the fluidity of your spell casting and your exquisite control of magic, which surpasses many third-year students. It seems you've inherited your grandfather Elbier's talent. He was renowned for his innate sensitivity to magic and his meticulous control, enabling him to explore those ancient, powerful, and devastating spells. Join me for lunch, and afterward, I'll show you my little companions. You have no classes this afternoon. Do you? I have no classes, Professor, Virgil confirmed. Kitterburn waved his wand, and a silver bird snake materialized, circling the room before soaring towards Hogwarts Castle. I've instructed the kitchen to prepare lunch for the two of us. The Patronus charm? Virgil admired the silver creature as it flew away. It seems you have acquired quite a bit of knowledge about spells. As Kitterburn adjusted his magical prosthetic, he inquired, I am curious as to how you came to see thestrals. Only those who have witnessed death can perceive them. I cannot recall, Professor. Perhaps something I witnessed in my childhood enables me to see thestrals, Virgil offered as an excuse. The truth was clear to him. He had indeed experienced death firsthand. May I learn the Patronus charm from you, Professor? Virgil did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. Given Kitterburn's relationship with his grandfather, he believed he could persuade him. On the other hand, he felt that no matter how well he performed in charms class, Professor Flitwick would never teach him such advanced spells in his lower years. Why do you wish to learn it? That spell poses quite a challenge for someone of your current level. Professor, I heard that if one can cast the Patronus charm during the ordinary wizarding level exams, it can earn additional points. Virgil could not very well explain that 3 years hence, Dementors would be stationed at Hogwarts for an entire year, pursuing a certain animagus, already contemplating the O.W.L.S. You truly are a Ravenclaw student. Kitterburn remarked, we shall discuss the Patronus charm later. For now, let us have our lunch. And no sooner had he spoken than a house elf from the Hogwarts kitchen appeared in the room, balancing 2 trays. Your lunch, gentlemen. The house elf bowed slightly before placing the meal on the table, turning to see Virgil. You are Mr. Virgil Chenier, the house elf exclaimed, accurately addressing him. Virgil recognized this was one of the house elves who had stuffed pastries into his pocket that day. Yet he did not know its name and could only respond with an awkward smile. My name is Carmen, sir. The house elf introduced itself, seeming to sense Virgil's discomfort. Everyone is very grateful for Mr. Chenier's gifts. However, Mr. Chenier has not visited the kitchen lately. My apologies, Carmen, that I've been quite busy during the first week of school. Once things settle down, I promise to visit you all, Virgil reassured. Then it's settled. Mr. Chenier. Carmen appeared delighted, bowing once more before snapping its fingers and vanishing from Kitterburn's abode. The house elf's attitude towards Virgil further astonished Kitterburn, who marveled at this 11-year-old boy. I cannot believe that within just a week of school. You have managed to establish such a rapport with the house elves of the kitchen. I haven't done much, Virgil replied modestly. I simply went to the dining hall for some food and brought them a few simple gifts. I was surprised by the working conditions and attire provided to the house elves at Hogwarts. Quite satisfactory. I must say that I did not inquire about that, child. I am astonished by your treatment of house elves. Ketterburn's tone softened. Few wizards regard them as anything more than slaves or even pests. When commanded by their masters, they cannot refuse, not even at the cost of their lives, you wish to aid them in gaining their freedom. Upon hearing Ketterburn's words, Virgil set down his plate and replied quietly, This situation has persisted for hundreds, even thousands of years that I do not consider myself noble for wishing to help them attain freedom. Even if I were to attempt it, the house elves would likely reject it. Their loyalty to their masters and the duty of serving wizards are deeply ingrained in their minds. Even offering them wages would likely be seen as an insult among house elves from pure-blood families. However, I do not aspire for wizards to treat house elves as equals. I merely wish to improve their quality of life, alleviating their burdens, preventing abuse, and allowing them to sleep beyond cupboards and beneath tables. If they fall ill or are injured, their master should take them for treatment, which would suffice. Furthermore, I have heard of certain families who display the heads of deceased house elves as trophies, with their own house elves considering it an honor. I find that difficult to accept. Ketterburn was greatly heartened by Virgil's sentiments. You are very much like Albus, my dear child. He has always harbored the desire to enhance the lives of domesticated house elves. Even asserting that he is striving towards that goal, that I hope that one day I can witness your success. Suddenly, the tone shifted. Regarding your thoughts, I believe you're truly suited to study the care of magical creatures. How about this? Although you're only in your first year, I shall permit you to audit my classes during your free time. Your kindness and compassion, I am certain, can benefit not only the house elves but also other magical beings. Professor, you do not know me. I'm not kind. I possess a rather dark nature. Virgil does not wish to unnecessarily increase his workload in his first year. This is not up to you. I shall write to your grandfather, framing it as a means for you to care for an elderly person, and he will not refuse, but rather take pride in your actions. That I doubt this arrangement would trouble a Ravenclaw student overly much. Professor Ketterburn smirked mischievously, adding, Besides, if you do not attend, how shall I teach you the guardian charm? Do you not wish to learn? Do you not desire to earn extra points during examinations? Professor, between you and my grandfather, who truly harbors the darker intentions? What you are doing is moral coercion, or is he more wicked, considering how he deceives those dragons? Following lunch, Professor Ketterburn excitedly produced a suitcase from beneath his bed, declaring a non-invasive extension suitcase. This is not one of those mass-produced inferior product from the Ministry of Magic. It is said that the renowned magizoologist Newt Scamander possesses one as well. Allegedly, he has housed numerous magical creatures within it, though I am unaware of what little beings he may have found after publishing Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. He then opened the suitcase to reveal a spiral staircase. Come with me, he instructed, leading the way down the stairs and signaling for Virgil to follow. When venturing out, this suitcase can be adjusted to Muggle mode to accommodate inspections by Muggle station staff. You might consider asking your grandfather for assistance in obtaining one. He and your grandmother have amassed quite a collection over the years, which I envy greatly. Professor, do you have any correspondence with Mr. Scamander? As an expert in the protection of magical creatures, you should have at least some written exchanges. Virgil inquired. Ketterburn replied, I am not adept at socializing. Do you not see that I reside beside the Forbidden Forest? Although I claim my limited mobility is a factor, for a wizard, returning to the castle after class is hardly a difficult task. The only friends I can truly count are your grandparents. Your headmaster, Professor Albus Dumbledore, might be considered a half-friend. When your parents married, your grandfather introduced me to your maternal grandparents, and we have maintained a pen-pal relationship. As one tends to encounter a few magical creatures while wandering, as you can imagine, they descended the winding staircase to the lowest level. Ketterburn showcased his research area. Welcome to the office of Sylvanus Ketterburn. Virgil, you are the second student to visit here. Who was the first? The first was the school's gamekeeper, Rubeus Hagrid. Professor Ketterburn introduced. I have always thought he possesses extraordinary talent in the protection of magical creatures. particularly due to his profound affection for these little treasures, that he then recalled some unfortunate events, his expression darkening. But it was precisely because of these magical creatures that he was expelled from Hogwarts. They accused him of being the heir of Slytherin, claiming he caused the death of a fellow student. Absurd. I wished to protect him, but at that time, I was still under review. No one valued my opinion. Fortunately, Dumbledore championed his cause and retained him as the gamekeeper, later appointing him as the keykeeper. Nevertheless, he is truly gifted in matters of magical creatures. Professor Kitterburn seemed to lament the loss of a protector of magical creatures in the wizarding world. Enough of this, let me show you my little treasures. Upon hearing Professor Kitterburn refer to those magical creatures as little treasures, Virgil shuddered involuntarily. First, take a look here. Kitterburn gestured to the space beneath his workbench, beckoning Virgil to crouch down and observe that a cat otter. Beneath the table were two cat otters. Upon noticing a stranger's sudden appearance, one of the larger ones immediately positioned itself in front of the other, baring its teeth and glaring at Virgil while emitting a low growl. Kitterburn quickly reached out to stroke the head of the cat otter, soothing it before peering into the space beneath the workbench to check the other one. The one inside is pregnant. Kitterburn explained to Virgil the reason for the cat otter's behavior. They are quite intelligent and can discern who poses a threat. Both are purebred cat otters, inherently somewhat aggressive, especially in this unique time. My pet is a mixed-breed cat otter. It is black, and when I purchased it from Diagon Alley, it was only 4 months old. However, its size does not reflect its age. Virgil remarked that, "Oh, a mixed-breed cat otter. How fortuitous. By the way, you could write to your parents to inquire if they could arrange a permit for you to acquire a kitten. However, you must obtain a permit, as purebred cat otters, like the tail-wagging dog and the nasty crow, require documentation for ownership." Really? Thank you so much. Professor, I cannot allow your grandfather and grandfather to mock me for not providing a meeting gift for his grandson, Kitterburn said indignantly. He always bullies me for being solitary. Now look at this, a fire lizard. They are born from flames, die by flames, and feed on flames. As long as they remain within the fire, they will continue to survive. Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing is quite fond of them, as the blood of fire lizards possesses potent healing and restorative properties. Professor Kitterburn then limped toward the next area. This is the bird snake. He pointed to a suggested nesting area within. They can alter their body size according to the space available. You could even fit them within a teapot. Their eggshells are as pure and soft as silver, which is why they are often hunted. The moon chaser, collecting their silver droppings before dawn, serves as fertilizer, enhancing plant growth. Almost all the plants in the Hogwarts greenhouse utilize the moon chaser droppings I provide. That one is a tree guardian, and below, it is a transfiguration lizard. He reached out to touch the transfiguration lizard. Its texture felt somewhat familiar to Virgil. Suddenly, he recalled the pouch he had found in the room of requirement. Wondering if it was made of a similar material, he quickly retrieved it from his pocket and handed it to Professor Kitterburn. "Professor, could you help me identify what material this is?" Professor Kitterburn took the pouch and, upon feeling it, recognized it immediately. This pouch is crafted from transfiguration lizard skin. Wizards typically use the skin of transfiguration lizards to make wallets and coin pouches. Your pouch has a rather unique design, but unfortunately, it has a small hole that I have accumulated quite a bit of transfiguration lizard skin over the years, as these little creatures often shed. I can help you patch it up. It should be ready by the time you return, as it is not a difficult task. This item is quite a practical magical product, saving you considerable trouble. Thank you, Professor. Come on, let me show you a larger specimen. Professor Kitterburn smiled faintly, guiding Virgil to the innermost room. Unlike other areas, this room's door was tightly shut. Kitterburn cautiously opened it a crack and whispered to Virgil, "Just take a quiet peek, do not make any loud noises, and be careful not to wake it." Seeing Professor Kitterburn's cautious demeanor, Virgil quickly nodded and leaned closer to the door's gap, straining to see inside. Within lay a creature with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a fire-breathing dragon, currently curled up in the corner of the room, soundly asleep. Only after the door was securely closed did Virgil dare to ask, "What is that, Professor?" "A chimera, an exceedingly dangerous creature, classified as a creature of the highest danger level. Its egg are listed as Class A non-tradable goods. Subsequently, Professor Ketterburn pressed his finger to his lips in a shushing gesture and added, "Keep this a secret from me, Virgil. I am allowing you a glimpse solely because you are the grandchild of an old friend. You must promise to keep it confidential, for even Dumbledore would never permit me to house this creature within the confines of Hogwarts." After a thorough examination, two individuals emerged from the enchanted trunk. Professor Caterburn remarked, "I shall refrain from showcasing the Fulper caterpillar. Long ago, I possessed quite a number of Ashwinder snakes, but due to an unfortunate incident, they caused considerable trouble for the school, and I was consequently reprimanded for quite some time. Once Dumbledore assumed his position, he mandated that I could no longer keep Ashwinders, allowing me only to temporarily procure a few when discussing them in class, which must be returned immediately after the lesson. Henceforth, you shall visit me every Wednesday and Friday afternoon. I am aware that first-year students have no classes during these times, so rest assured, this will not interfere with your astronomy class on Wednesday evenings. Next Wednesday, I will have the Transfiguration lizard skin pouch mended for you, and I will also carve out some time to teach you the Patronus charm. Thank you, Professor. No need for thanks, my child. At my age, I can only manage to teach for a year or two at most. I am uncertain who Dumbledore will appoint to succeed me, so I shall impart as much knowledge to you as I can during this time. Although I am aware that my insistence may feel somewhat coercive, I do not expect to instill a passion for this subject in you within such a brief period. Consider it a favor to your grandfather's dearest friend, allowing me to leave a piece of myself at Hogwarts. Should the opportunity arise, I hope you will pass on the experiences and knowledge I have gathered to students who share an affinity for magical creatures." "Does this mean the teacher for the care of magical creatures course will be giving you special attention?" exclaimed Godstein in astonishment during Saturday breakfast. "Do not speak nonsense," Virgil cautioned his roommate. "I will be visiting Professor Caterburn every Wednesday and Friday afternoon. I asked there anyone here interested in care of magical creatures? I can take you along." The other three quickly shook their heads, indicating they could not bear the burden. "I acquired the location of a secret passage from the Weasley twins for 20 nats. They claim it leads to Hogsmeade. How about we explore Hogsmeade later?" Konar excitedly shared with his roommates. "Otherwise, we would have to wait until third year to visit Hogsmeade." Virgil felt a headache coming on. He had assumed that Ravenclaw students were all diligent bookworms spending their weekends in the library or dormitory. But it seemed he had misjudged. After all, what student would not be a bit mischievous if they were part of Dumbledore's army? Especially Konar, who had openly defied the Caro siblings in 7th year and had ultimately been captured by them while trying to rescue a first-year student. Enduring the tortures of the Cruciatus Curse, the Weasley twins? Are they the infamous pair from the Weasley family? Butte inquired. The twins known for their mischief, second only to Peeves. Indeed, those very ones that it is perplexing how their family operates. Their older brother is the head boy of Gryffindor, yet those two are among the school's most notorious troublemakers. Upon mentioning the Weasley twins, Virgil suddenly recalled something. The products sold by the Weasley twins. Not the joke items, but rather their defensive merchandise, including protective hats, Peruvian instant darkness powder, decoy detonators, and even extendable ears. According to the Weasley twins, many Ministry of Magic employees could hardly cast a decent shield charm. Thus, this realm is an untapped gold mine. Thanks to the Weasley twins. But then, considering the matter from another angle, he noted that Bennell and Jennifer possessed formidable combat prowess at the Ministry of Magic, making them ideal candidates to assist Virgil in testing defensive products. Just as Virgil was lost in dreams of wealth, Konar patted him on the shoulder, bringing him back to reality. With that silly grin on your face. "What are you thinking? Are you going to explore the secret passage or not? Which one did they tell you about? The one behind the mirror on the 4th floor or the one behind the hunchbacked? One-eyed witch statue?" Virgil inquired at the one behind the one-eyed witch statue. "How did you know about this passage?" Konar shouted, clutching his head. "I nearly spent an entire sickle to find out." "Well, let me share an even more maddening piece of news," Virgil said to Konar. "The passage behind the hunchbacked one-eyed witch statue leads to the cellar of Honeydukes. You cannot perform the disillusionment charm, and there aren't enough students in the shop to divert attention from us. So we'll be easily spotted. That passage is utterly useless. You couldn't possibly explain why you would be found in someone's cellar." Godstein patted Konar on the back, suppressing his laughter. "You're just giving away money to the Weasley family for nothing. If you're going to give money, it should at least be to Percy Weasley. What help can Fred and George provide you? You wasted so many gnats foolishly if you had consulted Virgil beforehand. Perhaps one single gnat could have resolved it. Oh, it turns out I'm worth a mere gnat to you. No, we don't want to give you a single gnat having quickly finished breakfast. The three of them were eager to drag Virgil along to explore the secret passage, the very least. We need to change our clothes, Virgil exclaimed, exasperated at the sight of his three roommates. Four students clad in robes adorned with the Hogwarts crest appearing in Hogsmeade during the first week of school. What might happen if the professors caught wind of this? The three suddenly realized and hurried back to their dormitory to change into their usual attire. Taking advantage of the weekend, many students were leisurely enjoying breakfast, and the four quickly slipped to the fourth floor. Ensuring no one was watching, they swiftly ventured into the passage behind the mirror. This passage is quite spacious, Butte remarked. But Virgil, how did you know about these two passages? My parents are both graduates of Hogwarts. Virgil attributed his knowledge to his lineage. My parents also graduated from Hogwarts. Why didn't they tell me about the location of the passages? Perhaps they thought that if they revealed the locations to you, you might disappear during your first year at Hogwarts. The four walked for what felt like ages before finally reaching the end of the passage. Godstein complained for Ravenclaws, and not a single one of us has a watch. We have no idea what time it is. Shoo! Virgil gestured for silence and whispered, lower your voices, I know this passage. But I am unsure where it leads, and if it turns out to be another cellar like Honeyduke's, we'll have to retrace our steps. The other three promptly fell silent, following Virgil as he cautiously opened the floor door of the passage. Virgil carefully pulled the door ajar, peering left and right before signaling for Konar and the others to follow. Hurry, this looks like a storage room for owl treats at the post office. Alohomora! Virgil drew his wand and pointed at the door lock, softly incanting the unlocking charm, and the door swung open. It seems we have much preparation to do before slipping out of school, Butte remarked to Godstein and Konar. Without Virgil, we might have had to force the door open. The four cautiously opened the door to the storage room. And fortunately, it was not in the same building as the post office, but located behind it, adjacent to a dark, narrow alley that appeared seldom traversed by passersby. Let us be the first students of this academic year to enter Hogsmeade, Butte declared excitedly, raising his hands in triumph. Godstein smacked him on the head. Fool, the Weasley twins have surely been here several times already, and do you think they only know about the passage behind the one-eyed witch? Furthermore, with so many students at Hogwarts, surely quite a few know the locations of one or two passages. You should be grateful that a few students visited Hogsmeade early this week. Otherwise, the four of us appearing here in the first week of school would be far too conspicuous. Moreover, I know many professors enjoy visiting Hogsmeade for a drink on weekends. We must be discreet to avoid getting caught. Thus, we should steer clear of the Three Broomsticks and the Hogshead Inn. Virgil suggested. Perhaps due to the first week of school, they encountered no Hogwarts teachers out enjoying themselves along the way. This led the quartet to leisurely explore the enchanting village of Hogsmeade. They visited the illustrious wizarding attire boutique, the literary quill emporium, and even took a tour of the romantic rendezvous point, Madame Putafoot's tea shop. Undoubtedly, the places where they lingered the longest were the shops of Davies and Bands, the Honeyduke sweet shop, and Zoko's magical joke shop. The four friends declined Zoko's enthusiastic pitches for dung bombs, wolfsbane frisbees, and nose-biting teacups. Virgil, however, purchased some hiccup candies, though he was uncertain when he might have the opportunity to use them. After a grand tour of Hogsmeade, the four quietly returned to the warehouse behind the post office, re-entering the secret passage. Virgil, why did you buy so many sweets? Where can you not find something like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? The pockets of Butte and the others were stuffed with candies Virgil had purchased, while Virgil himself could barely fit anything else in his pockets, simultaneously munching on a pink coconut ice. Have you forgotten? Virgil took a large bite of his ice and mumbled, I've never tasted any of these before. What snacks do muggles usually have? Their beverages are generally a drink called cola, which tastes quite different from what you're accustomed to. After Christmas, I'll see if I can bring some back for you. However, Virgil spat out the Bertie Bott's every flavor bean in his mouth. How do you manage to force yourselves to eat the pepper or bogey-flavored beans? On Wednesday afternoon, Virgil once again visited Professor Kettleburn's cottage. Well, that's all for the precautions regarding the measles. We'll conclude our lesson here today. Since we still have some time, let me share with you what I know about the Patronus Charmed out of course. My understanding of the spell is not as extensive as that of the professors who specialize in defense against the dark arts and charms. So I recommend that you consult additional books and resources to deepen your comprehension of the Patronus charm, stated Kettleburn. With a flick of his wand, Professor Kettleburn summoned his Patronus, a bird snake that coiled around Virgil. The Patronus charm is an ancient protective magic, reportedly utilized since ancient times. The Patronus you conjure is a reflection of your most positive emotions. To successfully cast this spell, the caster must concentrate on recalling their happiest memories. The more intense the joy brought by the memory, the more powerful the charm's effect. Now, back to the Patronus. Patron uses can be classified as corporeal and non-corporeal. The non-corporeal Patronus will only emit some silvery gas and mist, lacking a distinct form. Many claim that non-corporeal patron uses can also ward off dementors and lethifolds, but I believe that's nonsense. A non-corporeal Patronus can at most provide a brief respite against dementors and lethifolds, but cannot truly repel them. To put it bluntly, a non-corporeal Patronus signifies one's weakness and lack of complete mastery over the Patronus charm. Unless, of course, you wish to conceal the form of your Patronus by intentionally transforming it into silver mist. In contrast, a corporeal Patronus generally takes on the form of a magnificent animal, though there are exceptions. The invincible Andrus, for instance, is said to have a giant as his Patronus. Some speculate that this is due to his immense power, resulting in a massive Patronus. Though this second theory has gradually been dismissed by some, it has been proven that the form and size of a Patronus do not necessarily correlate with its strength. Even a mouse Patronus, like Elias's, can effectively drive away a horde of dementors. After speaking, Professor Kettleburn waved his wand again, recalling his Patronus. The vast majority of wizards' patronesses take the form of ordinary animals. For instance, among the 4 heads of Hogwarts, Professor Minerva McGonagall's Patronus is a cat, while your headmaster, Professor Flitwick's, is a weasel. I have not seen Professor Snape's Patronus, so I cannot speculate on its form, though it might very well be a snake, which suits his dark demeanor. It seemed that Professor Kettleburn did not hold Snape in particularly high regard, adding a touch of jest. Virgil could not suppress a laugh. Kettleburn continued, magical creature patron uses are exceedingly rare. For example, my bird snake, Professor Dumbledore's Phoenix, and Professor Sprout's Tree Guardian. Naturally, the form of a Patronus is not immutable. That a wizard's Patronus may change due to experiences or emotional shifts. For instance, when falling in love, your grandmother's Patronus transformed into a raven, resembling your grandfather's. Many wizards' patronesses may also be inherited by their children. Your grandfather and father's Patronus is a buffalo, yet your mother's Patronus did not inherit your grandfather's raven, but instead takes the form of a hunting falcon, which aligns perfectly with her identity as an Auror. I will demonstrate the Patronus charm once more. Pay close attention to my hand movements. With that, Professor Kettleburn waved his wand and pronounced, Expecto Patronum. The silver bird snake was reborn from the tip of his wand, and this time, the Patronus echoed the professor's voice. Did you see my movements? Also, the incantation must be pronounced correctly, that a somewhat ethereal voice emanated from the Patronus. Can a Patronus speak? Virgil inquired. This is a method invented by Dumbledore for the Patronus charm, which he later taught us. The bird snake once more emitted Kettleburn's voice that it is a very convenient way to convey information. However, this is an advanced application. Since you cannot even conjure a corporeal Patronus yet, do not aspire to reach too high. Professor Kettleburn retracted his wand and said to Virgil, You can practice here. Finding a suitable place to practice in the castle may not be easy. When you're able to summon a corporeal Patronus, I will think of something for you to practice with. Just focus on your practice here. I recall you have astronomy class tonight, so do not let it interfere with your studies at AS for whether the Patronus charm will earn you extra points on the wizarding level exams. I cannot say. However, I do know that wizards capable of conjuring a corporeal Patronus have the opportunity to be nominated for positions in the Wisingamot and high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic. With that, he vanished into his magical trunk to tend to the pregnant Kneazle. Expecto Patronum. Virgil diligently practiced the Patronus charm, but only a few silver threads appeared at the tip of his wand. A wave of inadequacy washed over him. The Patronus charm, the disillusionment charm, along with the spells documented in Snape's advanced potion-making textbook, left Virgil acutely aware of his time constraints. Oh heavens, why can't I be a few years older than Harry Potter? The pressure was overwhelming. Virgil silently raged. He practiced until dinner time, at which point Professor Kettleburn used his Patronus to inform Virgil that today's practice would conclude and that he should return on Friday afternoon. Upon returning to the castle, Virgil did not head to the Great Hall, but instead made his way directly to the Hogwarts kitchen, having promised Carmen he would visit him there. Inside the underground kitchen, Virgil received a warm welcome from the house elves, indulging in a feast of delectable treats. Not only did he leave thoroughly satisfied, but he also managed to carry away a bounty of cakes and desserts, ensuring he would have enough for midnight snacks this week. Naturally, Virgil also brought a generous supply of gifts for the house elves, having procured some fabric and sweets from Honeydew for them from the replenished Transfiguration lizard skin pouch that Professor Kettleburn had mended. So, from now on, you will almost always be spending your Wednesday and Friday afternoons with Professor Kettleburn. Kona inquired as he adjusted the positions of the planets in his astronomy notes. Pretty much. Virgil replied, but after today's lesson, it didn't feel as daunting as I had imagined. The care of magical creatures class. Really, I wonder if you even have time to complete your homework, that I never expected Professor McGonagall to assign us an essay on the fundamental laws of Gamp's laws of elemental transfiguration in the second class, requiring us to include our own interpretations. What could I possibly interpret? The law states what it states. And don't forget the essay on the scabious potion that Old Bat assigned. Butte added, I doubt the Old Bat will let you and Anthony's essays pass so easily. Goldstein remarked, covering Butte's mouth with his hand. Stop using his nickname. Do you want to be harassed by him like Virgil and I? Just be careful. But Virgil, you really need to manage your time better. While Flitwick might cut you some slack, don't even think about dodging McGonagall and Snape. Do not fret. This evening, I'm prepared to burn the midnight oil. Michael, kindly lend me your assignments and the materials you have procured from the library, and I shall complete the task left by Snape before wrapping up the assignment on the history of magic. As for the essay on the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, it is not as daunting as you might envision. After all, it is merely a principle that has already been established. Professor McGonagall would not genuinely expect us to derive anything novel from it. Therefore, after gathering some related materials, elucidating each rule should suffice. Kona remarked, then, could you lend us your charms essay when the time comes? Butte poked Kona with his pen, saying, have you forgotten? You are seated beside someone whose first charms essay has been exempted by Professor Flitwick. After all, he does not, like some, emit black smoke when casting the Lumos spell. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, Kona raised his notebook to strike Butte, until both ceased their playful quarrel under the stern gaze of Professor Sinistra. Virgil's life at Hogwarts was both fulfilling and stable. The curriculum for the first and second years was far less complex than anticipated, primarily due to the newcomers' lack of a systematic understanding of magic. For the students of Ravenclaw, a fortnight was ample time to acclimate to these courses. The situation for students from other houses, however, was less certain, with the excuse of remedial lessons from Professor Kettleburn. Virgil had ample justification to frequent the Room of Requirement on Wednesday and Friday evenings. While training in the Room of Requirement, Virgil occasionally mused that Dumbledore indeed had sufficient time to mentor Harry Potter. Or, akin to arranging for Snape to teach Harry about occlumency, he could just as easily assign Professor McGonagall or Flitwick. After all, Flitwick had been a dueling champion in his youth for Harry Potter. Virgil maintained the belief that this so-called savior was not particularly formidable, but rather possessed a level of skill that could not be deemed extraordinary, compounded by his erratic performance. T.O. Virgil. This was merely the sporadic glow of a protagonist's aura. Whether during the battle at the Ministry of Magic or on the night of Dumbledore's demise, Harry Potter's combat style largely consisted of ambushes amidst chaos and the occasional unexpected trick. Even though he later exhibited commendable skill in the Patronus charm, the disarming charm, and the shield charm, this only served as evidence of Hogwarts' unreliability in teaching defense against the dark arts, at least in Virgil's view. In a direct confrontation, a seventh-year Harry Potter would likely be outmatched by his classmate Hermione. Perhaps it is true that even the wisest of individuals can overlook certain details. Virgil shook his head, seemingly attempting to dislodge such impractical thoughts from his mind, and withdrew his wand to continue practicing spells. This time, in addition to the incantations from the Half-Blood Prince's notes and the disillusionment charm. Virgil also began training in the Patronus charm. Perhaps Harry Potter was the type who could only immerse himself in the study of magic when the situation became dire. For instance, faced with Dementors. He learned the Patronus charm within a single semester, and during the Triwizard Tournament, he mastered a myriad of erratic spells. With a flourish of his wand, Virgil cast the Patronus charm. This time, his wand finally emitted a semblance of silvery mist. Rather than the erratic silver threads of before, he wished he could find some means to adequately motivate him or perhaps bestow upon him a fortunate advantage. Would it allow him to vanquish Pettigrew and Voldemort directly in his fourth year? That seemed highly improbable. He would require an extraordinarily significant boost in power. Virgil endeavored to recall the happiest moments of his life, yet his mind was persistently haunted by the inferno of his previous existence. Expecto Patronum. Still, only a small wisp of silvery mist emerged. If only there were an experience bar or progress tracker, as in the games of old. Virgil lamented. What was my happiest moment? What was the quickest thing I accomplished upon arriving here? Countless scenes flashed through his mind like a film reel. There was his childhood, wherein he struggled to accept Beniel and Jennifer due to the memories of his past life, even as they showered him with kindness. There was the moment he received his acceptance letter from Eton College, a resolution to a long-held obsession. And there was the scene of gazing into the mirror of Ariste, seeing his parents from his previous life once more. Expecto Patronum. Virgil recited the incantation with conviction. This time, a torrent of silvery mist erupted forth, and he could vaguely discern the silhouette of a creature with outstretched wings within the mist. Alas, he still failed to summon a corporeal Patronus. He was far from achieving that goal. Virgil did not feel overly disheartened. After all, the Patronus charm was universally recognized as an advanced spell, and he did not expect to conjure a Patronus within just 2 days. If it were that simple, he might suspect he had rewritten the script of this universe and was the true savior destined to confront the Dark Lord. Fortunately, it seemed that the Patronus charm would likely become accessible only in the 3rd year, granting him ample time for practice. However, the disillusionment charm was of utmost urgency. His subsequent plans to exploit Quirrell hinged on mastering the disillusionment charm, but of course, this was predicated on Voldemort being severely weakened and merely able to lurk behind Quirrell's head. Yet for a first-year student like Virgil, it was still akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Yet, Virgil's audacity to openly scheme against Quirrell rested on his greatest trump card, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. He did not believe Dumbledore would overlook Quirrell's peculiarities, especially since this weakened Dark Lord-imbued Quirrell was deliberately brought in to help Harry Potter level up as a minor boss. However, the involvement of Voldemort suggested that events could take an unforeseen turn. Virgil was far from convinced that Dumbledore would trust Snape to monitor Quirrell without intervening. The mere thought of Professor Quirrell sent a shiver down Virgil's spine that it was not the unsettling notion of a face on the back of his head that disturbed him, but rather the dismal quality of Quirrell's lectures, which could only be described as abysmal, in Kona's words. Even wielding a wand as a club to engage in melee with dark wizards would yield better results than Quirrell's teaching methods. It was said that the upper-year students of Ravenclaw had begun self-studying in defense against the dark arts, while those facing the ordinary wizarding level examinations this semester were in a state of despair. Watching the younger students ridicule those preparing for the ordinary wizarding level examinations, Virgil could not help but muse. If only they knew that the defense against the dark arts classes in the coming years were exceedingly unreliable. Would they still find amusement in this spectacle? Stupefied, Virgil observed the dummy before him being shredded into pieces, shaking his head in disbelief. He could not fathom why, despite his slow progress with the Patronus charm. He had made remarkable strides with the stunning spell, which he had previously struggled to grasp. Could it be that he was inherently gifted in the art of dark wizardry? Virgil quickly shook his head, dispelling that ludicrous notion that he had a father who was an Auror and a mother who had once served as an Auror. If he were to become a dark wizard, would they not take matters into their own hands? Levi Corpus, Virgil made another attempt at the spell. The already tattered dummy suddenly levitated, head down, suspended in mid-air. Confringo. The dummy crashed into the wall opposite, scattering debris across the floor, observing the effects of his newly learned spell. Virgil could not help but exclaim, perhaps, as the professors assert, talent can indeed be inherited. Otherwise, my rapid acquisition of spells would be inexplicable. However, It was a pity. Virgil gazed at his wand, crafted from silver lime wood, which, while possessing its own merits, could not compete with the likes of yew or blackthorn, specifically designed for combat. His selection of silver lime was more a reflection of his ability as a seer. Since my wand is ill-suited for battle, I shall simply remain in the shadows, for vanquishing the Dark Lord is not my mission. Virgil seemed to forget the shattered dummy in the corner not far from him. Alas, for an 11-year-old child, it would be wise to prioritize sleep. He had been burning the midnight oil far too frequently of late. Virgil tidied his belongings, placed his wand carefully, and prepared to return to his dormitory. Recently, in pursuit of honing his disillusionment charm, Virgil had found himself concocting various excuses to sneak into the room of requirement nearly every night. However, he had overestimated the physical endurance of an 11-year-old child. During class, he often found himself on the verge of dozing off, particularly in Professor Chilo's dark arts defense and Professor Bin's history of magic classes. This day, Virgil distinctly remembered Professor Bin's almost translucent form floating before his desk, uttering the phrase, "Why linger in slumber during life, when eternal rest awaits in death?" This had become fodder for his roommates' teasing banter, among the few classes that kept Virgil alert, aside from charms. Was Snape's potions class. After all, when you have a cold, slithery teacher watching you intently from behind, who would dare to let their eyelids grow heavy? Very well. Everyone look. Mr. Shaw has succeeded. Ravenclaw gains 10 points. Professor McGonagall raised the silver needle before Virgil, showcasing it to the other students that it appears you're the first among the first years to achieve this. I heard there's a girl in Gryffindor named Hermione Granger who is nearly there as well. But the matchstick remains on the silver needle. That is already the best result aside from yours. But remarked, why was such a girl sorted into Ravenclaw? Godstein interjected, Hermione Granger, the one Professor Flitwick specifically praised and exempted from this week's homework? I thought the top student in Gryffindor would be Harry Potter. I've heard that Harry Potter hasn't shown any remarkable talent in any subject so far, Connor whispered. This diverges from our earlier speculations. Is he truly the chosen one? Mr. Connor, Professor McGonagall's stern voice suddenly echoed from behind. I do not find it honorable to discuss a classmate behind their back. Or do you believe that the material I present in class is not worthy of your utmost attention for practice? If that is the case, you can complete an additional assignment. Come to me after class, and I shall inform you of your extra homework. Observing Connor's crestfallen expression, Virgil couldn't help but chuckle. Have you forgotten that Professor McGonagall is the head of Gryffindor? Godstein consoled him. Cheer up, mate. Being singled out by Professor McGonagall is far better than being scrutinized by Professor Snape, that you'll only have to write an extra assignment. After all, look at Virgil and me. We're constantly put through the ringer by Snape, that he even appears out of nowhere while we're adding ingredients, attempting to sabotage our potion making. And just look at the questions he poses to Virgil, far beyond the first-year curriculum. After Transfiguration class ended, as Connor trudged out last with his head hung low, Virgil and the others knew that McGonagall's assignment would be anything but simple. Cheer up, mate, Virgil said, pulling a candy from his pocket and offering it to Connor. This afternoon is herbology. If you don't perk up, be wary of Professor Sprout, giving you extra assignments too. Connor took the candy without examining it closely and popped it into his mouth. I tell you, compared to the Transfiguration assignment, I'd much rather tackle the potions. Hick, potions, hick. Assignment. Connor's eyes widened in terror. Virgil. Hick. What on earth did you? Hick. Give me. Suddenly a pair of red-haired twins emerged from behind a nearby pillar. Looks like it's hiccup candy. Fred, you're right, George. A product from Zonko's. Could we have a piece? Fred asked Virgil. Virgil rummaged in his pocket again and found 2 more candies with identical packaging, handing 1 each to Fred and George. This first year is quite generous. He gave us 2. Fred exclaimed. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Fred Weasley, and this is George Weasley. George Weasley added, all right, Fred, let us check on our poor Michael. Don't worry. The effects of Zonko's hiccup candy last only half an hour. There won't be any long-term effects, but, hick, let us hope so. Hick. After witnessing Connor's predicament, Fred and George each wrapped an arm around Virgil's shoulders, pinning him between them, and addressed Connor and the others. We'll borrow young Virgil for a bit. We'll return him by lunch. Without waiting for a reaction, they half-dragged Virgil away. Is he going to be all right? Mandy Bloor, also a first year from Ravenclaw, rushed up, hoping to ask Virgil about the Lumos and softening charms, only to see him being whisked away by the Weasley twins. She turned to Connor and the others, staring at the two Gryffindor students with flaming red hair as they vanished into the distance. Connor's group fell into a momentary stupor. Although they were notorious troublemakers at school, they had never heard of the twins bullying first years, except, of course, for Slytherin students, as but murmured. Virgil was led by the Weasley twins to an abandoned classroom within the castle. "What do you want with me? I don't recall having any dealings with the Weasley family," Virgil inquired, gazing at Fred and George standing across from him. Despite facing the Weasley twins, Virgil felt no pressure. Although he couldn't use the killing curse, he had ample confidence in his ability to dispatch these two third years with a selection of simple yet effective spells gleaned from the Half-Blood Prince's notes and some dueling charms taught by Jennifer before the term began. "Don't be nervous, Virgil. We're here because we need your help with something," Fred said. "Third year seeking help from a first year," Virgil replied. "Have you set your sights on some first-year Ravenclaw girl and need me to play matchmaker?" Virgil's comment left Fred and George flustered, plunging them into silence momentarily. Finally, George broke the ice. "Before we embark on our grand venture, we have no intention of pursuing girlfriends, though it only hinder our progress in inventing. Grand venture? We've temporarily named it the Weasley Wizarding Products." George introduced "It's akin to Zonko's Joe products. Naturally, our inventions will be far superior to those. Oh, what do you need from me? Do you want me to experiment with your products?" "Apologies, but I must consider my personal safety." Virgil was well aware of the kinds of products Fred and George concocted at school, the most notable being the instant class-skipping candy, with the most effective way to test its efficacy being human trials. No, you've misunderstood." The Weasley twins quickly waved their hands, insisting Virgil had misjudged their intentions. Fred explained, "We've heard that your foundational knowledge in potions is quite solid, and you've even self-studied advanced potions courses. Even Snape struggles to challenge you with textbook knowledge." George added, "We'd like to ask you to help improve our products or provide some feedback on them. Surely it would be more appropriate for you to approach a higher-year student for such matters." "Can Gryffindor find a student from an advanced potions class?" Virgil inquired out of course. "Gryffindor has students proficient in potions," George shrugged. "But what kind of good student would have time to hang out with us?" "Just like Percy, our Percy," Fred interjected. "Exactly. If Percy could abandon his unrealistic aspirations of joining the Ministry of Magic to assist us, we could expedite our grand venture by 2 or 3 years. A student who constantly associates with us would inevitably draw the attention of our dear Mr. Filch," Fred remarked. "Lee Jordan, our good friend, is also one of Filch's primary targets. He's more lenient with Peeves than with us because he can't do anything to a ghost." True to the Weasley twins' reputation, Virgil found himself at a loss for words. In the end, Fred and George both placed their hands on Virgil's shoulders. "Join us, Virgil, if our magical prank products succeed. We'll share a stake with you. What do you say?" As Virgil gazed into the earnest eyes of Fred and George, he felt as though they had forged an unbreakable vow. Nonetheless, the prospect of participating in the development of magical prank products was indeed enticing to him. Firstly, the Weasley Wizard Wheezes was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Secondly, as the school's resident troublemaker, Fred and George currently possessed more secret passages than Filch himself, and having access to a few unknown routes could prove extremely advantageous in numerous situations. Thirdly, Virgil would have the opportunity to study the Marauder's map up close. It must be said that this particular artifact was remarkably convenient. At present, Virgil only knew that the map employed intricate human tracing spells, while he remained oblivious to its other secrets. If replicating it proved impossible, he would have no choice but to extend his apologies to Harry Potter. "Please provide me with a few of the products you are currently developing. I would like to examine them and see if I can offer any suggestions at AS for joining your venture. I still need to ponder that," Virgil said, exercising a modicum of restraint. "Very well, that sounds agreeable. We shall deliver the products directly to the Ravenclaw common room this afternoon," replied the Weasley twins, who were clearly efficient in their undertakings. The moment herbology class concluded, Virgil spotted the Weasley twins waiting outside the greenhouse. They handed him a backpack brimming with jars and vials. "We heard from the upperclassmen in Ravenclaw that you seldom linger in the common room, so we decided to wait for you here," Fred remarked. Our production notes are included within. Feel free to consult them, though we hope you can provide us with some feedback, as improving our products would be splendid. After all, the better our products, the more profit we stand to gain. George added. With that, the two of them dashed away, seemingly anxious that Virgil might reconsider. Who delivered that to you? Goldstein and his two companions suddenly appeared by Virgil's side, inquiring. The Weasley twins, he replied, in an instant. The trio recoiled as if Virgil had been tainted by something repugnant. What is wrong with you three? Virgil questioned. Goldstein let out a shriek. That is the very thing the Weasley twins gave you. How could the troublemakers possibly provide you with anything decent? Keep your distance from us. I suspect that bag contains a dung bomb, the kind that explodes upon opening. I heard Roger Davies say he witnessed the Weasley twins toss a dung bomb in a Filch's office the other day. Butte remarked, Virgil, if you dare bring that bag back to the dormitory, Konar half pleaded, half threatened, I shall strangle you by midnight. All right, Virgil raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I shall take it to Professor Ketterburn. The bag contains some magical products developed by the Weasley twins, and they wish for my input. Would you care to join me? Upon hearing this, the three of them gathered around, expressing their desire to admire Fred and George's creations. Though they remained skeptical about the safety of the products. However, they felt considerably reassured at the prospect of having a teacher present, even if that teacher specialized in the care of magical creatures. Thus, the quartet bypassed the castle and made their way directly to Professor Ketterburn's cottage at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. After introducing his roommates, Professor Ketterburn consented to allow them to experiment with the Weasley twins' products outside, on the condition that they did not set his house ablaze. Otherwise, he would ensure they faced dire consequences. This professor seems rather accommodating, Konar whispered. Virgil, since you are so familiar with him, perhaps we should choose care of magical creatures as our elective in third year. He might grant us leniency, allowing us to pass with ease. After contemplating this, Virgil replied, that may be somewhat difficult. Professor Ketterburn is likely to retire within the next 2 years, and it is uncertain who will be teaching our care of magical creatures course in third year. Upon hearing this, Konar appeared somewhat disheartened. Although he was a Ravenclaw student, intelligent and eager to learn, this did not mean that all Ravenclaws were omniscient. Having a particular weakness in certain subjects was entirely normal. For instance, Konar had already demonstrated astonishing talent in potions, ensuring his place in an advanced class with ease, unlike Harry and Ron, who had merely benefited from lowered standards, despite everyone believing that Virgil excelled in potions. It was mainly due to the myriad annotations in the Half-Blood Prince's notes and Snape's own modifications that allowed him to self-study effectively and ultimately stand out among the first years. After all, even Harry Potter managed to become Slughorn's prized pupil by relying on the Half-Blood Prince's notes. One can only imagine how much more adept Virgil was in comparison. In contrast, Virgil found himself more drawn to subjects such as charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts. Butte, on the other hand, exhibited a remarkable aptitude for herbology. Based on the ease with which he completed his assignments, Virgil suspected that his talent rivaled that of Neville Longbottom. As for Goldstein, he was the most surprising of all to Virgil, as he excelled in subjects such as history of magic and astronomy, courses that required rote memorization. He had even borrowed books on ancient runes from the library. Yet, Virgil surmised that, given Goldstein's surname, he likely possessed considerable talent in legilimency and occlumency, although these were not subjects taught during their time at Hogwarts. When Virgil opened the Weasley twins' backpack, Konar and the others promptly distanced themselves, as if it concealed a lurking troll. However, once Virgil began extracting the jars and vials, their initial concerns about potential dangers dissipated. Virgil then opened the Weasley twins' production notes and beckoned his 3 roommates to gather around, hoping to brainstorm collectively. Look at the detail in this notebook, Konar observed. The Weasley twins must have a great deal of trust in you, recording their processes so meticulously. If this were to fall into the wrong hands, it could be considered a trade secret. Fred and George wish to recruit me, Virgil explained. They seem to be contemplating opening a shop after graduation, and these products are likely their preparations. They're attempting to usurp Zonko's business. Aren't they? Goldstein remarked, scrutinizing the labels on the jars and speculating about the product's effects. Are they planning to establish their store in Hogsmeade? Flipping through the notebook, Virgil replied, I cannot say for certain. I merely offered to provide them with feedback and have yet to agree to join them. I didn't expect them to share their trade secrets with me. That aren't they concerned I might start my own venture? Either they place great trust in you, or they assume that a diligent Ravenclaw student would not expend all their energy on such matters. I suspect the latter is more probable than that moment. Goldstein plucked a bottle labeled puking pastilles from the backpack, which contained a few orange candies. This seems harmless enough, he said before twisting off the cap and tossing one into his mouth. Wait, don't, Virgil exclaimed, but it was too late. Nothing's happening. Ugh. Just as Goldstein began to voice his complaints about the lack of effect, he was suddenly overtaken by a violent bout of vomiting. What's gotten into Anthony today? Butte asked Konar. I have no idea, Konar replied, shaking his head. Thus, the three of them sat across from Goldstein, eager to observe the efficacy of this quick-acting skipping class candy. Virgil even thoughtfully retrieved 2 empty buckets and handed them to Goldstein. However, as time passed, their concern grew. This is never-ending. We need to find an antidote, Virgil shouted, and the three of them scrambled toward the jars and vials. At this point, Goldstein was in such a state that he could barely speak, his arms flailing wildly in the air. Finally, they discovered a bottle containing purple candies labeled antidote for puking pastilles in their haste. They poured out the antidote, only to realize that Goldstein was in no condition to consume it. In the end, it was Virgil who sought out Professor Ketterburn for assistance. What have you given him? Ketterburn demanded, waving his wand, causing Goldstein to stop vomiting as if someone had pressed the pause button. Yet, it was evident that the problem was not entirely resolved. The remnants of his distress appeared to be lodged in his throat. Why are you still standing there? Do you have an antidote? If so, toss it into his mouth immediately. If not, hurry to the hospital wing. Look at how red his face has become upon hearing this. Virgil promptly tossed the purple candy into Godstone's mouth. Professor Ketterburn pointed his wand at Godstone's throat, an incantation to relieve him. With a swift motion, Godstone swallowed the purple candy, followed by a series of deep gasps. Accompanied by bouts of dry heaving, Virgil and his companions quickly turned their gaze to Professor Ketterburn, believing Godstone had yet to recover. Do not look at me, Professor Ketterburn remarked. He is perfectly fine. His gasping is merely a consequence of having choked. As for the retching, he glanced at Godstone, and Virgil seemed to detect a hint of pity in his eyes. As Godstone swallowed, he simultaneously forced down the remnants of the obstruction lodged in his throat. Ugh! At the professor's explanation, Kona could no longer contain himself and began to retch as well. Even Virgil felt a twinge of discomfort in his throat. Professor Ketterburn, however, began to examine the peculiar product one by one. His lips pursed in amazement. What a marvelous invention! It appears to be only a semi-finished product. How is it that you first-year students have managed to create something so intricate? Virgil explained, it was not our creation. It was invented by Fred and George Weasley. They planned to open a shop after graduation. The Weasley boys. It is astonishing how their family consistently produces such an array of eccentric talents. I recall teaching Charlie Weasley, who must be the brother you mentioned, Fred and George, that he was an exceptional student in care of magical creatures, that I heard he pursued dragon research after graduation, which brought me great joy. As he spoke, Professor Ketterburn retrieved a portable swamp, examining it closely. What a remarkable idea! If only such a brilliant mind could dedicate itself to the study of magical creatures. I shall take one and inquire about its price upon my return. Then procure some funds from my office. It is quite suitable for breeding flobberworms. Very well, Professor. Just remember not to consume these items indiscriminately. If any issues arise, seek Madame Pomfrey without delay. Professor Ketterburn reiterated before turning to leave. Virgil understood he was heading to attend to the pregnant Kneazle. Mr. Chaunier, do you wish for me to teach you some dueling techniques? Chilo stammered as he regarded the Ravenclaw boy before him. Yes, Professor, Virgil replied calmly. I believe that compared to Charms class, defense against the dark arts is far more practical. You see, my mother was an Auror, and I aspire to become one after graduation, so I think it prudent to devote more effort to defense against the dark arts. Since you are a Ravenclaw graduate, it would be reasonable to consider you my senior, and this modest request should not be too much to ask. Chilo stuttered, I believe you ought to focus primarily on the textbook material. After all, you still have ordinary wizarding level exams to pass. However, The exams also encompass practical applications, Professor, Virgil insisted, striving to adopt a pitiful expression in his plea. While it is improbable to encounter werewolves or vampires for practical lessons in class, surely we could learn some basic countermeasures against dark magic. I still think you should prioritize the textbook. I have nearly exhausted the textbook, Professor. Virgil held up Defense Against the Dark Arts, a self-help guide. As you know, it is not particularly challenging for a Ravenclaw to self-study the material that, of course, excluding practical applications, it is unlikely I will find a dark wizard, werewolf, or vampire within Hogwarts. Chilo seemed increasingly unable to withstand Virgil's earnest and fervent gaze, his stuttering intensifying. I will consider it. Chilo's heart remained resistant. His repeated ventures to actively seek dark wizards had instilled in him a heightened sense of vigilance that he sensed that the Ravenclaw first year before him was not as simple as he appeared. At the very least, he likely sought more than just dueling techniques and defense against the dark arts. Yet, Chilo could not fathom what else could possibly intrigue a first-year student. Even if Chilo was easily persuaded by a weakened Voldemort, or perhaps merely a pawn in Dumbledore's games, his repeated appointments to Hogwarts indicated he possessed certain exceptional qualities. Agree to his request. Just as Virgil was about to leave the classroom, Chilo heard a feeble voice emanating from his scarf. Also, provide him with the notes you wrote in Albania that I recall you documented some of the spellcasting techniques and dark magic I taught you. But master, hurry, Voldemort hissed. Wait, Virgil Shawnir. Chilo hurriedly called out to the departing Virgil. You come with me. Having spoken, Chilo led Virgil to his office. Chilo did not permit Virgil to enter his office, but instructed him to wait outside while he rummaged through his belongings. Master, he is merely a first-year brat. Why should I be obliged to accommodate him? Chilo grumbled as he searched. Silence, fool! Voldemort's roar startled Chilo, causing him to drop his notebook. With your intellect, I genuinely wonder when you might unwittingly deliver me into Dumbledore's hands. You have been a professor for quite some time. Have you gathered no intelligence? If all my Death Eaters were to caliber, I might as well remain in Albania. That boy, I have heard many students speak of him. A prodigy in charms. Filius Flitwick considers him his prized pupil. Even severe struggles to challenge him in potions with just textbook knowledge. He even shows a modicum of talent in transfiguration. Today, his approach to you proves he is drawn to dueling and desires formidable power. He is a combative spirit. What will happen when a Ravenclaw, upon witnessing my more profound, potent, and destructive spells? Quirinus, he will be utterly captivated. Master, Chilo responded respectfully. Just as I was, indeed, when he discovers he cannot delve deeper into these spells. He will seek us out. To that point, I shall devise a means to recruit him into the Death Eaters. But he is only 11, Master. Merely an informant hidden within Hogwarts. Who would suspect an 11-year-old child of being recruited as a Death Eater? Moreover, do you think I would be foolish enough to place the dark mark upon child? I shall approach him under a different guise, that of a knowledgeable, powerful, yet amiable wizard. What harm could it be for a child to assist his teacher in learning advanced magic? Especially one from Ravenclaw. I am confident Dumbledore would never anticipate that a Potter could adequately divert his attention, leaving him with little to spare for a Ravenclaw child. Voldemort envisioned the prospect of developing a Ravenclaw informant, particularly one with a former Auror in the family. How exhilarating! But who would bother to scrutinize the 11-year-old child of a former Auror? Unfortunately, Virgil could not hear Voldemort's inner monologue. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly exclaim, Come, teach me your advanced magic. However, assisting you comes at a different price. Chilo inquired, Master, should I leave some notes in the notebook just in case? No need, Voldemort replied after a moment's contemplation. Do not underestimate Filius Flitwick. That half-blood is far from simple. Your abilities pale in comparison to his. If the notes were tampered with, it would easily draw his attention. A plain notebook would likely be safer. Understood, Master. With that, Chilo exited the office and handed his notes to Virgil. Shawnir, sir, these are some notes I previously compiled that I believe you. You might find them useful, Chilo stammered, then added, if you have any questions, feel free to come find me. Thank you, Professor. Virgil bowed to Chilo in gratitude, then turned and hastily departed. He felt compelled to leave. Not only had the weakened Voldemort imposed significant pressure on him, but Chilo's stuttering manner of speech threatened to render him breathless with prolonged exposure. finding an empty classroom. Virgil casually perused Chilo's notebook. With spells from Snape's notes laid out before him, he easily discerned that much of Chilo's content pertained to dark magic. Alas, the spell he most yearned to learn, the one that allowed for flight without the aid of tools, was notably absent. Perfection is an unattainable ideal. After all, with a smile, Virgil tossed the notebook into his backpack. For the moment, it appeared to be nothing more than a collection of notes. Whether it held any magical properties remained to be seen, and he would need to seek assistance in its examination. Having many elder friends is indeed a blessing. Such a perilous task as examining a notebook must surely be entrusted to Professor Ketterburn. Virgil skipped joyfully toward the professor's cottage. He was eager to conduct the examination, especially since he also had the Weasley brothers' inventions to ponder. Lately, he found himself overwhelmed with tasks, and he lamented that his time for practicing spells had dwindled. Even his practice of the disillusionment charm had become difficult to maintain. This simply would not do, that a Ravenclaw boy would never concede defeat. Upon reaching Professor Ketterburn's cottage, Virgil dove into the magical chest, retrieved Chilo's notebook from his bag, and presented it directly to Professor Ketterburn, saying, "Professor, could you assist me in examining this? I am concerned it may be a magical artifact, or perhaps cursed." Professor Ketterburn, ever indulgent, took the notebook and scrutinized it thoroughly before drawing his wand and uttering, "Revelio." The notebook remained unresponsive. "This is merely an ordinary notebook, Virgil," he declared, flipping through its pages. "The IT contains quite a bit of dark magic." "I see. Where did you acquire this?" "It belonged to Professor Chilo," Virgil replied. "I sought to learn some practical technique for defending against dark magic, but he merely provided me with this notebook. Did he not mention being pursued by a vampire at one point? I fear it may harbor curses or other dangers." Upon hearing Virgil's concerns, Professor Ketterburn abruptly tossed the notebook back at him. "That he is, after all, a teacher of defensive magic. What were you thinking? Take it back at once. However, let me make one thing clear. Do not dabble with the dark magic contained within that. IT can lead to dire consequences." Professor Ketterburn was not overly suspicious. It was quite normal for a teacher of defensive magic to have notes on dark spells. After all, one must first understand dark magic to effectively defend against it, right? It was a Friday afternoon, the designated time for the Care of Magical Creatures class. Thus, the common method for repelling the Grindylows involved breaking their fingers to render them incapable of grasping us. Professor Ketterburn was engaged in a one-on-one lesson with Virgil when a loud knock echoed through the cottage. A deep voice called out, "Professor, may I come in?" "Oh, do come in, Hagrid," responded Professor Ketterburn, setting down his book. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and an enormous figure squeezed inside. The already cluttered cottage was instantly filled to the brim by Hagrid's massive frame. "Hagrid, you've been drinking again," Professor Ketterburn observed, glancing at Hagrid's rosy complexion, and admonished him, "Drinking is fine, but you mustn't be perpetually inebriated. How can Dumbledore trust you with certain tasks if you carry on like this?" Hagrid belched. "Sorry, Professor. I had a few too many this morning." As there was little to do, Professor Ketterburn patted Virgil on the shoulder and said, "Say hello to our keeper of keys and grounds, Hagrid." Virgil set down his textbook, rose, and slightly bowed. "Hello, Hagrid. I am Virgil Chanier." "I remember you, Virgil Chanier," Hagrid replied, a bit tipsy. "The Sorting Hat took quite a while to place you in Ravenclaw. Just call me Virgil," he insisted. "Very well, Virgil," Hagrid mumbled. "What are you up to?" "Giving him a lesson." Professor Ketterburn explained with a smile that he is learning about the care of magical creatures. Upon hearing this, Hagrid's previously hazy eyes sparkled with interest, and his voice became much clearer. Magical creatures? It seems he truly is a passionate enthusiast for them. Dumbledore's decision to have him succeed Professor Ketterburn was not made lightly. "Does he like magical creatures?" Hagrid inquired excitedly, nearly bursting with enthusiasm, as if he wished to envelop Virgil in a grand embrace. Calm down, Professor Ketterburn interjected swiftly. "He is merely receiving some preliminary instruction. Virgil is a child of an old friend of mine. You know that by the time he is ready to study care of magical creatures, I will likely be retired. So, I am imparting some knowledge to him in advance." He then turned to Virgil and added, "You should converse with Hagrid more. He possesses unique insights into the care of magical creatures." Besides, he raises the Thestrals at Hogwarts. Are you not fascinated by them? If time permits, you might ask Hagrid to show you. Professor, Hagrid interrupted, I must go fetch those fire crabs for class outside. Otherwise, they will set your cottage ablaze. Very well, thank you, Hagrid, replied Professor Kitterburn. That's no trouble, Professor. Farewell for now, Virgil. Hagrid raised a hand, larger than a cauldron, and waved at Virgil before stepping out to handle the fire crabs. As Hagrid closed the door behind him, Professor Kitterburn turned to Virgil and remarked, He is a very talented child. It is a pity he was expelled before graduating. Nonetheless, he is quite dependable. Are you certain, Professor? Virgil countered. Why do you say that? I hardly consider a half-giant with a penchant for alcohol to be particularly reliable. Virgil met Professor Ketterburn's gaze directly. Perhaps, as you surmise, he was indeed wronged back then. However, he must have possessed some incriminating evidence that fell into the hands of the true puppet master, who chose to cast him as a scapegoat. Moreover, the school's decision to expel him indicates that he must have violated school rules without a doubt. Sighing, Professor Kitterburn replied, You are remarkably astute. Virgil, you have discerned Hagrid's lineage. Your analysis of the situation is quite rational. Some years ago, a student was attacked at Hogwarts, and shortly thereafter, rumors circulated that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened. The Chamber of Secrets? Virgil feigned ignorance. Indeed, the chamber said to have been constructed by Salazar Slytherin himself, wherein a dreadful monster purportedly resides. However, it remains merely a legend, Professor Ketterburn recalled wistfully. Soon after, students discovered that Hagrid had been raising an acromantula at the school. He had once inquired about their habits and care requirements, which led me to suspect his intentions. I should have intervened. Professor Ketterburn's expression was filled with regret, but I could see how fond he was of those little creatures. He is truly a child passionate about magical beings. I chose to keep the matter secret. Who could have foreseen the subsequent attacks on students? Little creatures? Acromantula? Virgil struggled to reconcile the image of the fearsome spider with the notion of them being adorable. What transpired afterward, I believe I have mentioned to you. His wand was broken, and he was expelled from Hogwarts. Yet you and Professor Dumbledore believed in him. Indeed, only the two of us did. However, my position was precarious. My voice carried little weight. Fortunately, Dumbledore allowed him to remain at Hogwarts. Who knows what might have become of him otherwise? Professor Ketterburn reflected. Had it not been for that incident, perhaps he would have succeeded me as an outstanding teacher of care of magical creatures by now. Virgil nodded in agreement. Yet inwardly he reflected upon Hagrid's unfortunate teaching career following his appointment. Indeed, Hagrid had succeeded you as the instructor for this subject, but his tenure had been far from smooth. In his inaugural year, he sparked controversy due to the presence of a hippogriff, which, although partly attributed to Malfoy's recklessness, was nonetheless concerning when he faced a creature of such caliber in front of third-year students. It must be said that Hagrid's planning for his curriculum left much to be desired. Furthermore, his subsequent introduction of the illegally kept blast-ended squirts only underscored how Hagrid had completely let himself go in his role as a teacher. Ultimately, even his steadfast supporters, the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, chose not to enroll in his course. Virgil's assessment of Hagrid was as follows: a well-meaning individual with a destructive capacity rivaling that of a Death Eater and a penchant for chaos akin to Peeves. The most perplexing aspect was that this half-giant, often prone to folly, was indeed a pivotal character in the overarching narrative. Consider his actions. During his time at the school, he raised acromantulas, and where else would Tom Riddle find a more reliable scapegoat than Hagrid? After Dumbledore's controversial decision to retain Hagrid, the first thing this keeper of keys did upon assuming his position was to establish a home for the acromantula in the Forbidden Forest and even to find a mate for Aragog. Ensuring the forest remained lively. In the end, after Aragog's demise, its offspring would hardly recognize who Hagrid was. Regardless of whether he was Hagrid, it would make no difference. During the final battle, they were driven into the castle by Death Eaters, causing significant trouble for the guards and indirectly leading to Hagrid's capture. Professor Virgil Kettleburn's voice jolted Virgil back to reality. What is it, Professor? Kettleburn observed Virgil and said slowly, Virgil, you are an intelligent child. I know, Professor. One must be clever to be sorted into Ravenclaw. You cheeky rascal, Have you begun to lose your manners? Kettleburn playfully swatted Virgil with the book in his hand. Hagrid is a good lad. Professor, as far as I'm aware, Hagrid must be over 60 years old, roughly the same age as my grandfather. Are you still calling him a good lad? Let me finish my thought, Kettleburn exclaimed, his temper flaring as he even drew his wand. The longer he spent time with Virgil, the more he noticed the boy was beginning to joke with him. Upon seeing the wand, Virgil promptly fell silent. Once I leave Hogwarts, should Hagrid encounter any troubles, I hope you will assist him to the best of your ability, if you can. In an instant, Virgil envisioned many things. The Norwegian Ridgeback soon-to-be-born, the Hippogriff, the Blasted Screwits, Aragog, and his uncle who spoke unclearly. Is that agreeable, Virgil? It is rare for me to find someone so passionate about magical creatures, even if he is a half-giant. Virgil looked at the frail old man before him, recalling the kindness shown to him upon learning he was a friend's grandson, remembering the professor's dedication in teaching him the Patronus charm, and how this professor had even offered to help him with the Weasley twins joke products, generously stating that if he needed any animal-related materials, he should not hesitate to ask. That Virgil's heart softened. Very well, Professor, but only if it is within my capacity. Hearing Virgil's response, Kettleburn nodded with satisfaction. Sighing, Virgil felt a pang of difficulty in his heart. It seemed he would have to find a way to make the trio of protagonists serve as scapegoats. After all, whenever Hagrid encountered issues, Harry Potter and his friends were invariably nearby. The first Charms class of October commenced. Alas, Hogwarts lacked an extended holiday in November, Virgil mused quietly. When Virgil successfully performed the repairing charm amidst Professor Flitwick's approving gaze and the astonishment of two first-year students from other houses, Flitwick called him over as class concluded. The trio of Connor informed Virgil that they would be waiting for him in the corridor, leaving the vast classroom with only Virgil and Flitwick. Virgil, could you tell me the extent of your self-study in charms? Flitwick inquired, standing atop a stack of books, gazing at his promising pupil. Flitwick truly regarded Virgil as his prized student, even though Virgil was merely a first year. Hermione Granger's talent equally delighted Flitwick, yet she was a Gryffindor, and her head of house was Professor McGonagall. Thus, Flitwick had begun to address Virgil simply as Virgil, while Hermione remained Miss Granger. Upon hearing his head of house's question, Virgil paused, unsure of how to respond. Consequently, he walked to the corner of the classroom and retrieved an old cushion. "Engorgo," he declared, pointing his wand at the worn cushion. Instantly, the cushion expanded, and within seconds, it was large enough to accommodate Flitwick. Virgil then uttered another incantation. Reducto. The enlarged cushion was sliced into several pieces, returning to its original state as the repairing charm restored it. Observing Virgil's remarkable performance, Flitwick applauded. "It seems you have mastered the spells required for first-year studies and have even grasped several from the second level of standard spells. This exceeds my expectations." He then produced a piece of parchment and handed it to Virgil. "Brilliant." Virgil read aloud the words on the parchment and then looked up at his head of house. "Professor, if you wish to compliment me next time, just tell me directly. There's no need to write it down. Rest assured, I'll pin this on my bedpost, and it may even serve to motivate my roommates." Flitwick nearly stumbled off the stack of books upon hearing Virgil's remark. "That's a password," he quickly clarified. "The Charms Club. I'll be inviting 4 students from each house who demonstrate notable talent in charms to join. We typically discuss topics related to charms, and sometimes I also teach spells beyond the curriculum. Meetings usually take place on Thursday evenings, and if you join, you will be the sole first-year member. I recall that Miss Granger from Gryffindor is quite talented as well," Virgil mentioned. "Miss Granger is indeed exceptional," Flitwick responded, "but she has yet to self-study the second level of standard spells. Perhaps when she reaches her second year. I will invite her." After listening to Flitwick's explanation, Virgil nodded and placed the parchment into his bag. "The club meets in a room at the end of the corridor on the 5th floor. And you will need the password to enter. If you are concerned about finding it, you may ask Miss Crivet or Mr. Eric, our prefects. Both are members of the Charms Club. A Charms Club?" Connor and the others inquired. Virgil nodded, feeling no need to conceal such matters at you think there might also be a Transfiguration Club or a Potions Club?" Connor speculated eagerly. "I heard that Professor Slughorn, Snape's predecessor, once established a similar Potions Club." Virgil recalled, sharing what he knew with Connor. However, I doubt Professor Snape has the inclination to teach students from other houses. Perhaps he would offer special lessons to Slytherin students, Butter added. Professor Snape? He certainly has no time for a potions club. He must assist the Order of the Phoenix in gathering intelligence while not neglecting his old colleagues. You might inquire whether Professors McGonagall and Sprout have established a Transfiguration Club or a Herbology Club. Such clubs would undoubtedly attract Ravenclaw students. Virgil suggested that as for other subjects, I doubt there would be much interest among students. Aside from Anthony, I cannot think of anyone who would willingly spend their free time attending another History of Magic class. Godstein, the new student favored by Professor Binns, was about to kick Virgil for his teasing, but skillfully dodged. I'm off to find the Weasley twins. Would you like to join? Virgil asked, waving the notebook given to him by the twins at his three roommates. As Virgil sought to enhance the joke products, his three roommates were also diligently offering their insights and suggestions. Point 1 should not underestimate the contributions of 4 first-year students, especially when they belong to Ravenclaw. A house renowned for its intellectual prowess, genius lies to the left, madness to the right. When Ravenclaw students apply their nimble minds to the art of skipping classes and pranking others, the sparks of inspiration they ignite can far exceed those of their peers. Furthermore, the Joe products currently being developed by the Weasley brothers not only require knowledge of potion making and herbology, but also necessitate an understanding of alchemy. It is noteworthy that Hogwarts does not offer a course in alchemy. And the Weasley brothers largely rely on self-study through relevant books in the library, which means their alchemical applications are not yet particularly advanced. Once Virgil and his companions manage to borrow some alchemical text for self-education, they may not catch up to the Weasley brothers in practical skills, but with the aid of the Weasley brothers' notes, grasping the production process should prove relatively straightforward. Even so, Virgil remains astounded by the Weasley brothers' capacity for learning. Perhaps, aside from Hermione, Fred and George possess certain talents that could qualify them for Ravenclaw. After all, the Joe products, still merely prototypes, involve knowledge not only of alchemy, but also of potion making and herbology. Virgil is aware that in the future, the Weasley brothers will produce products such as the anti-jinx hat and the jinx-repelling cloak, which will require expertise in charms and defense against the dark arts. It seems that when contemplating mischief, the Weasley brothers' intellect may indeed reach Ravenclaw's standards. Kona, along with the other three, chose to accompany Virgil in seeking out the Weasley brothers, as they all felt they had contributed to the development of the Joe products. Virgil couldn't fathom why the Weasley brothers would opt for a course in divination. The four stood outside the divination classroom, awaiting the Weasley brothers' exit, while Kona busily supplemented his notes from Virgil's charms textbook, interjecting with humorous remarks. Perhaps they believed they possessed some innate talent for divination, which would aid them in their pranks. Virgil speculated aloud that would drive Mr. Filch to the brink of despair, but chimed in with a laugh. Before our nocturnal escapades, we should consult the stars to see if our outing will be smooth or if we might get caught. Goldstein interjected, isn't divination just a form of charlatanry? I've heard upperclassmen say our divination teacher is a fraud. They were partially correct, but not entirely. Virgil turned to Goldstein to clarify. Professor Sybil Trelawney, our divination instructor, is a descendant of Cassandra Trelawney. Cassandra Trelawney? Goldstein murmured, struggling to recall if this name had been mentioned in their History of Magic course. No need to ponder. Virgil interrupted his thoughts. Cassandra Trelawney was a seer. Kona, but were now captivated. Indeed, seers are exceedingly rare, as those who possess such abilities are born with an innate insight into the future. A gift referred to as the sight. Many wizards and scholars obsessed with divination speculate that this ability is hereditary. However, even within closely knit families, there is no guarantee that the offspring of a seer will necessarily exhibit the gift of sight. Sometimes it may take several generations before another individual with such a talent emerges. So, do you mean to say that Professor Trelawney inherited the gift? Goldstein inquired. Virgil could not divulge that Voldemort had sought to eliminate the Potter family based on a prophecy delivered by Professor Trelawney. Aside from select few, including Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Snape, the details of this prophecy remain largely unknown, only accessible through the prophecy orb held by the Department of Mysteries. What I mean is that perhaps Trelawney inherited the sight, or perhaps she did not. It is also possible that she did inherit it but lacks the ability to wield that gift at will. Upon hearing Virgil's explanation, Goldstein and his companions exchanged glances, marveling how splendid it would be if we possessed such a gift. We could amass a fortune in galleons, but added, there's a profession known as a naming seer who specializes in divining names for newborns and providing suggestions based on those names. And they can earn a handsome sum. Your name wasn't given to you by a naming seer, was it? Kona teased, but that my name was chosen by my grandfather, but retorted, visibly displeased, as the four engaged in spirited discussion. A voice suddenly interrupted. Did I hear something about making a fortune in galleons? Have you discovered a new avenue for earning? Virgil turned to see the Weasley brothers emerging from their class. Finding profitable ventures isn't as simple as that, Virgil replied, that we were merely discussing divination and seers. Divination? The Weasley brothers simultaneously rolled their eyes and smirked, gesturing towards Professor Trelawney, who was still in the classroom. We cannot ascertain whether there are any genuine seers, but that one inside is undoubtedly a fraud, they declared with conviction. Fred remarked, since she began teaching this course, she has predicted that over a dozen students would meet their demise this semester. George added, if Hogwarts were to experience such a catastrophic event, it might as well close its doors. Professor Dumbledore would never allow that to happen. Just as Fred and George were enjoying their light-hearted banter, Professor Trelawney finished gathering her belongings and prepared to return to her office. Aware that she was not particularly well-liked by students and faculty alike, she usually confined herself to the tower. Hey, Professor, Fred called out to her. Here are 4 first-year Ravenclaws. Could you give them a reading to see if they will be in any danger this semester? Upon hearing Fred's words, Professor Trelawney halted, turning her gaze towards Virgil and his companions. 4 first years? Ravenclaw first years. You wish to gain insights into divination? She inquired, approaching them. As her scrutinizing gaze settled on Virgil's face, she abruptly froze. With a clatter, the item she was holding tumbled to the floor. Tarot cards scattered. Her teacup shattered, and the prophecy orb rolled to the feet of Virgil and the others. In that moment, Professor Trelawney appeared to be under the influence of a stunning spell, her limbs rigid as she moved, or rather, shuffled towards Virgil. Virgil observed her eyes, which seemed to lose focus, the pupils constricting. She murmured, 2 souls riding upon the nightmare, reaching forth from the darkness to stir all. Yet, in the mirror, the true self remains unseen. Creatures dwelling in damp, shadowy places will lend great assistance. People gaze upon the stag, yet overlook the raven lurking in the shadows, and he who has truly faced death may find his foes more terrifying than the Dark Lord. Upon uttering her final words, Professor Trelawney stumbled, and when Virgil glanced at her again, her eyes had returned to normal. What just happened? Professor Trelawney clasped her forehead, her face contorted in pain. She noticed the startled expressions of Goldstein. But in the Weasley brothers, she gradually regained her composure. I apologize. Children, did I frighten you? I'm truly sorry. With that, she hastily gathered her fallen belongings and hurried away, muttering to herself, no, that can't be right. What just happened to me? Once Professor Trelawney's figure vanished around the corner, Goldstein and the others finally collected themselves. What just transpired? Did Professor Trelawney make a prophecy regarding Virgil? But asked the Weasley brothers, shaking their heads. The Weasley brothers were uncertain. George replied, we are just as perplexed. She did not exhibit such behavior during our class. Frankly, if she could maintain that expression during every reading, she could easily make a living in Diagon Alley. Frightening people with her predictions, she would undoubtedly amass a fortune. George continued, do you recall what she said? The trio of Connor shook their heads vigorously. Professor Trelawney's recent demeanor was indeed terrifying, leaving a rather grim impression on the 11-year-old children. Virgil could confidently assert that had Professor Trelawney been addressing any one of his roommates, the mere alteration in her pupils would have been sufficient to haunt Connor and his companions with nightmares that night. I distinctly recall her mentioning the Dark Lord, George reminisced. Has she grown so disdainful as to no longer simply predict the demise of her students? Is the mysterious one being invoked now? Do not fret, Virgil. Fred patted Virgil's shoulder. Instead of worrying about the mysterious one, why not focus on the constipation one? George exclaimed, that was a remarkably clever remark. Worry about the constipation one. Jot it down. We might find it useful someday. Hey, Virgil, I heard Trelawney has prophesied something about you. Roger Davis nudged Virgil's shoulder, gesturing for Butte to make space, and settled beside him. Was it a teacup or a crystal ball she used? Or perhaps tarot cards? Davis inquired, eyeing Virgil, who was voraciously devouring his pie. Connor. Nothing of the sort. She stated it outright. How peculiar indeed, Roger Davis replied. When I first attended divination class, she used a crystal ball to predict I would be in mortal danger. At that moment, Cedric had also dashed from the Hufflepuff table to comfort Virgil. Do not worry, Virgil. Cedric positioned himself on Virgil's other side. Those who have attended divination classes do not hold fond memories of it. Noticing Cedric, Roger Davis scoffed, Are Hufflepuff students so well-informed these days? Unfazed by Davis's sardonic tone, Cedric retorted, Perhaps you should inquire with the Weasley twins. They, along with their good friend Lee Jordan, are practically three gossips in one. Weasley, upon hearing Cedric, Virgil set down his utensils. What did they say? They did not mention anything of significance. According to them, they too failed to remember the content of Professor Trelawney's prophecy. However, they did remark that Trelawney's demeanor at the time resembled that of a genuine charlatan. Cedric explained that, you recall the content of the prophecy? Roger Davis asked Virgil. Listening to their exchange, Virgil felt a wave of relief. It appeared the Weasley twins were somewhat reliable in this matter, as they had not brought up the mysterious one, even if the prophecy bore no direct relation to Voldemort. Any association with that name would undoubtedly provoke further scrutiny that I do not recall the content of Professor Trelawney's prophecy. Virgil decided to conceal the prophecy's details under the expectant gazes of Cedric and Roger Davis. The three roommates and the Weasley twins were evidently unaware of Professor Trelawney's true state at that time. But Virgil was well aware. Trelawney's unreliable vision had indeed been activated. This suggested that Trelawney's prophecy was, in fact, credible and accurate. Consequently, the prophecy's implications kept Virgil awake all night, a rare occurrence that led him to forego the room of requirement. The phrase regarding the two souls on the night steed resonated with Virgil for the second time. In fact, he had entertained similar thoughts and conducted related inquiries following the Sorting Hat incident. In cases where both parents were wizards, it was highly probable that their offspring would be sorted into the same house as their parents. For instance, Harry Potter's parents hailed from Gryffindor, and the Sorting Hat deemed him suitable for Slytherin due to the remnants of Voldemort's influence, such as Parseltongue. Similarly, the Weasley family all graduated from Gryffindor. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Sirius Black being sorted into Gryffindor, although such instances were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, one could argue that Regulus's eventual awakening and theft of the locket could not entirely dismiss his Gryffindor traits. Yet the Sorting Hat had asserted that it had never encountered an individual suited to all four houses simultaneously. Virgil pondered whether the original Virgil Shornier was more aligned with Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, where Benial and Jennifer resided, while his current self might be more suited to Slytherin or Hufflepuff. No, the Sorting Hat had previously stated that Slytherin and Hufflepuff were mortal enemies. It was conceivable that the original Virgil might have been more suited to Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, while he himself embodied traits of both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Coupled with Trelawney's prophecy today, could it be that the essence of the original Virgil had not perished, but merely laid dormant? If by chance the original Virgil's soul were to awaken one day, what kind of being would he become? Would he be consumed, or would he develop a split personality? The pronouncements of both the Sorting Hat and Trelawney instilled a sense of panic within Virgil. It seemed that his quest for information regarding Horcruxes in the restricted section needed to be expedited. Virgil mused silently. After addressing the inquiries of Roger Davis and Cedric, Virgil and his roommates made their way to the library. If only Professor McGonagall could approach homework with the same leniency as Professors Flitwick and Sprout, Connor lamented. Why not mention how Snape always turns a blind eye to the homework of Slytherin students in potions class? Butte retorted, We are in a relatively good position. The students of Gryffindor have it the worst. Professor McGonagall is particularly strict with her own house. I have never heard of her excusing a Gryffindor student from homework. Goldstein remarked, nodding towards Virgil. Since the start of term, when has he ever submitted his charm's homework? Indeed, ever since Professor Flitwick began assigning essays, Virgil had exempted himself from nearly all homework. The only other first-year student enjoying the same privilege was Hermione Granger from Gryffindor. Upon hearing Goldstein's comment, Virgil did not lift his head, but replied, "If certain individuals' Lumos spells could function properly instead of emitting black smoke, and if their repairing charm did not inadvertently trigger an exploding charm, I believe Professor Flitwick would grant them an exemption as well." Butte and Connor burst into laughter, while Goldstein, flustered and embarrassed, hurled a basic spell at Connor. "If I recall correctly, you were the one who nearly set the dormitory ablaze." Bang! Madame Pants, who was organizing books nearby, slammed her hand on the table. "Silence! Those who cannot maintain silence, leave immediately." Goldstein promptly fell silent, and Connor shrank back like a frightened kitten, burying his head in his notes. After a month at Hogwarts, Virgil and his roommates had compiled a list of teachers they should avoid antagonizing. The formidable Madame Pants, in charge of the library, and Madame Pomfrey, the matron of the hospital wing. Ranked just below Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress. As for Professor Snape, it was prudent not to provoke him, given his interactions with all creatures at Hogwarts, including Mrs. Norris and Peeves. "Virgil." Connor nudged Virgil's arm with his elbow and whispered, "Look over there." Following Connor's gesture, Virgil glanced towards the nearby table. Seated there were fellow first-years Lisa Dupin and Mandy Brocklehurst. Upon noticing Virgil's gaze, the two hastily lowered their heads and pretended to read. Though they muttered indistinctly to one another, Virgil turned to Goldstein with a puzzled expression. "Who do you fancy, Lisa or Mandy?" He inquired. "I could help you ask Mandy. I know her reasonably well." Mandy Brocklehurst was the girl Virgil had previously assisted in entering the common room. Since then, she had frequently sought Virgil's guidance on academic matters. "Who said anything about them?" Connor replied, "That I meant the table behind them. Oh, you mean Cho Chang and Marietta Edgecombe. You know those upperclassmen? They're second years. So how wouldn't he exactly call them upperclassmen?" "Cho Chang is quite stunning," Connor said, his face lighting up with infatuation, prompting Virgil to wish he had a camera to capture the moment. Goldstein and Butte were also drawn into the conversation about the two. No wonder Connor ditched Ginny to pursue Cho Chang. That it seems he was already ensnared in the throes of love back then. Virgil had also encountered the 10-year-old Ginny Weasley at King's Cross Station. A veritable beauty in her own right, and oh wonder she had numerous boyfriends during her time at Hogwarts and ultimately captured the heart of the savior, Harry Potter. After all, in matters of matrimony, Harry would never wed her merely because she is Ron's sister. Xiao Zhang. Butte murmured this name several times. It suddenly struck me where I had heard it before. The bulletin board in the common room. The second-year student, Xiao Zhang, serves as a reserve seeker for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, a second year already on the Quidditch team. Kona exclaimed in hushed, What a prodigy. Goldstein reached out to ruffle Kona's hair and said, "Wake up, brother. Are you infatuated? The term Quidditch genius should be reserved for Harry Potter. He was selected for the Quidditch team his first year, and, as a starter, no less I want to join the Quidditch team." Kona declared, as if making a solemn vow, that if I joined the Quidditch team, perhaps I could befriend Xiao Zhang. Kona's words left Virgil and the others momentarily speechless. Virgil patted his shoulder and remarked, "There are many ways to win a girl's affection. Perhaps you could leverage your strengths, such as brewing some highly sought-after potions. Maybe you could aim for the Babbity Rabbity's restorative draft and the Felix Felicis." Virgil deliberately chose two potions that were far beyond the capabilities of student to serve as goals for Kona, believing that with Kona's aptitude for potion making, he would eventually be able to brew these rare concoctions. Butte quickly added, "You do realize how you've performed in flying class, don't you? The bludger flies better than you do." Goldstein corrected him. "The bludger is a ball that the seekers pass to each other to score. It cannot fly on its own." "Exactly. Michael's flying skills are worse than something that cannot fly." Terry Butte. "Don't run. I'll strangle you. Spare me. Michael, I was wrong. Spare me. If you can't be quiet, then get out of the library." Now, that was Madame Pants's roar. "The Charm Club," Professor Kettleburn said, while supervising Virgil practicing the Patronus charm. "I know it. It's quite a good club, to the very least. It far surpasses the club Slughorn established back in the day. That Slug Club was, in essence, his way of currying favor with certain wizarding families. Slug? Who could blame him when Slughorn's name contains the word slug? Of course, although we often claim he is vain and snobbish, one cannot deny that he possesses a keen eye for talent. Many of the students he invited into the Slug Club became renowned after graduation. Some became Quidditch players, others political rising stars, and even tycoons in business and journalism. He certainly reaped numerous benefits from these students. You seem quite knowledgeable about this club, Virgil remarked. The club's inception. Slughorn invited professors from Hogwarts to join, but just one gathering was enough to extinguish our interest. Isn't it a good thing to meet talented and energetic students? I admit it isn't a bad thing for some young teachers, Professor Kettleburn said with a hint of nostalgia. It's unfortunate I hail from Hufflepuff that Slughorn's actions essentially divided students into two extremes, those he favored and those he deemed worthless. He never considered how the students he didn't invite might feel, contributing to the polarized reputation he had before his departure. He continued, like the legends say, Gryffindor and Slytherin parted ways due to conflict. But who knows? From the very beginning of Hogwarts, it was Hufflepuff that had the most significant disagreements with Slytherin. Hufflepuff? I've heard this assertion but never delved into the details, Virgil replied. If you wish to investigate this matter, be prepared to invest considerable time. Many of the library's tomes only touch upon it briefly. Let me ask you, what are the characteristics of Slytherin students? Professor Kettleburn countered. I recall ambition, cunning, slyness, resourcefulness, and even a disregard for rules. Virgil endeavored to choose more favorable words in his response. You are correct, but you seem to have overlooked one point. Think carefully. What have I forgotten? You mean their early bloodlines? Virgil suddenly grasped the crux of the issue. Precisely, that is the crux of the matter. Hufflepuff students are friendly, loyal, honest, and just... Yet Helga Hufflepuff was egalitarian, admitting all students who chose Hufflepuff, including those left behind by the other three founders. Those she welcomed in her house were grateful to her. But in Salazar Slytherin's words, she gathered a rabble. Although in recent years, there have been half-blood wizards or muggle-borns entering Slytherin, the majority of them have not fared well in the house. Furthermore, admitting non-pure-blood wizards in Slytherin was unthinkable during the era of the four founders. So, from the very beginning, Hufflepuff students and Slytherin students were naturally opposed. Not necessarily. Hufflepuff students never considered who to oppose. The antagonistic relationship only existed between Helga Hufflepuff and Salazar Slytherin. This is indeed a little-known history. Now, most students, including graduates, believe that Gryffindor and Slytherin are natural enemies. However, upon reflection, Professor Kettleburn's words hold truth. At the dawn of Hogwarts, Gryffindor and Slytherin were the closest of friends. Salazar Slytherin's obsession with blood purity became so extreme that even his friend Gryffindor could not fully accept it, while Ravenclaw steadfastly supported Hufflepuff. Thus, at Hogwarts' inception, although Slytherin and Hufflepuff experienced some conflict, it ultimately amounted to nothing. After that, what followed is well known to you. Although both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw meticulously selected their students, they did not exclude half-blood wizards or even muggle-born wizards. Soon after, Professor Kettleburn uttered a statement that could potentially tarnish his reputation among students forever. However, upon reflection, was Salazar Slytherin's choice truly erroneous? The moment he finished speaking, Virgil nearly dropped his wand in shock, and the Patronus, which had begun to take shape, dissipated into a silvery mist once more. Professor, what did you say? Slytherin's ideology isn't flawed. That is not my point. Rather, I am testing your knowledge of magical history with this question. Professor Kettleburn sipped his tea and then cheerfully inquired, what era did the four founders inhabit? What era? Virgil struggled to recall the content he had learned in magical history, but he had to concede that in this subject, he lagged significantly behind Goldstein. Let me tell you, it was the Middle Ages in the Muggle world, the era of the rise of religion in the Muggle realm. During that time, wizards were marginalized, oppressed, and even hunted. Wizards could not acknowledge that their magic originated from the mouths of religious figures. Muggles perceived wizards, who wielded powers they could not comprehend, as uncontrollable and dangerous, posing a threat to their societal safety. Thus, the witch hunts commenced. Witch hunts. Virgil had never encountered this term before. This should be covered in your third or fourth year of magical history. But your current textbooks have omitted many of the brutal and bloody aspects. Both Hogwarts and the wizarding world must consider those wizards from Muggle families and half-bloods. Professor Kettleburn continued. At that time, the magical world enacted secrecy laws, concealing the entire magical realm. Salazar Slytherin's blood purity ideology can also be seen as a form of the campus secrecy law. His fear that muggles would taint wizarding blood was only one aspect. Admitting muggle-born students, even slightly carelessly, could expose the entire wizarding world, potentially leading to disaster for all wizards. In light of Professor Kettleburn's explanation, Virgil reevaluated his thoughts and realized that such a scenario was indeed plausible. Did the four founders never consider other alternatives? Salazar Slytherin initially contemplated employing the Obliviate charm to ensure that Muggle-born wizards would completely forget their origins from the Muggle world. However, he was thwarted by Helga, Hufflepuff, who deemed it excessively cruel to erase those students' memories of their past, including their parents. So, what solution did they devise? The unbreakable vow. Professor Ketterburn stated solemnly, and the secret keeper, but a secret is forever concealed within the soul of a living being. I have consulted numerous texts that corroborate this matter, yet none specify the identity of the secret keeper. However, I suspect it must have been one of the four founders initially. Even Helga Hufflepuff, despite her kindness, would not wish for the wizard's secrets to be divulged to muggles. That said, Professor, while Salazar Slytherin may have had good intentions, if students were to be selected solely based on pure bloodlines, there would scarcely be any wizards left in the entire wizarding world. Furthermore, as far as I am aware, children born from incestuous unions are highly likely to suffer from mental deficiencies and may also carry other ailments. Become mentally deficient? Ha ha ha! Upon hearing Virgil's words, Professor Ketterburn erupted in laughter, nearly toppling his teacup. My boy, it seems you have yet to fully embrace your identity as a wizard. This is merely a theory from the Muggle world. But you must remember, you are not a Muggle. Many of the principles applicable to the Muggle realm do not hold true for wizards. Hogwarts is home to a significant number of pure-blood wizards, with nearly every year welcoming new blood from the Sacred 28. Can you name a single student who bears the so-called diseases from your alleged incestuous unions? Moreover, how could Muggle blood possibly contain magical essence? Do you genuinely believe that a wizard of Muggle descent is entirely of Muggle lineage? Their ancestors must have included wizards, or at the very least squibs. Thus, if we're to delve deeper, those we refer to as Muggle-born wizards could still be classified among the half-bloods. Professor Ketterburn's words thoroughly dismantled Virgil's previous train of thought. Indeed, he was now a wizard, and many matters could no longer be perceived through the lens of an ordinary person's understanding. That it is akin to telling a Muggle that with a mere wave of this wooden stick, he could conjure water and fire. They would either see you as a trickster or a fool for incestuous unions. The Philosopher's Stone has been created by Nicholas Flamel, and immortality has been achieved. The so-called negative consequences of incestuous unions may not pose significant challenges for potion masters and alchemists. Professor Ketterburn interrupted Virgil's contemplation once more. Stop pondering that I know you believed yourself to be a Muggle until you were 11, which makes it difficult for your mindset to shift. You will have time to adjust. Now, let us discuss the Charms Club. Professor Ketterburn steered the conversation back to the main topic. Are you aware of the opinions many wizards hold regarding the subject of charms? Virgil replied, yes, Professor Flitwick mentioned in class that it is a rather straightforward subject. Indeed, that is the sentiment shared by many wizards. However, you must also consider the instructor. Professor Ketterburn reminded him. Professor Flitwick? Precisely, Phileas Flitwick. His expertise in charms far surpasses that of your grandparents. In his youth, he even won the dueling championship thanks to his profound understanding and adept application of various spells. That I'm aware of that. Professor, the dueling champion. Virgil shrugged. I learned that during the first week of school. Hatstall. Professor Ketterburn suddenly uttered a term. Hatstall? Virgil had never encountered this term before. IT refers to students who pose a challenge for the sorting hat. What you might call hat-sitters, Professor Ketterburn explained. This is a designation given by Hogwarts faculty and students to those whose sorting process exceeds 5 minutes. There are 3 recorded instances of true hatstalls at Hogwarts. One is the head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall, and the other is Peter Pettigrew, who fell in valor while protecting the Potter family. Hat-sitters, I see now.as for that animagus who sacrificed himself to protect the Potters. Upon hearing this, Virgil couldn't help but smirk. The third is you, Virgil Shornier. Thus, when many upper-class students say you overshadowed the boy who lived, Harry Potter, on the day of your arrival, they are not entirely mistaken. That is beyond my control, Professor. Ketterburn did not respond to Virgil, but continued on. Your head of house, Professor Flitwick, and the recently famed author Gilderoy Lockhart are both close to being hatstalls, yet their sorting processes did not exceed 5 minutes. However, this year has indeed produced an exceptional cohort. You're a hatstall, and Gryffindor has seen 3 near hatstalls: Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom. You may not realize it, but after the sorting ceremony this year, the professors convened to discuss you all at length. Virgil knew that Professor Flitwick, like Professor McGonagall, had caused the sorting hat to grapple with the choice between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. According to the sorting hat itself, it categorized those students who pose a dilemma as a singular group. Without delving into finer details, during this time, I can sense that your favorite subjects are likely charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts. Moreover, the spells you have requested me to help you practice are predominantly those commonly employed in dueling. It seems you have inherited your parents' courageous and combative nature, as well as their passion for combat. Upon hearing Professor Ketterburn's observation, Virgil sheepishly scratched his head. Indeed, he seldom inquired about topics pertaining to the care of magical creatures. He simply absorbed whatever Professor Ketterburn taught. Professor Ketterburn, however, did not mind. After all, he was somewhat compelled to instill knowledge of care of magical creatures into Virgil, not wanting to one day take that knowledge to his grave. He had long told Virgil that after his passing, should Virgil encounter someone who genuinely loved magical creatures, he should impart the knowledge he had accumulated to that individual. Initially, Professor Ketterburn had hoped that Hagrid would become his successor. However, he had not anticipated that Hagrid would not graduate from Hogwarts successfully. Later, Charlie Weasley had sparked hope in Professor Ketterburn, but over the years, he realized that Charlie had a fondness for dragons, not for all magical creatures. There was no need for me to elaborate on the quality of the defense against the dark arts course at Hogwarts. I had originally thought that upon Quirinus Quirrell's return, the teaching quality might improve, especially after reviewing the notes he provided for you. I had believed Quirinus had made ample preparations. However, through conversations with some upper-class students, I have learned that the quality of this course remains unchanged. Nevertheless, with your mother present, I believe defense against the dark arts will not pose a challenge for you, as it is the most crucial subject for becoming an Auror among the other professors. Minerva excels in transfiguration. Her combat style is heavily influenced by Headmaster Dumbledore, yet I find it unlikely that you will have the opportunity to learn combat techniques and transfiguration from her. Thus, your best instructor would be Filius. Though he may be older, his experience remains, and I believe he would not refuse your inquiries as a Ravenclaw student. When Virgil left the hut, his mind was still in a whirl, contemplating the plans Professor Ketterburn had laid out for him. Truly, he was a professor of Hogwarts that Virgil's emphasis on the 3 subjects of defense against the dark arts was not driven by a desire for personal achievement in dueling. Rather, he was acutely aware that in his 4th year, the boy who lived, Harry, would be delivering materials for Voldemort's resurrection. Orchestrated by the devious Barty Crouch Jr., Virgil merely wished to acquire the ability to defend himself swiftly, not to place all his hopes on Dumbledore and the other professors. According to Professor Ketterburn, learning dueling techniques from Professor Flitwick indeed presents the most suitable shortcut. Although Virgil understood that among the Hogwarts faculty, Severus Snape likely possessed the second highest combat prowess next to Dumbledore, he did not believe he could find a way to persuade the old bat to teach him dueling. Upon returning to the dormitory, Virgil found only Goldstein and but present and inquired, "Where's Michael?" "He went to find Roger Davies," Goldstein replied weakly. "After lunch, you just went to see Professor Ketterburn, and he dragged us both along to find Davies." "Oh, it seems he is truly determined." Virgil settled onto the bed, gazing at his 2 roommates slumped on the mattress, and inquired, "He's gone to seek out Davis, but what has rendered you 2 so utterly exhausted?" "Don't mention it," came the reply, as Virgil's words seemed to evoke their sorrowful memories. The Quidditch team, after all, was not comprised of fools. Captains from each house were astute, and it was already confirmed that Roger Davis would be the next captain of the Quidditch team. Presently, Gabriel Hampton had begun to delegate the task of gradually integrating new trial players to Roger Davis. Even if the team was not in need of additional members, the captain was expected to scout talented second-year students each year to train alongside the team. With those who excelled being promoted directly to substitutes, it appeared that our house captain possessed quite the adeptness in team management. Virgil remarked, surprising even himself with a compliment towards others. But let us discuss Michael. Did Roger Davis agree? Virgil asked. How could he? If Michael truly possessed the talent akin to Harry Potter, Roger would have approached him long ago. Professor Flitwick would surely have approved his entry, rather than waiting for Michael to seek them out himself. However, Michael was no pushover. When Roger Davis refused him, he persistently trailed behind Davis, eventually following him into the classroom for a lesson in arithmetic alongside third-year students. This left Virgil astounded. You two also attended arithmetic? Do you see us as individuals with such leisure time? We returned as soon as we saw him enter the classroom. They asked for the outcome. We have no idea. Yet, as of now, he has yet to return. Perhaps Davis truly could not endure his torment and permitted him to join the team. You are well aware of his performance in flying class. Goldstein pointed out that if Roger Davis could truly allow Michael onto the team, I would lose all hope for our house's Quidditch team. I believe, Virgil, that you possess remarkable talent for Quidditch. You fly with great steadiness in flying class, and Madam Hooch has praised you. Why not consider trying out for the team during your second year? After all, Quidditch players from each house enjoy preferential rights in choosing partners. Choosing partners? Forget it. Virgil quickly shook his head. In recent years, the threats have been either the Death Eaters or the Basilisk. Not to mention professors disguised as Dementors. Even someone like Virgil, who was aware of the unfolding plot, dared not claim he could emerge unscathed, let alone consider romantic entanglements. Having finished their dinner, the trio awaited the tardy Connor. Connor plopped down across from Virgil and immediately snatched the untouched kidney pie from Virgil's plate, devouring it ravenously. Slow down. Observing Connor's gluttony, Virgil hastily fetched him a cup of pumpkin juice. Goldstein queried, "Why are you so late?" There's hardly anything left to eat. He glanced around, realizing the plates were nearly empty. Take it easy. I'll go to the kitchen and fetch you something to eat. Virgil reassured Connor. With plenty of time before astronomy class, he had ample opportunity to fill his belly. Upon hearing Virgil's words, Connor finally moderated his pace. Once Connor finished the pie, the three inquired about his afternoon. Roger agreed, Connor exclaimed excitedly. Agreed to let you join the Quidditch team? How could that be? Roger has consented to give me a trial opportunity during practice this Friday evening, Connor explained. Phew, Butte exhaled in relief. I thought if merely trailing for an afternoon warranted immediate entry into the Quidditch team, I would completely lose hope for our house team. Connor rolled his eyes at Butte's remark, ignoring him as he turned to Virgil. There are no classes Friday afternoon. Could you accompany me to practice? He asked cautiously. Among them, it was Virgil, who had never touched a flying broomstick, that exhibited the best performance in flying class. Yet, Connor and the others were aware that Virgil had commitments on Wednesday and Friday afternoons. After a moment of contemplation, Virgil ultimately agreed, I just need to inform Professor Kettleburn. How about this? I will inquire with Cedric, to see if he can accompany us, since I am not particularly knowledgeable about Quidditch. Cedric might be able to impart some valuable experience. That would be splendid. Connor responded enthusiastically. What about the broomstick? Butte interjected. The school has spare broomsticks in the broom shed. I'll ask Madam Hooch if I can borrow one. Connor said, appearing flustered as he evidently overlooked the fact that he did not own a broomstick. Are the school broomsticks even usable? Goldstein scoffed. The one I received during the last flying class sounded like it had osteoporosis. It creaked so much that I was too frightened to accelerate. Considering Goldstein's comment, Connor pondered, I could borrow one from Roger Davis. After all, it's not their training time, so I believe they could spare a broomstick for me. Don't worry, Virgil reassured Connor by patting his shoulder. Cedric has his own broomstick. I'll ask him if he can lend me another one. If that fails, I could borrow one from the Weasley twins. You all do remember, right? They're the beaters for Gryffindor. Upon hearing that Virgil could acquire a broomstick, Connor's spirits lifted once more. Well then, since there are no classes Friday afternoon, let us both go. Butte said to Goldstein that we've nearly completed our assignments, so Friday afternoon would be perfect for some relaxation. On Thursday evening, Virgil arrived at the end of the fifth-floor corridor, as instructed by Professor Flitwick. Instead of the typical wooden door found in Hogwarts classrooms, there stood a half-body statue of a wizard. Virgil recalled the incantation written on the parchment given to him by Professor Flitwick. It appeared this wizard was likely a Ravenclaw graduate. Exceptionally clever. Open sesame, Virgil uttered. The statue rotated, revealing an entrance large enough for one person to pass through. Suddenly, a loud bang startled Virgil. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Professor Flitwick conjuring a small firework display with his wand. "Let us welcome the new member of the club, Mr. Virgil Shaunier," Professor Flitwick declared loudly, leading the applause. Virgil offered a slight bow before finding an empty seat in the last row. After a brief wait, several more students arrived, all casting astonished glances in Virgil's direction. Once the majority had gathered, Virgil surveyed the room. The representation from the four houses was fairly balanced, with even 6 students from Slytherin present. Clearly, Professor Flitwick commanded a significant level of respect among all students, a fact not to be taken lightly. Our gathering today will continue with the study of the hardening charm. Professor Flitwick stood at the front. Although it was a club activity, the atmosphere felt akin to a charms class, albeit an elite one. Virgil, should you encounter any issues or fail to comprehend something, feel free to ask me directly. The hardening charm, a spell capable of turning most objects to stone, was explained by Professor Flitwick, who even shared anecdotes of how he had employed this spell in dueling competitions as the first meeting concluded. Virgil reflected on the experience with the phrase, "immensely rewarding." Perhaps Professor Flitwick was aware of the abysmal state of defense against the dark arts instruction at Hogwarts, as he often subtly pointed out the charm's practical applications in real combat scenarios, along with useful tips for its use. How was the Charms Club? Was it enjoyable? Upon returning to the dormitory, Connor and the others eagerly surrounded Virgil. Enjoyable. Virgil pondered why the trio held such an impression. Perhaps it was the impression Professor Flitwick left on everyone. Quite good. We learned the hardening charm. If you're interested, I could teach you. Virgil then proceeded to instruct his 3 roommates in the hardening charm he had learned at the club. Watching them zealously practice the stone-shaped spell, Virgil decided to seek out Cedric in the Hufflepuff common room. "What is the matter?" Cedric inquired as Virgil stood at the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. "I want to check if you are free this Friday afternoon. Connor has been given a trial opportunity with the Quidditch team, and I would like your assistance in guiding him. Cedric's eyes sparkled upon hearing Virgil's words. "Another fervent Quidditch enthusiast? Aren't you joining the selection? You fly remarkably well. You don't strike me as someone who has never touched a broomstick. With some training, you might just become a star player for your house. Let us discuss this in the second year. At present, I am exceedingly occupied. I have joined Professor Flitwick's Charms Club, and my schedule is utterly packed. Very well, then." Cedric appears somewhat disappointed. "I shall lend you my broomstick for now. This way, he may take a couple of days to acclimatize. However, do take great care of it." "That will be splendid. Rest assured, I shall keep a vigilant watch. Your broomstick shall face no issues. Therefore, I shall meet you at the Quidditch pitch on Friday afternoon." Cedric handed the Nimbus 2000 to Virgil, stating, "Thank you so much. I was merely concerned that you might find it tedious that we should head over right after lunch." Having borrowed Cedric's Nimbus 2000, the next matter at hand is to request leave from Professor Kettleburn. Once Cedric departed, Virgil pondered whether to visit the Forbidden Forest hut now or defer until tomorrow. What brings a Ravenclaw student to the doorstep of Hufflepuff? Do you feel your intellect lacking and wish to switch houses? A most irksome voice echoed. Virgil turned to find a boy with light golden hair, flanked by 2 rather rotund companions, the scion of the Malfoy family. However, Virgil chose to ignore Draco Malfoy, and instead, as if discovering a new land, he first patted his modest belly, which had recently appeared due to Hogwarts cuisine, then glanced at Crabbe and Goyle, making a comparison, and muttered to himself, "By this comparison, my belly seems quite acceptable. The next time Terry and the others dare to call me fat, I shall deal with them." Noticing Virgil's disregard, Draco Malfoy became increasingly irate. "Shaunier," he bellowed, "I am addressing you." In the dim light, Virgil observed a slight bruise on Malfoy's cheek. Connecting it to some gossip shared by Kona and Butte, he surmised the cause of it. What is this? The heir of the Malfoy family has faced humiliation at the hands of Harry Potter. If you seek to vent your frustrations, perhaps you ought to open your eyes. Virgil's expression, illuminated by the dim light, bore a rather sinister quality. Why Haven Tea you learned from your father. To phrase it more delicately, to assess the situation. Upon realizing that your master is ineffectual, you resort to betraying your comrades and using wealth to evade justice. Virgil's words incited Malfoy's fury further. prompting him to advance a few steps with Crabbe and Goyle. Surprisingly, the advancing trio did not elicit any fear from Virgil, who instead wore a hint of a playful smile. "You ought to consider carefully. Malfoy, I am not Potter and still dwell in the realm of physical confrontations." After a moment's reflection, Virgil added, "In a brawl, the three of you might not suffice." This remark thoroughly enraged Malfoy, who reached into his robes, preparing to draw his wand. Alas, Virgil swiftly drew his wand from his waist, aiming it at Malfoy. The disparity between a premium player and an ordinary one was evident. Virgil had received personal instruction from Jennifer before the term commenced. Coupled with Dumbledore's recollections of his mother's experiences at school, Virgil speculated that Jennifer taught him so many combat spells out of concern for his safety. Yet, Jennifer could never have anticipated that her son might be the one instigating bullying. Disarm, a crimson flash struck Malfoy's wand, sending it flying. Without granting Malfoy a moment to react, Virgil swiftly cast another spell, and Draco Malfoy found himself suspended in midair, as though someone had grasped his ankles and lifted him upside down. It was only when Virgil had efficiently subdued Malfoy that the stunned Crabbe and Goyle snapped back to reality, hastily searching for their wands. Witnessing this scene, Virgil shook his head. It appeared the offspring of Death Eaters were not of particularly high caliber. He then raised his wand once more, directing it at Crabbe. Petrificus totalis. Crabbe, who had just managed to grasp his wand, instantly became rigid, unable to move, and could only hastily signal Goyle with his eyes to take action. Virgil swiftly turned his wand toward Goyle. This time, he cast the tickling charm. Rictus Sempra. A flash of silver light saw Goyle collapse to the ground, laughing uncontrollably, his body limp, and his wand rolled aside, completely incapable of mounting a defense. Sticky shoes. Itchy. Virgil cast a stickiness charm and an itchy charm on both Crabbe and Goyle, and added a silencing charm on Goyle and Malfoy, rendering them incapable of vocalizing any sound. While casting, Virgil muttered, "Do they truly believe I am merely an ordinary wizard?" The unfortunate Crabbe was beset by an unbearable itch, yet remained unable to scratch due to his rigid form, while Goyle, incapacitated with laughter, was further tormented by the itch, unable to emit a sound, only able to display a wide-open mouth. Levioso. Virgil cast another spell on Goyle. "You might as well scratch in midair." He collected the wands that had fallen from the trio and tucked them away, turning to declare, "I have taken your wands. Contemplate what you shall offer in exchange out of course. If you do not deem it shameful to have lost a 3-on-1, you may seek out your Professor Snape." Observing Malfoy suspended aloft, flailing silently, Virgil kindly reminded, "You would do well to pray that a student discovers you. Otherwise, you may remain here until dawn. Best of luck and good night." "Hey, Virgil." Goldstein nudged the note-taking Virgil, whispering, "Why are all the Hufflepuff students staring at you?" Upon hearing Goldstein's remark, Virgil glanced around, realizing that the new Hufflepuff students in the greenhouse were regarding him with peculiar expressions. When they noticed him looking up, they instantly diverted their gazes elsewhere, that a classic case of trying to hide something. Reflecting on this, Virgil quickly deduced the situation. It appeared that Draco Malfoy did not consider losing a 3-on-1 confrontation to be shameful. "Pay them no mind," Virgil murmured. "The Devil's Snare will undoubtedly be a key topic for the final exam. Pay close attention." He then resumed his note-taking. Goldstein, Butte, and Kona exchanged glances, shrugged, and redirected their focus to Professor Sprout's lecture. The Devil's Snare was indeed crucial content for Virgil to absorb. The final exam was one reason, while another was that the challenges set by Professor Sprout to protect the Philosopher's Stone involved the Devil's Snare. After all, it was the Philosopher's Stone, and in his spare moments, Virgil contemplated that he could not bear to let Dumbledore simply destroy it. He resolved to devise a plan to see if he could sneak a peek. Moreover, who could ascertain whether Dumbledore truly intended to destroy the Philosopher's Stone? He had conveyed that to Harry, but who could guarantee he had not merely hidden it away as a safeguard? Unfortunately, fate did not align with his wishes. "Professor Sprout, may I interrupt?" A voice disrupted Sprout's lecture. It was Gemma Farley, a Slytherin prefect. Professor Snape and Professor Flitwick request Mr. Virgil Chownier's presence. Upon hearing Gemma Farley's words, Professor Sprout nodded in agreement. Off you go, Mr. Shaunier. If you have any questions regarding the devil's snare after class, feel free to visit my office. Virgil handed his notebook to Butte, signaling to his roommate that everything was fine, and then turned to exit the greenhouse, having not cast a single glance at Gemma Farley on the way back. The two shared no conversation until they entered the castle, at which point the Slytherin prefect finally spoke. Professor Snape wishes you to bring back Malfoy's wand. That I recall informing Malfoy that he would need to offer something in exchange to reclaim his wand. Has he decided what he wishes to trade? Upon hearing Virgil's words, Gemma Farley halted, glaring fiercely at the first-year Ravenclaw. You are rather arrogant, aren't you? I do not appreciate your choice of address. Kindly refer to me as M. As for whether I am arrogant. Virgil gestured towards the lawn outside. You may verify it yourself. Gemma Farley narrowed her eyes. You realize what you are doing. Has no one in Ravenclaw ever cautioned you against provoking upper-year students? I certainly would not provoke those upper-year students who are responsible and care for the younger ones. However, it seems that few individuals from Slytherin possess the admirable qualities I speak of. Virgil retrieved Malfoy's wand from his pocket, idly toying with it in his hand. I advise you to awaken to reality. My ability to stand here unscathed indicates that Malfoy and his companions have inflicted not the slightest harm upon me. Do not forget, they are not Muggle-born wizards. I find it hard to believe they did not wield their Death Eater parents' wands for magical play before the age of 11. The mere mention of Death Eaters visibly startled this Slytherin upperclassman. Moreover, it is already quite embarrassing to admit to having lost in a 3-on-1 confrontation. So how could Malfoy possibly recount in detail how Virgil bested him before other students? In truth, Virgil had indeed taken advantage of the skills he learned alongside Jennifer to handle the Malfoy trio. But given the quality of defense against the dark arts instruction at Hogwarts, even without that advantage, he believed it would not be a challenge to subdue them. After all, the most powerful spell he had in reserve was the Killing Curse. Yet, due to Snape's presence, he refrained from employing it within the school as for the individual before him. While somewhat challenging, he was not entirely insurmountable. It is no jest that among the officials of the British Ministry of Magic, few can flawlessly cast a shield charm. Hogwarts instruction in practical combat is indeed quite meager. Had this been Durmstrang, Virgil would not have dared to provoke an upperclassman so recklessly. Gemma Farley clearly was unaware of the specifics of last night's events. However, after a moment's contemplation, she clenched her jaw and turned away from Virgil, striding directly toward Professor Flitwick's office. The office was unusually crowded at that moment, in addition to Professor Flitwick, Snape, and the Malfoy trio. Professor McGonagall was also present. Professor, Virgil Shaunier has arrived, Gemma Farley announced before shutting the door behind her. Shaunier, Snape's dark voice resonated. Did you bring Mr. Malfoy's wand? Virgil ignored him, redirecting his gaze toward his head of house. Professor Flitwick. Upon noticing Flitwick nodding slowly, he produced 2 more wands from his robes, along with Malfoy's wand, totaling 3, which he placed upon Flitwick's desk. The Malfoy trio hastily retrieved their respective wands, their movements so swift as if fearing Virgil might change his mind. Virgil did not impede their actions, but instead turned his attention to Snape. In this context, he felt no trepidation in meeting Snape's gaze, for Flitwick and McGonagall were present, should Snape employ legitimacy. The other 2 professors would undoubtedly catch on to I recall informing Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Crabbe, and Mr. Goyle that to reclaim their wands, they would need to offer something in exchange. I wonder if they conveyed this message to you. You still want Mr. Malfoy and the others to redeem their wands with something? Snape glared at Virgil with menace. You might want to reflect on your own situation, Mr. Shaunier. Using dark spells against classmates could very well lead to your expulsion. I beg your pardon, Professor Snape. Virgil dismissed Snape's threat. If I recall correctly, you are not the head of Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall are still here. Shouldn't my expulsion be a decision made by our head? The headmaster and the deputy headmaster after discussion. Mr. Shaunier, McGonagall interjected that I expect you to recount the events leading up to this incident in detail, with no omissions. After all, this morning, the condition of Mr. Malfoy and his companions was witnessed by all Slytherin and Hufflepuff students. And I must provide an explanation. Did they not tell you? Virgil inquired. McGonagall replied. Mr. Crabbe stated that they merely returned to the dormitory, and yet you assaulted them with dark magic. I assaulted all 3 of them? Virgil nearly laughed. D. Oh, you truly believe I would ambush 3 individuals? How dull do you think I am? I am a Ravenclaw, and our house's greatest trait is our intellect. Moreover, they are all pure-blood wizards. With this statement, both McGonagall and Flitwick grasped the underlying implication. Although they were all first years, the pure-blood lineage undoubtedly granted them a superior foundation compared to Muggle-born wizards, as they had been exposed to magic from a young age and had even learned certain spells in advance. Individuals like Virgil, whose parents were wizards yet raised as Muggles, were likely a rarity in the magical world. Thus, it stands to reason that unless he had lost his wits, Virgil would not ambush 3 wizards of comparable skill. Regrettably, Virgil could not rely on conventional logic. Despite the school year having only commenced a month ago, the extensive practice he had engaged in at the Room of Requirement, and during his free time, had propelled his abilities far beyond those of a first-year student. With both parents being wizards, his magical potential and talent were not inferior to others. In fact, his aptitude for spells surpassed that of many. The remaining factors were continuous practice, familiarity, and ultimately mastering the spells. He noticed some bruises on Malfoy's face, perhaps from a mishap while engaging in some rule-breaking activity, or possibly from being rebuffed by a girl he had attempted to woo. Shawnier, answer the questions properly. Do not attempt to deceive us, Snape growled in a low voice, laced with a hint of threat. Oh, you have any accomplices? Virgil, why did you go underground? Professor Flitwick inquired. Professor, I was seeking Cedric to borrow a broomstick. Cedric? Cedric Diggory? Indeed, Professor. Michael Corner secured an opportunity for a trial with our Quidditch team. He asked me to accompany him for practice this afternoon. Virgil turned to Snape and added, as for the accomplices you mentioned. Professor Snape, I believe Cedric can attest that I went alone to find him on Mr. Malfoy. Professor Flitwick addressed the trio. Did you intend to assault Mr. Shawnier, or was it he who ambushed you? I urge you to consider your words carefully and refrain from lying. The consequences of falsely accusing a fellow student are equally severe. Do you not think to evade accountability? If both parties maintain conflicting accounts, I am not averse to employing the pensieve to resolve the matter. I trust you are familiar with what a pensieve is. Upon hearing Flitwick's words, Malfoy had no choice but to confess the truth, swallowing the humiliation of having endured a night of torment. I believe this matter should be settled as such, McGonagall declared after hearing the entire account. Mr. Malfoy initiated the provocation, while Mr. Shawnier acted in retaliation. However, Mr. Shawnier did cast a dark spell upon Mr. Malfoy and his companions. Fortunately, no serious consequences ensued. Thus, each of you will lose 10 points, and the House will issue a statement warning others on the common room notice board. Flitwick expressed his cheerful agreement, and after some contemplation, Snape begrudgingly concurred as well. Virgil intended to bring up the matter of redeeming the wands once more, but under McGonagall's stern gaze, he ultimately chose to let it rest. Once McGonagall, Snape, and Malfoy had departed the office, Flitwick handed Virgil a statement that was clearly freshly penned, affecting a serious demeanor. Flitwick instructed, post this on the notice board, and do not repeat the same mistake again. Virgil glanced down at the contents of Flitwick's writing. Goodness, was this a reprimand or a commendation? It seemed that favoritism was not exclusive to Snape. Reflecting on Malfoy's earlier expression, akin to someone who had just consumed something foul and Goyle scratches from scratching an itch, Virgil felt a surge of satisfaction. Before exiting the office, he turned to his head of house and remarked, Professor, has no one ever informed you that you simply cannot maintain an air of seriousness? Once Virgil had departed, Flitwick could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter, muttering between chuckles, those spells were quite well executed. The voice of Shawnier Snape emerged from the shadows around the corner of the corridor, soon followed by that infuriatingly hooked-nosed visage. Virgil placed a hand on his waist, poised to draw his wand at a moment's notice, while scanning his surroundings to prevent Malfoy from suddenly appearing to attack him. What is it? Is the professor seeking to reclaim his student's honor? Virgil inquired Snape. There is no need to look further. I've already sent Draco and the others away. It is just the 2 of us now. Upon hearing Snape's words, Virgil removed his hand from the wand's hilt. He understood that facing a professor, particularly one well-versed in the dark arts, one-on-one left him with little chance of success. Levi Corpus, Snape muttered. Your parents certainly taught you quite a few things to bully your classmates. Snape assumed that Levi Corpus was a spell taught to Virgil by Benner or Jennifer, although it was Snape who had invented it. However, it had become exceedingly popular during their school years, with students often seen suspended in the corridors. "Does this spell evoke any unpleasant memories for you, Professor?" Virgil asked with a somewhat mocking tone. Perhaps concerning a few Gryffindors, Snape leaned closer to Virgil, his prominent hooked nose nearly touching Virgil's face. "Think carefully before you speak. Have you considered the consequences of provoking me, Virgil Chenier? I am still the potions master. And even if you do not enroll in the advanced class, you will be under my watchful eye for 5 long years. That I have ample opportunities to deal with you." Unfazed by Snape's threat, Virgil replied, "Calm down, Professor. I am rather timid and quite afraid of death. If you continue to threaten me, who knows, one day I might find my Patronus transformed due to your oppression." This. Snape raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that? Are you pretending not to understand?" "Your dome must be quite lovely," Virgil retorted, before turning away and departing, leaving Snape standing there, momentarily stunned. There was no hope of making it to herbology class. But Virgil still needed to leave the castle. He had yet to request leave from Professor Kettleburn. When Virgil reached the small hut beside the Forbidden Forest, he discovered his 3 roommates sitting outside. "What are you all doing here? Michael, don't you need to prepare and warm up?" Virgil inquired. "Why are we here? Don't you have any idea?" Butte replied exasperatedly. "What did you do last night? The entire school is buzzing about it. We were worried you might be ambushed by Slytherin students if you were alone. But you really think I would fear them?" Goldstein interjected. "If it were just 2 or 3 of them, we wouldn't be concerned, but what if a dozen were lying in wait? Slytherin students are capable of such things that I wouldn't be surprised if upperclassmen from Slytherin decided to take action against you." "There's no need to worry." Virgil waved his hand dismissively. "I'll have someone to help me with these troubles. Now, I'm off to find Professor Kettleburn." With that, he strode into Kettleburn's small hut. After hearing Virgil's words, Professor Kettleburn agreed it was indeed time to grant him a leave. "As it happens, I have acquired a neasel from an old friend to assist you in practicing your Patronus charm. I can bring it over this afternoon." "Really?" Virgil exclaimed, genuinely surprised, for the neasel was an exceedingly rare magical creature, and he could only imagine the effort Professor Kettleburn had invested to procure it. "I'll come by tomorrow," Virgil said excitedly. "Oh no, please save the weekend for this old bone of mine. Let us make it next Wednesday afternoon instead." Hearing this from Professor Kettleburn, Virgil could not press further. After all, having a neasel to practice the Patronus charm with was a rare opportunity. He certainly couldn't go to Azkaban to snag a Dementor. Virgil and his friends hurried back to the castle for lunch. Along the way, the 3 were highly curious about the details of how Virgil had triumphed over Malfoy and his companions. After listening to Virgil recount the entire ordeal, Corna and the others expressed a desire to learn some defensive spells from him. "Michael, don't even think about it. I fear that when you cast a spell, you might end up injuring yourself instead of your opponent," Virgil teased. The 4 of them chattered animatedly as they made their way to the dining hall. When the 4 finished lunch and arrived at the Quidditch pitch, Cedric was already there, holding a broomstick in one hand and a small box in the other. "Cedric, if you're bored, you can go attend to your own matters." "I am not joking," Virgil whispered to Cedric. "I'm here to assess the potential competitors from Hufflepuff," Cedric quipped, breaking into rare jest. Butte and Goldstein opened the box to reveal a bludger and a collection of practice tennis balls. "Since you're all novices, I worried you might struggle with the bludger and the golden snitch, so I brought a bag of tennis balls we used during warm-ups," Cedric explained. "But your roommate, he is quite the diligent one." Virgil followed Cedric's gaze toward Corna, who was utterly lost in a daydream of love, diligently warming up at the edge of the field. "Is he also a flying prodigy?" Cedric pointed at Corna. "Then why has he not been discovered until now?" This question left the others at a loss for words. This story is a bit complicated, and it would take a while to explain. Just then, Roger Davies arrived at the pitch, accompanied by a stocky upperclassman. "Hey, Michael!" he called to Corna, then waved to Virgil and the others in greeting before pulling Corna aside for a lengthy admonition. "That's it. Michael has lost his chance to practice," Goldstein murmured. "Who is that?" Butte asked, pointing at the upperclassman accompanying Roger Davies. "Gredbell, he is your house S seeker, a 7th-year student." Cedric introduced him to Virgil and the others. Before long, Corna approached, holding Gredbell's broomstick, before returning the clean sweep 7 to Cedric. Butte glanced at the broom Corna held. Nimbus 1700? He inquired. Corna nodded, explaining that Greg Bell's broom was not the latest Nimbus 2000. As Roger mentioned that he had no intention of becoming a professional Quidditch player after graduation. Cedric stood nearby and cautioned, "The Nimbus series is renowned for its speed, which can be challenging for novices to control. So when you ride it, make sure to start slowly and adapt for a bit." Corna nodded and returned to Roger Davies, who gave him another round of instructions before he mounted the broom. "Is Roger not flying along?" Virgil asked Cedric. Typically, those participating in the Quidditch tryouts are quite familiar with broomsticks. For them, flying without a ball and interference is a breeze. Roger needs to observe the performance and flying habits of the candidates for below. Cedric elucidated. Merlin S. Beard. The problem is that Corna is not that kind of person. As Virgil, Butte, and Goldstein hurriedly climbed into the stands to find a vantage point, Corna gripped the broom tightly and flew around the pitch for 3 or 4 laps before hovering above Roger and Greg. "Your roommate seems a bit nervous. I noticed his grip on the broom is rigid." "This won't do. It will affect his tactical maneuvers on the broom." Cedric remarked that he is not just rigid. He can't fly at all. Virgil, along with Butte and Goldstein, felt a surge of anxiety. Originally, they had hoped that by inviting Cedric over for a simple lesson, Corna could at least navigate through the tryouts with some dignity and safety. Virgil never imagined Corna would actually pass. But who could have predicted that Roger Davies would arrive early and immediately commence the tryouts? Just then, Roger made a gesture for acceleration for below. And Corna leaned forward on the broom. It was also Cedric's oversight for not clarifying, and Corna had forgotten that the brooms used by the Quidditch team were far superior to the old, worn-out ones used in flying class. Instead of gradually accelerating, he slammed the throttle down from a standstill. "This is it," Virgil thought, witnessing the broom's speed and knowing trouble was imminent in a swift motion. He seized the Nimbus 1700 from Cedric's grasp, leaping onto the broom and propelling himself into the air. Observing Virgil's actions, Cedric seemed to grasp the situation and hastily mounted the borrowed broom. Following closely behind Virgil as they soared into the sky, the astonishing speed of the Nimbus 1700 left Corna utterly dumbfounded, especially since he had been deemed a player less skilled than a mere bludger by Butte. Both Butte and Goldstein clutched their heads in disbelief as they watched Corna on his broom hurtling towards the stands ahead. Below, Greg Bell, a 7th-year Ravenclaw student, had already drawn his wand, preparing to cast a cushioning charm, but hesitated, fearing the spell might miss due to the broom's incredible speed and the considerable distance. Virgil maneuvered his broom closely past Roger and Greg, with Cedric hot on his heels. Roger quickly halted Greg Bell, saying, "Wait a moment, Virgil and Diggory have passed. If he cast the spell now and hit them, it would only complicate matters further." Fortunately, Greg's broom was merely a Nimbus 1700, not the upgraded Nimbus 2000. Otherwise, the Clean Sweep 7 would have been left trailing far behind. Virgil pushed the broom to its maximum speed, finally catching up to the now-stunned Corna, striving to position the broom directly above Corna. He gripped the handle with one hand, hooking a foot around the broom, and stretched his limbs downward. At last, he grasped Corna's broom handle and with a firm pull, altered its course, delivering a sharp kick to the tail of the Nimbus 1700, causing Corna to pivot a full 180 degrees, now heading towards Cedric. "Starfish hang!" Roger and Greg shouted in disbelief, marveling at Virgil's audacious maneuver. Having dealt with Corna, Virgil realized he had no time to right himself. He could only twist his body upside down on the broom, clutching it tightly with both hands and feet, attempting to curl into a ball. Thankfully, as he shrank his form, Virgil flew close to the edge of the stands without colliding. Sloth grasping tree. Once again, Virgil's agility astounded Roger Davis and Greg Bell. Meanwhile, amidst Cedric's flustered attempts, he finally managed to bring Corna's broom to a halt. At that moment, Greg, who had witnessed Virgil's entire endeavor, murmured, "Roger, are you sure about the candidate you want to train?" The shaken Corna dismounted the broom, appearing dazed and disoriented. It was evident that this trial had been a failure, likely extinguishing Corna's aspirations of playing Quidditch altogether. "I think he needs to visit Madame Pomfrey for a cup of hot chocolate," Greg suggested. "Terry, Anthony, please escort Michael to Madame Pomfrey." Virgil instructed that I'll help Cedric carry the gear back. Then I'll meet you at the hospital wing. "I'll join you as well," Roger Davis replied to Butte and Goldstein. The three of them supported Kona as they made their way to the infirmary, while Virgil, holding two brooms, followed Cedric, who was carrying a box towards the Hufflepuff common room. Cedric hesitated, searching for the right words. Are you wondering why someone of Michael's caliber still wishes to join the team? Virgil directly addressed Cedric's unasked question. Indeed, you all have taken flying lessons. Doesn't he have a clear understanding of his flying abilities? Virgil refrained from disclosing that Kona had decided to join the Quidditch team to meet girls, fearing it would turn him into a laughingstock within Ravenclaw. Everyone harbors a dream of becoming a hero. In a school like Hogwarts, Quidditch players are the most likely to achieve that status. Whether it be a goalkeeper's spectacular save or a seeker catching the golden snitch to turn the tide of a match. Perhaps his skills may not qualify him for the team, but that shouldn't deter him from striving for it. You make a valid point, Cedric pondered aloud. Even though I am now a seeker, there are times when I still fantasize about catching the snitch and leading Hufflepuff to victory. Indeed, that would be quite remarkable. Virgil accompanied Cedric to the entrance of the common room. That I appreciate your help today. Cedric, I regret taking up your time. Virgil felt somewhat sheepish. No need to worry. We are friends after all, Cedric replied with a smile. But your performance today genuinely astonished me. Virgil replied, taken aback. Indeed, your maneuver to catch Kona was what we call a starfish hang in Quidditch. Cedric explained Virgil's earlier action. That requires exceptional core strength and body balance. Above all, it necessitates a player's confidence in their flying abilities, without which such a feat is impossible. The last Hogwarts student to execute that move was Charlie Weasley. Well, I had no idea that maneuver had a name. You know, my first flight was under your guidance. Cedric patted Virgil on the shoulder. That I believe we will soon meet on the pitch. What? Virgil felt a sense of foreboding. Cedric, noticing Virgil's puzzled expression, elucidated. Do you think Roger Davis and Greg Bell would allow a talent capable of executing the starfish hang to slip through their fingers? I am certain that the petition for your inclusion in the team will soon find its way to your head of house's desk. Wait, this isn't right. The script shouldn't unfold like this. Virgil was taken aback. Quidditch? He had absolutely no interest in it whatsoever. If it were football or basketball, he might have been intrigued, but Quidditch? Every match posed the potential danger of being struck by a bludger. And while fractures could be mended with a potion and a spell, the pain was very real. No. Virgil fervently shook his head. You won't see me on the pitch. I am far too busy. I am partaking in Professor Flitwick's Charms Club, and on Wednesdays and Fridays, Professor Kettleburn instructs me on the care of magical creatures. That I simply do not have the spare time to join Quidditch practice. Oh, I see, Cedric replied, a peculiar smile forming on his face. Then we shall wait and see. With that, he took the two brooms from Virgil's hands and dragged the box into the common room. Watching the Hufflepuff common room door gradually close, Virgil slapped his forehead, muttering, what a predicament. Later that evening, in Virgil's dormitory. How did you manage that? Roger Davis bit into a pumpkin pasty, his words somewhat garbled as he persistently questioned Virgil. Virgil, feeling exasperated, gazed at the assembled group before him. The captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, Hampton, the presumptive next captain Roger Davis, 7th-year Seeker Bell, 7th-year beater Larry, 3rd-year beater Jason Samuels, and 6th-year seeker Mason Fletcher. All the mainstay players of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team were present, with the exception of the only female chaser, Annabeth, who was unable to enter the boys' dormitory. If Oliver Wood from Gryffindor were aware of the situation in Virgil's dormitory, he would likely unleash an explosive spell upon them. As Roger Davis reached for another pasty, Virgil could no longer contain himself. Hey, that was my dinner from the kitchen. We just returned from the hospital wing and haven't eaten a thing, Virgil exclaimed furiously. And what exactly are you all doing here? If it's a meeting, didn't Professor Flitwick provide you with a designated room? Which head of house wouldn't discreetly offer their Quidditch team some advantages? We want to recruit you for the Quidditch team, Hampton stated bluntly. That I really don't know how to play Quidditch. You can ask Cedric Diggory. I borrowed his Clean Sweep 7 for my first flight. Exactly, Hampton slapped his thigh. That's even better. If you can execute such complex maneuvers after just a few flights, it proves your exceptional talent, truly worthy of a Ravenclaw student. Wait a moment, the story shouldn't unfold like this. Virgil exclaimed hastily. That I know nothing about Quidditch. I haven't even watched a Quidditch match. Before coming to Hogwarts, my parents raised me as a muggle child. Hampton waved his hand dismissively that that's hardly a significant issue. It is said that Harry Potter also had no prior experience with Quidditch, yet he still made it onto the team and immediately became a key seeker. Ravenclaw's Quidditch team is relatively intact this year. You could join as a reserve player, train with the team, and then next year, once Belle and the others graduate, you could step right into a starting position. That I truly apologize, Gabri, that I lack the time. Virgil replied, raising his hands in resignation. I have lessons with Professor Caterburn every Wednesday and Friday afternoon. That if you don't believe me, you can ask Anthony. The three of them nodded in agreement, affirming the truth of Virgil's words. Professor Caterburn, care of magical creatures? Larry exclaimed incredulously. Who would spend extra time taking a class like that? Goldstein pointed at Virgil, responding, but he's been studying with Professor Caterburn for over a month now. Gabri Hampton then explained to Virgil, joining the team now means you would only serve as a reserve. The training responsibilities for reserves are not overwhelming. If you truly have other commitments, you could take leave from me. Please spare me, Gabri. Virgil grasped the last pie with a sense of urgency. Aside from my time with Professor Caterburn, I must also attend the Charms Club if I add Quidditch training to the mix. I may not even manage a proper dinner. I'm only 11. I'm still growing. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Hampton quickly nudged Roger Davis beside him, signaling him to say a few words. Roger, catching on, added, Gabri just mentioned that if you really have other matters to attend to, you can request leave from the team, though we will also do our best not to schedule training on Wednesday and Friday evenings, and we shall try to avoid overlapping with the Charms Club meetings. If it comes to it, we can even ask Professor Flitwick to change the meeting time. After all, Professor Flitwick is our head of house. In truth, the individual most eager for Virgil to join was Roger Davis. Next year, key members of Ravenclaw's Quidditch team, such as Larry and the Chaser Bell, would graduate. In just one more term, Captain Hampton, Chaser Annabeth, and Seeker Fletcher would also be leaving. It could be said that these 2 years heralded a significant transition for Ravenclaw's Quidditch team. And the pressure was immense on the future captain, Roger Davis. He hoped the team would transition smoothly during his tenure, and achieving good results would be the icing on the cake. However, Virgil did not wish to dishearten him. The next seeker for Ravenclaw would be Qiu Zhang, yet she had been thoroughly outmatched by both Harry Potter and Cedric in every aspect, be it flying skills, seeking abilities, or even broomstick proficiency. It must be said that women do indeed face disadvantages in the realm of Quidditch. Those who become professional Quidditch players among witches are invariably extraordinary talents, much like Ginny Weasley. The fact that Gryffindor had a phase where all three chasers were female, and they still achieved consecutive victories, could truly be deemed miraculous. Such a combination is utterly absent in the professional Quidditch arena. Hence, if Virgil were to join Ravenclaw's Quidditch team, the best role he could hope for would be as a reserve seeker. And he would need to possess talent on par with Harry Potter to potentially push Qiu Zhang into the chaser position, possibly even reversing the downward trend during Roger Davis's captaincy. Unfortunately, Virgil was simply uninterested in Quidditch. Please give me some time to consider, Virgil said. In the current situation, he could only employ a strategy of delay, attempting to muddle through this year until the second-year Chamber of Secrets opened. Perhaps then Roger Davis would not focus all his attention on him. Upon hearing Virgil's words, Hampton understood that their conversation had reached its conclusion for the day and departed from Virgil's dormitory with his teammates. Hey, brother, what is there to consider about such a splendid opportunity? Bude exclaimed, shaking Virgil's shoulders vigorously to a Quidditch player, for crying out loud. Look at Connor. He has gone completely mad just to make the team. And you can join directly. What a marvelous chance. Goldstein and Connor also joined in the chorus of persuasion. Meanwhile, in the common room, why the long face? Hampton said, draping an arm over his successor's shoulder. Whispering, does Virgil really think he can simply refuse? Upon hearing this, Roger Davis, who had previously been somewhat disheartened, perked up immediately. What's your plan? Do we even need a plan? We'll go find Professor Flitwick. If the headmaster himself speaks, I doubt Virgil will still refuse that. Don't forget, our headmaster may not say it aloud. But who doesn't he know he is as fervent a Quidditch fan as Professor McGonagall? While Connor and the others were persuading Virgil to join the Quidditch team, Hampton and Roger Davis were devising how to convince Professor Flitwick, over in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, that I assure you. Severus, I have not disclosed anything about you to anyone, including Mr. Chonier. Through spectacles, Dumbledore observed Hogwarts potions master with a calm demeanor, his voice unruffled. Then how could he possibly know about the transformation of my Patronus? Roared Severus, shaking his fist. If this scene were witnessed by the Slytherin students, they would surely believe their headmaster had been possessed. I am unaware of the connection between this child and you. But do not presume I am ignorant. You met this child alone after the sorting ceremony. To be honest, I expected you to meet Harry Potter first. Calm down, Severus, Albus Dumbledore said, tapping the desk to signal Snape to regain his composure. A Patronus is something one learns to conjure through specific spells that you truly believe I am teaching an 11-year-old child how to cast a Patronus. Should I be preparing him for a trip to Azkaban by the time he graduates from 7th year? Little did Dumbledore know, the new Ravenclaw student was already on the verge of perceiving the outline of his own Patronus. After bidding farewell to the irate Severus, Dumbledore turned to the corner of his office. Seemingly speaking to himself, I hope that child, as you mentioned, will surprise me one day in the future. There was no response. The entire office was silent, save for the occasional sound emitted by Fawkes. The portraits of past headmasters hanging on the walls were equally mute. All eyes turned toward that corner, where an ordinary oak chair held a tattered wizarding hat. The weekend loomed ahead, marked by the mundanity of assignments. For the students of Ravenclaw, weekends typically involved congregating in the library, and if they weren't studying, they would likely choose to lounge in the common room playing wizard chess or gobstones. Virgil, however, longed to revisit Hogsmeade. Yet since their last adventure through the secret passage, Connor and the others had not mentioned going back. Perhaps they truly lacked interest, or perhaps the Ravenclaw students simply lacked the adventurous spirit, courage, and penchant for mischief that characterized their Gryffindor counterparts. Observing Butte and the others engaged in wizard chess or gobstones, Virgil opted to utilize the room of requirement to spend his weekend, taking advantage of the fact that Harry Potter had yet to transform it into a communal classroom. Virgil temporarily set aside his practice of other spells, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to mastering the Patronus charm and the disillusionment charm. The latter was essential, as he understood how much Harry Potter had benefited from his invisibility cloak. As for the Patronus charm, Virgil was taken aback to discover that Professor Caterburn had procured a bat to assist him in practicing the spell. Virgil could only imagine the challenges Professor Caterburn faced in acquiring this bat, and the subsequent task of caring for it was no small feat after all. It was not a well-behaved magical creature. With the slightest lapse in attention, it could easily suffocate you in your sleep. Expecto Patronum. Virgil cast the Patronus charm once more. This time, from the tip of his wand, he could discern a pair of wings taking shape from the silvery mist. However, with only the faint outline of wings, he could not yet ascertain the true nature of his Patronus. The type of Patronus one possesses ultimately determines whether one can become an animagus. Virgil entered the next week with great anticipation regarding the bat, believing that such pressure-driven training could lead to rapid improvement. Like the third-grade Harry Potter, had it not been for Lupin's assistance with the boggart, Harry might not have mastered the Patronus charm in less than a semester. Unfortunately, this method of training through boggarts proved ineffective for Virgil, who was entirely unaware of what terrified him most, and thus was reluctant to summon a boggart at random. Before Wednesday could arrive, however, other matters intruded upon him. Virgil Mandy Buloha found Virgil nestled in the corner of the common room and said, "Professor Flitwick is looking for you, me." Virgil replied, momentarily stunned in his seat, and then turned to his neighbor, Goldstein, asking, "I don't believe I've done anything wrong. Did you ambush any Slytherin students while we weren't looking?" Virgil raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I assure you, I did not." He then inquired of Mandy Buloha, "What does Professor Flitwick want with me?" "I don't know. He just asked you to come to his office." With no other option, Virgil handed the Weasley twins' notebook to Boot, advising, "Jot down any bright ideas you have in there, and whether we can make them happen, we'll discuss with Fred and George later." Navigating the familiar route to Professor Flitwick's office, Virgil knocked on the door, and upon hearing a response from within, he opened the door and poked his head inside, jesting, "Professor, is there something of great importance?" "You know, our Ravenclaw common room isn't the easiest place to access." After some time spent in his company, Virgil discerned that the affection the students held for Professor Flitwick was well-deserved. Occasionally sharing harmless jokes even served to strengthen the rapport between teacher and student. Flitwick beckoned Virgil closer, indicating for him to approach. Virgil approached the desk, eager to learn what had summoned him. To his surprise, his head of house leapt onto the desk and seized Virgil by the ear. "Say Mr. Hampton and Mr. Davis have come to see me. They say you possess remarkable talent in Quidditch and wish for you to join the house team. But you turned them down to— Yes, that true. Professor, ouch, please let go," Virgil yelped. Flitwick showed no signs of releasing his grip, continuing to admonish. "Did you consider the trouble your actions during the confrontation with Draco Malfoy would cause the house and myself? Did my leniency in not putting you in detention lead you to believe I am overly indulgent? Now, when presented with an opportunity to bring glory to the house, you dare to decline. Let us have a serious discussion about your breach of school rules and the harm you inflicted on a fellow student. Professor, you must see reason. It was Draco Malfoy who instigated the altercation. Did you not curse them in retaliation? You could have easily disarmed them. Do not attempt to be clever. The first spell Mr. Malfoy described you using was, without a doubt, the disarming charm. In a half-serious, half-joking plea, Virgil implored, "Professor, please let go. Allow me to defend myself, or rather, hear my explanation of course." Flitwick could not genuinely twist Virgil's ear, and sensing the atmosphere had shifted, he returned to his seat to hear Virgil's rationale. "Professor, when I saw Malfoy brandish his wand, my instinct was to use the disarming charm." "Stop," Flitwick interrupted, raising his hand. "I did not ask you to explain this. I require you to elucidate why you declined to join the Quidditch team. We have not won a Quidditch championship in many years. Previously, it was the Gryffindor team, led by Charlie Weasley, that frequently brought home the trophy, but after his graduation, Slytherin has dominated. Professor, surely you do not believe a first-year student like myself could lead the team to victory? Perhaps you are mistaken. Roger and Gabrielle have merely invited you to serve as a reserve player. However, Mr. Hampton and Mr. Davis hold your talent in high regard. Even Mr. Fletcher acknowledges your prowess. They believe that upon his graduation, you could seamlessly fill the role of seeker or chaser. Roger has even stated that if you maintain your training and meet the requirements, they would consider letting you play this semester." "Forget it, Professor. First years are not permitted to join the Quidditch team. It is the School S rule. Such rules are not without exceptions." Flitwick winked at Virgil. "I have heard that Harry Potter was allowed by Professor McGonagall to join the team as a full-fledged seeker. Therefore, rules are often subject to interpretation." Upon hearing this, Virgil quickly waved his hands. "Professor, I truly have no time. I attend classes with Professor Kettleburn on Wednesdays and Fridays. Additionally, your Charmed Club meets on Thursdays, which would clash with Quidditch practice. I will negotiate with the other professors to schedule Ravenclaw as Quidditch practices for Mondays or Tuesdays. Professor, I also have an arrangement with Professor Quirrell to study defense against the dark arts. Perhaps we could schedule that for Monday or Tuesday evenings." Virgil had no choice but to invoke Quirrell as a diversion. "Queerness, you say?" Upon hearing Quirrell's name, Flitwick murmured, "But I have heard students remark that his classes leave much to be desired." "Indeed, Professor Quirrell's classes leave something to be desired. However, I find dueling fascinating, and in terms of dueling studies, defense against the dark arts is the most relevant subject. Moreover, Professor Quirrell has lent me his notes, which I find immensely beneficial." Listening to Virgil's explanation, Flitwick broke into a grin. "Virgil, if you wish to study dueling, why seek out queerness when you could learn from me? Did you not know I was a champion duelist in my youth?" "Is that so? A serendipitous turn of events?" Virgil muttered as he exited Flitwick's office. Originally, Virgil had planned to use Gilderoy Lockhart's dueling club as an excuse to learn dueling from Professor Flitwick in his second year. But unexpectedly, he would now achieve that goal early by joining the Quidditch team. Of course, as a condition for learning dueling from Professor Flitwick, Virgil agreed to join the Quidditch team as a reserve player. As for replacing someone as a starter, he would rather avoid that. Becoming a regular player meant he could not miss practices without a compelling reason, and Virgil did not want to find himself with no free time whatsoever. As for the time he would need to devote to Quidditch matches or training in the future, Virgil found himself less concerned. He reviewed the history of Hogwarts Quidditch matches by year, discovered that Quidditch at Hogwarts had indeed been fraught with misadventures. In truth, it seemed he would not invest too much time in IT as a reserve in his first year. He would have ample time, in his second year, when the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk incident erupted, Quidditch matches were cancelled. The third year was not affected by Sirius Black's infiltration of the castle, but in the fourth year, Quidditch was entirely omitted to accommodate the Triwizard Tournament. The fifth year saw the matches disrupted due to the arrival of a certain toad from the Ministry of Magic. As for the final 2 years, Virgil hardly believed he would still have the inclination to play Quidditch at school. Thus, it could be concluded that only the third and fifth years would require a substantial commitment to Quidditch. Trading that time for Professor Flitwick as personal instruction. A remarkable bargain indeed. So, does this mean we have a Quidditch player in our dormitory? At the lunch table, Boot exclaimed, thumping Virgil on the back. Hold on. Reserve. I'm not a starter yet. Although Virgil found joining the team somewhat bothersome, upon truly entering the fold, he realized the status of a Quidditch player seemed rather exalted. Even the team captain enjoyed privileges akin to those of a prefect, including access to exclusive lavatories. Moreover, male players appeared to be quite popular among the female students. Since the news of Virgil's appointment as a reserve player spread, he could confidently assert that no fewer than 10 Ravenclaw girls had cast flirtatious glances his way. Though Goldstein consistently insisted that perhaps it was merely the older students becoming infatuated while practicing the hurricane charm, Virgil countered, I'm not listening. Yet the most vexing aspect for Virgil remained the burden of homework. While Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout might exempt exemplary students from assignments, McGonagall and Snape would undoubtedly not extend such leniency. The assignments from history of magic and astronomy were also sources of considerable distress, as both subjects were undeniably tedious and uninspiring. Professor Flitwick and Virgil agreed to tentatively schedule training for Tuesday evenings. Consequently, Virgil truly found himself with little leisure time that on Monday evening, Professor Flitwick will confer with Professor McGonagall to negotiate a schedule for the team's training sessions. Wednesday is reserved for Professor Kettleburn's remedial lessons and astronomy class. Thursday evening is dedicated to the Charms Club, and Friday again calls for additional lessons. Consequently, Virgil can only allocate time for practice in the room of requirement during the weekend. He harbors doubts about whether the intense academic pressure might lead to malnutrition. However, he is rather looking forward to receiving a supplementary lesson from Professor Flitwick before encountering the Boggart on Wednesday. I may have to rely on you all for my homework, he said, patting each of his 3 roommates. Otherwise, I truly might not be able to manage. But do tackle your transfiguration assignment on your own. Will you? We still wish to draw inspiration from your work, but chimed in. After all, among the 4 of us, Virgil excels in charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts. Could we refrain from mentioning the transfiguration assignment? Connor protested, grimacing at the mere thought of transfiguration, which made his steak seem less appetizing. On Tuesday evening, Virgil met with Professor Flitwick at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, not far from Professor Kettleburn's hut. He chose not to inform his roommates about his arrangement with Professor Flitwick, as even the later camaraderie between Harry Potter and Ron Weasley had sparked jealousy in Harry when Ron ascended to the position of prefect. However, his roommates had grown accustomed to Virgil's frequent absences from their dormitory. In truth, the 3 of them often found themselves away from the dormitory, immersed in the library or participating in Gobstones or Wizards Chess Club. It was rare for a Ravenclaw student to truly find a moment of leisure. I never anticipated that Professor Kettleburn would permit you to practice magic here, Professor Flitwick remarked, observing Virgil as he wiped down a small wooden table. Virgil had intentionally procured a small round table and 2 wooden stools from Professor Kettleburn's somewhat cluttered hut, their height perfectly suited for Professor Flitwick. How thoughtful of you, my dear boy. Upon arranging the table and stools, Virgil retrieved some cakes and pastries from a small pocket, which he had specifically requested from the kitchen. That it proved wise to cultivate a good rapport with the house elves in the kitchen. Professor Flitwick stretched out his hand to take the small bag from Virgil. Wow, such delicacies are quite a rarity among students. Transfigured from lizard skin, Professor, it originally had a hole, but Professor Kettleburn helped me mend it. After reclaiming his magical pouch, Virgil nodded to indicate he was ready. The 2 then ventured to a more open area, devoid of excessive trees. If it's just the 2 of us, I shall endeavor to explain using the most concise language possible, Professor Flitwick declared, drawing forth his wand. In wizard duels, or perhaps we should simply call them battles, there are several factors that determine success or failure. Firstly, There's the matter of magical power. It dictates the strength of your spells and your ability to endure in prolonged combat. Given your parents' professions, I presume you are familiar with the unforgivable curses, and if you wish to learn dueling, you ought to possess some prior knowledge. Indeed, Professor, the killing curse, the cruciatus curse, and the imperious curse. Very well, let us use the killing curse as an example, specifically the Avada Kedavra. If I were to cast Avada Kedavra, your chances of survival will be virtually non-existent. However, given your current level of magical power, should you attempt the killing curse against me or any professor, we might merely sustain a few additional wounds. Yet, while this is a widely accepted truth, it does not mean exceptions do not exist. You mean Harry Potter? Precisely, Harry Potter. I once inquired of Professor Dumbledore what enabled Harry to survive the killing curse from such a formidable dark wizard. Professor Dumbledore's answer was enigmatic, to say the least. And I must confess I did not fully grasp it, so I shall refrain from imposing an explanation upon you. However, remember this, when faced with a dark wizard wielding the killing curse, do not presume you will be as fortunate as Potter and neglect to evade. Such folly would only lead to your demise. In the annals of wizarding history, he is the sole individual to have survived. Virgil responded, I will not be foolish, Professor. Excellent. Then let us proceed. In fact, you need not worry about your magical power, as I have observed throughout my years of teaching that when both parents are wizards, their children typically possess greater magical power than Muggle-born or even some half-blood wizards. This may be regarded as an advantage of pure-blood wizards, given that both your parents and your grandparents are wizards of considerable strength. You already possess a significant advantage over many of your peers that, of course, is not to say that Muggle-born and half-blood wizards will always lag behind pure-blood wizards. Magical power can improve with practice and even increase with age. Now, let us conduct a brief experiment. What defensive spells have you learned? The shield charm, Professor. Oh, what a delightful surprise. Virgil. I shall cast the repelling charm, and you will cast the shield charm. I am prepared, Professor. Virgil drew his wand, focusing intently. Repello Muggletum. Protego. Virgil's shield charm was executed quite timely. However, in the face of Professor Flitwick's repelling charm, the shield charm failed to deflect the spell as intended. The two spells clashed for a breath or two before the shield charm was shattered, and the repelling charm struck Virgil, sending him flying over a meter away to land on the ground. The magical energy I summoned didn't even reach half of my full capacity, my boy. Professor Flitwick remarked, providing Virgil with an overview of his magical output. Observing Virgil struggling to rise, Professor Flitwick refrained from assisting him. Within Hogwarts, in the charms classroom, Professor Flitwick could be a kind and humorous instructor, greatly cherished by his students. Yet when it came to teaching dueling, he transformed back into the formidable dueling champion he had been decades prior, strict, meticulous, and even ruthless in his instruction. Dueling allows no room for error or carelessness among wizards. Moreover, he believed that this particularly exceptional first-year student had adequately prepared himself mentally prior to their meeting. Once Virgil stood, reclaimed his wand, and brushed the dust from his robes, Professor Flitwick resumed his lesson. Remember the repelling charm I just used. Now we shall discuss the next topic, spellcasting techniques. Watching Virgil, who bore dark circles under his eyes, but still gritted his teeth in an effort to cast the Patronus charm to drive away the boggart, Professor Kettleburn could hardly contain his laughter. That should suffice, Professor, Virgil retorted while fending off the boggart. Turning back to complain, you've been mocking me since I arrived here at noon. Is it not normal to sustain a few injuries while practicing dueling? Injuries are indeed commonplace. However, your remarkably symmetrical dark circles are now quite a rarity. The mention of dark circles only further irked Virgil. They hadn't been so pronounced. Merely a faint shadow, a result of being struck by Professor Flitwick's spell. Before the impact, part of the shield charm had already absorbed some of the force. This morning, the Weasley twins had caught sight of him and claimed to have invented a simple bruise healing ointment. But he was certain they had miscalculated the ingredients. Now the bruise had worsened, leading him to suspect they had either used the wrong ginger root or had added too much of it. Once Virgil had finished explaining, Professor Kettleburn ceased his jesting demeanor and turned his attention to the Patronus that Virgil had conjured. It seems that under the pressure of the boggart, your Patronus charm has progressed remarkably in just one afternoon. Virgil agreed, noticing that his Patronus had indeed solidified considerably. "Thank you for your efforts, Professor." Virgil expressed his gratitude for Professor Kettleburn's diligent assistance in helping him practice the Patronus charm. "There is no need for such words. Simply concentrate on mastering the knowledge I impart to you." That evening, Virgil's panda eyes became a topic of great interest among all students in astronomy class, particularly among the Slytherin students, who were eager to discover who had bested Virgil, thereby avenging them. Thus, after joining the Quidditch team's training and Professor Flitwick's dueling lessons, Virgil's life, which he had hoped would become more relaxed, tightened once more that he still needed to carve out time to study Transfiguration, potions, and herbology to prevent falling too far behind his Ravenclaw peers. However, it is heartening to note that, with the assistance of dual training and the Spell Club, Virgil's performance in both the Charms class and the Defense Against the Dark Arts class has significantly improved. This enriching and intense lifestyle continued until the eve of Halloween. During the Charms lesson, Professor Flitwick announced that they could attempt to levitate objects. He then produced a toad and, casting a spell, made it soar around the classroom, but whispered to Virgil that the toad appeared to be Neville Longbottom's pet, which had already taken a flight in the Gryffindor Charms class. "Everyone must remember the movement of our wrists. A flick, a shake. Remember, utilize your wrists, not your entire arms," Professor Flitwick exclaimed while standing atop a stack of books. "The incantation must also be pronounced correctly. Precision in pronunciation is essential. There was once a wizard named." Before Professor Flitwick could finish a sentence, a loud bang erupted from the side where the Hufflepuff students were seated that a wild bull materialized out of thin air, crashing into the desks and toppling the students around it. Professor Flitwick hurriedly waved his wand, causing the bull to vanish, and quickly conjured a stretcher, addressing the other Hufflepuff students. "Two of you, please carry Mr. Finnegan to the infirmary." Justin Finnegan was pinned beneath the bull he had conjured. Once the Hufflepuff students had taken Justin away, Professor Flitwick continued, "This is precisely what I was about to caution you against. There was once a wizard named Baruffio who also summoned a bull. Because he pronounced F's. Mr. Finnegan has just provided a rather unfortunate demonstration. Now, we will proceed to practice in groups. Everyone, endeavor to make the feather before you float." Virgil's partner remained Godstein, who was vigorously waving his arms and loudly reciting the incantation. "Wingardium Leviosa." Observing his exaggerated movements, one might mistakenly believe he was casting an exceedingly malevolent curse upon someone. "Hey, Anthony." Noticing Godstein's increasingly erratic style, Virgil quickly intervened. "If you continue like that, you might transform the feather into something entirely different." "What should I do?" Godstein halted his actions, eager to hear the advice of his roommate, who excelled in charms. A flick, a shake. Virgil demonstrated the motion with empty hands, without a wand, that you've forgotten to utilize your wrists. As Professor Flitwick instructed, rather than flailing your arms as for the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa, you must elongate and enunciate the gar clearly. Following Virgil's guidance, Godstein adjusted his wand movements. Virgil continued to repeat the wrist motion for Godstein to mimic. A flick, a shake. Godstein finally executed the motion correctly and pronounced the incantation accurately. The feather before them gradually lifted from the table, hovering 4 feet above their heads. "Excellent. Everyone look, Mr. Godstein has succeeded." Professor Flitwick applauded while standing atop the books. "Mr. Godstein, could you assist Mr. Connor and Mr. Butt beside you? They appear to be on the verge of a quarrel." After Godstein turned to guide Connor and Butt, Professor Flitwick quickly winked at Virgil. Virgil smiled subtly. Professor Flitwick was already quite aware of his proficiency in charms, so there was no need for Virgil to seek the limelight in class any further. After class, Virgil instructed his roommate to take the textbooks back while he made his way to Professor Kettleburn's cabin. Since the school's Halloween feast was scheduled for that evening, and Professor Kettleburn would also be attending, Virgil needed to assist the professor in gathering the magical creatures in his magical suitcase. As for the events about to unfold, Virgil glanced at the time and realized he still had ample opportunity to arrive on time. He aided Professor Kettleburn in preparing the food for the magical creatures, then rounded up the roaming animals back to their designated areas, ensuring that all the doors were securely locked. At that moment, Professor Kettleburn was tending to a cat-fox hybrid that was nearing labor. Being a magical creature, The gestation period of the cat fox was longer than that of ordinary domestic cats. Ever since Virgil had brought his own half-blood cat fox, his black cat had become good friends with Professor Kettleburn's two cat foxes, which in turn had significantly altered the cat fox's attitude towards Virgil. Especially with the impending birth, Virgil had decided to leave his black cat with Professor Kettleburn. "You may head back first. I will make my way to the castle shortly," Professor Kettleburn said. Cradling the cat fox in his arms, Virgil nodded, for he intended to involve himself in the forthcoming events, subtly showcasing his abilities to prepare some professors for what lay ahead. This way, his entrance into potentially lucrative plotlines would not seem too abrupt. Upon returning to the castle, Virgil sought out an unoccupied corner and cast the disillusionment charm upon himself. His mastery of the spell had not yet reached an expert level, being merely a first-year student. However, at this moment, most students and professors were likely in the banquet hall or on their way there. The vicinity near the girls' restroom was now quite empty. Only the occasional distant giggle of Peeves could be heard, hinting at his mischief. Virgil's current proficiency with the disillusionment charm would not deceive the professors of the school, but it was more than sufficient to evade students and filched. A chilling sensation coursed through his body as he watched his legs gradually fade from view. Once he confirmed that he was entirely enveloped by the charm, he quietly entered the girls' restroom. After listening carefully, he confirmed that Hermione was indeed in there, and then he gently exited, seeking a shadowy corner nearby to await his moment. Virgil was uncertain of how Quirrell intended to smuggle the troll inside, so he could only remain vigilant at this spot. Time passed, and Virgil found himself growing impatient as he mused that he must acquire a watch for the Christmas holiday, as the uncertainty of time was truly excruciating. Just as he lamented, he suddenly caught faint sounds, a dragging noise, as if some object were scraping against the floor. Soon after, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. It appeared that the troll had indeed arrived on this level. The vibrations intensified, accompanied by an unbearable stench that invaded Virgil's nostrils. He nearly retched. It was worse than cleaning up after magical creatures. Goodness, no wonder trolls are not known for their intellect. Inhaling such odors constantly would befuddle anyone's mind. When the troll, towering at 12 feet with skin as dull and rough as granite, ambled past him, Virgil felt a sense of awe. However, recalling Hagrid's stature, he felt no fear. Not far behind the troll, two furtive figures trailed. Surely they were Harry and Ron. The troll halted beside a door, peering inside, then lowered its head and slowly squeezed into the room. At that moment, Harry and Ron leaped into view, swiftly closing the door behind them and locking it with a key, executing the action fluidly. However, knowing that one of the trio destined for greatness was now trapped in the restroom, Virgil could hardly suppress his laughter at witnessing the scene unfold. Just as Harry and Ron planned to bask in their triumph and had not yet taken 2 steps back, a piercing scream echoed from within the room. "Hermione!" Harry and Ron, filled with terror, rushed back to the restroom door, twisting the key and bursting inside. At this juncture, Virgil recognized it was time for him to make his entrance to insert himself into this pivotal plotline and ensure success. He had prepared extensively concerning the troll. Yet, the conclusion he arrived at was that the troll's most significant vulnerability, the one that was also the easiest to strike, was indeed the back of its head. Ron Weasley could be said to have a fortuitous intuition. As Virgil approached the door, he witnessed Harry Potter engaging in a brave yet foolish act. He leaped onto the troll's back and shoved his wand into its nostril. Meanwhile, Ron, blocked at the doorway, clutched his old wand, utterly at a loss, still unable to recall the levitation spell. Virgil dispelled the disillusionment charm and raised his wand. Expelliarmus. A crimson beam struck the wrist of a giant, sending the massive wooden club flying and shattering the wooden door of a nearby restroom stall. "Step aside, Weasley," Virgil commanded, pushing Ron aside as he continued to shout, "Petri ficus totalis! Down, Potter!" Although the giant appeared rather simple-minded, its tough skin and physical prowess afforded it a degree of resistance to magic. Virgil dared not gamble that his leg-locking spell would contain this 12-foot behemoth for long. Nevertheless, the spell proved effective, binding the giant's legs tightly together. However, Virgil could see the giant struggling to break free. "Get down now, Potter! Don't be a nuisance!" Virgil roared his astonishment, Despite his warning, Harry Potter still clung to the giant. Clearly startled by Virgil's sudden appearance and the efficacy of the two spells, Harry momentarily forgot to vacate the giant's vicinity. But Virgil's second shout brought Harry back to his senses, and he hurriedly leaped down. Seeing Harry had vacated the most perilous area, Virgil waved his wand once more, this time casting a tripping charm at last. Under the combined effect of the leg-locking and tripping spells, the giant fell face-first to the ground with a tremendous crash. Only one final step remained, to incapacitate the giant. Given the giant's current position, Virgil had numerous spells at his disposal, but he decided to conclude this farce with a levitation charm. After all, the original characters were present. With a flourish and a flick, he intoned, Wingardium Leviosa. The discarded wooden club slowly rose, drifting directly above the giant's head under Virgil's control, before it dropped down with a resounding thud, striking its owner on the head. Job well done. The clamor of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor as the professors of Hogwarts filed in. Professor McGonagall led the way, followed closely by Professors Snape and Flitwick, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Upon entering the girls' restroom, Quirrell merely cast a glance at the giant before emitting a feeble whimper, sitting on an intact toilet while clutching his chest tightly. Snape bent down to examine the giant, while Professor McGonagall, her lips pale with fury, glared at Harry and Ron. "What on earth are you two playing at?" she demanded, her voice icy and furious. "Consider yourselves fortunate not to have been killed. Why on earth weren't you two behaving in your dormitory?" As expected from the deputy headmistress, her presence was commanding, and even Virgil felt a twinge of nervousness under her ire. Professor Flitwick pulled Virgil aside and quietly inquired why he was present. "I was helping Professor Kettleburn prepare magical creatures for the Halloween feast after my charms class. That'd be why the time I returned to the castle. It was rather late, and I intended to freshen up and change into a different outfit before heading to the Great Hall, when I stumbled upon the giant along with Potter and Weasley." Virgil explained, lifting his robes to show Flitwick the mud and various magical creature excrement that adorned his shoes. "I saw Potter climbing atop the giant, jabbing his wand into its nostrils. You must understand. That would only serve to irritate the mountain troll, ultimately making it exceedingly angry and dangerous. With Weasley and Granger standing nearby, I had no choice but to intervene on the other side." Hermione chimed in. "Please don't be so harsh, Professor McGonagall. Harry and Ron were looking for me." "Miss Granger," McGonagall replied, "I was seeking the giant." Hermione struggled to rise, stating, "I thought I could handle it alone, you see, because I've read about them in books and know quite a bit. Had they not found me, I would surely be dead by now." Harry jabbed his wand into the beast's nostril, and then Sconier appeared, incapacitating the giant with its own club. McGonagall pondered aloud, "Miss Granger, how could you possibly believe you could confront a giant by yourself? For this folly, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. I am disappointed in you. If you are uninjured, return promptly to Gryffindor Tower." McGonagall then turned her gaze to Harry and Ron. "Consider yourselves fortunate. Had it not been for Mr. Sconier, you might have been swallowed whole by the giant. However, due to your bravery in choosing to rescue your fellow classmates in a time of peril, each of you will earn 5 points for Gryffindor. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this incident, and you may leave now. Professor Snape, please assist me in escorting these 3 back to Gryffindor Tower." After examining the giant, Snape stood, casting a dark glance at Virgil before turning to McGonagall. "It has merely been rendered unconscious." McGonagall nodded in understanding. Once Snape had led the trio away, she turned to Virgil. "Mr. Sconier, what brings you here?" "Rest assured, Professor McGonagall, I've already inquired." Virgil was delayed due to other matters. The origin of this incident has no relation to him. If necessary, Professor Kettleburn can vouch for him. Flitwick explained on behalf of his student. "Since Professor Flitwick has spoken on your behalf, I shall not pursue the matter further, as I must attend to this giant. However, I will still consult Professor Kettleburn to ascertain whether you have been deceptive. But Mr. Sconier, it is truly remarkable that you were able to subdue a giant single-handedly. You have earned 20 points for Ravenclaw. Thank you for saving the lives of 3 Gryffindor students that on the way back to the Ravenclaw common room with Professor Flitwick." Virgil remarked, "Professor, I believe I deserve more than just 20 points." Although Virgil was aware that, had he not intervened, The protagonist's halo would have ensured the trio's safety. The professors remained oblivious to this fact. "Do not take advantage of the situation, Virgil," McGonagall retorted, clearly still incensed. "Given that Mr. Potter and his friends just escaped with their lives, it is unlikely I could impose a severe punishment upon them. Granting you 20 points is already quite generous. Then won't you grant me a few more points? I believe reaching 50 points would be quite fitting. Am I supposed to award you points? It is fortunate I did not deduct any from you. Your abilities have indeed surpassed those of your peers, but facing a giant is not something to be taken lightly. Should you encounter such a situation again, seek out the professors directly." But the situation was urgent. Virgil replied with a cheeky grin. "If I had gone upstairs to find you, we would have ended up piecing together Harry Potter's skeleton from the giant's belly." Flitwick was momentarily speechless, finally managing to retort, "In the future, refrain from engaging in such dangerous and thankless endeavors. As a professor, certain things must remain unspoken." While Harry Potter was indeed a figure of significant renown, closely monitored by all professors, including Dumbledore, Virgil was ultimately the more favored student. Especially after teaching Virgil dueling techniques, he could be considered Flitwick's prize pupil. Thus he would lean towards Virgil in his heart. "Who says it's a thankless endeavor?" Virgil glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then leaned in and whispered, "I even shaved the giant's beard. I could exchange it for quite a few galleons in Knockturn Alley." Without waiting for Flitwick to scold him, he dashed away. "You little rascal," Flitwick chuckled, scolding him lightly. Yet despite Virgil's reckless victory over the giant, it had still earned Flitwick some prestige before McGonagall and Snape. Not to mention, Harry Potter and his friends owed Virgil a debt of gratitude, and McGonagall, too, owed him a favor. Upon returning to the Ravenclaw common room, Virgil found his roommates amidst the bustling crowd. The food for the Halloween feast had already been delivered to the common room by the house elves, and the trio, having waited for Virgil in the Great Hall, assumed he had likely missed the meal, leaving behind a considerable amount of cake, pastries, and sweets. After tidying himself up with a flick of his wand, the dirt and scent of magical creatures vanished, seizing a pie and some pumpkin juice. Virgil began to eat heartily. "What happened?" Connor whispered. Virgil gestured with his food, indicating that he would explain after he finished eating, urging him not to ask just yet. Before long, Professor Flitwick entered the common room. Signaling for everyone to be quiet, he then positioned his wand against his throat, amplifying his voice. "Silence. I have 3 announcements to make. First, the situation with the giant has been resolved by the school, so there's no need for anyone to worry. Secondly, let us extend a warm round of applause to Mr. Virgil Chenier for securing 20 points for Ravenclaw." The common room erupted in enthusiastic applause, as everyone turned to seek out Virgil's presence, who, in turn, made an effort to shrink into the corner of the room. Nothing could distract him from his meal. Thirdly, I wish everyone a delightful Halloween evening. Without further ado, Professor Flitwick concluded his remarks and exited the common room, ensuring not to disrupt the students' revelry. Meanwhile, Virgil quietly slipped back to his dormitory as Professor Flitwick prepared to leave, with his 3 roommates trailing behind him. What transpired, Virgil? Did a troll truly infiltrate the school? How did you manage to add 20 points to the house? Connor inquired. Not underestimate the significance of 20 points. Remember, Harry Potter and his companions only received 50 or 60 points for defeating Voldemort and safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone before the term concluded. An immediate addition of 20 points is indeed substantial. Indeed, a troll did breach the school grounds. However, how it entered remains a mystery. Professor McGonagall ought to investigate. Virgil spoke while savoring his food. As for the 20 points I accrued, it was due to Hermione Granger from Gryffindor believing she could conquer the troll and venturing downstairs to confront it alone, while Harry Potter and Ron Weasley sought her out. Virgil aided Hermione in covering her earlier deception. "And what does this have to do with you?" Butte remarked. "Because they failed to subdue the troll." Virgil shrugged. "I saved them, and Professor McGonagall awarded me 20 points at AS for Gryffindor. They should have received a cumulative 5 points. I suppose." "Wow, you defeated the troll," exclaimed his 3 roommates in awe. "How is that even possible?" "There is no need for such astonishment, if you were aware of the troll's weaknesses and if others were present to divert the troll's attention. With a proficient command of spells, you too could have succeeded," Virgil stated. "The back of the head is the troll's weak point. A slightly more powerful spell or a well-placed blow can render them unconscious. It sounds rather easy, Connor murmured. Godstein playfully tapped Connor on the forehead, chiding, "Fool! Do you truly believe it is that simple? Just imagine a troll, nearly the height of our keeper, charging at you with a club. It would be a wonder if you weren't paralyzed by fear, let alone manage to strike its vulnerable spot accurately." The following morning, Virgil and his companions arrived at the dining hall for breakfast. Not far from the Ravenclaw table, Ron Weasley was animatedly recounting how he battled the troll. Were it not for Virgil witnessing the events unfold, one might have believed it was Ron who mounted the troll and thrust his wand into its nostrils. "Truly nauseating," Butte remarked after listening intently to Ron's tale. Before returning to share it with the others, one might mistake him for a medieval muggle knight, wielding a long sword instead of a wand. "Virgil, are you not going to expose his falsehood?" "There is no need," Virgil replied without lifting his gaze. "The professors are well aware of what transpired. As for how other students perceive it, that is of no concern to me. Anyone with a modicum of sense can deduce the truth from the change in points. Moreover, I prefer to maintain a low profile. There is no benefit in revealing Ron Weasley's lies." Thus, Virgil dismissed the notion altogether. Hermione, upon seeing Virgil and his friends enter the dining hall, hastened over and whispered, "I'm sorry, Shaunier, but both Harry and I warned him, yet—" Virgil waved his hand to interrupt Hermione. "Do I appear to care about such matters, Granger? Let him say what he wishes." Hermione, realizing Virgil genuinely did not mind, gazed at him for a moment before turning away, while she acknowledged Ron's unscrupulousness. She was reluctant to lose her newfound friends. Shortly thereafter, Fred and George approached the Ravenclaw table. The twins gestured for Butte to make space, seating themselves on either side of Virgil, draping their arms around his shoulders as they whispered. "We've heard from Harry and Hermione about the specifics. Thank you for saving that little brat, Ron." George added, "Let me share a secret with you. Do not be deceived by his current smug demeanor. Percy has already written to our mother about this incident. Given her temperament, a howler should be en route." Fred chimed in, "That scene will undoubtedly be amusing. At this." Virgil set down his utensils and inquired, "Is your brother? Why would you wish to see him humiliated?" Fred retorted, "What of it? I would prefer to see both Percy and Ron embarrassed together." George added, "Poor little Ron. Yet he must endure such trials to mature into a capable wizard. Mustn't he? Besides, while he suffers, it provides us with a bit of amusement. Surely that is a win-win situation." Virgil and his companions fell into a collective silence. It was a wonder how the Weasley family managed to assemble such a diverse array of personalities. As Fred and George had predicted, the howler indeed arrived before the second day had even dawned. During dinner, a crimson envelope was dropped onto the Gryffindor table by an owl. Several young witches and wizards, aware of its nature, hastily fled the vicinity. Soon, a deafening roar echoed throughout the dining hall. "Ron Weasley." Mrs. Weasley's fury was palpable as she bellowed her son's full name. "You must remain at Hogwarts and attend your classes properly. Do not engage in such foolish antics. Do you believe a troll is something a first-year child can handle? If it were not for Virgil Shaunier's assistance, your father and I would be searching for your body amidst the troll's droppings. What infuriates me more is that, as a Gryffindor student, while your classmates are striving to overcome the troll, you stood frozen in fear. You have brought shame upon your father in the Ministry of Magic." At that moment, Ron endeavored to bury his face in his plate. "Percy," at the conclusion of the howler, Molly Weasley called out her eldest son's name. "You are the prefect. Manage your brothers. Do not allow them to make trouble at school." After delivering her final admonition, the howler spontaneously combusted, vanishing without a trace. Instantaneously, the hall erupted in murmurs as everyone pointed towards the Gryffindor table. Percy Weasley, under the scrutinizing gazes of his peers, hastily approached Ron, his face as pale as a ghost, whispering something in Ron's ear before striding away. "It seems that now, regardless of intelligence, everyone is aware he's been boasting," Butte remarked quietly. Meanwhile, Virgil had already summoned Godstein and Connor to gather their belongings. Since his name had appeared in the howler, he wished to avoid being the center of attention and questioned about the events that transpired. The four of them discreetly slipped out of the dining hall and returned to their dormitory. As Virgil had anticipated, letters from Benil and Jennifer soon arrived that, of course, they would not resort to sending howlers like the Weasley family. The first half of Benil's letter cautioned Virgil against his reckless challenge of the troll. Perhaps in his mind, Virgil was still merely a freshman who had been at the school for only 2 months. Little did he know that within that time frame, Virgil had surpassed the spellcasting proficiency of most second and third-year students. However, the latter part of the letter provided Virgil with information regarding various cases the ministry had handled concerning trolls, as well as research on their weaknesses. In closing, Benil informed Virgil that Arthur Weasley, Ron's father, had treated him to a drink and expressed gratitude for Virgil's assistance. As for Jennifer's letter, it was replete with praise for Virgil, extolling his wit, bravery, and mastery of magic. In short, one could hardly imagine that the woman who penned such accolades had once been an Auror. Moreover, it is of a remarkably formidable nature. However, upon reviewing the contents of these 2 letters, Virgil is inclined to believe that his mother must have graduated from Gryffindor, while his father could very well be a Ravenclaw. Overall, the Chenier family, in response to the recent incident involving the troll invasion at Hogwarts, has offered Virgil more praise and commendation than reprimand. After sending off the owl, Virgil reclined on his bed, contemplating the matters that would arise following the troll's incursion. At the very least, he needed to prepare the items required for traversing the 4th-floor corridor. For instance, he intended to acquire a music box, a tome on wizard's chess, and a vial of highly effective fireproof potion. Virgil was determined not to let this opportunity slip through his fingers, whether it be the Philosopher's Stone itself or bartering with Dumbledore for something else in exchange for it. The value of the Philosopher's Stone was undeniable. It would be impossible not to feel a twinge of desire. Furthermore, Virgil was already aware that the Resurrection Stone was notoriously unreliable, thus the Philosopher's Stone, as an essential component for the elixir of life, was a risk he was willing to accept in his possession. Moreover, Virgil had no intention of confronting Quirrell and Voldemort directly. Rather, he planned to seize a moment of opportunity after Harry Potter dealt with Quirrell and before Dumbledore arrived. Admittedly, this course of action might seem a tad unfair to Harry Potter. Nevertheless, everyone believed that Harry and his companions owed Virgil a favor following the troll incident, and it was conceivable that Dumbledore would indeed inform Harry of this matter afterward, which he would likely find bearable. Virgil planned to procure the music box and chess tome during the Christmas holiday in Diagon Alley. After joining the Quidditch team, he would need to purchase a broomstick. Borrowing from Cedric could not be a permanent solution. A visit to Diagon Alley was certainly on the agenda, along with disposing of that small bundle of giant's hair. The most troublesome aspect was sourcing the ingredients for the fireproof potion. The blood of fire lizards could be easily obtained from Professor Kettleburn, as he had stockpiled quite a bit of it. He could devise a way to procure Bivotuberpus from the herbology greenhouse. And if that failed, he could seek assistance from the Weasley twins. This substance could cause the skin of the affected to form a tough shell, making it an excellent prank tool without the need for processing. Moreover, Virgil had seen numerous products utilizing Bivotuberpus in the Weasley twins' notes. The most daunting challenge for Virgil was acquiring Blast-ended Scrut, as this perilous creature was far beyond the reach of younger students in the greenhouse. Furthermore, Blast-ended Scrut required an intricate process to be rendered suitable for potion making, a procedure that Virgil was utterly unfamiliar with. As for purchasing it in Diagon Alley, Virgil doubted he could slip away unnoticed under the watchful eyes of Benner and Jennifer. If caught, how could he explain? There was no potion in the first-year curriculum that necessitated the use of Blast-ended Scrut. He would have to find a way to sneak off to Hogsmeade. Fred and George would undoubtedly have connections to procure the materials. He needed to enlist their help. As November commenced, the atmosphere within Hogwarts began to invigorate. It was not merely the anticipation of the Christmas holiday in a little over a month, but the commencement of Quidditch matches. The inaugural match of the new term was set to unfold between last year's champions, Slytherin and Gryffindor. The focal point of this match was none other than first-year student Harry Potter. Gabri Hampton, under the pretense of studying the opponent, whisked the entire team off to watch the game. However, Virgil, being a reserve player, found an excuse to slip away, making his way directly to the secret passage of Hogwarts. Having barely mastered the disillusionment charm, Virgil opted to traverse the secret passage behind the hunchbacked, one-eyed witch statue, a passage that resembled a stone slide leading to 200 steps, compared to previous passages. This route was relatively easier to navigate. After casting the disillusionment charm upon himself, Virgil quietly departed from Honeydukes. Mundungus Fletcher, The unscrupulous dealer introduced by the Weasley twins was someone Virgil never anticipated would become his supplier. Upon hearing his name, Virgil initially contemplated seeking another seller, but after much deliberation, he decided to proceed with Mundungus. The rationale was rather straightforward, despite being a diligent thief who had caused considerable trouble for the Order of the Phoenix. Mundungus remained fiercely loyal to Dumbledore. Should he indeed betray Virgil, the latter would still be able to track him down. Unceremoniously, Virgil approached Mundungus, fully aware that his meager transformation spell and disguise techniques would be insufficient to deceive a rogue thief accustomed to the darker corners of the wizarding world. The Three Broomsticks was the venue Virgil selected for their meeting. Although Mundungus had vehemently insisted on changing the location to the Hog's Head Inn, Virgil declined. After all, the Hog's Head had barred Mundungus from entering. It was perplexing why he held such a fondness for that place, willing to don a thick disguise rather than convene at the Three Broomsticks. Madame Rosmerta seemed to attract every mature man except Mundungus. Indeed, she even managed to ensnare the young Ron Weasley. Upon entering the Three Broomsticks, Virgil quickly scanned the room and fixed his gaze on a figure in the corner, swathed in a thick scarf. After all, it was not the weekend, and upper-year students were prohibited from visiting Hogsmeade. Not only the Three Broomsticks, but the entirety of Hogsmeade appeared rather desolate. Like the tea that moment, Mundungus's attire made him particularly conspicuous. Virgil could not fathom his reasoning. Perhaps he preferred to stand out, as long as no one recognized him. As Virgil plopped down across from Mundungus, the thief nearly leapt out of his seat in fright. After a brief appraisal of Virgil, he prepared to make a hasty exit. How could the Weasley twins have introduced him to such a mere child? Mundungus pondered, forgetting that the Weasley twins were not much older themselves. Mundungus Fletcher, Virgil whispered, addressing him by name, that aren't you even going to inquire what the buyer desires? What could I possibly discuss with a mere child? The trade we engage in involves galleons, not the few nuts in your pocket. Upon hearing Virgil utter his name, Mundungus quickly took a seat, but before he could finish his sentence, his attention was drawn to an object in Virgil's hand. It was a small piece of silver eggshell, the shell of Snargaluff. As a professional thief, Mundungus was well aware of what it was. He reached out instinctively to snatch it, only to find his stomach pressed against something solid. The Virgil's wand, protruding from beneath the table, was firmly positioned against Mundungus. If I were you, I would refrain from any foolish actions. Place your hands on the table, Virgil instructed, slipping the Snargaluff shell into his pocket. Do not doubt my abilities. If your sources are indeed reliable, you might want to inquire about the troll incident that transpired at Hogwarts a few days ago. Ask who dealt with that creature. Was it you? Mundungus inquired, astonished as he regarded Virgil. Experienced wizards could easily handle a solitary troll, but the notion of such a feat being accomplished by a child of Virgil's stature compelled Mundungus to reconsider. Mundungus Fletcher, a fixture in the lower echelons of the wizarding world, was acquainted with numerous con artists and petty thieves. Often privy to unexpected information, he claimed to be a merchant of wizarding goods. Yet he was, in fact, merely a thief, setting prices higher than those found on the black market. It was astounding to think that someone like him had graduated from Gryffindor. Hearing Virgil so effortlessly unveil his secrets incensed Mundungus, causing him to grit his teeth. His voice emerged through clenched jaws. What exactly do you want? Nothing much, Mr. Fletcher, Virgil replied with a smile. I am well aware that you're also a master of apparition. You might wager that your speed in apparition could surpass my spell casting. However, I must caution you that since I possess your information, it signifies that even if you were to flee today, I would still be able to locate you. Do you comprehend what you're saying, child? Locate me? And who do you think you are? I am no benevolent gentleman. If we were in the wild, do you truly believe I would afford you the opportunity to speak? You stole that Snargaluff shell from your parents, didn't you? You had better hand it over to me, and should Mr. Fletcher take a liking to you, perhaps he will let you return home to find your mother. Of course, if you are unwilling, you can always have your parents come to your aid. Mundungus suddenly realized he had allowed a mere child to intimidate him. At Mundungus's counter-threat, Virgil let out a chuckle. Are you certain you want me to return home to find my mother? Virgil believed that if Montague were aware of his mother's identity, he would not have made such a request. If I were to truly contact my mother, you might find yourself laboring in vain. So, who is your mother? Montague scoffed. I cannot ascertain whether my mother is renowned, but I am certain her mentor holds considerable prestige. I feel you ought to tread carefully. Yes, your mother's mentor, Alastair Moody. Montague seized the snake egg from Virgil's hand, idly toying with it. As for others. Humph. Montague is not intimidated, though. It turns out Mad-Eye Moody's reputation is not so formidable after all. Virgil muttered softly, as if to himself, yet just loud enough for Montague to overhear. With a thud, the snake egg shell fell onto the table. Whew. Montague exclaimed in shock, quickly covering his mouth and glancing around. Relieved to find no one paying attention to their table, he hastily pushed the fallen shell back towards Virgil. Your mother is a student of Alastair Moody? Indeed, that is what she told me. After becoming an Auror, she was assigned to learn under Moody. And your mother's name? Perhaps I should let my mother speak with you directly. No. Montague waved his hands frantically. No need to trouble your esteemed mother. By the heavens, an Auror. What sort of thief would casually converse with an Auror? Is he seeking a swift demise, or does he believe he possesses too much stolen goods? Little did Montague know. Virgil's mother was now a retired Auror. So, what do you require? Montague rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic grin plastered on his face. He promptly placed a galleon on the table, instructing Madame Rosmerta to serve Virgil the finest drinks and food from the 3 broomsticks. Had we done this sooner, we could have avoided all this hassle, Virgil remarked, watching Montague bustle about with a hint of exasperation, gesturing for him to settle down. Virgil retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket, filled with a list of items he needed. Of course, most of them were merely distractions, things Virgil had no immediate use for, but he felt it prudent to do so, lest Montague take his list straight to Dumbledore. Montague glanced over the list, his demeanor shifting to one of concern. Are you certain you require all these items? They will cost quite a few galleons. Virgil produced a small pouch, heavy with coins. This serves as a deposit. I do not expect you to gather everything at once, he explained, taking back the list from Montague and pointing to several items marked with asterisks. Prioritize these. The sooner, the better. I hope to have them by the end of the Christmas holidays. Upon hearing that Virgil had afforded him nearly 2 months, Montague's confidence surged. He began rereading the marked items on the list. White ash, mandrake, African tree snake skin, processed blastinid scrut, fluxweed. Good heavens, quite a variety and significant quantities. Most importantly, after scrutinizing the list, Montague could not determine which potion Virgil intended to brew. The list contained no fewer than 15 potion ingredients. Yet each potion's composition was incomplete. For instance, for the polyjuice potion, Virgil had only listed African tree snake skin as an ingredient. Grasshopper larvae, leeches, and 2-eared grass were all common and easily obtainable materials. He could even waltz into the shops in Diagon Alley without drawing any suspicion from Bennell and Jennifer. As for the powdered horned serpent horn, that was certainly sourced from Professor Kettleburn. While Kettleburn's menagerie of dangerous magical creatures was indeed a headache, he never lacked for animal-derived materials. Virgil's intent was clear, to prevent Montague from taking the list to Dumbledore. If it were easy to deduce that Virgil was brewing the polyjuice potion or fire-making potion, Dumbledore would likely see straight through Virgil's intentions. Furthermore, materials like mandrake, which had a multitude of uses, ought to be stockpiled for future emergencies. At the very least, they would prove useful by second year. Perhaps you could estimate how much deposit I should provide. See if the pouch contains enough. Virgil suggested. Montague quickly shook his head, insisting, No need. I have complete faith in you. We shall exchange money for goods, and I trust you won't shortchange me. However, while saying this, he discreetly watched for any shifts in Virgil's expression, ultimately returning the pouch of coins to him. Montague's appearance, regardless of his expression, always conveyed a sense of shoddiness, as if he were born to be a trickster or a petty thief. Virgil sighed, stating, You need not worry about my payment. I hope to establish a long-term cooperative relationship, much like the one you share with the Weasley brothers. But then, with a shift in tone, Virgil continued ominously, I do not wish for a third party to learn of the contents of this list, nor do I want it to end up on the desk of a certain professor at Hogwarts. Virgil did not explicitly mention Montague's connection to Dumbledore. However, such ambiguous language sent a chill down Montague's spine that a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind, Had an Auror been monitoring him for years? Was he already on the Ministry's radar? Which of his actions might have drawn the Ministry's scrutiny? Was he being deceived, or did Virgil truly know of his ties to Dumbledore? Or perhaps the Ministry was already focusing on Dumbledore? Montague ceased to absorb what Virgil said afterward. Once those thoughts invaded his mind, they lingered indefatigably. He stumbled out of the three broomsticks, leaving Virgil to enjoy his drink and feast alone. Content. Virgil leaned back in his chair, reminiscing about the flavors of the food that starkly contrasted with those from the Hogwarts kitchens, while pondering the potential ramifications of his words to Montague on their future. The final remarks Virgil made had been rather impromptu. He merely sought to impart a cautionary note to Montague, instilling a modicum of apprehension to temper his actions that it was not that Virgil wished to aid Harry Potter or Dumbledore, although Montague had derelict his duty during Harry's protection. Leading to Harry's encounter with the Dementors, Harry Potter himself was also a Horcrux, was he not? Virgil simply hoped Montague would not pilfer the Horcrux locket again. While Virgil was not the protagonist, he nonetheless desired to hold on to a few aces up his sleeve. As for the Ravenclaw diadem that he had fortuitously discovered, Virgil intended to present it to Dumbledore at an opportune moment, alerting him to the significance of the Horcruxes in advance. Without lingering too long in Hogsmeade, Virgil swiftly returned to Hogwarts. Otherwise, an unfamiliar wizarding child would stand out too starkly in Hogsmeade. Upon his return to the castle, the Gryffindor versus Slytherin match had concluded. Contrary to the initial expectations that Slytherin would dominate, it was instead Gryffindor's newly appointed seeker, Harry Potter, who turned the tide by capturing the Golden Snitch. Once again, this savior had thrust himself into the eye of the school's internal debates. You would never believe what transpired during the match, Goldstein whispered conspiratorially beside Virgil. Harry Potter's Firebolt 2000 actually malfunctioned during the game. Oh, what happened? Virgil feigned ignorance. The broomstick attempted to throw Harry Potter off. At one point, we thought all my pocket money was for naught. Goldstein chuckled as he handed Virgil a pouch of coins, which they had won by secretly betting on Gryffindor's victory. How were you so certain Gryffindor would win? Virgil inquired, shaking the pouch to gauge its weight before satisfactorily stowing it away, and I never claimed Gryffindor would undoubtedly win. I did warn you all not to wager your entire allowance on it. This time, it was merely a stroke of luck. Besides, considering the outrageous odds they offered, it seemed reasonable to place a small bet on Gryffindor. A small bet, you say? Corna interjected. The three of us combined do not even weigh as heavily as you do. You know, when we demand money from those in Slytherin, their expressions are more horrific than if they had lost a loved one. Each house has its share of gamblers, diverting a portion of their earnings, which isn't substantial to begin with. Besides, who would expect Gryffindor to emerge victorious, apart from its own students? This underdog status is enough for the other gamblers to risk losing their trousers. Yet, you have been remarkably astute in guiding us to sit right next to the Slytherin students who were running the bets, ensuring we collected our winnings promptly after the match concluded. Butte commended Virgil for his foresight. Otherwise, we might not have even recouped our initial stake. After Zach Lattice handed us our funds, there was scarcely enough left to pay those who had wagered on Gryffindor's victory. I heard a student from Hufflepuff mention that Gryffindor members are now scouring the castle in search of Slytherin. Godstein remarked that our House Kohler is also being pursued by creditors, reportedly planning to hide indefinitely in the common room, skipping classes entirely. But that is of no concern to us. Virgil stretched, satisfied that we had secured our winnings. Butte and the others nodded in agreement, smiles of contentment breaking across their faces. As long as we have our money, the plight of others is of no consequence to us. Ultimately, the uproar escalated to a point where only the professors of the houses could quell it. The students involved in gambling dared not show their faces again, lest they begin to miss classes. With the penalties of detention, point deductions, and repayment deadlines freshly posted, Virgil advised his roommate against placing any bets in the next match, as the consequences could extend to punishing the bettors as well. An unwise risk. Seated by the window in the common room, Virgil spread out a sheet of parchment and began composing a letter. The dealings with Montags appeared to be progressing smoothly. Yet due to the quantity of materials purchased, Virgil contemplated writing to Wagner, requesting an advance on his payment, just in case that a few days prior, Benil and Jennifer had written to him, informing him of their return from the Soviet Union. it was said that they had earned a considerable sum, though they refrained from disclosing specific figures. According to their account, due to some measures and arrangements made by Wagner, the Soviet Ministry of Magic was not as chaotic as they had initially anticipated. Instead, after a brief period of disorder, it swiftly reorganized and deployed personnel to apprehend those wizards who sought to exploit the chaos of the Soviet Union's disintegration. Naturally, they had no jurisdiction over Gringotts' operations, nor could they intervene. Considering the devaluation of the ruble was a reality, and no matter how powerful their ministry, they could not alter the economic situation of a fractured nation that in the match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. No one dared to provoke the professors by establishing more betting schemes. This left Kona and Butte despondent, as Virgil recognized that their meticulously curated Christmas shopping list would likely remain unfulfilled. Moreover, Hufflepuff's Quidditch team faced significant challenges against Ravenclaw. The new seeker, Cedric, while also lauded as a prodigy, found himself up against seasoned veterans from Ravenclaw. Within 2 hours, Hufflepuff was decisively defeated. Cedric's lack of match experience was glaringly evident as he fell victim to Lonsky's feints time and again. After the match, Virgil took time to comfort Cedric. When it came to our house's match, Virgil hesitated for quite some time, but ultimately decided against slipping away. After all, he was a substitute on the team, and it would be rather unbecoming for him to abandon his teammates. During the post-match celebration in the common room, Virgil approached Godstein, who was engrossed in a book on the history of magic, and handed him a glass of pumpkin juice before sitting on the armrest of the chair. Still studying at this hour, Virgil took a sip of his pumpkin juice and glanced at the book in Godstein's hands, which was about the development of modern wizards, not part of this semester's syllabus. Observing Godstein's rapid page-turning, Virgil inquired, "Why do I get the feeling you're searching for something specific? Did Professor Binns assign you extra work?" "I am researching an individual," Godstein replied without looking up. "Virgil, have you heard of Nick LeMay?" Virgil nearly spat out his pumpkin juice. Nick LeMay? Why is Godstein digging in a LeMay's background? The narrative seemed quite off. Had we even mentioned this individual in our history of magic class? Pretending to be oblivious, he turned to look out the window and calmly countered, "What makes you think I would know?" Godstein closed the book and met Virgil's gaze. "I encountered Hermione Granger in the library on Wednesday afternoon. She was searching for information on a wizard named Nick LeMay and asked if I had any recollection of him. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere, but I can't quite recall where." "Naturally, I have heard of him," Virgil mused internally. "Among the dormitory, you're the one most fond of chocolate frogs. Yet you don't collect the cards. The most common card is that of Dumbledore, which prominently features Nick LeMay in its description." However, Virgil had no intention of divulging this information to Godstein. Let Harry Potter and his friends uncover the mystery of Nick LeMay on their own. Noticing Kona and Butte reveling in the center of the common room, celebrating with their team, Virgil took his half-full glass of pumpkin juice and returned to the dormitory. Christmas was fast approaching, and Virgil needed to procure gifts for his roommates and a few professors with whom he maintained close relations. Some gifts could not be found in Hogsmeade, necessitating that he enlist Jennifer's help to purchase them in Diagon Alley. The days leading up to Christmas and the holiday itself were likely the last moments of peace and relaxation for the semester. Upon returning from the break, Virgil would need to strategize regarding the Philosopher's Stone. In mid-December, as Christmas drew near, Virgil and Kona leaned over the edge of their beds, watching the Weasley twins enchant snowballs to chase Quirrell around, pelting him on his turban. Kona was in stitches, while Virgil felt a twinge of anxiety for the twins. Should they discover that the turban concealed Voldemort? Who could predict their reactions? Among Hogwarts students, aside from Harry Potter, they might be the two bravest. All 4 members of Virgil's dormitory planned to return home for Christmas. Lacking his own owl, Virgil intended to deliver the Christmas gifts to everyone in advance. When Godstein and Butte returned to the dormitory, Virgil presented them with the carefully prepared gifts. He had chosen a set of crystal vials for Kona, who had previously used glass ones. He had long envied Virgil and Godstein for their crystal vials, as they were superior in preserving certain potions compared to glass. Butte received a quicksilver quill, a perfect gift for the least enthusiastic note-taker among them. The pen's effectiveness was so impressive that Virgil nearly kept it for himself. With it, taking notes in history of magic and transfiguration would no longer be a daunting task. For Godstein, he had procured a commemorative set of gobstones. Naturally, it was not the exorbitantly priced kind that Jennifer had mentioned in her letter, which boasted a stunning set of pure gold gobstones. Too steep for Virgil's budget. Besides, he could not fathom why anyone would produce a pure gold version of something like gobstones, unlike collectible cards in his past life, which held value. Who would dare play with such expensive pieces? Kona, Butte, and Godstein were clearly caught off guard by Virgil's early gift-giving. Butte scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Virgil, I was planning to have my owl deliver your gift during the holidays. I didn't expect you to give us our Christmas presents early." Kona and Godstein had similar thoughts, intending to send their gifts via owl during the break. Not a problem. I initially intended to deliver a gift to Professor Kettleburn for Christmas. After all, I lack an owl, and it could be quite troublesome later. Moreover, we haven't even finalized our plans for Christmas yet, Virgil explained with a smile. You can wait until Christmas Day to unwrap your gifts. Preserving the element of surprise, I'll take care of the others' gifts now. With that, Virgil grabbed a bulging bag filled to the brim and exited the dormitory. Having many acquaintances has its downsides. The expenses during holidays tend to exceed those of others. Fortunately, the salaries in the Bonheur department are considered quite decent within the Ministry of Magic, and the Aurors enjoy even higher wages. Coupled with the galleons that Virgil had previously exchanged for pounds, he found himself more than adequately prepared to purchase Christmas gifts. Virgil first made his way to the underground kitchen to deliver the Christmas presents he had prepared for the house elves of Hogwarts. He then entrusted Kamon with the task of helping to distribute some gifts on Christmas Day. Aside from Professor Flitwick and Professor Kettleburn, all the gifts for the other professors, including that of Professor Dumbledore, were left with the house elves. After pondering for a moment, Virgil ultimately decided to keep the gifts for his Quidditch team teammates and a few close first-year students, asking Kamon to deliver them on Christmas Eve. He made sure to inscribe names on the gift wrap. Finally, Virgil left the kitchen once again surrounded by the house elves. The closest location to the kitchen was the Hufflepuff common room, whereupon handing Cedric a complete set of broom care tools produced by Sweeping Company. Cedric displayed an expression identical to that of Virgil's roommates. After all, who would have expected someone to present Christmas gifts ahead of time? Professor Flitwick's gift consisted of 2 bottles of sherry soda. His favorite, in contrast, Professor Kettleburn received a brand new cat bed, spacious enough for 2 adult Kneazles and their kittens. He had never prepared a cat bed before, and his 2 Kneazles had been sleeping beneath his desk. Recently, Virgil's own half-breed Kneazle had taken to lounging there as well, making the space rather cramped. Professor Kettleburn was not at all hesitant, promptly providing his Kneazles with a new home and urging Virgil to expedite the paperwork. As one could not keep purebred Kneazles without proper documentation, that IT was also Professor Flitwick's first encounter with a student presenting Christmas gifts in advance. Over the years, there have been no instances of younger students gifting professors during the festive season. Such gestures typically came from older students aspiring to be prefects or student council presidents, or those seeking to leverage the professor's networks. After Virgil departed the office, Professor Flitwick gazed at the 2 bottles of his favorite soda resting on his desk. Feeling immense satisfaction with his pupil who had been learning dueling techniques under his guidance. The final recipients of Virgil's gifts were Fred and George, to whom he presented an entire collection of alchemical texts, ranging from introductory to advanced levels, arranged systematically like textbooks for various subjects. Much of the Weasley Brothers Joe products required knowledge of alchemy, yet Hogwarts did not offer an alchemy course, and the library's alchemical books were scarce, having been thoroughly perused by the duo. Furthermore, the Weasley family's financial constraints made it impossible for them to acquire unrelated books. Upon seeing the alchemical texts, the Weasley brothers were overjoyed, as George put it. He felt compelled to give Virgil a bow of gratitude. Thus, enveloped in an increasingly festive atmosphere, Virgil and his 3 roommates boarded the train home. The Hogwarts Express during Christmas appeared somewhat sparse, with some students opting to stay at Hogwarts for the holidays. The 4 friends easily found an empty compartment. After purchasing a plethora of snacks, they began discussing the upcoming semester's courses and final examinations. I'm not worried about the final exam in defense against the dark arts. My greater concern lies with the ordinary wizarding level exam in 3rd year, given Professor Quirrell's current teaching quality. I fear I might barely scrape by, Konar lamented, flipping through his defense against the dark arts textbook with a side "Do not fret. Virgil reassured him, haven't you heard that the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is cursed by someone whose name cannot be mentioned? Typically, a professor can only teach us for one semester. I suspect by the time we reach second year, we shall likely have a new professor. Godstein interjected, compared to defense against the dark arts. I am more anxious about my potions grade. Snape is not one to easily award high marks. But this is one of the few instances I envy Slytherin students, Butte remarked. Snape is exceedingly lenient with them when it comes to potions, exams, and assignments. The four of them sighed in unison. Professor Flitwick had already gained a reputation as the most benevolent professor in the school, yet his generosity paled in comparison to Snape's leniency towards Slytherin students. Having spent half a semester in Ravenclaw, Virgil observed that Ravenclaw students were indeed exceptionally intelligent, with many among the top ranks across various subjects. However, most were not what one would call well-rounded, with a number exhibiting extreme specialization in certain areas. Abandoning the headache-inducing topic of exams, the four friends opened their snacks and began discussing school gossip and amusing anecdotes, perhaps due to the Christmas holiday. Virgil felt as though the train was moving much faster than at the beginning of the term. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, the four of them agreed on a schedule for owl correspondence during the holiday before stepping out of Platform 9 and 3/4 in groups. The station was bustling with people due to the Christmas season. Virgil exerted considerable effort to locate his father Benur and Jennifer amidst the crowd. "Oh, look who's back. Our troll slayer," Benur teased, embracing Virgil. Virgil rolled his eyes in exasperation. Jennifer also hugged Virgil, saying, "I am so proud of you, my son." Benur took the luggage from Virgil's hands. Turning around to scan the area, Virgil realized he could no longer see his three roommates and quickly followed Benur and Jennifer out of King's Cross Station. As they walked, Jennifer urged Virgil to recount the process of defeating the troll. Benur shot her a warning glance, stating, "We could discuss this at home." He then turned to Virgil, adding, "This Christmas, it will just be the three of us. Your grandparents are tied up in Romania, and your other grandparents have tasks in Gringotts, so no one is in England." Upon hearing Benur's words, Virgil turned to scrutinize his father more closely and lightly patted his seemingly growing belly, exclaiming, "Dad, you seem to have indulged a bit. So, shall we stay here for the holidays, or head to Romania? Let's stay home. We could consider a trip to Romania during your summer break." "Wait, did you just say indulged?" From a station to home, Benur's hand remained firmly planted on Virgil's shoulder. Upon arriving home, with a flick of his wand, Benur had their clothes changed in an instant, since Virgil received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Jennifer no longer hid her abilities. Household chores could easily be managed with magic. Virgil pulled out a chair and sat across from Benur. With a graceful wave of her wand, Jennifer brought a cup of hot milk to Virgil. After taking a sip, he remarked, "To be honest, I still haven't acclimated to the drinks in the wizarding world. I can never quite get used to pumpkin juice. When the holiday is over and I return to school, I'm going to bring a crate of cola with me." Benur chuckled heartily at this. "You might struggle with butterbeer as well," he replied, lifting a cup brimming with butterbeer and taking a hearty gulp. Once Jennifer had prepared dinner, the three of them gathered around the dining table as Virgil recounted his encounter with the troll. After hearing the entire story, Benur and Jennifer exchanged glances before scrutinizing Virgil closely. Ultimately, it was Jennifer who provided a summary. "Overall, your plan and approach were sound," she explained, striving to articulate her thoughts in simple terms. "However, as you advance in your studies, you might consider employing transfiguration spells to create animals that could divert the troll's attention, thereby better safeguarding yourself. But I seem to recall that some spells aren't meant for first-year wizards." Virgil anticipated his parents' inquiry and had prepared his excuse, responding directly, "I have been learning dueling techniques from Professor Flitwick. Coupled with some training you provided before the term began, I felt capable of handling the troll." Virgil did not believe Benur and Jennifer would be inclined to inquire when Professor Flitwick had started instructing him in dueling. "Of course, Professor Kettleburn has also offered me considerable guidance." "Professor Kettleburn," Benur's expression shifted slightly. "I assumed he only taught you about magical creatures." "No," Virgil shook his head. "The professor is quite accomplished in charms as well." By the way, upon the mention of Professor Kettleburn, Benio recalled a detail and retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, presenting it to Virgil. "It was the permit for the care of the magical creature." The Neaseled, "I have already registered this with the Ministry of Magic," he stated, Professor Kettleburn has indeed bestowed upon you a most precious Christmas gift. Virgil joyfully accepted the permit, tucking it into the pocket of his transfigured lizard. Binial and Jennifer exchanged glances, both harboring the same thought. Their son had undoubtedly encountered more than just a troll during this half-term. There were certainly other undisclosed adventures. Otherwise, how could he have come by such a delightful treasure? Clearing his throat twice, Binial sought to regain Virgil's attention. So, what other events transpired this half-term? What else happened? Oh, right. In a few days, we're to visit Diagon Alley to purchase a broomstick. I am now a reserve for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. However, Virgil's desire to visit Diagon Alley was not solely for the broomstick. A broomstick. Isn't it more appealing to borrow Cedric's? Yet, Virgil needed to address the troll's whiskers while acquiring materials for a fireproof potion. Moreover, I had a run-in with Draco Malfoy and his two lackeys. Malfoy? Upon hearing that surname, Jennifer's brow furrowed in discontent. What is it? Binial inquired of his wife. Death Eater, Jennifer spat, her face etched with disdain. The Malfoy family has distanced themselves from the Death Eaters, Binial reassured her, patting her shoulder, fully aware of her concerns. Besides, the Dark Lord had been absent for so many years, with nary a whisper of his existence. He might very well be deceased. So do not fret excessively. Listening to his parents' exchange, Virgil yearned to leap up and shout, Voldemort is about to resurrect. And currently, the weakened Voldemort resides on the back of our defense against the dark arts professor. Everyone, hurry! Alas, uttering such words now would only invite disbelief from Binial and Jennifer. It was hardly feasible to have an active ministry employee and a former Auror storming Hogwarts to confront the Quidditch captain. What of Dumbledore's reputation, then? What led to your conflict? Binial pressed, keen to understand the matter. I went to borrow a broomstick from Cedric Diggory and happened to encounter them. They sought me out for trouble. Virgil shrugged, indicating he was not the instigator. They sought you out for trouble. This was the crux of Jennifer's concern. Diggory? This caught Binial's attention. Yes, indeed, Diggory. Cedric mentioned that his father seems to work at the ministry. So he was the son of old Diggory. Binial recalled Amos Diggory, a man who relished boasting about his son, claiming him to be a genius. Yet he found it hard to believe that Cedric could handle a troll alone in his first year. Noticing her husband's frivolity, Jennifer rapped her knuckles on the table, chiding, Why are your concerns so bizarre? Did you not hear Virgil? Malfoy is causing him trouble. This could signify that the Malfoy family is projecting their ire onto our son. Mom, you and the Malfoy family. Virgil hesitated. Malfoy. We are old friends, Jennifer replied coldly. Binial continued. The Malfoy family was once affiliated with the Death Eaters, serving the Dark Lord to the end of the last war. It was your mother who led the charge to apprehend Lucius Malfoy. However, the ministry later determined he was under the influence of the Imperius curse when he assisted the Dark Lord, thus absolving him of his crimes. Bang! Jennifer smashed her plate on the table. Nonsense! The Imperius curse? I chased him for over 3 months, engaging him daily. I would have discerned whether or not he was cursed. Do not forget, we Aurors were permitted to use unforgivable curses during the war. Lucius Malfoy merely exploited his family's name and galleons to evade punishment. And the ministry officials, how could they overlook the heinous actions of a Death Eater? On the eve of Christmas in Diagon Alley, the air was thick with festive cheer. Towering Christmas trees adorned the fronts of most shops, such as the Fudge's Ice Cream Parlor, the Elop's Owl Emporium, and the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, which were bustling with joyful young wizards. Meanwhile, shops like Gladrag's Wizardwear and Madame Malkin's Robes were showcasing Christmas-themed attire, and numerous other establishments were offering discounts. Yet, Virgil could not fathom the purpose behind the promotion of Buy One Owl. Receive 2 pet rats. Was it to enhance the owl's diet? Have you found a broomstick model you fancy? The Nimbus 2000? Or perhaps the Clean Sweep series? Binial inquired. The Clean Sweep 7 would suffice, Virgil replied, taking a bite of his ice cream. Cedric Diggory's broom is a Clean Sweep 7. I've borrowed it numerous times and found it quite suitable. Binial pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. While the Clean Sweep series might not match the Nimbus 2000 in speed, it was known for its stability, making it an excellent broom in Binial's department. Broomsticks were commonly utilized as a mode of transportation, as certain locations were inaccessible by flue powder. Thus, he was well acquainted with the various models and brands of broomsticks available on the market. As they approached the entrance to the Quidditch supply shop, they waited for Virgil to finish his ice cream before pushing the door open. The store walls were adorned with an array of broomsticks displayed by brand and model. While in the corner, several locked iron chests were stacked. Having participated in Quidditch training, Virgil instantly recognized them as containers for the game balls, vibrating intermittently due to the movement of the quaffle. In the center display case lay two antique broomsticks, the Silver Arrow and the Moonlight Dream. Virgil doubted whether these broomsticks could still take flight today. However, they were remarkably well maintained, indicating that the shopkeeper took great care in their upkeep. Ultimately, Virgil chose a Clean Sweep 7 along with a complete set of broom care supplies from the Clean Sweep Company, which he had intended as a Christmas gift for Cedric. Exiting the Quidditch shop, Biniel opened his wallet to assess the damage. Muttering softly, "Quidditch is quite a costly endeavor." Virgil stifled a laugh beside him. Although the two had made a considerable fortune in the Soviet Union, the family's financial reins remained firmly in Jennifer's hands. Both Biniel and Virgil were allotted fixed allowances that is there anything else you wish to purchase, Virgil? If it is of considerable expense, we may need to make a trip to Gringotts first. Virgil pondered for a moment, realizing there was little else of great value he needed to acquire. The essentials were merely a few books and some basic potion ingredients. Most importantly, he needed to devise a way to independently deal with the troll's whiskers, along with a few trinkets he had procured from Professor Kettleburn, which the professor deemed unworthy, but could be exchanged for money, and if he were with Biniel, he certainly could not entrust all the proceeds from selling those items to Virgil. That money was intended for his dealings with Mundungus. While it was based on the conversion of pounds to galleons, Virgil did not wish to squander its for cooperation with Gringotts. The time for that was still far off. I believe I still require a few books, the second and third levels of standard spells, a book on spells, and, if possible, I would like to acquire Zygmunt Boggs' book on potion making. Additionally, I will need some potion ingredients for practice. Father, you must understand, without regular practice, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to achieve high marks in Professor Snape's class. A book on spells. The second and third levels of standard spells. These are hardly suitable for a first-year student at AS for advanced potion making. I recall that only sixth-year students in advanced classes utilize that material. What purpose does it serve for you to purchase it now? Ahem. Virgil pretended to cough twice, then straightened his collar, assuming a serious demeanor as he replied, I am but a humble student who has joined Professor Phileas Flitwick's Charms Club. It is imperative that I prepare in advance for these topics. As for advanced potion making, I have nearly memorized the current year's potion textbook and may attempt to self-study the upper year curriculum. Virgil's somewhat smug tone made Beniel's back teeth ache. Perhaps potion making is an obscure and perplexing subject for most, but for the Half-Blood Prince, it posed no challenge whatsoever. With Professor Snape's annotations and insights, Virgil utilized the aged tome on advanced potion crafting as a reference, revisiting the textbooks from lower years, thus achieving remarkable efficiency. Moreover, with a fervent potion enthusiast Michael Corner in the dormitory, who constantly dragged others into reciting the textbook, it would be a problem if Virgil couldn't keep up to AS for the need to purchase a new advanced potion-making book. It was simply due to the glaring visibility of carrying an old tome everywhere. If that were all, a trip to Gringotts would be unnecessary. The money we brought should suffice. Beniel assessed the remaining galleons in his pocket, alongside the contributions from Seiko and Nat. It seemed ample. Let us hurry and gather the rest of our purchases before heading home. This accursed winter, I need to buy a hot butterbeer first. Hot butterbeer. The mere thought of its taste sent a shiver down Virgil's spine. Beniel, mistaking it for the cold, adjusted Virgil's scarf. Just then, a sudden gasp arose from the crowd in the distance. Following that, Virgil spotted a gray owl soaring towards him, clutching an envelope. Oh no, it was heading straight for Beniel. His father clearly noticed as well. Fuck, Beniel instinctively muttered an expletive, only to suddenly remember his son was beside him and promptly silenced himself. Indeed, the owl dropped the envelope directly into Beniel's arms. Virgil could distinctly see the twitch at the corner of his father's mouth, and then, begrudgingly, Beniel opened the envelope to extract the letter within. Sighing after reading its contents, Beniel turned to Virgil with an apologetic expression that I'm sorry, Virgil. The department has an urgent matter that requires my attention. As he spoke, Benel handed his wallet to Virgil, cautioning, don't spend recklessly, that if you get hungry, buy something to eat. After you finish with the books and materials, wait for me at the leaky cauldron.o. And one more thing. Benel leaned down, whispering in Virgil's ear, do not tell your mother I'm busy with work. Okay, Virgil replied, then inquired, Dad, the Ministry of Magic doesn't still rely on owls to convey messages and work orders to staff outside? Does it? That seems rather inefficient. Of course, not. We have various magical tools and alchemical items. Most messages are conveyed through advanced transfiguration spells. Some members of the Incident Reversal Squad, certain Aurors, and their supervisors, along with our hit wizards, possess two-way mirrors for communication. Two-way mirrors? Indeed, a rather marvelous alchemical item, rarely seen in the marketplace. However, we wouldn't use them casually unless the matter is particularly urgent. Now, let us leave other questions for when I return. Remember not to wander off. After purchasing your books and potion ingredients, feel free to explore the joke shop and ice cream parlor. Then wait for me at the leaky cauldron. Virgil nodded eagerly, putting on a well-behaved facade. Yet internally, he mused, this task comes at a perfect time, allowing me to attend to my little treasures. He watched as Benel, glancing back multiple times, gradually disappeared into the crowd. Shaking Benel's wallet, Virgil revealed a satisfied smile that it seemed he had saved quite a bit. Benel would never suspect that his seemingly innocent 11-year-old son was already aware of the concept of private savings. Virgil tossed Benel's wallet into his own pocket, whistling as he made his way to Ollivander's shop. First, he would see what price Master Ollivander could offer for the troll whiskers, should it fall below the previously established minimum. He would have to devise a way to visit Nocturne Alley. I beg your pardon, Mr. Ollivander, what price did you just quote? Virgil, thinking he might have misheard, quickly cleared his ears. 10 galleons, Mr. Chenier. Virgil looked down at the small bundle of troll whiskers in his hand, his face a mask of disbelief. But Mr. Ollivander, I've heard troll whiskers can be used to make wand cores. Ollivander, meticulously arranging his shelves, explained without turning back. Indeed, they can be used in wand making, but regrettably, I hardly ever utilize such material. I prefer phoenix feathers, dragon heartstrings, and unicorn tail hairs. Of course, I sometimes use other materials, like the thunderbird feathers you saw last time, and occasionally the tail hairs of a thestral. If memory serves correctly, only Sir Cadogan's wand features a troll whisker as its core. Ollivander retrieved a wand, carefully polishing it. Let me think. Yes, blackthorn wood, a troll whisker, 9 inches long and highly flammable. Ollivander looked up, peering through his half-moon spectacles, with a grin directed at Virgil. You might want to consult other wand makers. Perhaps they would offer a better price. But here, I can only offer you 10 galleons. My child, I don't know any other wand makers, Virgil replied, reluctantly returning the troll whiskers to his pocket. I never believed that a quality wand core would consist of a beloved Kneasel's whiskers, or a white branch that saved the customer's father from poisoning, nor the hair of a mermaid encountered during a holiday in Scotland. So, I apologize, child. While troll whiskers may be valued by others, here I can only offer you this price. All right, I understand, Mr. Ollivander, Virgil acknowledged empathetically. May I ask you a question regarding wands? Go ahead, child. That if a wand's core is made from alder wood, what type of owner would it generally choose? Alder, you say? That is a resilient wood. Its owners are typically helpful, considerate individuals who are well-liked by most. And if it's combined with unicorn hair as the core, oh, that would indeed be a kind wand. Let me think. Yes, Quirinus Quirrell's wand. That's right. His wand features that combination that I believe he is currently teaching at Hogwarts, is he not? Yes, sir. Professor Quirrell teaches defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. So, were you inquiring about Quirrell's wand? No. Virgil quickly shook his head at ITS, another one I happen to hear about, belonging to a dark wizard. A dark wizard, you say? Ollivander murmured. He must seldom use that wand. Then, Virgil strained to recall Quirrell's usual habits. Realizing he rarely carried his wand, but might not have displayed it easily, it seems he seldom uses his wand, Virgil replied. Ollivander pondered the combination of alder wood and unicorn hair, overlooking why Virgil knew that the dark wizard seldom utilized his wand. Alas, unicorn hair is the least likely wand core to perform dark magic. It is also the most loyal core, typically only forming a close bond with its first owner, given the alder wood. I suspect this wand is currently experiencing considerable turmoil and distress. Typically, Virgil seized upon a key point in Ollivander's words that a wand can indeed change owners. Yet for a wand with a unicorn hair core, it remains closely bonded to its first owner. For others who acquire a unicorn hair wand, using it proficiently is quite challenging. Of course, some special circumstances might lead a unicorn hair wand to abandon its first owner. What are those special circumstances? Your curiosity is quite strong, Mr. Chenier. However, you are unlikely to encounter such events. The only situations that could cause a unicorn hair wand to forsake its owner involve the slaughtering of unicorns or the consumption of unicorn blood. When the blood of this sacred creature touches one's lips, it may prolong a faltering life, but it also curses that individual for eternity. Consequently, the wizard would no longer be able to wield a wand made with unicorn hair as its core. Ah, what a revelation! It is no wonder that Chilo ultimately faced Harry Potter without the aid of a wand, resorting instead to wandless magic. Though he may not have acquired any galleons, the information gleaned was sufficient to leave Virgil feeling that the journey was not in vain. As for materials, it seems he must venture to Nocturne Alley. Virgil found a second-hand clothing shop and purchased a hooded black cloak to drape over himself. Fortunately, as it was winter, such attire did not attract undue attention in Diagon Alley. Let alone in Nocturne Alley, he also acquired a pair of gloves. Perhaps inheriting Benil's physique, combined with his physical education classes prior to arriving at Hogwarts, had allowed Virgil to surpass the average height of a first-year student. Furthermore, his unwavering dedication to physical training since his arrival at Hogwarts, along with a few props, enabled him to awkwardly fill out the cloak. Moreover, the magical world was populated with many diminutive individuals, such as Mundungus. As long as Virgil remained cautious to conceal his voice, a stroll through Nocturne Alley would pose little challenge. Nocturne Alley, situated adjacent to Diagon Alley, exuded an entirely different atmosphere. I could see that moment. Diagon Alley was teeming with people, brimming with the festive spirit of Christmas. In stark contrast, Nocturne Alley evoked in Virgil a sensation reminiscent of passing through a graveyard in the dead of night. The street lamps, aged and in disrepair, flickered feebly, adding an air of terror to the already sinister alley. Scattered throughout the street were a few wizards garbed similarly to Virgil, yet none walked in pairs. Each individual hurried away, their footsteps echoing in haste. Despite the scarce foot traffic, Virgil keenly sensed the presence of watchful eyes lurking in the shadowy passages between the dimly lit houses, scrutinizing the passers-by. Nearby, a shop displayed a large cage filled with ominous black spiders. In an adjacent doorway, two ragged wizards whispered furtively. Taking a deep breath before the entrance to Borgin and Burke's, Virgil pulled up his scarf to shield his face. Revealing only his eyes, he tugged firmly on his hood to ensure it stayed in place, before pushing the door open and stepping inside. He mused that next time he ventured to such a place, he should prepare a polyjuice potion in advance. Inside the dimly lit shop lay an array of items seldom seen at Hogwarts. Prior to visiting, Virgil had endeavored to imagine what a dark wizard's shop might resemble. Yet upon entering Borgin and Burke's, he found his imaginings overly optimistic. Upon the glass display case near the entrance lay a withered human hand, a stack of bloodstained cards, and a lifeless glass eye. Sinister masks loomed from the walls, while various human bones adorned the counter, and rusted, jagged instruments hung from the ceiling. The sound of the bell chiming as Virgil entered summoned one of the shop's proprietors, a hunched and stooped man from behind the counter. "Greetings, esteemed wizard. I am Borgin, the owner of this establishment. How may I assist you?" Virgil gestured with his hands and then pointed to his throat. Borgin understood. This was a customer unable to speak. Without inquiring why Virgil did not wield a wand, he complied with Virgil's gestures and produced a piece of parchment and a quill. Virgil had pondered the matter extensively on his way to the shop, aware that he could not alter his voice, and he was uncertain of the incantations that could achieve such a transformation. The only method he knew of to change one's voice was through polyjuice potion, which resulted in a complete transformation, communicating through written words with a wand. Virgil was apprehensive that such actions might attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic in Nocturne Alley, where the foot traffic was sparse. He dared not take such a risk, for the consequences could be dire. Fortunately, due to his prior efforts to decipher Snape's notes, Virgil had become quite adept at writing in a style reminiscent of Snape's handwriting. Although there may be noticeable discrepancies that Snape himself could easily identify, it was sufficient for masquerading as an adult dark wizard. With gloved hands, Virgil took the quill and inscribed the word for sale on the parchment. He then retrieved from his robes the bundle of troll whiskers he had prepared in advance and placed it upon the counter. "Troll whiskers?" Borgin inquired, examining the small bundle with great interest. "This appears to be the whiskers of a mountain troll," he muttered to himself. "Individually, a whisker may be of little value, but for an entire bundle, I can offer you 50 galleons. How does that sound?" 50 galleons, indeed? Virgil thought, astounded by the generous offer. It was significantly more than what Ollivander had quoted. However, in the realm of business, it is seldom the case that the buyer dictates the price. Virgil extended his hand, adorned with tattered gloves, and wrote down 65 on the parchment. This figure was based on the price he had learned from Mundungus in Hogsmeade. 65 galleons was the market price for such a small bundle of troll whiskers on the black market. On occasion, if a wizard were in desperate need of a particular ingredient, the price could rise considerably. However, 65 was a fixed price. Upon seeing Virgil's proposed price, Borgin rubbed his hands together, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. "You clearly know your business well. Yet, 65 galleons is quite steep. Surely, you would allow me some profit. How about I offer you 58 galleons instead, as a gesture of goodwill? Should you require anything in the future, I could provide you with a discount." Virgil contemplated this for a moment, and then revised his offer to 60. He stood there, awaiting Borgin's response. Borgin gazed at the parchment and quill on the counter, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he reluctantly nodded, bending down to retrieve a bag of galleons from beneath the counter. He counted out 10 galleons and tossed them into the bag before handing it to Virgil. "Inside is 60 galleons. Please count them." Virgil merely shook his head, tucking the bag of coins into his robes. Although the reputation of dark wizards was often questionable, Borgin was not an amateur. Borgin and Berks maintained a certain level of distinction in Nocturne Alley, and it was unlikely he would ruin his establishment's reputation over a mere handful of galleons. Upon seeing Virgil secure the bag, Borgin revealed another unsettling smile and inquired, "Do you require anything else?" Virgil once again reached into his robes, and, under Borgin's increasingly exasperated gaze, he produced a collection of small trinkets, 0.2 vials of billywig stings, 5 pairs of bat wings and spleens, 5 vials of lacewing flies, 5 vials of slug with antennae, 10 vials of flobberworm mucus, 3 vials of pufferfish eyes, 5 vials of fire lizard blood, 5 bundles of porcupine quills, and 10 vials of rat bile, an assortment of animal materials. All discarded refuse from Professor Kettleburn's lessons. Thanks to Virgil's enchanted lizard skin bag, he was able to carry such a considerable quantity without difficulty. Observing the neatly arranged items on the counter, Borgin's expression faltered, and the pain in his darkened, yellowed molars intensified. It was not that Borgin was unwilling to accept these items. Indeed, these materials had a thriving market. Many of them were commonly used by wizards for potion making. For instance, lacewing flies were essential for crafting polyjuice potion, while flobberworm mucus served as an ingredient for sleeping draughts. The issue lay in the fact that these ingredients were far too common. Nearly every apothecary would stock them. Borgin took note of how Virgil had meticulously categorized each item according to the standard specifications used in Diagon Alley shops. For instance, the porcupine quills were bundled in packs of 36, and the pufferfish eyes were contained in jars of 20. Borgin could not help but feel a twinge of confusion over who was truly the shopkeeper in this exchange, with all the items laid bare. Virgil spread his hands, indicating that Borgin could now present an offer. Borgin suppressed the impulse to cast Avada Kedavra upon this diminutive dark wizard and began his calculations. However, no matter how he computed, Borgin realized that he would scarcely turn a profit, for the disparity between retail and wholesale prices was substantial. Accepting these materials, Borgin could hardly afford to label them at an exorbitant price, as they were common ingredients. If priced too high, customers could simply purchase them in Diagon Alley. Borgin finalized his tally and prepared to quote a price. Virgil raised his hand to halt Borgin, then pointed to the desiccated hand of a man displayed in a nearby cabinet, alongside a label that ominously warned, "Highly dangerous. Beware, do not touch, cursed, responsible for the demise of 19 muggles, which adorned an opal necklace. Upon seeing the item to which Virgil gestured, Bojan's eyes sparkled with delight, instantly erasing the venomous curses he had silently hurled at Virgil moments before. "You truly possess an eye for treasures," he exclaimed. "You've immediately identified our shop's two most valuable treasures. Allow me to introduce you to this one. Still a treasure, is it?" Virgil scoffed inwardly. The Hand of Glory and the opal necklace were indeed remarkable artifacts. Yet to classify them as treasures of the shop was rather misleading. Even that blood-stained set of cards was worth more than the combined value of the Hand of Glory and the opal necklace. If all went as anticipated, that very set of cards was the item referenced in the tome. Virgil's motion to grasp a quill interrupted Bojan's introduction. "That I know what that is. The Hand of Glory." Virgil wrote, "Offer me a reasonable price." Seeing Virgil accurately inscribe the name of the artifact, Bojan pressed his lips together, swallowing the marketing pitch he had meticulously prepared. "Together, 600 galleons. Given your sale of so many materials, I shall waive the odd change." Preposterous. 600 galleons? Why not simply rob me? Virgil nearly spat blood upon hearing the price. However, as with all transactions, haggling was expected, and as the old saying goes, whatever he proposes, just have it. Virgil deftly picked up the quill and swiftly wrote, 300 galleons. Bojan nearly collapsed at the sight of the figure. "Sir, are you here to cause mischief?" he gritted through clenched teeth, his hand inching toward his wand, feeling an overpowering urge to cast a curse upon this daring wizard. If not Avada Kedavra, then at the very least a bone-chilling hex. Let us not harbor such animosity over mere bargaining. Virgil continued to scribble on the parchment. "Friendship first, commerce second. Shall we? Please provide me with a fair price. 580 galleons. 330. Virgil wrote again. 550 galleons. 350. The two engaged in a lengthy exchange, filling the parchment with their negotiations until they settled on 467 galleons. While Bojan would still make a tidy profit, the price had reached Virgil's anticipated threshold. He had inquired about the values of these items from Montangus, for both had once been significant artifacts utilized by Draco, the heir. Virgil had gleaned some knowledge about the standing of these magical items in the black market. The opal necklace was difficult to appraise, its value primarily dictated by the curse rather than its material composition. As for the Hand of Glory, Montangus had indicated it was not particularly expensive or rare, yet it was elusive in the black market, typically requiring long waits before obtaining one. It was a highly practical magical tool. Con artists, thieves, and even dark wizards would possess one, though they would not part with it unless under extraordinary circumstances or if they had an excess. Virgil returned the pouch of galleons he had obtained from selling the giant's hair to Bojan. "Considering your materials, you still owe me 227 galleons, Bojan cheerfully declared. Despite the discounted magical items, he had still profited handsomely. Even though the final sum matched his mental estimation, parting with such a considerable amount of galleons still stung Virgil's heart. "I must procure more supplies," he decided. He retrieved a full pint of eight-eyed giant spider venom. Soon as he produced the transparent jar, it was snatched from his grasp by the discerning Bojan, who clutched it to his chest. "Dear customer, why did you not present such a splendid item sooner?" Bojan grinned broadly. Virgil then produced a bundle of hair. This, the hair of a chimera?" Bojan gasped. "By Merlin's beard, you are indeed a wealthy wizard." At that moment, in Bojan's eyes, Virgil appeared as a veritable treasure trove. Just as Bojan anticipated, Virgil would unveil yet another precious item. Virgil instead produced a small pouch of galleons, counting out 27 coins and handing them to Bojan. The precious materials had transformed into golden galleons, sending Bojan's emotions on a roller coaster ride. Yet, the thought of the eight-eyed giant spider venom and chimera hair uplifted his spirits once more. Bojan retrieved a specially crafted box to encase the opal necklace, and then produced a small box for the Hand of Glory, neatly packaging both treasures before presenting them to Virgil. Virgil stowed the two boxes into the pocket of his transfiguration lizard. He glanced back at the bloodied cards in the display case and the black cabinet in the corner, sighed, and departed from Bojan's shop. The vanishing cabinet and the doom cards, both are splendid items. Indeed. Alas, the funds I possess today are insufficient. The arrival of Christmas granted Virgil a rare opportunity for respite. Point one could only say that the busyness of his first-year life rivaled that of many third-year students. From Professor Kettleburn-S care of Magical Creatures class, to Professor Flitwick's dueling lessons and the Charms Club, as well as Quidditch practice held once or twice a week, it was no wonder that Goldstein and others remarked upon the difficulty of finding Virgil in the common room. Nevertheless, no one questioned his late returns, for many in Ravenclaw harbored the habit of nocturnal pursuits. This year's Christmas Eve was spent solely with Virgil, Benner, and Jennifer. Yet, Jennifer prepared an extravagant feast, showing no inclination to simplify due to their small number. The enormous turkey left Virgil sprawled in his chair, utterly unwilling to move. "Son, Arthur Weasley informed me that his son Ron has prepared a Christmas gift for you," Benner said, wiping his mouth and addressing Virgil with utmost seriousness. "Ron Weasley?" Virgil responded, somewhat bewildered. "What could he possibly gift me? If it were a present from Fred or George, I might have felt some anticipation. But Ron, it wouldn't be a hand-knit Weasley family sweater from his mother, would it? Remember to send a gift in return to the Weasleys." "You mean I should reciprocate? But I haven't prepared anything for him." Virgil scratched his head, racking his brain for a suitable Christmas gift for Ron. With Christmas tomorrow, he was at a loss to conjure anything exquisite. "Do not worry. I have it all arranged," Benner replied with a smile, "that I will send an owl to deliver it to the Weasleys' hovel. It's Hogwarts. I recall that Ron Weasley seems to be spending Christmas at Hogwarts," Virgil remarked. "Not to worry. Let the owl make a trip to the hovel. The Weasley family can collect it. Arthur has a decent rapport at the ministry. We often chat, and he frequently mentions his children. Not to digress, but the Weasley family's fertility is quite impressive," Benner mused. "Thus, I happen to know that his youngest son Ron Weasley has particular interests. Of course, not everyone is fond of him. Take Lucius Malfoy, for instance. I believe our new minister is not particularly fond of Arthur. Many of us reckon that during Fudge's tenure, Arthur had little chance for advancement. Is it because he has an affinity for muggles?" Virgil was still not accustomed to using the term muggle, for in his previous life, he too had been a muggle, that in truth he preferred to refer to them as ordinary people. Yet now, living in a magical household, he had no choice but to employ the term muggle. Benner added, "Moreover, there are reasons tied to Arthur Weasley's close association with Dumbledore. And what of being close to Dumbledore? Is it not rumored that the new Minister of Magic, Fudge, frequently consults Dumbledore on various matters?" Virgil feigned curiosity, adopting a naive demeanor to inquire, "Huh?" Jennifer scoffed, although he often cheekily referred to Fudge as a fool. "My dear child, you must remember that no politician is truly a fool. After all, how could a fool rise to the position of Minister of Magic? His actions are merely for the benefit of the Wisengamot members. Fudge did not ascend to the role of minister solely by virtue of overwhelming support. Privately, many believe he is unworthy of the position. At the onset of his tenure, he often sought counsel from Dumbledore. For in the eyes of most members of the Wisengamot, their chief wizard was beyond reproach." "Beyond reproach?" Virgil scoffed silently, pondering the fallibility of even the most revered individuals, including Dumbledore, widely regarded as the greatest wizard of the age. At the very least, Virgil believed that Dumbledore's decision to assign Snape to teach Harry the art of occlumency was a grave misstep, despite Snape's mastery in the field. Virgil could only conclude that a rational elder had misjudged an exceedingly emotional youth. Nevertheless, Fudge ultimately ascended to his position amidst much dissent, indicating that he was not entirely devoid of merit. Moreover, would someone in such a position genuinely be inclined to heed Dumbledore's advice? Jennifer elucidated to Virgil that Fudge's ability to coexist amicably with Dumbledore stemmed largely from the latter's utter disinterest in the role of Minister for Magic. Despite numerous nominations, he never stood for election. If your headmaster were Fudge's rival, do you think they would maintain such cordial relations? It seemed that Virgil's mother possessed a degree of sagacity. Yet, another matter instilled in Virgil a sense of unease. From the conversation, he discerned that, in comparison to Fudge, his parents held Dumbledore in higher esteem. His mother, once a renowned orator, and his father, who shared a good rapport with Arthur Weasley. Did this not suggest a potential affiliation with the Order of the Phoenix? By Merlin's beard, this could spell trouble. Were one to inquire whether Virgil admired the members of the order, he would undoubtedly express his admiration at a band of individuals who, at first glance, seemed anything but heroic, yet were mostly characterized by their bravery and unwavering resolve. Virgil could sincerely refer to them as heroes. Even a decade or two hence, should he have children, he would regale them with tales of these champions. However, if this were to involve his parents, Virgil now felt an overwhelming impulse to confront Arthur Weasley, but he did not wish to hear, during his 6th or 7th year, of his parents' gallant demise as members of the order. Even a formidable figure like Mad-Eye Moody had met his fate so discreetly that his body remained unfound. Although the halo of our Savior was indeed potent, such fortuitous benefits seemed to exist solely among their iron triangle. The casualties among the order's members were still devastatingly high. After a couple of terms, he would need to gradually distance his parents from those affiliated with the order. Virgil silently resolved, if all else fails, perhaps he should send them to the burrow, as he still lacked the means to ensure their safety. After the owl vanished into the night sky, Virgil quickly tidied up and retired to bed. Wait! Virgil suddenly sprang to his feet. If memory served, the Weasley couple was set to visit Charlie in Romania this Christmas, and they would likely be bringing Ginny along. Hence, Fred, George, and Ron would be spending the holiday at Hogwarts. This meant the burrow currently housed only one ghoul. Meanwhile, far away in the Scottish Highlands, a house elf named Carmen was busily disapparating within the castle, fulfilling Virgil's request to deliver gifts. Carmen stealthily moved between the common room and the professor's office, placing presents on the teachers' desks and beneath the Christmas tree in the common room. Before delivering the gifts, Carmen had made a point to tidy up Virgil's dormitory, intending to give it another thorough cleaning before Virgil's return, lest he find himself overwhelmed upon the arrival of his friends. After all, the trio of Connor, Butte, and Virgil were still struggling to master the cleaning charm. Thus Carmen arrived in the Gryffindor common room with a gift for Lee Jordan. He chanced upon an elderly gentleman gently placing a wrapped package beneath the Christmas tree. Sensing something, the old man turned and caught sight of Carmen, who bowed respectfully and said, "Professor Dumbledore, are you not yet resting?" "Ah, Carmen, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Dumbledore inquired, his tone slow and gentle. Carmen lowered his voice, wary of disturbing the students who remained at school for the holidays. "Virgil Shawniel has asked me to deliver Christmas gifts to his friends." "Ah, young Shawniel, may I inquire as to whom this gift is intended?" Carmen glanced at the note attached to the package and replied, "It is from Mr. Lee Jordan." Having interacted frequently with Fred and George, Virgil had become quite familiar with Lee Jordan. Carmen carefully placed the parcel near the wrapped gift and then called out to Dumbledore, who was preparing to depart. One moment. "Professor, is there something else?" "Carmen, there is also a gift for you here. I shall deliver it directly to you, that I cannot disapparate into your office." Having said this, Carmen retrieved a beautifully wrapped gift box from the large bag he carried and presented it to Dumbledore. "Oh, and there's one more thing." Carmen produced another gift, labeled for the Sorting Hat. After Carmen bowed and disapparated, Dumbledore scrutinized the two exquisitely wrapped boxes in his hands, lost in thought that on Christmas morning, Virgil rose early from his slumber. "Virgil, are you awake?" Jennifer's voice called from downstairs. "Coming," he called back, quickly dressing before rushing down the stairs. Jennifer pointed to the decorated Christmas tree in the living room. "Your gifts are all beneath the tree." "I never would have guessed that after only half a term at Hogwarts, you would receive so many Christmas presents." Virgil gazed at the modest Christmas tree, which was laden with gift boxes. Benial was equally curious about what gifts his son had received, and he joined Virgil beneath the tree to unwrap the presents. However, as they delved into the gifts, Benial gradually lost his patience. "Is it true that Ravenclaw students can only receive books for Christmas?" he muttered under his breath. Aside from the gift from Virgil's roommates and a few from Fred and George, the rest were all books. The Weasley twins had sent a large box of Zonko's joke shop items, while Lee Jordan had gifted a sizable bag of Bertie Bott's Every Flavor beans, rumored to be a special Christmas edition. Cedric had given Virgil a high-quality set of Quidditch protective gear, seemingly chosen specifically for his size. Virgil's three roommates, Connor and Butte, presented him with a wizard chess set and an exploding snap deck, claiming that he had surely never played such wizarding games in his youth. Surprisingly, Goldstein had gifted Virgil an automatic stirring cauldron, an item Virgil distinctly remembered inquiring about during a visit to Diagon Alley, as it was quite expensive. However, Goldstein likely forgot that given Snape's level of attention to both Virgil and Goldstein, it was nearly impossible for them to use such a cauldron in class. I suppose I could use it for hot pot, he mused. Among all the gifts, the one that delighted Virgil the most came from Professor Flitwick, a genuine dagger crafted by goblins, complete with a stunning scabbard adorned with rubies, and a hilt sculpted into the form of a claw. According to the Christmas card from Professor Flitwick, this dagger was an heirloom passed down from his ancestors, a genuine piece of goblin craftsmanship, not some counterfeit from the black market. Virgil had no doubt about its authenticity, as Professor Flitwick possessed goblin blood. Even if he could not forge, discerning the true nature of items was well within his capabilities. After all, the silver dagger Virgil had found in the room of requirement, while styled in goblin fashion, was a mere imitation that made sense. A truly goblin-made dagger would hardly be discarded. Virgil recalled how he had once boasted about that dagger in front of Professor Flitwick, claiming he believed it to be a goblin dagger, which had caused the professor to laugh so heartily he nearly fell from his chair. "Did you truly only give Professor Flitwick 2 bottles of soda?" Beniel asked, examining the dagger with a puzzled expression. "Of course. Yet he presents you with such a valuable gift. Perhaps it's because I truly possess a remarkable talent and charms. Look at our son. And then look at you." Beniel sat on the sofa, shouting towards the bustling Jennifer in the kitchen. "You hardly received any gifts for Christmas, did you?" He then swiftly turned to Virgil and whispered, "Your mother received a Christmas gift only in the 1st grade. After that, apart from her close friends, no one dared to give her presents." Suddenly, a magically wrapped iron pot soared from the kitchen, crashing into the spot where Beniel was seated. Thus, one dish was missing from the Christmas dinner table. During the holiday after Christmas, Virgil spent his time under Jennifer's tutelage, or rather, under her overwhelming dominance. Faced with a former Auror, he found himself with no opportunity to retaliate. That it was perplexing why there was such a vast disparity in strength among Aurors. Jennifer remarked that 3 Aurors tied together would still not be her match. Beniel also participated in this educational endeavor. In contrast to Jennifer's seemingly endless array of spells, Beniel displayed a noticeably higher proficiency in defensive charms. Shielding spells, ironclad charms, all were fortified, while traps ensnared enemies. Virgil mused that if his father were to guard the vault at Gringotts, the outcome might surpass that of using a dragon. Simultaneously, Virgil discovered that his parents possessed considerable skill in the disillusionment charm. Later, he learned that all wizards walking the streets bore the responsibility of concealing magical creatures. For instance, wizards with hippogriffs were legally obligated to cast the disillusionment charm to obscure them from the eyes of any muggles who might catch a glimpse. Thus, as staff of the Ministry of Magic, they were required to master this charm as a precaution. According to the proper order of learning, a wizard should first study the invisibility charm in the 5th grade, as it is a type of transfiguration spell that can render both living and non-living objects invisible. After graduation, one would pursue the disillusionment charm based on necessity. However, Virgil had evidently overlooked the existence of the invisibility charm while researching and had commenced his practice with the disillusionment charm, achieving commendable progress. Consequently, returning to study the invisibility charm felt significantly easier, with daily improvements becoming visibly apparent. Before long, the day of returning to school arrived. Platform 9 3/4 was once again crowded with students and parents bidding farewell. Beniel crouched down to adjust Virgil's collar and scarf, then whispered in his ear, "You haven't revealed your prophetic abilities at school, have you?" Virgil hurriedly shook his head. "Remember, never disclose this ability of yours." "Why?" Beniel glanced around, lowering his voice further. "When you were negotiating with the goblins at Gringotts, I sensed you were more mature than other children your age. It might be due to your previous attendance at Muggle school. Let me briefly explain, but much of this is merely conjecture, so do not mention it to anyone after you hear it." Virgil nodded solemnly. Beniel gestured to Jennifer, who discreetly drew her wand and waved it lightly, rendering those around them unable to hear the conversation between him and Virgil. "You have been at Hogwarts for half a semester now. Are you aware of the Dark Lord?" "Yes. Isn't it Vold?" Beniel immediately covered Virgil's mouth to not utter that name. "From now on, you must refer to him as the Dark Lord." Are you all afraid to say his name? It is not fear. The Dark Lord and his followers have placed enchantments on that name. If someone speaks it directly, the magic will trigger, and the Dark Lord and his followers will sense that person and pursue them in our line of work. We avoided complications during missions by only referring to him as the Dark Lord. However, as outsiders passed it along, it morphed into the notion that we were too frightened to speak his name. But hasn't the Dark Lord vanished? Disappearing does not necessarily equate to death. Virgil. Benial ruffled his son's hair. We have an unwritten rule among the Aurors. If we can directly eliminate a dark wizard, we must cast 1 or 2 additional offensive spells after they fall to ensure their death and prevent them from rising again to cast spells after we lower our wands. This is a lesson learned from countless Aurors and their experiences. The Dark Lord has merely vanished. No one has claimed he is dead, nor has anyone seen his corpse. Perhaps there were issues at the Potter household, or maybe Harry Potter possesses some extraordinary capability that allowed him to survive the killing curse. Yet your mother and I find it hard to believe that an infant could bring about the demise of such a powerful dark wizard. What if he isn't dead but merely injured? Or perhaps this is part of his plan, lying low until Albus Dumbledore grows weaker with age. In reality, the Ministry of Magic has not ceased its search for the Dark Lord over the years. The British Ministry even contacted several other countries' ministries to aid in the search, but no one has found the Dark Lord's corpse or any direct evidence proving his death. What does this have to do with my abilities? Benial pondered for a moment, but for the sake of protecting his son, he decided to disclose. There is a department within the ministry called the Department of Mysteries, which focuses on researching specific enigmas, including a branch dedicated to divination and prophecy. IT houses numerous prophecy orbs, and it is said that each orb contains the prophecies of a seer or prophet. However, I once overheard the unspeakable Croaker mention that one of the prophecy orbs pertains to Harry Potter. I am unsure of the veracity of this information, nor do I know if the Dark Lord's disappearance is connected to it. However, let us assume it is true, and the Dark Lord is lying in wait. Could he not seize that prophecy orb when he deems the time is right, or perhaps even capture a seer or prophet? There are only a few renowned seers and prophets in the wizarding world. What if he decides to abduct you once you reveal your talents? Goodness, who among us is truly the seer? Virgil thought that if they continued this conversation, Benial could very well write an entire book on the Order of the Phoenix. I understand, Dad, I will attend divination classes, but I will find a way to conceal my abilities. Seeing that Virgil had heeded his advice, Benial felt a sense of relief as he patted his shoulder. Then let us board the train quickly. Your friends have been waiting for you. Virgil turned to see Butte waving at him from a short distance. So, is this the drink you mentioned called cola? Goldstein asked after taking a big gulp. I must say, although the taste is a bit peculiar, it's rather enjoyable. Virgil was engaged in a game of wizard chess with Butte, using the set he had received for Christmas. However, the chess pieces of this set were evidently not entirely convinced of their new master, frequently contradicting Virgil's commands. How could you place me there? Don't you see the queen across from us? The noise was overwhelming, leaving Virgil feeling quite exasperated. After Butte won yet another game, Virgil slumped in despair. Did our school's Wizard Chess Club not invite you? They did reach out, but I have no interest. Butte replied, maneuvering the pieces back into position. Our school's Wizard Chess Club is merely a gathering of enthusiasts. It lacks the official structure of a team like the Gobstones Club that Anthony joined, which participates in competitions. Well, do not be disheartened. You simply lack experience in wizard chess, so losing to me is quite normal. That I recall that there's a game in the Muggle world called chess, which is similar to wizard chess. Let me teach you a few simple strategies like the Fool's Mate. Meanwhile, in a window seat of the carriage, Kona was frantically completing his Transfiguration holiday homework that Virgil's trio of Transfiguration assignments lay nearby for his reference. You haven't written a single word during the whole holiday? Goldstein inquired. Even if you're not adept at Transfiguration, you must have completed the assignments. He probably spent most of his time lying in bed thinking about girls. Butte mocked at, if you truly have such intentions, then go speak to her. If that fails, you could always write her a love letter. Virgil could help deliver it during Quidditch practice or even set up a meeting for you. But I'm only in first grade. So what? Justin Finch-Fletchley and Hannah Abbott are both first years and they are together. When did those two become an item? Goldstein inquired excitedly, reveling in the latest gossip. It was rumored that they had gotten together just before Christmas while on the train. Allegedly, Finley had brazenly squeezed himself into the compartment occupied by Ibwa and her friends that a true warrior. He surely belonged in Gryffindor. Thus, I have never heard of any Hogwarts rule forbidding first-year students from engaging in romantic relationships, Virgil remarked, patting Kona on the shoulder. Why not give it a try? What if you succeed? But what if I fail? Then I wouldn't even be able to remain friends, Kona mumbled, his feather quill clenched in his mouth. Isn't the very purpose of being friends with her, to pursue her? If she doesn't reciprocate your feelings and your confession falls flat, what significance does friendship hold then? But what if you succeed? If you succeed, then what's left to call it but friendship? Profound, Goldstein exclaimed, giving Virgil a thumbs up. A wise saying indeed. Butte joined in, affirming Virgil's words. Kona, however, merely shook his head, resuming his work with the quill. Virgil and the others gazed at him in exasperation. It seemed likely that Cheez-Itching would be swept away by Cedric. Yet, given the current rapport between Cedric and Virgil, it was improbable that Virgil would stand idly by while Cedric foolishly participated in the Triwizard Tournament. If Cedric were to survive, both Harry Potter and Kona would inevitably lose in unforgettable romance. To be frank, Virgil believed that the fleeting romance between Cheez-Itching and Harry Potter felt more like Cheez-Itching seeking solace for her spirit, thus choosing to engage with the renowned Harry Potter. The trio shrugged in resignation, opting instead to purchase an abundance of snacks to pass the time on the train. Upon the train's arrival at Hogwarts, Goldstein turned to Virgil and asked, "Shall we head directly to the Great Hall, or return to the common room first?" "You all go ahead. I must visit Professor Kettleburn to fetch Dahé. He has been staying with the professor throughout the holiday." Upon entering the castle, Virgil handed his backpack to Kona and broke away from the group. Heading towards the Forbidden Forest, this the little raccoon cat. When was it born? He mused, gently prodding the recently born creature with his finger. Just a week old, Professor Kettleburn replied absently, seemingly preoccupied. Have you received your breeding permit? Choose whichever one you prefer. Professor Kettleburn's raccoon cat had given birth to 3 kits in total. Which one do you fancy? Virgil asked, patting Dahé, eager to see which kit Dahé might favor. Dahé seemed to understand. Slowly rising, shaking off its fur, and then nudging the plumpest of the 3 kits with its nose, I see you have no intention of shedding any weight. So you're seeking an ally, Virgil said through gritted teeth. Dahé haughtily tossed its head before returning to its previous position. Virgil pointed at the kit Dahé had chosen and said to Professor Kettleburn, "Then I'll take this one. Dahé likes it." Professor Kettleburn nodded in acknowledgement. "Come by more frequently to care for this little one, allowing it to become familiar with your scent, that a newborn raccoon cat should spend at least a month and a half with its parents, during which time they will teach it hunting skills and some of the unique abilities of its kind. You should leave Dahé here as well. Being a half-breed, there are some things it may not have learned, so it will be beneficial for it to observe. Then I shall trouble you to care for Dahé." Virgil replied, "It's no trouble. Whether it's 1 sheep or 2, they all need tending. Shall I head back to the castle then? Aren't you joining the feast?" "I won't be attending. It seems the Chimera has entered its mating season, and I need to keep an eye on it." Virgil had no choice but to return to the castle alone, preparing to go straight to the Great Hall. "Hey, Hagrid," he called out on his way back, spotting the Keeper of Keys and ground at "Oh, it's you, Virgil. What are you doing here? Why aren't you at the Great Hall?" "The feast has been underway for quite some time," Hagrid said, attempting to conceal something large he was cramming into his coat. "That I just returned from Professor Kettleburn's. Splendid. More knowledge on magical creatures is always beneficial." Hagrid appeared somewhat distracted. "You should head back to the castle. It's getting dark." "All right, I'll take my leave. Aren't you joining the feast?" Virgil shouted after Hagrid's retreating figure. Hagrid did not turn back, merely waving his hand. "I've already eaten. I'm heading back to rest." "Yes, to rest." With that, he hastily departed, leaving Virgil to shake his head at the half-giant's oddities. Heaven knows for which obscure corners Hagrid procured such peculiarities. Were it not for the sheer incongruity, Virgil might have believed that giants possessed a natural talent for treasure hunting. Upon returning to the Great Hall, Virgil found Kona and the others, who had nearly finished their meal, and sat beside them, helping himself to the remaining pie. "Where's Dahé?" Goldstein inquired. "Did you return to the dormitory?" "No, it's still with Professor Kettleburn," upon hearing that Virgil had not brought the cat back. Goldstein looked somewhat disappointed. If you brought it back, would you just let us spoil it? Dahe's overly plump figure was undoubtedly a result of Virgil's 3 roommates' relentless feeding, while Virgil himself was mindful. Ensuring Dahe's diet was balanced, Kona and the others did not exercise such restraint, frequently bringing back food from the dining hall. Virgil was tempted to ask which wizarding family's raccoon cat refused to eat specialized cat food, instead feasting on kidney pies with cheese or meat gravy over pea shoots, and on weekends indulging in afternoon tea complete with syrup pies and a cup of mead or elderflower wine. Were it not for Dahe's magical lineage, making it an extraordinary creature rather than an ordinary pet, Virgil would genuinely fear that his 3 roommates might inadvertently overfeed it to death. Regardless, Goldstein and the others had wholly succumbed to cat servitude. Unable to tear themselves away from Dahe, on Wednesday afternoon, Virgil arrived punctually at Professor Kettleburn's cottage. Finish your classes a bit earlier today, and then you can practice the Patronus charm with the bat. Can you summon your Patronus yet? Professor Kettleburn inquired. Virgil shook his head, somewhat disheartened, drew his wand, and intoned, Expecto Patronum. A silvery mist erupted from the tip of his wand, and amidst the dense fog, both Virgil and Professor Kettleburn could barely discern the silhouette of a winged creature. Though its exact nature remained indistinguishable, not lose heart. Professor Kettleburn comforted him. You are already performing admirably. The Patronus charm is an advanced spell, if it were so easily mastered by a student. How could the Wisengamot place such importance on wizards capable of conjuring corporeal patron uses? Well then, if it proves too difficult, you can come during breaks to practice with a bat. Perhaps you should acquire another bat. This one seems to have formed quite a bond with you, Virgil suggested. Professor Kettleburn waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. At this stage, your Patronus will only make it feel a bit repulsed or uncomfortable. It is far from the point of driving it away or causing harm, so you need not worry. Now let us conclude today's lesson. We will be discussing dragons, which I believe will be quite beneficial for you, considering your grandfather's research on dragons in Romania. While I may not know as much as your grandfather about this subject, I do possess a foundational understanding. If you develop an interest in these creatures, you could engage in fruitful discussions with him. A loud knocking echoed through the room. The wooden door swung open to reveal a massive head peering inside. Rupert Hagrid. Good afternoon, Professor, he greeted, nodding at Professor Kettleburn before winking at Virgil. I recall you mentioned you would be imparting knowledge about dragons to Virgil, correct? Ah, quite right. Professor Kettleburn nodded. I'm also very interested in this topic. May I join you? Professor Kettleburn waved his hand. Then come in. Upon receiving a positive response, Hagrid bent down and squeezed into the cramped little hut. The already cluttered cabin became even more congested with the addition of a half-giant, and Virgil felt a slight sense of suffocation. Hagrid hastily tidied up a corner of the hut to clear a small space, forgoing a chair and sitting down on the floor instead. He then extracted a book from his cloak, laid it on the ground, and followed it up with a notebook and quill, exuding an air of someone preparing for an upcoming wizarding examination. Virgil caught a glimpse of the book's title, The Varieties of Dragons in Great Britain and Ireland. This time Virgil deduced the object of Hagrid's earlier reticence. It was indeed the Norwegian Ridgeback. Ahead of them, Professor Kettleburn was oblivious to Virgil's subtle movements and began his lecture. Let me first discuss some common types of dragons. I will start with the Hebrides Black, as it is the material used for your wand, Virgil. The Hebrides Black Dragon averages 30 feet in length, its scales somewhat coarse, and its eyes are purple. Perhaps for its own defense, the Hebrides Black Dragon has very small eyes, making it difficult for wizard spells to hit. Coupled with its blade-like spine, sharp arrowhead tail, and aggressive nature, it is a breed that most wizards would prefer to avoid. Hagrid quickly scribbled notes and occasionally posed questions to Professor Kettleburn regarding dragon egg hatching. The professor continued, elaborating on various species, including the Australian opali, Romanian longhorn, short snout, and iron belly. However, noting Hagrid's anxious demeanor, Virgil surmised that the breed Hagrid most wished to inquire about had yet to be addressed. Professor, are you familiar with the Norwegian Ridgeback? Hagrid raised his hand, interrupting Professor Kettleburn's lecture. This marked the 12th question he had posed that afternoon. Such was Professor Kettleburn's generosity, particularly towards those passionate about magical creatures. Virgil could scarcely imagine the scene if he had asked 12 consecutive questions during a potions class. Perhaps Snape would have deducted all points from Ravenclaw. The Norwegian Ridgeback is among the rarest dragon species currently known. They are inherently aggressive and will attack most large terrestrial mammals, posing a significant danger. Notably, female Ridgebacks are far more ferocious than their male counterparts. Unlike other fire-breathing dragons, the Norwegian Ridgeback possesses the unique ability to prey on aquatic creatures. What characteristics do the hatchlings of the Norwegian Ridgeback exhibit? Hagrid inquired further. Compared to other fire dragon hatchlings, Norwegian Ridgebacks develop their fire-breathing capabilities quite early, typically within 1 to 3 months after birth. Are there any strict precautions to observe during their juvenile stage? Hagrid pressed on. Well, let us conclude the lecture here for today. Virgil, take a moment to rest, and then practice your spells that I will answer Hagrid as final questions. Virgil nodded and watched as Professor Kettleburn and Hagrid exited the little hut. Meow. With a cat's yowl, the large black cat emerged from a suitcase, leaping at Virgil and rubbing its face against him. After indulging in some playful antics, Virgil remarked, "You'll come back to the castle with me. If Anthony and the others don't see you soon, they might just flay me alive." Upon hearing the name Goldstein, the large black cat rolled its eyes in a distinctly human manner, in accordance with the temperament of magical creatures. This cat, like a tail-wagging dog, was fiercely loyal to its owner and rarely acknowledged other wizards. The cat's tolerance towards Goldstein and his companions was largely due to Virgil's presence. However, one could hardly say it had any fondness for them to the likes of Cedric, who was quite close to Virgil. And Ravenclaw's bloat, Roger Davies, and others, the cat perpetually maintained an air of aloofness. Attempts to pet it were met with utter rejection. Once, Roger had inadvertently provoked the cat, resulting in a swift clawing, and he subsequently missed that evening's Quidditch practice. Virgil cradled the large black cat as he entered Professor Kettleburn's suitcase. He first replaced the litter for the professor's 2 cats and then replenished their food bowl, after returning the tree protector that had wandered onto the workbench to its original spot. He waved at the black, cloak-like creature perched on the ceiling. The bat. Professor Kettleburn had established a harmonious rapport with this bat. Upon noticing Virgil's gesture, the bat twisted its ribbon-like body and flipped over, clearly disinterested in engaging. After several fruitless attempts to capture its attention, Virgil resorted to extracting a small vial from his pocket, shaking it enticingly. Inside was a portion of a deceased bat's body. For a creature like the bat, its nourishment typically consisted of its most recent victims, which it would envelop and gradually absorb, causing its body to thicken over time. However, food that could stimulate rapid growth consisted of its own kind. Thus, the vial in Virgil's hand was as irresistible to the bat as Voldemort was to Harry Potter. The bat promptly descended from the ceiling, circling Virgil enthusiastically. Yes, Virgil felt the bat's touch. He couldn't help but recall a classic advertising slogan from his previous life. Dove, indulge in silky smoothness. Knock, knock. Virgil rapped on the wooden door. Come in, the door's not locked, Hagrid called from within. Virgil pushed the door open, stepping into Hagrid's modest cabin, which, despite its lack of spaciousness, radiated warmth from the crackling fireplace. "Oh, it's you, Virgil," Hagrid exclaimed, somewhat surprised. "I thought." "Thought who?" "Harry Potter." Virgil settled himself on a Hagrid's sofa. Goodness, the size of this sofa could easily accommodate a first-year wizard as a bed. "How did you know it was Harry? Who in Hogwarts doesn't he know that Harry Potter enjoys visiting you when he has no classes?" "Oh, I see." Hagrid replied quickly that I've baked some rock cakes. "Would you like to try one?" "No, thank you, that I'm not quite blessed with your dental fortitude." Virgil swiftly declined. Hagrid placed the baked rock cakes on the table and brewed a cup of tea for Virgil, then pulled up a chair to sit across from him. "What brings you here? Or is it Professor Kettleburn looking for me? I came to see you primarily for that." Virgil gestured towards the fireplace. In the heart of the flames lay a dark, ominous egg. Hagrid hadn't anticipated Virgil would pinpoint his greatest secrets so directly, leaving him somewhat flustered. That isn't a dragon egg," Virgil calmly stated. "A Norwegian Ridgeback egg." "How did you know?" Hagrid's gaze fell, his head drooping in defeat as he slumped into his chair. Observing the half-giant seated before him, Virgil seemed to understand why Voldemort had chosen to make Hagrid a scapegoat all those years ago. he would likely have made the same choice himself. You were far too obvious in your behavior this afternoon. Hagrid, Virgil sipped his hot tea and remarked nonchalantly that you've encountered the professor before during my remedial lessons, where you encountered many rare, precious, or unfamiliar magical creatures. Yet, you have never exhibited such enthusiasm as you did today, that I shall assume it is your interest in dragons that has compelled you. I must concede that the creature known as the dragon is indeed captivating. Otherwise, my grandfather would not remain in Romania, reluctant to return. However, upon examining the inquiries you've posed, such as how dragon eggs hatch, the methods of safeguarding them, and the considerations for raising hatchlings, I can only surmise that you have either acquired a dragon egg or someone has promised you one. Moreover, as you gradually steered the professor's lecture towards the Norwegian Ridgeback, particularly focusing on the characteristics and care of its young, I became certain of the egg's provenance. Hagrid found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. You do realize that this is illegal, don't you, Hagrid? The Dragon Protection Act forbids it, Virgil remarked in an unembellished tone. Frankly, I have no desire to meddle in your affairs. Our acquaintance is merely superficial, not particularly close. However, Professor Kettleburn specifically instructed me to assist you to the best of my ability. He believes you possess a remarkable talent for the protection of magical creatures. Perhaps your lineage and the circumstances surrounding your expulsion from Hogwarts preclude you from being recognized as an expert in magical creature preservation within mainstream wizarding society. Yet he's inclined to recommend you to Dumbledore as the next professor of magical creature care, provided you maintain your passion for the subject. The professor, in his advanced years, may not contemplate matters with the thoroughness required, and I suspect he does not believe you would engage in illegal activities again. He assumed that your encounter with the Acromantula had imparted sufficient lessons. After finishing his tea, Virgil leaped from the sofa and approached the fireplace, scrutinizing the dragon egg within. Observing Virgil's movements, Hagrid clenched his fists nervously, fearing that Virgil might suddenly draw his wand and shatter the egg before him. Will you truly believe Professor Kettleburn is unaware of your establishment of a home for the Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest? While examining the dragon egg, Virgil inquired. The professor knows about Aragog. Virgil's words startled Hagrid so profoundly that he dropped the hard rock cakes he had been holding, which clattered loudly to the ground. Rousing Yaya from her slumber in the corner, you genuinely think your actions have gone unnoticed? Animals are, after all, animals. How could the professor, an expert in this field, fail to detect even the slightest trace? For years, the professor has been cleaning up after you, erasing the evidence of those Acromantula. If only you could shrink your frame a little, you might peek into the professor's trunk to see how much Acromantula venom he has stored. Pulling on his dragon-hide gloves, Virgil curiously tapped the Ridgeback egg, feeling the warmth radiating from it even through the gloves. Virgil continued, the professor could easily secure a prosperous life after retirement by selling that Acromantula venom. Yet he refrains from doing so, fearing the discovery of a colony of Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, apprehensive that this matter may once again implicate you, that he trusts that, in your desire to remain at Hogwarts and preserve your current way of life, you would refrain from engaging in any further unlawful conduct. Removing his gloves, Virgil returned to the sofa. Fixing his gaze upon Hagrid, he spoke in a chilling tone. It appears you are destined to disappoint the professor. Ruby is Hagrid. Upon hearing Virgil's words, Hagrid let his hands fall limply to his sides, bowing his head in silence. His dense beard and hair obscured Virgil's view of Hagrid's expression. Let us set aside the matter of the Norwegian Ridgeback for now. It seems this dragon egg still has some time before it hatches. You have time to contemplate how to address it. It is not yet hatched. I cannot simply discard it. Moreover, when it does hatch, it will likely be so small. Hagrid muttered softly, his tone laden with reluctance. I have stated that we shall set aside the hatching of the dragon egg for the moment. There are matters of even greater urgency than the Norwegian Ridgeback. Ruby is Hagrid. Raise your head. Look at yourself. Do you resemble someone of giant lineage? What could possibly be more pressing than the Norwegian Ridgeback? Recognizing the emphasis in Virgil's words, Hagrid finally lifted his massive head. I have inquired, and it appears you never left England during the Christmas break. You remained in the vicinity of Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, so where did this dragon egg come from? Did you acquire it from someone else? Do not tell me you found a dragon egg while taking a morning stroll in the Forbidden Forest. You are well aware of the egg's value. As a gamekeeper at Hogwarts, what possible valuable possession could you have? Or do you possess some secret that would compel someone to exchange a dragon egg with you? Downing the now tepid tea in one gulp, Virgil concluded. Hagrid, I suspect the hatching of the dragon egg is imminent. Consider carefully how you intend to manage that Norwegian Ridgeback once it emerges. You attended the professor's lecture this afternoon. Within half a year, you will be unable to conceal that dragon. And do you truly believe you can subdue a Ridgeback on your own? Rather than allowing everyone to discover your transgression, it would be prudent to expedite its departure while the egg has yet to hatch. Additionally, reflect deeply on what you exchanged to obtain this egg, and consider whether this may lead to irrevocable consequences. Very well. I have said my piece. I shall take my leave. Having conveyed his thoughts, Virgil brushed Yaya off his lap and exited, leaving Hagrid alone to ponder the weight of Virgil's words. In truth, Virgil anticipated the outcome. Judging by Hagrid's reluctance to part with the egg and his affection for Norbert, he would likely wait until the egg hatched before devising a plan. Thus, the narrative could unfold with Harry and his friends attempting to assist Hagrid in relocating the dragon, only to be caught by Professor McGonagall and subsequently punished by being sent into the Forbidden Forest, where they might encounter the blood-sucking unicorn-hunting creature. As for whether Hagrid would grasp the gravity of what he had disclosed, Virgil believed not. Hagrid would likely take a lackadaisical approach, convinced that the obstacles set by McGonagall and others were insurmountable if Hagrid were truly capable of considering the severity of issues and possessed a comprehensive perspective. He would not have committed so many foolish acts. I wonder if Hagrid's giant lineage can be traced back to a particularly dim-witted troll. Have you heard? In the upcoming match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, Snape will serve as the referee. After practice, Gabriel Hampton gathered the Ravenclaw team to discuss the impending match. How long has it been since a professor enforced the rules during a match at Hogwarts? Fletcher remarked, what could Snape's motivation be? Perhaps it is to bolster Slytherin's standing, Roger Davis speculated. We triumphed over Hufflepuff in our first match, and Gryffindor bested Slytherin in theirs. If we can somehow devise a strategy for Hufflepuff to defeat Gryffindor, then Gryffindor will remain in second place in the House Cup standings, posing no threat to Slytherin's position. Are you suggesting we will have to go head-to-head with Slytherin? It seems like our best opportunity against them. Hampton asserted, given the current circumstances, Hufflepuff stand a strong chance of defeating Gryffindor, meaning both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor would have records of 1 win and 1 loss. Slytherin will undoubtedly go to great lengths to defeat us, aiming to level the records of all 4 houses. But if we manage to overcome Slytherin, Ravenclaw will lead the scoreboard with 2 victories. Our final match against Gryffindor will take place after the end of term exams, granting us ample time to prepare. Slytherin again, Fletcher moaned, covering his face. They're simply despicable. After every match with them, I need to lie in bed for 2 days. Hearing Fletcher's lament, Virgil nudged the nearby Cho Chang. Is it truly that terrifying? Cho Chang nodded gravely, murmuring, Slytherin's tactics are particularly ruthless. Last year, there was even an incident where a beater struck a Gryffindor player in the back of the head with a bat, causing the match to be interrupted. After every match against Slytherin, everyone bears new injuries, to some extent. That certainly aligns with Slytherin's reputation. Virgil smacked his lips, falling silent. Therefore, we must intensify our training and refrain from frivolous antics during practice. This year presents a prime opportunity for Ravenclaw to seize the championship. Hampton vocally encouraged his team. The others responded in kind. Do you think we have a shot at winning the championship this year? On the return journey to the castle, Qiu Zhang, who had fallen to the back of the line, inquired of her companion, Virgil. Virgil glanced ahead at the group, noting that no one was paying him any heed, and he gently shook his head. Why? You seem to underestimate Gryffindor. Underestimate Gryffindor. Do you truly believe they can triumph over Hufflepuff under Snape's officiating? Why not? Perhaps it would be better not to. I hope Ravenclaw can seize the Quidditch Cup, and ideally, also emerge victorious in the House Cup. Qiu Zhang clasped her hands together in prayer. Upon hearing Qiu Zhang's words, Virgil suddenly realized the futility of his internal conflict. He could simply seek out Cedric. After entering the castle, he thrust the Clean Sweep 7 into Roger Davies' hands, instructing him to take the broom to the dormitory, and made his way towards the Hufflepuff common room. What concern did it matter to him that Snape was the referee? Gryffindor's score would not be at the bottom. Harry Potter would still choose to navigate the trapdoor and confront Quirrell. After all, Virgil was a student of Ravenclaw. What are you off to do? Qiu Zhang called out as she caught up to him. "Toc, a handsome fellow. If you're interested, you may join," Virgil replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Qiu Zhang fell silent, merely trailing behind Virgil. When they reached the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, Virgil stopped a Hufflepuff student and asked him to summon Cedric. "Hey, Virgil." Cedric emerged from the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. "Is there something I can assist you with? I heard you're set to compete against Gryffindor. I want to discuss a few matters." "Oh, sure. This is..." Cedric noticed Qiu Zhang behind Virgil. Qiu Zhang, also a substitute for Ravenclaw, second year. "Hey there, nice to meet you. I'm Cedric Diggory." Cedric greeted Qiu Zhang. She shyly lowered her gaze, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. "You frightened the girl." Virgil nudged Cedric aside and inquired, "What strategies do you have in mind for the upcoming match against Gryffindor?" "We're currently discussing this matter," Cedric replied. "Let me share my thoughts," Virgil interjected, raising his hand. "Even though the referee is Snape, do not underestimate Gryffindor, especially Harry Potter. Do not dismiss him simply because he is a first year. That I am not underestimating anyone." Cedric quickly waved his hand. "Let me finish." Virgil shot Cedric a stern look. "I believe the longer you can prolong the match, the better it will be for you. Since Snape is the referee, he will do everything possible to catch Gryffindor players committing fouls, thus increasing your chances of receiving penalties. On the other hand, Gryffindor will undoubtedly try to assist Harry Potter in capturing the Golden Snitch as quickly as possible to conclude the match. Your task is to disrupt Harry Potter as much as possible, whether through feints or other tactical moves. Your goal is to cloud his judgment, delaying his capture of the snitch, which will benefit you. Ideally, you should have another chaser or beater assist you in this endeavor. I believe if you manage to drag the match out long enough, coupled with Snape's officiating, you will be able to widen the score gap to 150 points. Thus, even if Potter captures the snitch, it will be of no consequence. "But isn't that unfair to Gryffindor?" Cedric hesitated. Observing Cedric's conflicted expression, Virgil felt exasperated. "Cedric, I understand your good nature, but there is no need for you to feel any psychological pressure regarding this matter." Virgil advised, "Snape is not your Hufflepuff headmaster. He is here to officiate this match not for your benefit, but to ensure Slytherin profits, as long as you defeat Gryffindor and Slytherin subsequently overcomes Ravenclaw. Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw will all end up with a win-loss record of 1 win and 1 loss. I am merely sharing my thoughts with you. You may discuss them with your teammates. Ultimately, the decision on what tactics to adopt lies with you." On the way back to the Ravenclaw Tower, Qiu Zhang asked, "I recall you have a close relationship with the Weasley twins. Why did you choose to assist Cedric?" "Because I am a Ravenclaw. As you said, I too wish for Ravenclaw to secure both the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup. If Gryffindor wins this match, they will surpass us in house points. Moreover, if Gryffindor genuinely loses to Hufflepuff and we manage to defeat Slytherin, our chances of winning the Quidditch Cup this year would be significantly enhanced. You believe Gryffindor poses no threat to us?" Qiu Zhang queried Cedric. Virgil could not simply state that Harry Potter would, for certain reasons, be absent from the final match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Speak frankly, in inter-house Quidditch matches, the most pivotal role is indeed that of the Seeker. Capturing the Golden Snitch yields 150 points. And over the years at Hogwarts, under normal circumstances, how many times have there been matches where the score gap was widened to 150 points solely through the efforts of the chasers? Frankly speaking, in my view, the ability to catch the Golden Snitch relies heavily on luck. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many professional matches that remain unfinished due to the snitch being elusive, just like in the match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. While Cedric is indeed an excellent seeker, far surpassing first-year Harry Potter in skills, awareness, and game experience, can you guarantee that the one to catch the snitch will be Cedric? Hence, the best strategy in this match is to employ every means to prevent Potter from catching the snitch, even if Cedric himself does not pursue it, and then leverage Snape's tendency to penalize Gryffindor for fouls to widen the score gap through ghost shots and penalties. And what about Ravenclaw's match against Gryffindor? Have you not noticed Gryffindor's fatal flaw? Fatal flaw? Yes, their age. They are too young. The oldest player is the keeper, Oliver Wood, a 5th year, with the Weasley twins as beaters both in their 3rd year, and 3 chasers, Johnson, Spinnet, and Katie Bell, 2 in their third year and 1 in second, along with first-year Potter. Youth is an advantage. They will have ample time to develop synergy, but it is also a disadvantage due to their lack of experience. Talent cannot always compensate for the absence of experience. Therefore, this semester, whether it is Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or even Slytherin, the most crucial point when facing Gryffindor is to contain Potter and prevent him from catching the snitch. Cedric, being only in his third year, would be best assisted by another player for a dual attack. For us, Mason alone is quite sufficient. Gryffindor's victory in Quidditch should be anticipated in 2 to 3 years. Not now. Did all this come from Virgil? Hampton and Davies asked, looking at Xiao Zhang across from them. Xiao Zhang nodded and added, Virgil mentioned this year presents a great opportunity for us Ravenclaw to claim the Quidditch championship, as long as we secure victory against Slytherin in the next match. What do you think, Roger? Hampton asked Roger Davies, who sat beside him, as he was the appointed captain of the Quidditch team. It was expected that after Hampton's graduation, Roger Davies would succeed him as captain. While I believe Virgil may be somewhat exaggerating the role of the seeker within the team, I must concede that it is indeed challenging for matches among students to hinge solely on the seeker's performance. Despite being a seeker himself, Davies could not deny the validity of Virgil's assertions that it seems you have already found your successor. Hampton remarked with satisfaction to Roger Davies, you think Diggory will employ the strategy Virgil suggested? There is a high likelihood. After all, if Hufflepuff loses to Gryffindor, they will be completely out of contention for this year's championship. Even if Diggory himself is reluctant to adopt it, the others will likely do so. Notify others that they should not miss the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Everyone must attend to watch. If Hufflepuff truly employs the tactical strategies proposed by Virgil and achieves remarkable results, then we shall adopt the same approach in our final game against Gryffindor. The day of the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff match arrived. After a heavy snowfall, relentless rain ensued, rendering the entire Quidditch pitch exceedingly damp and muddy. Could Madame Hooch not have chosen another day? Muttered Goldstein. Why must the match be held in such weather? I told you to stay in the dormitory, yet you insisted on coming along, remarked Virgil, who then drew his wand and cast the water-repelling charm and the warming charm on the cloaks of his 3 roommates. These are essential spells for outings, but exclaimed, feeling warmth envelop him. When I travel in the future, I must take Virgil with me. Could you not put some effort into charms? Virgil chose not to sit with Roger Davies and the others, but instead found a corner with Kona and the others. Who do you think will win? But quietly inquired of Virgil, being cautious to control his volume, given that most around them were students from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Virgil shook his head. It's hard to say, but I did offer Cedric some advice. If Hufflepuff can execute my suggestions, I believe their chances of victory are greater. You're advising Cedric now. I am doing this for Ravenclaw to secure the final championship. If Gryffindor wins this match, they will be the first team with 2 victories, consequently surpassing us to become second in the House Cup. Look, it's Dumbledore. Goldstein interrupted the conversation between Virgil and Butt, pointing towards the staff seating. The other 3 immediately looked up, and indeed, an elderly man with a snowy beard sat in the center of the staff area, flanked by Professors McGonagall and Sprout. I hope everyone participates in the match fairly and justly, Madame Hooch declared loudly, standing beside Snape. After the captains shook hands, Madame Hooch nodded to Snape and exited the field, and as 14 broomsticks soared into the air. Snape opened the iron chest at his feet, releasing the bludgers and the golden snitch. Then, he forcefully tossed the quaffle into the air, and the match commenced. Gryffindor gained possession of the quaffle first. One must admit, the flying skills of Gryffindor's 3 chasers were exceptional, and their lighter weight afforded them remarkable speed. However, Virgil in the stands was not focused on the quaffle, but intently watching Cedric Diggory and Harry Potter. Alas, what a pity, Virgil sighed after a moment. Cedric is still too kind-hearted. Hufflepuff indeed utilized the tactics Virgil had suggested, although the executor was not Cedric, but rather a chaser who interfered with Harry Potter, aided by a beater nearby. What do you mean, what a pity? Kona asked, turning to Virgil, while Goldstein and But were drawn into their conversation. My advice to Cedric was to abandon the pursuit of the snitch, primarily focusing on disrupting Potter, and then leverage Snape's penalties along with the chaser's experience to gain a scoring advantage. Virgil explained to his 3 roommates, but on the field, Snape, true to Virgil's prediction, awarded Hufflepuff a penalty for an unfounded foul. Hufflepuff's chaser successfully scored, bringing the score to 80-30, with Hufflepuff in the lead. ISNT Hufflepuff in the advantageous position now. What is there to lament? Kona continued, because this is merely the beginning. Chasers and Seekers are two distinct positions, and the player's flying habits and tactical maneuvers will vary significantly. Had Cedric been the one to interfere with Harry, matching Seekers against Seekers, with Cedric's experience, Potter would have found it nearly impossible to escape. However, the one interfering is a Chaser who may not fully limit Potter. Moreover, while it appears Hufflepuff is currently dominant, that is simply due to the match just commencing. The players are fresh, and, as time progresses, the disadvantage of having only two Chasers attacking will become evident, making it impossible to widen the score. Furthermore, the beater assisting cannot stray too far from Potter, once the Weasley twins adapt to the game. Hufflepuff players will be in for a challenge. You make a valid point, a voice remarked from behind Virgil, as a hand patted his shoulder. Turning, Virgil recognized Gabri Hampton. What brings you over here? Virgil inquired. Mason and Roger are over there. I came to discuss Hufflepuff's tactical arrangements with you after seeing them, and it seems I arrived just in time to... Oh, does this mean Gryffindor still has hope? Goldstein asked Hampton. Hufflepuff has Seekers too. It has reverted to the old routine of who can catch the snitch first. Hampton explained to his junior, in the center of the pitch. Cedric hovered at the highest point, scanning for the golden snitch, while Harry Potter struggled to evade the pursuit of Hufflepuff's chaser. Cedric remains too soft-hearted, Virgil remarked to Hampton, Hufflepuff's kindness. Indeed, Harry Potter suddenly executed a sharp turn, diving swiftly downward, prompting the Hufflepuff chaser to hastily adjust their broom to follow. Just as he was about to reach the ground, Harry abruptly straightened his broom, halting his dive, while the pursuing Hufflepuff chaser lacked sufficient reaction time and crashed to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Harry darted in a particular direction. It's Potter. Lee Jordan, the commentator, shouted, He is accelerating. It seems he has spotted the golden snitch. In midair, Cedric also turned his broom, rushing towards the same direction. Unfortunately, the Nimbus 2000 could not quite match the speed of the Clean Sweep 7 suddenly. Harry Potter released his broom and lunged forward, landing flat on the grass. The audience erupted in astonished gasps. Cedric halted his broom to check on Harry's condition. Harry flipped onto his back, sitting in the center of the pitch, raising his right hand, a glimmer of gold sparkling in his grasp. Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. The match is over. 190-120. Gryffindor emerges victorious. Lee Jordan, also from Gryffindor, shouted enthusiastically. Other Gryffindor players descended to the grass to celebrate with Harry. Let us go to IT. Seems we need to discuss how to tackle Slytherin. Hampton stood up, pulling Virgil along. Come, let us have a meeting, and you can offer us more ideas. Hampton draped his arm around Virgil's shoulders and called to Kona and the others. You three head back. I'll take him to the meeting. The soul-sucking curse is one of the unforgivable curses, Mr. Shonier. You are encountering it. A bit early, Virgil inquired about the soul-sucking curse while holding Quirrell's notes after defense against the dark arts class. To Virgil, the soul-sucking curse appeared to be the most practical of the unforgivable curses, far superior to the killing curse that emitted a green light, AS for the Cruciatus curse. While it initially sounded terrifying, it became so rampant in the later parts of the original story that anyone who hadn't endured a couple of Cruciatus curses would feel embarrassed to claim they resisted the Dark Lord. I'm merely a bit curious, Professor. After all, it seems somewhat incongruous compared to the other two unforgivable curses. Very well, that the victim of the soul-sucking curse will experience a sensation of emptiness. In their mind, Quirrell was about to elaborate on the soul-sucking curse when he suddenly pulled open the classroom door. The unexpected action startled the three individuals eavesdropping at the door. The one crouched at the bottom stumbled and fell between Quirrell and Virgil, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. Quirrell remarked in surprise upon seeing the trio at the door. Do you have something to discuss? Nothing. Harry and Hermione hurriedly waved their hands, indicating that they were merely passing by, before swiftly pulling Ron, who was kneeling on the ground, away from the defense against the dark arts classroom. What transpired? On their way back to the dormitory, but inquired of Virgil about the recent events that I seem to have caught a glimpse of Potter and Weasley. Yes, it was indeed them, along with Granger. What has been going on with them lately? I heard that the Gryffindors have been unusually amiable towards Quirrell. Naturally, they're exceedingly kind to Quirrell, for in the heart of the current savior. Quirrell stands as the great hero thwarting the nefarious Snape from acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Perhaps they have uncovered the truths of life within Quirrell's lessons, Virgil remarked casually. Discovering life's truths in Quirrell's class? Is it through provoking vampires or seducing ancient hags? Virgil's words elicited hearty laughter from Butt and the others. Upon reaching the first floor of the castle, Virgil handed his backpack and textbooks to Corna, then made his way to Professor Kettleburn's cottage. Following Gryffindor's victory over Hufflepuff, they became the first team this term to achieve 2 wins, prompting Hampton to impose particularly stringent demands on the Ravenclaw players. Mason Fletcher, Greg Bell, and fellow 7th-year chaser Larry were all maintaining an extremely high level of enthusiasm that, in the words of Samuels, these 7th-year seniors had transformed into training fanatics, leading to increased team practices. On occasion, Hampton would even wait for the other houses' training sessions to conclude before extending their own. Autumn Zhang and Samuels could only bemoan this situation. Even Virgil felt that the current Quidditch training had begun to encroach upon his original schedule. At the very least, following the intense training, he lacked the extra energy to rush to the room of requirement for practice, and there was no additional time on Friday afternoons to refine his Patronus charm with Professor Kettleburn. What? Virgil applied for withdrawal from the team. Roger Davies exclaimed, looking at the distressed Hampton. Indeed, he has already spoken to Professor Flitwick, expressing that our team's training severely impacts his academic life. What did the professor say? I just met with Professor Flitwick. He requested that I submit the training hours for the previous week, but he didn't say much regarding Virgil's withdrawal request, only that he would consider it. I believe this is allowing us time to retain Virgil. And how do you propose we do that? Roger queried. Virgil was initially coerced into joining us. He harbors little interest in Quidditch. Suddenly reducing training sessions might not please Bell and the others, especially since this is your final year. They still hope to claim a Quidditch championship. Hampton sighed, fatigue evident as he sank into a chair. That I confess, I've been rather anxious lately. Just as Virgil mentioned the other day, the best approach against Slytherin is to confront them head-on. They play dirty, and so shall we. If they foul, we shall foul as well, compounded by the tactics he devised for us called screens and other strategies. Our training has indeed escalated the physical demands. Annabeth is faring well, but Autumn recently expressed her inability to keep up and requested a leave of absence. But if both Autumn and Virgil skip training, we won't have enough participants for our tactical simulations. That is precisely the dilemma I am grappling with. Hampton irritably ran his fingers through his hair. Where is Virgil now? Should we not speak with him? Roger felt that merely sitting in despair was unproductive. Hampton halted Roger Davies, who was about to leave, stating, I sought him out on my return. His roommate informed me that he went to see Professor Kettleburn. Adjacent to the edge, within Professor Kettleburn's cottage. Excellent. Professor Kettleburn sat in a rickety wooden chair, clapping in admiration as he observed the Patronus swirling around Virgil. Virgil's Patronus took the form of a bird. Professor, is this a raven? Virgil inquired gleefully, gazing at his Patronus and addressing the professor, who possessed profound knowledge of magical creatures. No, Professor Kettleburn scrutinized carefully before responding. It appears to be a raven. Indeed, a raven. It seems you are truly a Ravenclaw. Why do you say that? Professor Kettleburn elaborated. Although your house's emblem is an eagle, the etymology of Ravenclaw reveals its components to mean raven and claw. I had never considered that before. Virgil replied with a smile, scrutinizing his Patronus intently. Your Patronus holds an additional benefit, Professor Kettleburn interjected suddenly. Though Virgil was intrigued by the professor's words. Should you ever have the opportunity to become an animagus, you could fly freely without relying on magical implements. The revelation struck him. Indeed, Virgil suddenly realized that his Patronus was not a fantastic beast, suggesting he could transform into an animagus. He recalled the list he had given to Mundungus, which included mandrake leaves and a boggart cocoon. However, the preparatory process for becoming an animagus was exceedingly complex, and the initial transformation was said to be quite perilous. Virgil dared not attempt it alone. Yet, finding someone to assist him posed another challenge. He had no desire to be registered as an animagus with the Ministry of Magic. The example of Sirius Black demonstrated that an unregistered animagus held considerable advantages in certain situations. Likewise, the renowned journalist Rita Skeeter leveraged her status as an unregistered animagus to secure numerous exclusive scoops. Being an animagus, is that not perilous? Virgil feigned ignorance, steering the conversation in that direction that it is indeed hazardous. Yet the advantages and benefits of becoming an animagus are unparalleled. Regrettably, my own Patronus is a serpent bird, a magical creature. Thus I am unable to become an animagus. But you have no such worries. Do you wish to become an animagus? Who wouldn't want to be an animagus? Professor Kettleburn reclined in his chair, his gaze fixated on the ceiling of the cottage, as if lost in memories. If I could become an animagus, I would have the opportunity to interact closely with many rare magical creatures. Are you familiar with Wagadu? You mean the magical school in Africa? Precisely. Wagadu's primary subjects include alchemy, transfiguration, and astronomy. Particularly in Transfiguration, the school selects suitable students and assists them in becoming animagi before graduation. The school assists? Indeed, during my time in Africa, I encountered a teacher from Wagadu's Care of Magical Creatures Department, as well as students enrolled in that course. That teacher was an animagus, and several students in the class were also animagi. They could engage more intimately with those magical creatures, allowing for close encounters that I remember feeling envious for quite some time. Professor, I do not comprehend the difference between human transfiguration and becoming an animagus. That is something you will learn about in your upper years, according to Gamp's fundamental law of transfiguration. When a wizard uses transfiguration to transform into an animal, they lose the cognitive processes and intellect inherent to the human species. Their actions revert to the instincts of the animal they have become. Even intelligent animals think from the perspective of their species. Thus, many wizards lacking the innate talent for becoming animagi, when requiring a specific animal's unique capabilities in certain situations, resort to incomplete transfiguration, retaining some human characteristics to preserve their cognitive abilities. Furthermore, human transfiguration spells are time-limited, whereas animagi are not. This means that as long as the animagus wishes to maintain their animal form, they can do so indefinitely. By the way, have you seen Hagrid recently? Just as Virgil was packing his belongings in preparation to leave, Professor Kettleburn suddenly inquired, No, Professor, I haven't seen him for several days. What has he been up to? He seems rather peculiar lately. Leaving immediately after completing his tasks, Professor Kettleburn murmured, I hope nothing untoward has transpired. It appears that the dragon egg is on the verge of hatching, and Hagrid is now wholly engrossed in that Norwegian ridgeback egg. Over the next few days, I shall pay a visit to Hagrid's hut. Virgil reassured Professor Kettleburn. Upon returning to the castle, Virgil first sought out the Weasley twins, who were busy designing prank products in an empty classroom, but he addressed them. Please reach out to your supplier and inquire about the extent of his findings. He then tossed them a small pouch, which contained the research funds for this period. Oh, I simply adore you, Virgil, my boss, Fred exclaimed as he seized the pouch and inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of money. If I were a girl, I would undoubtedly marry you, Virgil. George chimed in, Apologies, but I have a disinclination for red-haired girls. Virgil quipped back, sharing a jest with the Weasley twins before heading to the Great Hall. At the long table of Ravenclaw in the Great Hall, Virgil noticed the absence of the Ravenclaw Quidditch players, realizing that Hampton had once again whisked them away for practice. Why are you so late today? Goldstein inquired. The previous Quidditch training set back too much progress, so the professor assigned me extra lessons today. What does Professor Flitwick mean about your withdrawal from the team? Kono whispered from across the table. For joining the Quidditch team was a dream long cherished by him. I'm not certain yet. Professor Flitwick advised me to rest for a few days and reconsider. He will also have a serious talk with Hampton. But that's the college Quidditch team. You're just giving up like that. Kona expressed disbelief that I'm only stepping back for the semester. I'm merely a reserve, and it won't affect our college's matches. Besides, the Quidditch rules state clearly that if a player is injured, no substitutions may occur during the game, and the team must continue after escorting the injured player off the field. Therefore, unless someone from our team is injured before the match begins, I want to have the chance to play if the team is short of players next semester and the college cannot field enough participants, I may try out again. Moreover, being a substitute does not mean bypassing tryouts. Participation is still required. So, Michael, when you have free time, practice more. My broom is right under my bed. Feel free to take it and practice that we could try out together next semester. As the group engaged in casual conversation. Two owls swooped into the dining room, dropping two packages before Virgil. Why do you always receive two packages at once? Bude asked, spooning a large helping of pudding into his mouth. That it's merely a coincidence. Virgil replied as he picked up the two packages and examined the senders' names, one from his grandfather and the other from his grandmother. After dinner, Virgil concocted a casual excuse to slip away to the room of requirement. He first opened the package from his grandmother, revealing two small devices. According to the accompanying letter, one was a specially crafted pocket spyglass. It would spin rapidly if there were any untrustworthy individuals nearby. This device, prepared by Gringotts for curse breakers, was far more sensitive than any spyglass available on the market, and it had the light-emitting feature disabled. The other device resembled a magnifying glass, and his grandmother labeled it as a dark magic detector. The silver ring encasing the purple crystal lens would change color if an object was cursed or under dark magic. His grandmother had thoughtfully included a color chart indicating the corresponding effects. In closing, she warned Virgil to keep his distance from any dark magic or curses, as many seemingly innocuous curses could yield severe consequences, a caution born from their accumulated experiences as curse breakers. "My apologies, Grandma, for deceiving you," Virgil thought, feeling a pang of guilt as he gazed at the letter. In his correspondence to her, he had expressed his keen interest in the course on defending against the dark arts, which led him to request two dark magic detectors for his studies. The package from his grandfather contained a myriad of miscellaneous items. Virgil retrieved the letter and began to read. "Dear Virgil, it has been a long time. I agree to adopt the Norwegian Ridgeback dragon, and a recently hatched dragon will indeed be of great assistance to our research. However, please exercise caution, for a newly hatched dragon can be quite perilous. With venomous teeth. The green potion in the package is specifically designed to induce sleep in the dragon. I have adjusted the dosage based on your description to ensure it can safely slumber for 4 hours without harm. You can administer the potion mixed into the dragon's food, and it will take effect in about 10 minutes. Should you accidentally suffer a bite, use the other two potions, a light blue one for oral use and a purple one for topical application. Of course, if you believe a dragon bite scar would enhance your heroic image, you could mix mandrake, bitey cabbage, tongue of toad, and a spoon of dragon blood into a pale yellow ointment to treat the wound. This is a unique trick known to us dragon tamers. However, if you find mandrake difficult to obtain, you may substitute it with a type of mistletoe berry, though this will slow the recovery process and make it rather painful. For dragon blood, you can procure it as needed. Our dragon tamers will arrive at Hogwarts next Tuesday at midnight. Since we cannot allow anyone to discover the illegal transport of a dragon, you must bring the Norwegian Ridgeback to the astronomy tower at midnight, where they will take the dragon away under the cover of darkness. If you find this plan agreeable, please respond swiftly. Should you feel incapable of managing the dragon, contact Sylvanus immediately for him to take over. Above all, do not put yourself in harm's way. The danger posed by fire dragons far exceeds your imagination. If possible, you are welcome to visit Romania for a holiday this summer. The final portion of the letter seemed to have been added just before mailing, as the ink color was distinctly different. Virgil packed the dark magic detector and several potions into a transfigured lizard skin bag, then pulled out a sheet of stationery and a quill to write responses to his grandfather and grandmother. After completing his letters, Virgil made his way to the Owlery in the West Tower. He selected a school owl, tied the letters to its leg, and offered it a dead mouse he had prepared earlier. Watching as the owl disappeared into the night. Scourgify. Virgil cast a cleaning spell on his trousers and shoes. The Owlery lacked glass for the convenience of the owl's comings and goings, leaving the floor littered with straw, owl droppings, and the remains of rodents. Fortunately, Virgil was not a particularly fastidious individual. Otherwise, a visit here would necessitate a bath. How did Harry Potter ever think to invite a girl to be his partner for the Christmas ball in this dilapidated place? Virgil mused, surveying the round stone chamber, where hundreds of owls perched on branches overhead, all staring intently at him. In this setting, with this atmosphere and this odor, even if Autumn Zhang had declined Cedric, she would certainly not accept your invitation. If it were me, I would also refuse, Virgil muttered softly. The Savior's peculiar thought process. During breakfast one day, Virgil noticed Hedwig flying into the dining room, delivering a note to Harry. Virgil knew that the Norwegian Ridgeback dragon was soon to hatch. The morning class was defense against the dark arts. Although Quirrell's teaching style had not altered in the slightest, today, the Ravenclaw students were unusually alert and not prone to dozing off. Virgil quietly asked Goldstein, "Please excuse me from Professor Quirrell's class. I urgently need to see Professor Kettleburn." "Are you mad?" Goldstein grasped Virgil's robe. "Today's topic is the laws and procedures for dealing with werewolves. It is supposedly crucial for the final exam. How can you skip class? Just lend me your notes later," Virgil whispered. He then secured his wand, handed his bag to Butte, who sat behind him, and stealthily slipped out of the classroom. "Hermione, how many times in our lives can we witness a baby dragon hatching?" On the other side, within the greenhouse of the herbology class, Ron was desperately pleading with Hermione to skip class with them. Ultimately, Hermione consented to join Harry and Ron during the break to visit Hagrid's hut as the bell signaling the end of class rang throughout the castle. The trio hastily discarded their shovels and rushed toward the edge of the forbidden forest. From a distance, Virgil observed Hagrid, his face beaming with joy as he welcomed the three into his little abode. However, what Harry and the others failed to notice was the presence of a figure stealthily trailing behind them not far away. Inside Hagrid's hut, a crack had appeared in the Norwegian Ridgeback dragon egg. Straining to peer through the fissure, they could faintly discern a curled-up hatchling struggling to break free, emitting a series of clicking sounds. Suddenly, accompanied by the sharp sound of the eggshell shattering, the dragon egg split open, revealing a wobbly young dragon that flapped its wings in a frenzy. It was not particularly attractive, or one might say somewhat unsightly. With its disproportionately large wings contrasting starkly against its slender body, a short horn adorned its head, and its long snout was a striking white that clashed with its black body, while its orange-red eyes bulged as they scanned the four individuals in the hut. The little dragon sneezed, sending a few sparks flying from its nostrils, nearly igniting Hagrid's wooden table. "Isn't it beautiful?" Hagrid remarked, reaching out to stroke the dragon's head, only for the Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling to nip at Hagrid's finger. "My goodness, look! It recognizes its mother." Just as Hagrid was about to say more, a sudden noise echoed from outside. Thud! It seemed something had collided with the wooden door of the hut. Hagrid's expression shifted dramatically as he leaped from his stool and rushed to the entrance. "What is going on?" Harry called out, noticing Hagrid's alarmed demeanor. Hagrid gestured for the three behind him to remain silent and cautiously approached the door with an umbrella in hand, just as Hagrid's enormous hand was about to grasp the doorknob. The door swung open. "Hagrid, it seems you have ignored my previous words. Haven to you." Outside stood Virgil, wielding a particularly ornate wand, gazing down at Hagrid with a quiet intensity. At the foot of the stairs lay a blond-haired boy who appeared to have fainted. "Malfoy!" Ron shouted as the trio squeezed beside Hagrid, recognizing the figure on the ground. "Silence, Weasley," Virgil interjected, pushing past the group blocking the entrance to enter Hagrid's hut. Inside, on the table, the Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling was engaged in a battle with Hagrid's teacup. "What am I to say to you, Hagrid? Have you forgotten what the professor said? After hatching, the Norwegian Ridgeback must be guided by an adult dragon or a dragon keeper to consume its eggshell, ensuring its health in its early years." As he spoke, Virgil donned dragon-hide gloves and picked up a pair of tongs used by Hagrid to roast rock cakes, offering a piece of eggshell to the hatchling. Under Virgil's guidance and playful coaxing, the Norwegian Ridgeback finally began to voraciously devour the eggshells, while Virgil continually pushed the shattered bits toward the hatchling with the tongs. "Virgil, what brings you here?" Hagrid finally spoke, his tone cautious as he inquired about Virgil's purpose for visiting that day. "To prevent you from causing more trouble," Virgil replied without looking up, his hand gently stroking the hatchling's spine in the manner Professor Kettleburn had demonstrated. At last, the young Norwegian Ridgeback ceased its agitation and quietly consumed the eggshells, no longer emitting sparks from its nostrils. "What a remarkable technique," Hermione observed, her eyes fixed on Virgil's actions in awe. Virgil disregarded the trio of heroes seated at the table, continuing to soothe the hatchling while addressing Hagrid. "I previously thought you might stir up trouble, but now I am beginning to doubt your qualifications as a magical creature enthusiast. Did you pay attention to anything Professor Kettleburn taught you that afternoon? Have you forgotten the care and feeding guidelines for Norwegian Ridgeback hatchlings?" Hagrid seemed to recall something, his face paling as beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. "If I hadn't guessed you had acquired a dragon egg, if I hadn't noted that today was indeed the hatching day for the Ridgeback, if you had kept this little creature hidden for a month or two, do you have any idea what Potter and the others would have faced?" "Hagrid, what does that mean?" Hermione asked loudly. Harry and Ron turned to look at Hagrid as well. "I'm sorry, Harry," Hagrid murmured, "that I nearly put you in danger. I truly apologized." He repeated this sentiment over and over. "What on earth are you talking about?" Hermione exclaimed, her frustration boiling over as she questioned Virgil. "Why can't you just say it plainly? Must you insult Hagrid in this manner?" "Insult Hagrid?" Virgil nearly laughed. "I am merely speaking the truth. If you choose to interpret my words as an insult, so be it. After all, I cannot control the thoughts and beliefs of others. That's the effect of an unforgivable curse." Virgil pointed the hatchling playing on the table and said to Hermione, "This is a Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling, one of the rarest dragon breeds in the world. Its temperament is more ferocious and combative than other fire dragons. And unlike most fire dragon hatchlings, many Norwegian Ridgebacks can develop the ability to breathe fire within a month of birth, at the latest by 3 months, due to its excessively aggressive nature. This breed, like the Hungarian Horntail, tends to be solitary. Even after mating, the female Ridgeback will drive the male away, taking on the sole responsibility for laying eggs and raising the hatchlings. Therefore, it is explicitly stated that wizards are not permitted to approach hatching Ridgeback eggs. This precaution is due to the extreme aggression of the female dragon during that period, and because Ridgeback hatchlings will only recognize their mother after hatching, viewing all other mammals as threats. If you merely encounter it once, that is one thing. But if, a month later, when it can breathe fire, you come back here to play with Hagrid, you would be met with the flames of a Ridgeback's fire. After hearing Virgil's explanation, Hermione fell silent, her gaze fixed on the little dragon playing on the table. Though it was merely a hatchling, they were still first-year students, so, do you still think I am insulting Hagrid? He has forgotten even the most basic tasks of feeding eggshells and calming a volatile hatchling. How can he be trusted with anything else? Virgil sighed. Now, let us quickly discuss the next steps. Otherwise, the one lying at the door will soon awaken. What dragon keeper? Virgil, what have you done? Hagrid appeared somewhat bewildered. I have contacted the dragon tamer in Romania on your behalf, and they expressed a keen willingness to adopt this Norwegian Ridgeback. They will come to collect it next Tuesday. Oh no, you cannot do this, Virgil. It is my child, and it has only just been born. It is so small. Hagrid pleaded, clutching his head in anguish. Please, Virgil, you cannot send it away now. I have yet to name it. You wish to keep it? But have you considered the implications? I told you that day, the growth rate of a fire dragon is not comparable to that of ordinary animals. How long do you think you can conceal it? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? Or perhaps a month? 2 months? Will you then send it to the Forbidden Forest when your little hut can no longer accommodate it? Wake up! Hogwarts is right next door. You think any professor or student-s parent would allow the school to be adjacent to a fire dragon-s territory? When that time comes, I could contact Professor Dumbledore. Do not trouble Dumbledore any further. Virgil felt his patience wearing thin. You not think you have caused enough trouble for Professor Dumbledore and Professor Ketterborn? Has the lesson from Aragog not taught you anything? Professor Dumbledore cannot protect you every time. Virgil stood up from his chair and addressed Harry Potter and his companions. I have said all I needed to say. The rest is up to you to persuade him. Ultimately, whether to remain at Hogwarts as a caretaker for a hunting ground or to end up in Azkaban, you will have to decide among yourselves. Once you have made a decision, please inform me promptly so that I can notify them. Otherwise, they will make a fruitless trip from Romania. As he reached the door, Virgil poked his head back in an ad. Can you manage this at the door? Do you need my assistance? We can handle it ourselves, Ron quickly replied. He did not want to miss such a splendid opportunity to deal with Malfoy. In the following days, Virgil did not visit Hagrid's hut again. Nor did he inquire about how Harry and his friends had decided, as this matter did not significantly concern him. His involvement stemmed solely from Professor Ketterborn. If Hagrid agreed, then Virgil's grandfather would acquire a Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling for research. However, if the plot were to adhere to the original storyline, surrendering the dragon to Charlie for care would pose no loss to Virgil. But what if Hagrid insisted on keeping that Ridgeback? Then Virgil would likely report this matter to Flitwick or Dumbledore in a month or two. After all, Virgil did not wish to be on guard against a fire dragoness attack while wandering near the Forbidden Forest. On Thursday morning, Harry, Ron, and Hermione intercepted Virgil at the entrance of the dining hall. "Have you decided so quickly?" Virgil inquired with a smile at the three before him. "Weasley, what happened to your hand?" "I got bitten while feeding Norbert," Ron replied, glancing at his swollen, greenish right hand. "The teeth of a Norwegian ridgeback are venomous. If you do not wish to become disabled, I suggest you seek Madame Pomfrey immediately. Moreover, as far as I know, the antidote for dragon fang poison is not easily concocted that I doubt any professor would anticipate a student being bitten by a dragon within Hogwarts grounds." Upon hearing Virgil's words, Harry and Hermione urged Ron to find Madame Pomfrey without delay, not to waste any more time. After Ron departed, Harry asked, "Hagrid agreed to send the dragon away. But how can you assure us that you are genuinely entrusting Norbert to the dragon tamers?" Virgil rolled his eyes in response. "Please, did Hagrid not mention that my grandfather is the dragon tamer? If you truly do not believe me, you can have Ron Weasley write a letter to his brother. I recall that his brother is also in Romania studying dragons, that we will do that." "Wait," Virgil suddenly called out to Harry and Hermione as they were about to leave. "What name did Hagrid give that Norwegian ridgeback?" "Norbert," Hermione answered. "That is their problem? So, after all these days, none of you noticed that it is a female dragon? A female dragon. Norbert is a girl," Hermione exclaimed. Harry quickly covered his friend's mouth with his hand. "It seems I must seriously question Professor Ketterborn's judgment. Hagrid's knowledge of magical creatures is truly difficult to articulate. Hagrid is my friend. He is a good person. Please do not speak ill of him." Harry was once again incensed by the remarks of this Ravenclaw boy. "Being a good person does not equate to being knowledgeable," Virgil shrugged, dismissing Harry and Hermione, striding directly into the dining hall. "What did you just say to Potter and Granger?" I saw their faces filled with fury as they left. The arriving Connor snatched the soda Virgil had just opened, sipping as he inquired. "I have hardly any left, and you are stealing from me," Virgil complained. Connor hastily finished drinking, then chuckled as he returned the empty bottle to Virgil. "You still Haven tea explained why you angered Potter." "I did not anger him. It is merely that our dear boy who lived has somewhat fragile mental fortitude," Virgil replied, taking a sip of pumpkin juice. "However, this is unavoidable. The purpose is to instill a sense of unease in Harry, prompting him to follow me to the astronomy tower at midnight. Otherwise, how would Harry encounter Quirrell drinking unicorn blood if he were not punished with detention? How would he deduce that the Philosopher's Stone is hidden within Hogwarts? So let him be angry. There will be more reasons to irritate him in the future." After receiving a letter from his grandfather, Virgil wrote a note indicating that Norbert would be delivered to the astronomy tower at midnight on Tuesday, where someone would collect him. Then, Virgil made his way to the hospital wing, feigning a visit to Ron, and discreetly handed him the note. It was only when he saw Ron tuck the note into his book that Virgil felt assured and departed. He was genuinely concerned that Draco Malfoy might see the note. Sure enough, on Saturday afternoon, in the library, Harry and Hermione approached Virgil. "This is bad, Virgil," Hermione whispered to him, glancing at the focused trio of Goldstein, her breath tickling Virgil's face uncomfortably. "Calm down, Miss Granger. What trouble have you stirred now?" "It's not us. It's Malfoy," Harry interjected swiftly. "Malfoy saw the note you gave to Ron. Then why didn't you keep it safe? Now the matter may have been leaked and you come to add to my troubles?" "It was Malfoy who went to the hospital wing to mock Ron. You know, that day outside Hagrid's hut. Ron taught Malfoy a lesson, and shortly after, his hand got injured. Malfoy somehow got wind of it, and specifically ran to the hospital wing to mock Ron, after which he took one of Ron's books to placate Madame Pomfrey." "So that note was tucked inside that book?" Harry and Hermione nodded solemnly. Observing their tense expressions, Virgil nearly burst out laughing. Virgil looked at Hermione and gently reassured her. "Do not worry. It is not a major issue." "Is this not a significant matter?" Harry queried, a nameless fury rising within him at the sight of Virgil. If this issue escalates, Hagrid could end up in Azkaban. Gazing at Harry Potter, who was on the verge of erupting, Virgil said, "Cannot you learn from Fred and George? Though they're also Gryffindor students, they manage to calmly analyze situations when they arise. Look at you like a raging bull. Potter, I ask you, what does the note say?" Deliver Norbert to the highest point of the astronomy tower at midnight on Tuesday, where someone will collect him. Harry answered truthfully. Good. Now let me ask you, who is Norbert? Are you stating the obvious? Norbert is Hagrid's Norwegian Ridgeback. Harry felt he was about to explode. Virgil turned to check on his roommates, finding them oblivious to him, and continued. Now, besides you, me, Weasley, Granger, and Hagrid, who else knows that Norbert is a dragon? Does Malfoy know? He should not. Harry shook his head. After you left that afternoon, we did not let him see Norbert. Have you heard of any students among the four houses named Norbert or with the surname Norbert? Harry and Hermione shook their heads in unison. That isn't that sufficient. Even if Malfoy takes this note to the teachers, who would believe him? Any professor who encounters the note would immediately assume that Norbert is a person. But why would anyone send him to the astronomy tower? Which professor would ever guess that Norbert is a dragon? I neither wrote Norwegian Ridgeback on the note, nor included any information related to dragon keepers. Who would even speculate in that direction? At most, they would interpret the contents of this note as a form of secret communication between Weasley and some student during class. So, what is there to be anxious about? In the blink of an eye, the day to send Norbert off arrived. What splendid weather! Virgil gazed up at the somewhat overcast sky and uttered this statement, leaving his three roommates in astonishment. I'll step out for a moment. Could you do me a favor? Virgil beckoned his three roommates, whispering among themselves. Are you sure this won't cause any issues? Butte said, looking at Virgil. Just be careful not to mess it up. It will be fine. I have it all under control. Well then, after dinner, we shall go. But that means you won't be returning to the dormitory tonight. Indeed, I will head directly to Charms class in the morning. You will assist me with the textbooks, and we will reconvene in the classroom. And, Michael, no sneaking sips of my cola. After issuing his instructions, Virgil set off towards Hagrid's hut. Upon his arrival, he found that Harry and Hermione were already waiting. While Hagrid's massive hound Fong sat outside, its tail bandaged, and Hagrid conversed with them through the window. What brings you two here? Virgil inquired that we are concerned about Norbert, so we came to check on him. Hermione replied that we will accompany you to the astronomy tower to ascertain whether the one coming for Norbert is truly a dragon keeper. Harry interjected, his eyes wide with skepticism as he fixed his gaze on Virgil. Virgil let out a cold chuckle, disregarding Harry Potter and instead addressing Hagrid at the window. What is the situation now? Norbert is proving quite difficult. I cannot manage him, Hagrid panted. He even bit Fong. I cannot allow you to enter right now. Hagrid cried out again. Did he bite your leg? It's nothing. He merely nipped at my boot. He is just playing after all. He is still a child. Whose child has venom in their teeth? Virgil jested. Where are the dead rats you used to feed the Ridgeback? This one that Hermione dragged a wooden box down from the steps of the hut. Opening the lid to reveal a collection of deceased mice, the odor quite pungent. We have been helping Hagrid feed Norbert these past few days. Virgil circled the box twice, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately donned a pair of gloves. He retrieved a vial of green potion from his pocket and began to pour it into the mouths of the dead mice. What is that? Hermione asked curiously, eyeing the small vial in Virgil's hand, that a potion specifically designed to induce slumber in dragons. Virgil replied. With a small vial, Virgil administered the potion to 4 mice. After checking his watch to confirm the time, he tossed the 4 medicated mice along with the other dead ones into Hagrid's hut. Keep an eye on them. Make sure they consume it all. Hagrid, Virgil called out. Hagrid seemed a bit apprehensive about the potion. Cautiously asking, Virgil, is this potion truly safe? It won't harm Norbert, will it? It is a concoction specifically prepared by dragon keepers. You need not worry that, as anticipated, approximately 10 minutes after the Norwegian Ridgeback began to eat. The sounds of tearing and grinding teeth gradually diminished, eventually fading into complete silence. Noticing the absence of noise, Virgil stepped into Hagrid's hut, with Harry and Hermione following closely behind, inside the disheveled space. The Norwegian Ridgeback lay motionless on the floor, its only indication of life being the gentle rise and fall of its belly, signifying it had slipped into a deep slumber. Hagrid had placed Norbert into a large crate, filling it with numerous mice and a bottle of brandy that I included his teddy bear as well, so he won't feel lonely on the journey, Hagrid remarked in a muffled tone. However, Virgil harbored doubts about whether that teddy bear would endure the trip to Romania. Waiting in Hagrid's hut until nearly 11, Virgil set down his teacup and rose from his seat. ITS time. Hagrid, are you not going to take one last look? Hagrid opened the crate once more, tears welling his eyes as he gazed at the sleeping Ridgeback inside, sobbing, "Goodbye, Norbert. Mommy will not forget you." Ultimately, it was Harry who snatched the lid from Hagrid's hands, securing it in place before turning to Virgil and saying, "You go ahead, Hermione, and I will take Norbert to the astronomy tower to find you Oh, you not need my assistance?" Virgil asked the Tude, "That is the astronomy tower. Are you not afraid of being discovered?" "We have our methods." Harry could not reveal the existence of the invisibility cloak in front of Virgil, and had to let him leave first. "Very well. See you at the astronomy tower. Good luck. I certainly do not wish to hear news of your expulsion tomorrow morning." With that, Virgil swiftly departed the hut. Not far down the path, he heard Hagrid's wail once more. Once Virgil was confirmed to be far away, Harry felt secure enough to pull out the invisibility cloak, draping it over the crate before he and Hermione slipped underneath its folds. How are we going to get up there? Hermione regretted the height of the astronomy tower as the thought crossed her mind. We should have asked Virgil for a good method. What could he possibly suggest in this situation? He is only a first year, Harry replied. Using the invisibility cloak is the best option, but we cannot let too many people know we possess it. As midnight approached, Harry and Hermione ascended the marble steps of the entrance hall, traversed the dark corridors, and climbed floor after floor. They were also carrying a young dragon, alongside a collection of miscellaneous items crammed into the crate by Hagrid. We are almost there. When they reached the corridor just below the tower, Harry gasped for breath. Hermione, by this point, had lost her ability to speak. Suddenly, a noise startled them both, despite being under the invisibility cloak. They retreated into the shadows of a corner. Not far ahead, Professor McGonagall, clad in plaid pajamas, held a lantern in one hand while twisting Draco Malfoy's ear with the other, scolding him as she walked. "Detention, 20 points from Slytherin. How dare you wander about the castle at this hour? Professor, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley are right here. They agreed to send a person named Norbert away from Hogwarts. Their accomplice is waiting for them at the astronomy tower. Mr. Malfoy, I have already told you, there is no student named Norbert at our school, nor is there any staff member by that name. Including the house elves in the kitchen, I even went up to the astronomy tower with you, and there is not a soul in sight. Come along. I want to see how Professor Snape will deal with you." Listening to the receding footsteps of Professor McGonagall and Malfoy, Harry and Hermione beneath the invisibility cloak exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Virgil used the potion. If Norbert had made a sound, we would have been finished, Hermione said, patting her chest as she spoke to Harry. "Let us hurry." Harry urged Hermione. "We are almost there." The spiral staircase leading to the tower was the last obstacle they needed to navigate. As they approached the summit, Harry grasped Hermione's arm, removed the invisibility cloak, and quietly concealed himself in a corner before lifting Norbert up to the highest point of the astronomy tower. "I thought you would be late?" Virgil's voice suddenly emerged from behind them, nearly causing them to drop the crate off the tower. "When did you arrive?" Hermione asked, startled by Virgil's sudden appearance, her heart racing. Virgil kicked the crate lightly with his foot. Relieved to find Norbert still in a state of slumber, "I arrived quite early," Virgil replied to Hermione's inquiry. "Did you not encounter Professor McGonagall and Malfoy?" "Indeed, I did." Professor McGonagall was dragging Malfoy by the ear, searching every corner of the astronomy tower. "Then they did not discover you?" Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Were it not for the awareness of the invisibility cloak's rarity, Hermione might have doubted whether Virgil also possessed one. "Naturally, I have my methods." Virgil plopped down upon the crate, awaiting the arrival of the Dragon Keeper. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione found themselves at the edge of the astronomy tower, their heads huddled together in hushed conversation. Approximately 20 minutes later, 7 broomsticks emerge against the night sky, heading straight for the astronomy tower. "They have arrived," Virgil called out to Harry and Hermione, who were nearby, prompting them to look up and spot the approaching flying brooms. "You must be Virgil," declared the first to leap from his broom, a robust young man whom Virgil estimated to be over 6 feet tall. His left cheek bore a prominent scar, while his neck was marred by burn scars that extended beneath his collar. "My name is Damien Christie, a student of Professor Anthony A.S." He extended his hand. Virgil promptly shook it, feeling the calluses that adorned the young man's palm. "How can you be certain that I am Virgil?" "Professor Anthony has shown us your photograph. Damien replied with a smile. You bear a striking resemblance to the professor. Very well. This is the Norwegian Ridgeback. Virgil, wishing to avoid small talk, pointed to the crate beside his feet. I administered the potion around 9 o'clock. Be mindful of the timing. Additionally, the crate contains some deceased mice, brandy, and a toy bear. I hope these do not interfere with your flight. After hearing Virgil's words, Damien quickly beckoned his companions to open the crate and retrieve the brandy. He further explained to Virgil, the Norwegian Ridgeback can be quite temperamental while feeding. I fear it might shatter the bottles and ignite the crate. By the way, Virgil gently tugged at Damien's cloak, asking in a low voice, would it be convenient for me to? He produced several crystal vials from his pocket, shaking them slightly. Damien immediately understood Virgil's intent. Grinning as he replied, there is no need for embarrassment. We often use dragon blood in our research as well. Damien retrieved specialized tools from his pocket and, under the astonished gaze of Hermione and Harry, assisted Virgil in extracting dragon blood, filling 3 vials in total. This is all I can obtain. After all, this dragon is still quite small. That will suffice. Virgil placed the 3 vials into his leather pouch. Thank you ever so much. Furthermore, this is a gift from the professor. Your Christmas present. It was not ready by Christmas. Damien removed a bracelet from his wrist and handed it to Virgil. It is crafted from the teeth of a young longhorn dragon. The professor gathered these for quite some time. The adornments below are polished from the dragon's horns and scales. Virgil accepted the bracelet and donned it around his wrist, eliciting envy from Harry as he gazed at the exquisite piece. After all, those are the teeth of a fire dragon. Once everyone had managed to suspend Norbert between several brooms, Damien mounted his broom and said to Virgil, you are welcome to visit us in Romania during the holidays. If your friends wish to learn about the Norwegian Ridgeback, simply write to us. Then we shall take our leave, Hermione informed Virgil. Will you be joining us? No. You go ahead. I will stay a while longer. Virgil replied, his gaze fixed on the bracelet in his hand. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, but said nothing further, departing the platform while excitedly discussing the potential punishment awaiting Malfoy after being caught by Professor McGonagall. Once Harry and Hermione had faded into the darkness of the castle, Virgil casually rummaged through the stairway, eventually discovering an object beneath a dilapidated box at the edge of the stairs. He pulled out a cloak, silvery gray and liquid-like, reminiscent of a bat. What a careless individual. The Deathly Hallows left discarded like this. As Virgil gazed at the shimmering invisibility cloak in his hands, a surge of fervor ignited within him. However, alas, this is an essential artifact for Harry Potter. Virgil dared not simply take it. Perhaps I shall ponder the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone instead. Virgil neatly folded the invisibility cloak and placed it upon the astronomy tower's platform, using a stone to weigh it down, alongside the bottles of brandy he had carelessly set aside. After completing these tasks, Virgil approached the edge of the platform, feeling around until he found what he sought. Drawing forth his wand and murmuring an incantation, the disillusionment charm gradually faded, revealing his trusty broom, the clean sweep 7 grasping the broom. Virgil spoke, as if addressing the surrounding air, it is all neatly arranged here. With the brandy beside it, I wish you a delightful evening. With that, he mounted the broom and soared away from the astronomy tower. Shortly after Virgil's departure, a phoenix's cry resonated across the astronomy tower platform, followed by a flash of fire, revealing the silver-haired Albus Dumbledore, who appeared in the very spot where Virgil had just stood. Bending down, he retrieved the invisibility cloak nestled beneath the stone, addressing the phoenix perched on his shoulder. Fox, a rather clever disillusionment charm, wouldn't you agree? But do you truly believe he discovered us? Fox let out another cry, seemingly responding to Dumbledore's query, before gently pecking at the professor's cheek. It seems Phileas has taken on a fine student. Dumbledore then picked up the brandy bottle beside him. Brandy! Let us indulge in a small glass this evening. Wait, Fox, do you detect a peculiar odor? It seems to emanate from something rotten. Dumbledore surveyed the area and brought the brandy bottle to his nose, inhaling deeply. Ugh! Is the stench of dead rats. Virgil returned to the castle from the Ollery and proceeded to the room of requirement. He intended to spend the night there. I require a place to practice spells, preferably with a bed as well. Virgil planned to rehearse his incantations before sleep. Recently, the intense Quidditch training had left him with little time for spell practice. He found himself utterly exhausted after each session, collapsing into bed. Only after ceasing training did his academic life begin to normalize. When learning dueling with Professor Flitwick, the professor had not mentioned it much, merely expressing hope that if the team needed players next year, Virgil would consider trying out. Professor Flitwick was well aware of the distress Professor McGonagall faced at the beginning of the term while searching for Quidditch players for the house. The following morning, having timed it perfectly, Virgil made his way directly to the Charms classroom. The trio of Corna had already claimed their seats in advance. Upon seeing Virgil enter, they immediately produced the pastries and cakes they had prepared for breakfast. "You want to believe what happened, Virgil," exclaimed Butte excitedly. "It must be that Gryffindor lost points," Virgil replied calmly. Eating as he spoke, "It seems they lost quite a significant amount, a full 150 points. Wait, how do you know? You weren't at the Great Hall this morning, were you? I encountered Potter and Granger wandering the castle at night, that I suspect they were caught by Filch. Then why weren't you apprehended? Did you forget I asked you to help me hide my broom in the herbology greenhouse? I flew straight down from the astronomy tower on my broom, without using the stairs. But why was 150 points deducted? Who else lost points?" Virgil inquired, genuinely puzzled by the details. "It was Neville Longbottom." "Oh, him," Virgil acknowledged. "By the way, I also ran into Malfoy last night. He was caught by Professor McGonagall. Did you not notice if Slytherin's points had decreased this morning?" "Slytherin lost points too? That is fantastic," Goldstein whispered in delight. After Gryffindor's deduction of 150 points, their score plummeted to the bottom of the standings, allowing Ravenclaw to reclaim second place. "As long as we win the upcoming Quidditch match against Slytherin, we can surpass them and take the lead. Speaking of which, why did your grandfather-esque students seek you out at such an hour to meet in the astronomy tower?" Butte asked curiously. "They are dragon keepers. Last night they brought a young dragon to deliver to Romania. You know, the Dragon Breeding Act makes such transportation illegal, so they could not very well make a grand entrance at Hogwarts to see me." Virgil could hardly assert that the dragon was indeed raised by Hagrid. Thus the blame inevitably fell upon Damien. Oh, a dragon. It appeared that Butte harbored a particular fascination for these mythical creatures. "Virgil, have you glimpsed what a young dragon looks like?" Virgil shook his head. "No, they had confined it within a crate, rendering it completely invisible." "Did they mention what breed the young dragon belongs to?" "It is a Norwegian Ridgeback." During the subsequent Charms lesson, Kona and his companions were engrossed in animated discussions about dragons, much to the annoyance of Professor Flitwick, who deducted points from each of them. The reason for Gryffindor's deduction of 150 points swiftly became common knowledge among the students of all four houses. That it was said that Percy had inquired with Professor McGonagall about the deduction when Marcus Flint overheard him. Thus the tale spread. The infamous Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were reported to have ascended the astronomy tower in the dead of night for reasons unknown, while Neville Longbottom roamed the corridors sleeplessly. These three had caused Gryffindor to plummet to the bottom of the house points standings. At lunch, a throng of Slytherin students gathered behind Harry, cheering and whistling, while others, upon passing the Gryffindor table, greeted Harry enthusiastically, some even affectionately patting him on the shoulder. "Thank you, Potter, you've done us a great service." To an outsider, one might easily assume that Harry was a Slytherin student. Meanwhile, the majority of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students were keenly watching the spectacle, particularly the trio seated beside Virgil, who were eagerly speculating about what Harry and Hermione might be doing in the astronomy tower to date. Perhaps, they whispered to Virgil, inquiring whether he had encountered Potter and his companion the previous night. Virgil shook his head, informing them that he had not seen them. Virgil was confident that Harry and Hermione would not betray him, as they were concerned that he might divulge Hagrid and Norbert's situation due to the pressure he felt. Conversely, another faction of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students bore no goodwill towards Harry, as they wished to see Slytherin lose the House Cup, given their prolonged reign as champions. As for Malfoy, he had also deducted points from Slytherin. But ultimately, Slytherin remained in first place. Who would care? Besides, it was merely 20 points. As long as Professor Snape exerted himself, they could recover them in a matter of days. "Have you heard? Potter is set to resign from the Quidditch team." Roger Davies approached Virgil, sharing the news he had learned. He wanted to resign. He'd only leave the team if his head were bitten off by a ghoul. Furthermore, Do you really think Professor McGonagall would agree to that? Virgil advised Davies. Rather than wasting time on Potter's supposed resignation, it would be more prudent to devise strategies for defeating Slytherin in the upcoming match. If we triumph over Slytherin, we not only stand a chance at winning the Quidditch Cup, but would also ascend to the top of the house points leaderboard. Oh, right, I nearly forgot, Davies exclaimed. I came to find you precisely for this reason. Gabriel hopes you can guide us in our tactical training moving forward. Virgil, drawing from his previous life's experience watching basketball, devised several strategies involving screens and picks for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Of course, the primary executors of these strategies would be the 3 chasers and 2 beaters. Fortunately, Ravenclaw did not have the same predicament as Gryffindor, where all 3 chasers were girls. If that were the case, Virgil would have found it impossible to devise any strategies that Slytherin's Quidditch team, composed entirely of boys, lacked any first-year novices akin to Harry Potter, rendering aggressive tactics, targeting weaknesses unsuitable. Instead, they were left to employ physically demanding strategies akin to screens and picks. This left Roger Davies feeling somewhat resentful, as one of Ravenclaw's 3 chasers was a girl, thus relegating the role of Wall in the strategy to Davies and veteran player Greg Ball. However, it was evident that Davies had yet to develop the physical prowess of Ball. Nevertheless, the outcomes of the tactical training left all the Quidditch team members, including Hampton, quite satisfied, and the main scorer for the upcoming match, Annabeth, even exhausted her allowance and requested additional fund from home to procure the latest Nimbus 2000. At Virgil's suggestion, Gabrielle Hampton, unbeknownst to what favor she promised, found several robust boys from the 5th and 6th years in Ravenclaw, possessing decent flying skills to masquerade as Slytherin players. Additionally, they borrowed a gifted upper-years student from Professor Flitwick's Charms Club to serve as a safety officer for Ravenclaw. Virgil was quite astonished by the actions of the Ravenclaw students. He had always perceived Ravenclaw students as somewhat aloof, only exhibiting enthusiasm and curiosity for matters that piqued their interest, while maintaining an indifferent attitude towards things they did not favor. For instance, some Ravenclaw students were genuinely excited when they learned something new in their favorite classes, yet were indifferent to the points awarded for their outstanding performance. They were not keen on socializing beyond their immediate circle, avoiding inconveniencing others and, naturally, shunning being inconvenienced themselves. Even in the school's most fervent Quidditch matches, Ravenclaw had historically been the least represented house. However, this time, Hampton managed to rally such a crowd, leading Virgil to conclude that their dislike for Slytherin was quite profound. Yet, one could not deny that the intelligence of Ravenclaw students was indeed impressive. After 3 or 4 training sessions, the entire team had memorized the various strategies designed by Virgil, leading him to once again find himself in a state of unemployment. Time to practice some spells, Virgil thought to himself with satisfaction. Yet he was not oblivious to the more pressing matters at hand. I must check on Hagrid. It seems there have been some troubling incidents in the Forbidden Forest recently. You should inquire about what transpired and whether he requires my assistance, Professor Kettleburn instructed Virgil. Just as one desires slumber, a pillow is provided. Virgil had been pondering how to broach this subject with Hagrid over the past few days. Departing from Professor Kettleburn's quarters, Virgil made his way directly to Hagrid's hut. Knock, knock. Virgil rapped on the wooden door of Hagrid's cottage. Who is it? Hagrid's voice boomed from within. Virgil shawnered. Oh, just a moment. Amidst a clatter of sounds, Hagrid opened the door and it's you, Virgil. I'm making a weasel sandwich and some crumpets. Would you care for some? Can we discuss this after I step inside? Oh, all right then, come in. Hagrid stepped aside, allowing Virgil to squeeze into the hut. Previously, Hagrid had seemed reluctant to let Virgil enter, leading him to suspect that Harry and his companions might be present to his surprise. Only Hagrid occupied the space, while Fong lay sleeping in the corner, and a freshly made weasel sandwich emitted an indescribable aroma from the table. Scattered across the floor were various arrows and a massive stone crossbow, which had yet to be strung. There's something you need, Virgil? Hagrid inquired. Professor Kettleburn sent me to ask about the occurrences in the Forbidden Forest. There any assistance you require? Well, these past 2 weeks, several unicorns have inexplicably died, and I am investigating the cause. Unicorns? Virgil feigned astonishment. Indeed, a most sacred and magical creature. There happens to be a small herd in the Forbidden Forest, but last week I discovered a unicorn's corpse. Thus, I must uncover the identity of the perpetrator harming them. D. Oh, you have any leads yet? Not yet. I plan to venture into the Forbidden Forest again tomorrow night, and if possible, I would appreciate Professor Kettleburn-'s assistance. Is there a specific issue tomorrow night? Harry and Hermione are in detention, and reportedly 2 other first-year students will accompany me into the Forbidden Forest. I fear I may struggle to manage alone. Very well. I shall relay that to the professor. Would you care to try a freshly made weasel sandwich? The crumpets will be ready shortly. To know, I must return to inform Professor Kettleburn that I cannot linger. Virgil hastily waved his hand to decline Hagrid's kind offer. Good heavens, the taste of that weasel sandwich was such that Virgil could guarantee one bite would make him wretched, in comparison to Hagrid's culinary skills. He felt that the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen were nothing short of master chefs, deserving of an anime-esque golden glow effect at the moment a dish was served. The notion that someone would dare to hunt unicorns. Upon hearing the news that Virgil had brought back, Professor Kettleburn unusually paced his studio, contemplating the information. Meanwhile, Virgil sat beside him with Big Black in his arms. At his feet, a similarly plump, orange kitten dozed peacefully. It was the purebred cat that Virgil had chosen at the time. Observing its equally cumbersome physique, Virgil affectionately named it Airfay. Do you recall the information I shared with you regarding unicorns? Yes, Professor. Then tomorrow night, you shall accompany me. Perhaps we will catch a glimpse of a unicorn, and you can observe it up close. Professor, about the leave request, if anyone inquires, simply direct them to me. Recently, Harry has indeed been struggling. For him, even Quidditch has lost its former delight. During practice, aside from the Weasley twins, none of the other team members would speak to him, and if they had to mention him, they referred to him as the Seeker. Hermione and Neville were not faring any better. Although they were not as renowned as Harry, no one in Gryffindor wished to engage with them either. Hermione had ceased to participate actively in class discussions, her head perpetually buried in her studies, remaining silent. Undoubtedly, Neville was having the hardest time of all, while Harry and Hermione at least had Ron. The 3 of them still managed to congregate. Neville, on the other hand, was utterly isolated, having never had many friends within the house. Now he had to meticulously memorize the password to enter the fat lady's portrait. For if he were to find himself locked out of the common room again, no one would be willing to assist him. It seems that Potter has indeed been enduring a difficult spell. In an empty classroom within the castle, Virgil received materials brought by the Montague Weasley twins. Fred remarked, "It's quite arduous." George added, "It's heartbreakingly evident." Fred continued, "Yet, surprisingly, Ron still maintains a good relationship with him." George speculated, "Perhaps we should investigate whether Ron has been placed under the Imperius curse." Enough of that. You two. Virgil covered his forehead as he regarded the twins across from him. That can't you both wish Ron a bit of well? After all, he is your brother, Fred shrugged, ceasing his banter with George regarding Ron. Instead, hoping that Virgil could procure some Ashwinder eggs for them. You might as well forget about that. Virgil interrupted the twins. There are no Ashwinders available from the professor. If you desire them, you'll need to source them from Montague. Also, try to limit your purchases. You've overstocked recently, and my funds are becoming rather strained. Calm down, dear brother, Fred comforted, draping an arm around Virgil's shoulder. It is perfectly normal for expenses to accrue during the development process. Then why have I seen numerous products from Zonko's joke shop on the bill? Those are merely references we used for inspiration. George chimed in, joining the embrace from the other side. But why did all those products end up in Peeves' possession? Well, inspiration needs to be tested in practice, doesn't it? And that practice involves you two alongside Peeves launching dung bombs, howler rockets, and fizzing whiz-bees into Filch's office. The following morning, Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Malfoy all received notes at the breakfast table, each containing identical messages. Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Please meet Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Professor McGonagall. Given their recent experiences, Harry and Hermione had nearly forgotten about their impending detention. Harry initially expected Hermione to voice her grievances, lamenting the loss of yet another evening of study, but she said nothing. Feeling, much like Harry, that they deserved such a punishment. Their good friend Ron, on the other hand, expressed his inability to assist, having missed the astronomy tower excursion due to a bite from a blast-ended Scrut, thus exempting him from detention. Meanwhile, Virgil handed the fake note written by Professor Kettleburn to Flitwick.